My mom is clearly the richest person in the world, but I am despised by all the teachers and students in the school. Not only during the day, I have to pull a 200,000-ton tricycle to sell junk. At night, I have to shuttle between major bars getting beaten up for debts. Yet the one making me do all this is my own aunt. All because I have a father who's in prison. My father assaulted my mother back then. In retaliation, my mother not only torments my father every day, but also displaces her hatred onto me. She kicked out me, who was only 4 years old, from home. Yet I didn't cry or make a fuss, just let the light in my eyes fade away bit by bit. No one knows that I, who seems like a despised wretch by everyone, in secret, am one of the first Red Moon evolvers, the owner of the strongest sequence magic sword, one of the 12 Chinese zodiac signs in the Great Xia, the magic rat. Even though I possess such extraordinary strength, I have never harmed ordinary people. Even when I get beaten with a bottle while collecting debts, I just silently hand the money to a woman. The woman has a hot figure, wearing a red dress with a v-neck, causing all the men present to sneak glances. However, the woman doesn't care at all. After seeing me throw over the black backpack, the woman looked at me with a half-smile. I'm quite satisfied. After speaking, the woman took out a wad of cash from her bag and threw it at me. I silently picked up the money, stood in place, looking at the woman, waiting for her next move. Alright, don't look at me like that. After all, I'm just a creditor here to collect a debt. The debt your damn father owes, he needs to slowly repay it. The woman stretched her enticing figure. After a moment, the bodyguard pulled a middle-aged man out of the room. You have such a good son, yet you turned out to be a scoundrel. What a waste. The woman glanced at the man. The man's current state is not good either. His face covered in bruises, his pale hair looking somewhat haggard. The man limped over to stand behind me, bowing his head and not daring to speak. Are you okay? My tone lacked much concern, still cold. The man shook his head, his face filled with guilt. Go home, I said, then started to walk away. At this moment, the woman spoke again. Are you leaving already? Don't you want to have a drink with your auntie? There was a hint of complexity in the woman's eyes. If not for your background, you should have been a happy child. The torment of these years did not make her forgive the man who hurt her sister. But from the initial resentment to now, he also pities this child. I don't drink, and you're not my aunt. We're just two rats. Thank you for sparing his life, I said calmly and then turned and left. The man behind me limped along. If you look closely, you'll notice that his right hand seems to be disabled. So, the tall and short one walked out of the bar. The man didn't speak, and neither did I. The two of us walked step by step, in silence. The surrounding gazes were somewhat strange, but we didn't pay much attention. We were like two rats, walking along the edge of the road. Ashing, I'm sorry. After some time, the man, probably unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, spoke first. No need to apologize to me. You're my dad, and no matter what you've done, I should take care of you. You don't need to feel guilty. Save it for them. After I finished speaking, the man looked even more guilty. The consequences of a momentary impulse back then, now have to be borne by this child. Although he paid the price, this child is truly innocent. On the outskirts of the ancient city, the two of us arrived at an extremely dilapidated house. There was a tricycle at the door, covered in debris. This is the tricycle I usually use to collect scrap. Rest well. I've left the money here. I have to go to school as usual. Save your money, eat well, don't think too much. If you make a mistake, atone for it. Making yourself suffer is also a way of atonement. If it's really unbearable, just commit suicide. Death will bring relief. My tone was a bit cold, and what I said was highly inappropriate, but it seemed like my father didn't think anything was wrong. He hunched over, his eyes slightly red. After coming out of prison, the child was already 4 years old, understanding a lot and experiencing a lot. He really felt like he deserved to die. But if he died, all of this would fall on me. He's back to life, came the voice of an elderly person from another room. Two elderly people with snowy white hair walked out. They bore some resemblance to my father, perhaps because they all looked quite weathered. Oh, got hit again. Let grandma put some medicine on you. The old lady looked at me with pity. He's not qualified to talk about others. Everyone in their family, except for me, is a criminal. I have something to do tonight. You guys go to bed early. Seeing grandpa and grandma, I showed a faint smile. I took off my leather jacket, put on a slightly faded short-sleeved shirt, and without waiting for them to speak, I turned and left. As for grandpa and grandma, watching their son hunched over in the distance, they sighed. It's because we didn't educate him well. The tone of the two elderly people sounded somewhat resigned. Over the years, they had spoiled their son, which ultimately led to such foolish acts. But ultimately, they also blamed themselves for not properly educating him. In the dim light of the suburban house, the sound of a man crying and an old person sighing could be heard. Meanwhile, in another part of the park, a couple was expressing their lovesickness. But they were unaware that, not far from them, the large tree seemed to distort at a certain moment. Then it returned to its original state, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere in this space, as if in the dead of night. I walked on the deserted street. Now I need to attend to some matters, with many mountains and forests in the Sichuan region. I walked along the road into a park. It's already past 1 a.m., with some cars on the road. However, there were indeed not many people in the park. In the dark grove, I heard whispers of a man and a woman. I was a bit bewildered upon hearing the voices, just about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, I turned back, and those pitch-black pupils began to turn red at that moment. Accompanied by a sharp, tragic scream, a couple at this moment were looking ahead in terror. The two of them came to the park seeking excitement, but now it seems like the excitement found them. As they watched the creature crawling out from the space, fear filled their eyes. They ran off in a hurry, not even having time to put on their clothes, preparing to flee. However, the hunched monster moved incredibly fast, instantly appearing in front of them. With jade-green skin, nearly 2 meters tall, muscular all over, looking extremely terrifying. The large knife in its left hand added to the horror. Most importantly, this creature had a pig's head, a bizarre mix of human and swine. The pig-headed man's eyes were filled with evil desires and greed, his gaze towards the couple starkly different. He looked at the man as if he were food, while he regarded the woman with cunning, white breath escaping from their noses. The overwhelming pressure caused the young couple to momentarily forget to escape, sitting on the ground filled with fear and despair. The pig-headed man raised the large knife in his hand and mercilessly swung it down towards the man. At the critical moment, a crimson long sword intercepted the immensely large chopping knife. The young couple had already been scared unconscious. Though they sought excitement, today's events clearly exceeded their imagination. With a twist of my body, the pig-headed man was forced back. Hard to imagine that my slender figure possessed such terrifying strength. The pig-headed man, shaken by the immense power, almost lost grip of his chopping knife. Though his intellect was insufficient to speak, he could already sense the threat emanating from me. Despicable and vile creature, go die. After saying this, my body instantly vanished on the spot. Accompanied by a flash of red light, the pig-headed man's massive body was instantly split in two. I looked at the blood under my feet, without the slightest expression on my face. Obviously, I have done this kind of thing before. My appearance has changed a bit at this moment. My hair seems to have a hint of dark red, and my crimson eyes look full of hostility. But after killing this pig, that red color slowly faded away. I took out my phone, made a call. Hey, by the small river in the Mountain View Park in Gucheng District, there is a third-tier evolved pig-headed man. Remember to come and take care of it. Just transfer the money to my card. After I finished speaking, I hung up the phone directly, without giving the other party any time to react, which left them stunned. Is she so unapproachable? In a certain basement in Sichuan, the man looked somewhat helpless at the hung-up phone, feeling speechless. What's wrong? A woman in a white coat looked at the man with some curiosity. That guy Moshu has killed the prisoners again. Let's go collect the bodies. The woman paused for a moment when she heard this, then covered her mouth and chuckled. Isn't this great? Since that guy Moshu appeared, we have had a lot of free time. People from other areas envy us. That's true, but he's only 17 this year. He hasn't even turned 18 and has been killing for 10 years. With such strong talent, staying here all the time is really a waste. The man's words made the woman in the white coat somewhat silent. They know my identity and are very sympathetic to me. At only 17 years old, I have shown maturity and a sense of responsibility far beyond my peers. It's okay, he always wants to go out and explore. The current situation is not that tense. After hearing this, the man walked to the window, gazing at the moon in the sky, murmuring, only half a year left. The bright moon looked exceptionally beautiful, as if it were stained with a touch of blood. When I returned home, I found everyone asleep, so I didn't disturb them and instead rode a tricycle. I began the journey of collecting garbage in the early morning. It's 5 o'clock now. You're still up early. I arrived at a scrap station, where the boss smiled at me with a hint of pity in his eyes. Uncle, this is what I collected yesterday. The man in front of me is my uncle, my father's brother. For the sake of his younger brother, he doesn't know how much money he lost. Now, only the scrap station remains. Other professions attract too much attention. In a small community, news spreads too quickly. Don't overwork yourself. You have to go to school and sell scrap. Don't wear yourself out. Wu Jiangwo looked at his nephew with a heart full of pity. If it weren't for his brother's actions, getting involved with the wrong people, how could this child be living in such hardship? It's okay, I'm still young and healthy. When I'm not at home, remember to take care of Grandpa and Grandma. You rascal, your grandparents are my parents. How could I mistreat them? Wu Jiangwo listened to his nephew's words and replied in a slightly annoyed tone. I smiled at Yan and didn't say much. Wu Jiangwo now lives alone. He has a daughter, but for certain reasons, he didn't want to involve the child, so he got divorced. The child was also given to me. Aunt occasionally comes to see me. Aunt didn't leave because Wu Jiangwo fell on hard times, it was mainly because of the big fuss back then. Wu Jiangwo also didn't want to involve his wife and child, letting them bear the blame together. Uncle, I'm leaving. I waved my hand, turned around, and rode away on my bike. Looking at my thin back, Wu Jiangwo could only sigh deeply. What a sin I've committed. Some things are not the child's fault, but they have to bear it. Wu Jiangwo doesn't hate that person either. After all, what happened back then was indeed his younger brother's fault. Now he deserves what he's going through. He just blames himself for not teaching him well. They say an older brother is like a father, and Wu Jiangwo has indeed lived up to that, but he still feels he hasn't done well enough. Back at home preparing to eat, at the dining table, I calmly said, I go to school during the day, be careful when you go out. If you encounter him, protect yourself, don't get beaten to death. My tone was cold and cruel, but my grandparents didn't say anything. Wu Jianjun also nodded, then in a weak tone said, I just wanted to go buy some groceries yesterday. I know you've turned over a new leaf, but past mistakes must be atoned for. I comforted this father of mine. The grandfather beside me also coldly snorted, saying, you shouldn't have been born in the first place. You haven't done a single good thing in your life, and you've caused this mess. My grandmother also seemed somewhat helpless, comforting her old partner. All right, let's not talk about it. Let's eat. After finishing the meal, I slung my backpack over my shoulders and walked towards the school in a white shirt. The school I attend is an elite school, where the students are either wealthy or noble. I guess I was placed here because of my mother's status. I am currently in the first semester of my senior year. The alley is quite bustling, and when people see me, there is a hint of pity in their eyes. Are you quietly eating buns? The elderly man selling breakfast snacks next to me greeted me. Thank you, Uncle Lee. I've already had breakfast. I am very polite, and many people around me greet me from time to time. Actually, people weren't so friendly to me back then when I first arrived here. After knowing that I was Wu Jianjun's child, the parents here basically kept their children away from me, and some even bullied me. But I was really sensible, becoming more mature as I grew up. I started contributing to the household expenses since I was young, taking care of my grandparents and even that deadbeat father. My grades have always been among the top, coupled with good manners and good looks. People's opinions of me have gradually changed, maybe also because I've grown up. Without a shared bike, I headed towards the school. I was wearing a white shirt and black pants. The handsome face carries a hint of innocence, but those eyes seem to see through all the superficiality of the world, deep and serene. Soon I arrived at the high school I was going to attend, Chuanshuase, Paul's High School, with a bright golden sign shimmering on the school gate. One by one, young students in school uniforms, full of spirit, are walking into the school gate. I paid no attention to the gazes around me and walked into the school gate on my own. Big brother, suddenly a voice as clear as a silver bell rang out. I turned around and saw a beautiful girl in a school uniform running towards me. What's up? I looked at the familiar face and calmly asked. Our school is having a parent meeting, my mom is very busy these days, can you come and attend the meeting for me? The girl looked at me hopefully. I nodded in response and said, contact me when the time comes, I'll come directly. The girl, upon hearing this, nodded happily and then turned around and left. The girl's name is Wu Wei, she is my cousin. Although my uncle and aunt are divorced, they are actually just separated, their relationship is still good. Wu Wei is in the neighboring Chuanshu First High School in the first year. I have to say, Wu Wei and I have some similarities. Both good looking, but Wu Wei has a good reputation in school. As for me, I am quite aloof at school. Because of my father's situation, I didn't have it easy at the beginning, often facing threats. None of them can beat me. I'm not a fool. I will take responsibility for what I should, but what does it have to do with this group of people? Moreover, I'm not the mastermind, just a rat used for revenge. Under the scrutiny of everyone, I walked into the classroom, put down my backpack, and went straight to sleep. I've finished learning high school knowledge, it's not meaningful. It's better to sleep during the day and work at night. In the classroom, there are two people who look 70% like me, staring at me. They are somewhat related to me, my mother's biological son and daughter. Half-siblings, they could be considered twins, but it doesn't matter to me. Since I found out the truth at the age of 4 and was driven out, I have no attachment to either of my parents. If there is anything in this world that I care about, it might only be my grandparents and my uncle's family. As for my parents, I think responsibility outweighs affection. The first class hasn't started yet. Shangwan Xinglong walked up to me, looking like he wanted to say something. Is there something you need? My expression remains indifferent, as if nothing concerns me. What's with your attitude? Young girls always get angry for various reasons. Maybe it's because of my father. Sorry, do you need something? I don't want to argue with him, maintaining the same expression and tone, just adding a bit of politeness. Shangwan Xinglong looked at me, completely devoid of anger, as if punching cotton. Tonight is Grandpa's 70th birthday, Mom wants you to come over. I nodded, okay, I will go. The father of my younger brother and sister is a usurper. I am over a year older than them, and attending school a year earlier was all Mom's arrangement. How is Xiaomei? Shangwan Zhan asked eagerly. He said he knows, he will go tonight. Hearing his little sister's response, Shangwan Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to say something, his little sister spoke unhappily, saying, "What is he being arrogant about?" Shangwan Xingrong was about to say something, but his brother went forward to cover his mouth, and his gaze fell not far away, on me who was still asleep. What are you doing, Ge? Shangwan Xinglong looked displeased at his brother. Alright, Xiaomei, no matter what he says, he is half our brother. Shangwan Chang sighed. At this age, girls should be more mature, but obviously, being pampered for a long time has made him unable to bear my aloof attitude. Of course, it's also possible that he feels I'm not worthy. What? He's not our brother if he was driven out of the house when he was young. The girl pouted and then shifted the conversation back to that rainy day. Mom, don't you want me anymore? I never intended to have you. You were born to seek revenge on them. I want him to live a life of endless suffering. The woman sounded somewhat excited. It's possible that the blows from the past 2 years were too much for him. The man beside the woman quickly stepped forward to hold him. Young one, you go first. Uncle will come get you later. The woman, with tears streaming down her face, shouted, Get what? I don't want this child. If it weren't for that beast, how could I have given birth to him? Now, he's disabled, with no home. Let him watch his son being scorned every day. The woman's words left my 4-year-old self stunned in place, my big watery eyes dimming. Growing up in this place, I was never treated well. Neither my grandparents nor my aunts, uncles, or mother liked me. They favored my mother and the other uncle, who had twins. I was smart and sensible, perhaps due to the demon soul within me. That day, I was sent away from the Shangwan family and returned to my grandmother's house. It was the first time I saw that man called father, the man who committed a grave mistake. Since then, I referred to myself as a rat, because a rat's offspring is also a rat, and a rat's life is one that everyone condemns. After that, I endured a long period of scorn. During that time, people from the Shangwan family would often take my father away. Since I was young, I'd been going to meet this father, helping them collect money and taking beatings. Fortunately, the demonic soul within me has brought not only talent but also strength, which has spared me from many beatings since childhood. However, my personality has become increasingly cold and reserved. The day's classes actually pass by quickly, at least for me. The teachers don't bother me either. Although I sleep in class, I always excel in exams. In school, performance still matters. I took out my phone and sent a message to my grandma. I have something to do tonight, so please go ahead and eat. After sending the message, I stood up and walked out of the school gate. I scanned a shared electric bike and headed towards the city center. High school students finish school quite late. By the time I arrived at the Shangwan family's house, it was already 8 p.m. The Shangwan family has a significant influence, spanning the realms of business, politics, and the underground world. The 2 security guards at the entrance bowed and addressed me as young master when they saw me. I shook my head and said, I'm just here for a meal, not for you. With that, the young master finished speaking. I lifted my feet and walked towards this former home. He used to come here earlier. In fact, he would come before, but he was usually the one who was excluded. Things have improved a bit in recent years. Perhaps this group of people also knows. Anyway, I'm just a kid, and making a child a target always leads to guilt. Especially since I basically wouldn't resist before, I would just leave after eating. I took a step forward and walked step by step according to the route in my mind. In the nearby villa, the lights are on at the moment. Faintly, you can see many figures. The weather has turned a bit cold. I look at the snowflakes falling from the sky and mutter to myself, what's going on? How come it's suddenly snowing at this time? Even the security guard at the door is looking at the falling snow with a puzzled expression, full of disbelief in his eyes. At this moment, in the Shangwan family's estate, a tree seems to have twisted. I step by step walk into the Shangwan family. At this moment, everyone is here in the house. The Shangwan family has 3 children, 2 girls and 1 boy. The woman who took my father before is actually my younger sister, but it doesn't matter now. The reason I came is that I didn't want to cause trouble. Regardless, I can't sever the blood ties, so this is also my responsibility. In the living room at this moment, a rectangular table is filled with people. The Shangwan family is relatively low-key and does not like to invite others on birthdays. Hello, as I step over the threshold, I bow to the group of people. My grandfather is sitting in the guard. His name is Shangwan Zhan. Everyone looks at me with a somewhat complex expression. The young one has arrived. Shangwan Zhan looks at this grandson, with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Thank you, grandfather. I am meticulous in my words and actions. I won't quibble over titles. Instead of deliberately keeping a distance, it's better to go with the flow, which will cause fewer troubles. Everyone is sitting together. My grandmother has passed away, and sitting beside Shangwan Zhan is a woman. The woman is very beautiful and looks gentle. She is my mother. At this moment, the guilt in her eyes as she looks at me is evident. In those years, his eyes were filled with anger and hatred. Although it's still the case now, he was even more extreme back then. She gave birth to this child and also hurt him. Come, sit here, Mom. Shangwan Zi reached out and gestured for me to sit beside him. Okay, Mom. My expression remained indifferent. I didn't distance myself, nor did I throw a tantrum like a child. I didn't call her Mom. For me, these titles are all normal, a matter of politeness. Deliberate alienation, besides concealing the care in my heart, can't achieve anything else. After I took my seat, the food was served. I didn't feel the slightest embarrassment. I just sat there and started eating with my chopsticks. My aunt, the woman who caught my dad before, is called Shangwan Yi. She reached out with her chopsticks and picked up some food for me. Thank you, Aunt. Hearing my thanks, Aunt Shangwan covered her mouth and chuckled. Didn't you say yesterday that I'm not your aunt? I smiled and said, I was immature yesterday. Sorry, sometimes, indifference is the sharpest blade. The people from the Shangwan family looked at me, feeling a pang in their hearts. To be honest, if I were to behave impolitely, unhappily, or be capricious, they would all accept it. After all, this would indicate that I still care about them, and they would be somewhat compensated. But my current nonchalant or rigidly formal attitude makes them very uncomfortable, like a well-designed robot. They can see me smile, see me care for them, and there won't be any issue with how they address me, but they still feel very uncomfortable. It's like this every year, without any change, a meal gathering where everyone feels awkward. After finishing my meal, I stood up, smiled at Mr. Shang and said, Grandfather, happy birthday. It's getting late, I should leave. After saying that, I bowed to him, then greeted everyone else one by one. Mr. Shang Qinglong, who had been sullen all along, threw down his bowl and chopsticks, then looked at me angrily. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. I shifted my gaze to the door, watching the snow falling outside, furrowing my brows. Shang Qinglong rushed to my side, pointing at me and shouting, Why do you do this every year? Every year you come, everyone is unhappy. Mom goes back to cry in the room, Grandpa and Grandma are also sad, and you act like nothing's wrong. How can you be so heartless? Shang Qinglong vented all the dissatisfaction accumulated over the years, leaving everyone stunned. However, Shang Qinglong's father quickly rushed forward to pull him away. How can Qinglong talk to his brother like that? What brother? He's not my brother, he's just the son of a rapist. A loud slap resounded, leaving Shangwan Qingrong incredulous as he looked at his father. Why did you hit me? I didn't say anything wrong. Zhan, take your sister back to the room, Shangwan Zhan said sternly. Shangwan Zhanwan quickly pulled Shangwan Qingrong and walked inside. Let go of me, I'm not going. Why should I? Every year they call him, and every year he's the same, like a robot. Shangwan Qingrong cried, squatting on the ground, tears filling his eyes. Shangwan Zi's eyes were also filled with sadness. He walked up to me, reached out, and grabbed me, apologizing. I smiled faintly, it's okay. He didn't say anything wrong. Some things, once done, are done. I'm grateful that you brought me into this world, allowing me to live. After I finished speaking, I fell silent. The birthday celebration came to an end like this, leaving a sense of quiet in the room. Shangwan wanted to say something, but after some thought, he remained silent. He glanced at his nephew, feeling somewhat guilty. It's mainly because I'm too understanding. I never defend my rapist father, nor do I blame these people. It's snowing outside. How about you don't leave today? No, thank you, Uncle Chen. The man held his wife, wanting to say something, but I ultimately declined. Chen Liang looked at me with a complex expression. My father, who raped the woman he should have married, took away her most precious first time. He should have been angry enough to strangle the enemy's child. But I was just too sensible, so much so that even he didn't want to transfer this hatred onto me. "I'm sorry, Mom." Shang Guanzi choked up as he looked at his own child. "In fact, I look a lot like him, mostly inherited from him. But it's just this sensible child who transferred all the previous hatred onto me. He used to beat and scold me since I was young, but I was still very obedient and wouldn't resist. The one thing he regrets the most is telling me about what my father did when I was 4, and even saying to me that he will never forgive us. I'm just a despicable rat. Even if I was born from his belly, I'm still just a little beast." He still remembers the look in my eyes when he sent me away. I looked at him blankly that day, the light in my eyes fading away bit by bit, and then I left quietly, without crying or throwing a tantrum. The next time I saw him was 5 years later, when I was 9 years old. My grandmother had passed away, so they called me over. At that time, Shang Guanzi was actually very nervous. After so many years, he also understood that hatred should not be transferred to a child. Moreover, they have been tormenting my father all these years. He actually wanted to make it up to me. But at that time, 9-year-old me was very sensible. I was like a perfect student, handing in a flawless paper, with impeccable behavior and manners. He also mentioned to me, asking if I would like to live with him. My response was to wait until later for living together. I am still young now and need my own space. He investigated my life over the years. The more he checked, the more guilty he felt, being despised by neighbors, teachers, classmates, often getting into fights. I started selling vegetables and picking up trash at a young age. Now I have grown up, almost forgetting about my childhood. I smiled, looked ahead. At this moment a dark figure appeared outside the door. I frowned, those black pupils, now tinged with red. The people inside the villa have not noticed the figure standing outside, and at this moment, my phone rang. "Hello, Mo Shu, there is an evolved individual heading your way. Sequence 123, the anomalous snowman, his target is you." Suddenly, the gate of the alloy seat was blasted open directly, accompanied by a loud noise. I frowned and looked ahead. I heard that Emoshu was here. A pleasant but chilling voice sounded. A graceful figure emerged from the smoke, stepping into the villa. At this moment, the people in the villa looked on in shock, witnessing the gate being blasted open. "Who are you coming here? What's your purpose?" Shang Guanzhan is indeed an experienced person, quickly calming down. Protecting all of his family behind him, looking ahead with a serious expression at the woman with snow-white hair. "This has nothing to do with ordinary people. I'm here to find the magic rat." The snowman's red lips focused on me not far away. "We don't have any magic rats here." Chen Liang frowned, wanting to say something, but I interrupted him. "I'm interested in your abilities. Of course, you are one of the first Red Moon Evolvers, a genius from the ancient city district. Ability Sequence 004, Magic Blade, the ability of the zodiac sign Magic Rat. Who wouldn't want it?" I looked at the woman in front of me, her pupils completely invaded by red, accompanied by a red mist rising from her right hand. A crimson long knife appeared at this moment. "If you want my ability, come and try it." I pointed the knife forward. At this moment, the black hair turned dark red, and a terrifying murderous aura gushed out of her. Everyone watched my transformation, their eyes filled with shock. I didn't expect that the famous magic rat is still a handsome man, just a bit fierce and proud. The snowman covered her mouth and laughed lightly, and the temperature around us became even colder. "Let's fight outside." I burst out. The crimson long knife instantly struck out, and the dark red blade directly blasted the opponent away. The two of us rushed out of the door one after the other. The people from the Shangguan family were already dumbfounded. They looked at this magical scene, not knowing what to say. Outside, it was already snowing heavily. I stepped on the snow and looked at the snowman in front of me. The Long Kingdom prohibits evolvers from killing each other in the outside world. Don't you know that? What can't kill each other? These rules are just nonsense. A true strong person wouldn't care about such things. The snowman smiled faintly, then pointed a clean white hand at me. Snowflakes turned into spikes and shot towards me. Countless snowflake spikes appeared under my feet. Frowning, I watched the scene. With a swing of my arm holding a long knife, a tornado-like blade chi dissolved all the blood spikes. At that moment, the snowflakes suddenly covered me like vines. Instantly, I felt an unparalleled icy chill. Heavy snow covered my lower body, rendering me unable to move. The snowman ahead chuckled lightly, saying, "The famous magic mouse is just a false reputation. I'll take your ability." After the snowman finished speaking, he raised his hands. Snowflakes rose like waves and attacked me. Upon seeing this, Shangguanzi couldn't sit still and hurried out to protect Sister Zir. Accompanied by the exclamations of the crowd, I also took action. Dark red flames ignited on the crimson long knife, rising up, instantly melting all the snowflakes around me. I turned my head and instructed Shangguanzi, "Mom, don't move from there." I raised the long knife and once again swung out a 2-meter-high blade. What's going on? The snowman became somewhat panicked. I, who was just immobilized, instantly launched such a terrifying attack. Without inquiring about my strength, daring to speak of killing me, the ignorance is pitiful. With a splatter, fresh blood sprayed on the ground, and that figure was directly cut in two. My eyes were filled with disdain, rushing to seek death as soon as the call came in. After speaking, the crimson color in my eyes slowly faded, and the red hair turned black again, reverting to the cold me. However, the blood under my feet speaks, everything just now was real. Are you alright, young man? Shang Wanzi stepped forward to look at me, his eyes full of concern. I'm fine. I shook my head. At this moment, Shang Wanzhan came out with others. Everyone looked at me in shock, with a hint of fear in their eyes. Young man, what's going on? Shang Wanzhan looked at me with a serious expression. At his age, it was also his first time seeing such a thing. I opened my mouth at the words, wanting to say something, but unable to speak. Everyone's eyes were on me, hoping I could provide an explanation. This was expected in the Shangguan family, with its vast experience and knowledge. If this were in an ordinary family, I would have been seen as a monster already. Master Shangguan, let me explain to you. Suddenly, a man walked out from somewhere, casting a glance at me. I nodded, then turned and left. Shangguan looked at the man in front of him, puzzled, and asked, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Bin, affiliated with the Dragon Zodiac organization, codenamed Brave Boar." Wang Bin reached out and showed his ID to Shang Wanzhan. After confirming the other party's identity, Shang Wanzhan respectfully saluted and said, "Wang Bin, my grandson." "Shangguan Laoyi, I will explain to you, but I need to retrieve the body first," Wang Bin said, then took out a green bracelet. The bracelet scanned the body, and it disappeared. Shang Wanzhan looked shocked at the scene. Wang Bin smiled and said, "Shangguan Laoyi, may I have a word with you?" Shang Wanzhan nodded and led everyone indoors. "I can tell you what happens next, but please keep it confidential. You know this because of the magic rats," Wang Bin said, revealing a meaningful smile. Upon hearing this, everyone also promised not to disclose it. Satisfied, Wang Bin nodded and began to speak. Since ancient times, our dragon country has had various practitioners with powerful abilities, like the cultivators in novels. Due to the times changing, these practitioners became scarce as they entered modern times. "So you mean my big brother is a cultivator?" Shang Wanzhan said with surprise. "Let me finish." Wang Bin glanced at him and continued, 10 years ago, Blue Star underwent a mutation, known as the Day of Marking. From that day on, Blue Star was marked by people from other worlds, and the barrier between worlds began to thin. Many monsters and humans from different worlds have begun to enter the Blue Star, aiming to conquer it. These guys are very powerful. In today's terms, they have already surpassed the category of carbon-based life forms. Ordinary firearms are simply unable to destroy them. Only supermassive weapons of mass destruction can. Just when they were troubled by this, unique individuals appeared in the army. These people suddenly gained strange abilities, able to perceive the breaking points in the spatial barriers, and then go to defend them. These people are called evolvers. My brother is an evolver. Genre, be quiet. Listen, Shang Wanzi scolded his son. That's right, Mashu was one of the first to awaken. His special ability is the magic blade. Is Mashu Xiaoshang's code name? Wang Bing nodded, and Shang Wanzi remained silent. Why did that woman attack Shanger today? Shang Wan asked the crucial question. Upon hearing this, everyone also turned their gaze towards Wang Bing. This involves the issue of evolvers becoming stronger. Besides their inherent training methods, evolvers have another way of becoming stronger, which is to plunder. When the crowd heard this, it seemed like they realized something, and their expressions suddenly changed. Are you saying that guy wants to steal Xiaoshang's psychic power? That's right, Ling. After an evolver kills a creature, they will take the energy from the body, and this energy is called psychic power. Essentially, everyone has psychic power, but it is too scarce in ordinary people, so evolvers don't value it. However, after killing someone, it is possible to inherit their special abilities, although the probability is very low. As soon as this was said, Shang Wanzi looked worried. Wouldn't it be very dangerous for Xiaoshang? Wang Bing nodded. Theoretically, yes, because although Xiaoshang is very strong, he is still young after all, and no one knows how much evolution there is in the entire Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanzhan touched his beard and then asked in confusion, Xiaoshang, how did the matter of the demon rat leak out? Isn't your identity supposed to be kept confidential? When Shang Wanzhan spoke up, Wang Bing choked instantly. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Some time ago, when he contacted us, someone overheard, and there happened to be a snowman among them. But rest assured, after this guy dies, not many people who know his identity. When Wang Ding spoke up, the people of the Shangguan family looked at him with eyes full of anger and doubt. No, Xiaosheng can't follow me anymore, it's too dangerous. Shangguan Zi's tone was somewhat agitated. He already owes this eldest son, and now he is in danger every day. He simply cannot accept it. If I could persuade him, I wouldn't mind. He is too young. The second youngest in our team is 7 years older than him. His potential is still great. Wang Bing smiled helplessly. In fact, when I was very young, they advised him to go to Wancheng, but I stubbornly refused, saying I could also become stronger here. I have to say, my talent and combat power are indeed extraordinary, without systematic training, without powerful moves. But at that academy, Wang Bin felt that none of the students there were his match. His exceptional talent even led the school principal to invite him, but unfortunately, he refused. Alright, we've understood what needed to be understood. Now, there's another issue. This issue will affect the future of your remaining 2 children. Wang Bin then turned his gaze to Shangguan Zi. So what you mean is? Shangguan Zhan heard the implied meaning in Wang Bin's words and was somewhat surprised. Yes, his talent is too strong. We thought that his half-siblings from the same mother and different father should also be outstanding. We've also checked his other sister, who is the daughter of his eldest uncle. Her psychic abilities far exceed those of ordinary people. However, I'm not willing to let her enter this world because once she evolves, the evolved will detect the psychic energy within her. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Xingrong became upset. What does he mean? His eldest uncle's daughter can't be in danger, but it's fine for my brother and me? Xingrong, don't be so rude. Chen Liang furrowed his brow and reprimanded the girl. I didn't mean that. What he meant was that his relationship with us isn't enough to let him make decisions for us. He said we should ask ourselves. If we're willing, we can try awakening ourselves. Wang Bin wasn't angry, he just explained it with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Alright, Senior Shangguan, this is my phone number. If we make a decision, you can come find me. After all, we are uncertain about the future and the country urgently needs talents in this area. If possible, persuade him to consider practicing in Ancheng. Wang Bing left after saying this, leaving the Shangguan family members looking at each other. The Shangguan family talked all night. I have already returned home. The people at home were already asleep, so I didn't disturb them much. I rested after finishing what needed to be done. The next morning, I went out to collect scrap materials before going to school. Do I not have money? Actually, that's not the case. My funds are quite abundant. At least enough for the people at home to live comfortably for a lifetime without any issues. But I am very clear about one thing, the sympathy and friendliness I receive now are all because he is still in the same class. Once he starts doing well, everything will change. So he quite likes the current situation. Whatever the family wants to eat, they eat. The place they live in is cozy too. He doesn't go out much, and it's nice for the family to be together. Hardship is the best way to foster empathy. The next day, Wu Tian went to school as usual. When Wu Tian returned to the classroom, he prepared to lie down. At this moment, Shangguan Xingrong and Shangguan Zhan walked up to him. Elder brother Shangguan Zhan looked at me, seeming hesitant to speak. I got up from the table and looked at the two approaching me, feeling puzzled. What's going on? Regarding Wang Bing from yesterday, my older brother asked me and my sister if we wanted to awaken, mentioning that we might have some talent. I furrowed my brows in confusion. The classroom was very noisy, and even though someone was paying attention to us, our voices were low, so no one could hear what the three of us were talking about. Follow me outside. After I finished speaking, I stood up and took the two of them to heaven. Let me give you some advice. The current trend is that there will be more and more enemies in the future, and there may be more and more awakened individuals. Of course, with my current status, I can guarantee that your safety level is much higher than that of ordinary people. Living an ordinary life, the risk factor is not high. Another piece of advice, asked Shangguan Qinglong. Once you awaken, your life is in your own hands. Of course, the awakened abilities may not be strong, but once awakened, the evolvers can sense the spiritual power within us, so everything depends on us. We will discuss it among ourselves, whether to live a plain life or to embark on an exciting journey to become stronger. After saying this, I left. The decision about this kind of thing should be left to the two of them. As for Wu Wei, I don't intend to let him enter another world, at least not before he becomes invincible. Although there will be people to protect his family after joining the Zodiac organization. But as the strength of the evolvers grows stronger, there have been many reactionary organizations in society. So, before the situation is completely settled, he still intends to let Wu Wei live an ordinary life. Of course, if he has the opportunity to enter this world in the future, he won't forcibly stop it either. Only by walking one's own path in life can one truly understand. He won't interfere too much in naturally occurring events. After all, his current strength alone is enough to suppress this wave of unrest. Evolutionists near Chuanshu and even across the country are all aware that there is a killer in the ancient city district, and this is the reputation he has built over the past 10 years. After I returned to the classroom, I saw Shangguan Zhan and the others surrounded by friends, chatting about something I didn't care about. In this school, I have no friends. If I had to say, I might exchange a few words with Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Qinglong, but the rest of the time is spent sleeping. Lost in thought, I drifted back into dreamland, and my phone started vibrating in my sleep. Drowsily, I picked up the phone and answered the call. "Brother, come to the school gate for a parent-teacher meeting," a girl's voice echoed through the phone. Upon hearing this, I replied, "I'll go home first. I know where your classroom is, I'll go by myself." Then I hung up the phone. I packed up and headed towards another school. After the parent-teacher meeting, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. I typed out the situation with my sister and sent it to my uncle and aunt, then I went home. At home, Wu Jianjun, upon seeing me, asked with concern, "How was your time at school after coming back?" "It was okay, I managed quite well. How about you at home? Are grandpa and grandma doing okay today?" Wu Jianjun nodded and said, "They are all doing well. Dinner is on the table, it's all heated up. Finish it and go to bed early." I nodded in response. "What's wrong?" he asked in a low voice. I turned to look at the man in front of me with white hair and asked, "Where do you plan to go to college later?" "It will be nearby. The ancient city university is quite good." After saying that, I buried my head and started eating. Wu Jianjun heard what I said, lowered his head not knowing what to say, then turned and went into the room. I didn't pay too much attention. Making mistakes requires atonement. I can forgive Wu Jianjun, take care of him, but I won't deny the past mistakes. Nor will I stop those who have been hurt by him. Now, hurting him in return, after all, I cannot empathize with the pain of others, so I won't seek forgiveness from others. Today is Saturday, I was woken up early by a phone call. "Can you speak softly? Is there something I need to do? Today, Qinglong and Zhaner have awakened. Can you go and look after them? I'm afraid they might have some problems." Shangguan Zi's voice came through the phone. Upon hearing this, I agreed. "Okay, I'll contact Hedgehog right away." After hanging up the phone, I contacted Hedgehog. "Hey, another inmate was killed." "No, Shangguan, wasn't Qinglong and Shangguan Zhan supposed to awaken today? I'll go and check on them." "Okay, then come over. It's the same place as before. Do you need me to pick you up?" "No need." I got up as soon as I hung up the phone. After getting dressed, I said goodbye to my grandparents and left. My grandparents also knew that sometimes I would go out during the holidays, saying I was going to work part-time. The two old people didn't worry too much. From childhood to adulthood, the feeling I gave them was reliable. They believed their grandson wouldn't do anything bad. I scanned a shared bike and went over. It took about half an hour. I walked into a novelty shop. Moshi came, and my younger brother and sister went in. "Awaken now, what would you like to eat?" The woman in the white coat sitting inside the glass cabinet greeted me and asked with a smile, "Have something sweet, I'll be sitting outside." The woman took a cup of milk tea. After hearing that, "Have a drink." After taking it, I thanked her and said, "We're old teammates, no need to thank me." The woman smiled, waved her hand, and continued scrolling on her phone. "His name is Fan Lin, codenamed Red G. His ability is Delay Sequence, ranked 125th. His skill is not weak, talent is average, at B level, currently evolved to level 4. What kind of talent do you think your younger siblings can awaken?" Fan Lin got bored scrolling on his phone, so he looked at me curiously and asked, "Not sure, but since we've embarked on this path, the stronger the better. After all, if you're too weak, besides putting yourself in danger, there's no other use." Fan Lin, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement, saying the same. After more than half an hour, Hao Zhu came out with Shangguan Qingrong and Shangguan Zhan from a door. Hao Zhu's face was somewhat excited, as if he hadn't calmed down yet. "How are their talents?" Fan Ling looked at Hao Zhu curiously. Judging from the other's expression, their talents shouldn't be weak. 2S rank. Shangguan Zhan's ability is Gossip of Sequence 100. Shangguan Qinglong's is Artisan of Sequence 88. I didn't expect both of them to have such good talents. With S-rank talents, they can be considered top-tier nationally and even globally. At this moment, Shangguan Chang and Shangguan Qinglong also regained their composure. They just went through the ritual of digestion, which can be considered a form of inheritance, passing down how they became stronger. The two of them looked a bit excited. When they arrived, they were also a bit nervous, afraid that their talents were not good enough and that they would face danger every day. Now it seems that the foundation for their strength has been laid, and all that's needed now is time. It's good to send them to Ansheng. My expression quickly returned to a calm demeanor. Look at Wang Bin and ask him. Sending talents like these, there should be no problem with direct admission. When school starts in half a year, send them over as freshmen. Wang Bin was excited, never expecting that so many talents could emerge from this region, all of them discovered by him. What does direct admission mean? Shangwan Xinglong raised his hand with curiosity and asked. Direct admission to the Dragon Kingdom's Awakeners Academy, the Evolution Academy, is a super-large university established by the Dragon Kingdom in Ansheng. It has not been publicly announced yet. Wang Bing explained it to the two of them, and Shangwan's siblings also understood. It's the academy Wang Bing wants me to enter. Since the awakening is complete, let's go. The matter of becoming stronger should be passed down in our memories. I looked at the two of them and confirmed. Passing down my method of becoming stronger, besides plundering, there is also a book. I just need to read it every day. As he spoke, a simple book appeared in his hand, with the two characters Bagua written on it. However, others could only see a white book with no words. I nodded and shifted my gaze to Shangwan Xingrong. Other than plundering, you also rely on faith. As long as someone worships you, you can harvest psychic energy and become stronger. However, the number of people is limited. For now, only one person can do it. As he spoke, Shangwan Xingrong fixed his gaze on me. I turned directly to Shangwan Zhan and said, "You worship him." Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded. Fan Lin's face instantly turned serious. He opened the computer and after a few seconds, he spoke up. There's a marked point at the Drum Tower shopping mall. The psychic energy intensity is at the second evolutionary level of an unknown species. It is expected to appear in half an hour. I'll go, it's on the way home anyway. I said. Alright, be careful. Take your younger siblings with you. The second evolutionary level is not considered strong to me. Don't worry, big brother. Is the second evolutionary level a realm? What is the marked point? It's not far, and there's no rush. I plan to walk there directly. The realm of evolutionists is divided into evolution, shedding, transformation, and liberation. These are the first four realms, each with its own time. There are more realms to come, but I'm not quite sure. We should know more when we go to the Evolution Institute later. As for the marked point, it's a spatial point marked by creatures from another world. They will cross over to attack and invade. These creatures are known as invaders. Shangwan Zhan and Shangwan Xingrong nodded, then curiously asked, "Big brother, what realm am I in?" 6th evolutionary level. Strength at 3,000 kilograms, speed around 4 seconds for 100 meters. Body can withstand small to medium caliber bullets. After I finished stating my data, Shangwan Xingrong and Shangwan Zhan looked shocked. Your abilities are impressive. I usually speak in a casual manner, but what I say is already at the top level. Up to now, the strongest in Longwei is only at the 9th realm of retreat and harmony, which is cultivated by the nation's efforts, the 12 of them. They are also the top of the 12 zodiac signs. They belong to the cities first, we belong to the national protection, and these 12 have cultivated before the red moon. It's just that their speed is unusually slow. After the changes in the world began after the marked day, their cultivation speed increased, with the nation's nurturing. In terms of talent, those 12 are not actually the top. But the nation's view on nurturing individuals is not just about needing top talent but also having a heart loyal to the country. That's why the first 12 zodiac signs to cultivate are them, not someone like me, a peerless genius. However, I have caught the attention of many over the years, and now many are watching him. It's not just about valuing his talent, but more about appreciating his character and values. I am too rational. Even the higher-ups are hesitant to directly nurture him due to my rationality. If a person lacks faith and impulsiveness, and only has rationality and judgment in mind, at least they have never seen me act impulsively. They are mostly judging pros and cons. I brought Shangwan Zhan and Shangwan Xingrong to the street. Brother, there's no problem here. Shangwan Zhan is also considered half an evolver, but he didn't see any issues. Shangwan Xingrong beside him also looks curious, as if trying to spot any differences. Both of you have too low cultivation, and without wearing the jade ring, it's normal not to see. Saying this, I rolled up my sleeves. A dark red ring appeared in his hand, with blue light flashing on it, looking extremely mysterious. What is this? Shangwan Zhan asked curiously. The jade ring has two functions. The first can store items, similar to the space ring in our novels. There is also another function, the opening of a temporary space between the two realms, where one can pull the prisoner into the space for battle to prevent destruction, I explained, looking around afterwards. Many people around were looking at them with curiosity, but just for a glance. Shangwan Zhan and Shangwan Qingrong looked at the suddenly flashing jade ring, somewhat shocked. Today has reshaped their worldview, exposing them to many things they had never encountered before. Here we are. I walked into the mall and stopped at a milk tea shop. Many ordinary people were queuing, unable to see anything unusual. However, Shangwan Zhan and Shangwan Qingrong widened their eyes. Brother, look at the milk tea shop entrance. The people in line, or the space itself, seem distorted, rippling as if being twisted. Their bodies are distorted. However, the group of ordinary people felt nothing. That's the marker point, invisible to ordinary people. After I finished speaking, I took out my phone and sent a message. Soon, the broadcast in the mall started to sound, "Attention all customers, there are dangerous criminals in the mall, police officers, please evacuate immediately. Police will arrive in 10 minutes to make arrests. Please leave quickly." The tone of the broadcast was extremely serious, and after they finished speaking, sirens could be heard outside. A group of police officers rushed into the mall, as if they were really looking for criminals. The people in the mall also reacted, one after another, rushing towards the exit, in less than 10 minutes. There were only 3 of us left in the entire mall. "Long time no see, young man." A middle-aged man walked up, looking at me with a hearty smile. "Captain Lee, thank you for your trouble. Serving the people, what trouble could there be? These two are." Captain Lee looked at the siblings from the Shangwan family, asking with some curiosity. "New team member, let them adapt today." "I see. Thank you for your hard work," Captain Lee said, then he also saluted the 2 people from the Shangwan family. "After all, what you do is not much different from what we do, sometimes even more dangerous." "You're too kind." Shangwan Zhan and Shangwan Qingrong also quickly saluted and bowed. It's the first time they've encountered such a situation, so they were a bit nervous. "Brother, didn't you say we could activate the jade ring? Why do we need to clear people out?" Shangwan Zhan asked curiously. "The jade ring will pull in people with higher than average spiritual energy nearby, which can lead to danger and exposure. That's why we need to clear the area." I reveal the jade ring in my hand, and after uttering 2 words, the ring emits a blue light beam, connecting within the rippling space. Immediately, the 3 of us vanish in an instant. Captain Lee watches this scene, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Anyone would desire such a magical power, but Captain Lee's talent falls short. However, he doesn't mind, as he is now also protecting the people. When General Shangwan and Shangwan Qinglong open their eyes again, they have already appeared in another place. The ground beneath their feet seems burnt, with a dark red hue, and the entire space takes on this color. Dark red and desolate, resembling hell. At this moment, my hair turns red again, and a long sword materializes in my hand. "Bro, is this space a domain? It looks terrifying," Shangwan Zhan said with some fear. I ignore him, holding a crimson long sword in my right hand, with a fierce look in my eyes. At this moment, he falls into madness again. I slightly turn my head, crimson pupils fixed on the 2. Shangwan Qingrong and Shangwan Zhan, looking at my crimson pupils, suddenly feel excited. The 2 gulp nervously. I'm a bit too unsettling at this moment, with crimson pupils, a slender figure, and that dark red hair. Like an ancient god of slaughter, exuding a sinister aura, it's truly fearsome. Why are the Shangwan siblings somewhat puzzled? The space in front began to distort, and a 3-meter-tall minotaur appeared here, wielding a huge axe, roaring towards the sky. It seemed like he was venting his inner dissatisfaction and anger, or perhaps celebrating his arrival in another world where he could feast on the 2-legged sheep. However, he soon realized something was amiss. The surroundings were not the contours he longed for, lacking endless food and spiritual energy. He was somewhat puzzled, but soon widened his eyes like copper bells, looking at me with a knife in front of him. To him, entering the prison was like entering hell. Dragon Country welcomes all friendly prisoners, but it will never tolerate those who seek to enter and cause destruction. Paradise and hell are just a thought away for them. After I finished speaking, the crimson pupils erupted with intense killing intent, firmly locking onto the minotaur in front. The prisoner felt only a powerful force locking onto him, the terrifying killing intent making his hair stand on end, his eyes revealing strong fear. The demon blade 7 slashes, dismembering in an instant. Suddenly, I seemed to merge with the demonic blade in my hand, and the 1 to 3 meter high blade instantly slashed towards the prisoner, with astonishing speed. The minotaur roared again, raising his axe to block this move, but it was futile. The blade's momentum was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, directly cutting his huge axe. His body was split in 2, the minotaur directly cleaved into halves, blood spattering like raindrops. Not a single stain on my clothes. I swung my long sword and placed the body in the jade ring. Those who step into the Dragon Kingdom's territory, if friendly, will enter the heavenly palace. We are all hospitable immortals. If hostile, they will enter the 9 hells, we are all reapers of life. This is our duty. After I finished speaking, Jiang Yu also dissipated at that moment. The three of them returned to the market once again. Captain Lee smiled when he saw me and the others come out. I nodded in agreement. Everything is resolved. I'll leave first, just find me if you need anything. Captain Lee chuckled at the words, I don't want to have to find you. If there's anything else I need to find you for, it'll be too much trouble. I smiled and left with the two guys who were still standing behind me. Bro, I also want to be as strong as you. After a while, the two of them snapped out of their shock, looked at me excitedly, eyes full of stars. That slash I just made was really cool. It directly captured two people. Yeah, it was awesome. Both of your talents are not weak. You will eventually become as strong as me. It just takes time. Bro, can I transform too? Shangguan Qinglong suddenly ran up to me, looking at him with eager eyes. Transform, do you mean turning into a demon? Shangguan Qinglong was taken aback. It's like when your eyes turn red, and then your hair turns red. Shangguan Zhan also rushed up and asked. After the two digested these things, they started to fantasize, hoping to be like me. After all, the way I looked just now was really cool and domineering. It's not transforming into a demon. Is there any difference? Asked Shangguan Qingrong curiously. There is a difference, because obtaining abilities requires some sacrifices. Shangguan Qingrong and Shangguan Zhan looked at me with puzzled expressions. Abilities are not actually created out of thin air, but mostly inherited from powerful beings of the past. For example, my Bagua might have been cultivated by a Taoist in the past, so I inherited his insights. The cost is that my behavior and personality will gradually align with his. Of course, this kind of inheritance is generally positive and doesn't have a major impact. After I finished speaking, Shangguan Qingrong and Shangguan Zhan nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. So my heavenly palace must be related to celestial maidens, perhaps Chang'e? Shangguan Qingwen said excitedly. Not very clear, and I don't know if there was ever a Chang'e. I shook my head, indicating I wasn't sure. What are my side effects, brother? Shangguan Qingrong asked curiously. I paused, turned my head without answering him. You'll find out later. After speaking, the two of them, looking puzzled, walked forward. Big brother, aren't you coming in to see mom with us? Shangguan Zhan said nervously. Not yet, I'm not dead. There will be another chance to meet, I said, then turned and left without any nostalgia. Shangguan Qingrong and Shangguan Zhan wanted to say something, but in the end, they didn't. They exchanged a glance, sighed, and returned to the villa. I called Wang Bing, informing him that once things were resolved, I would return home. Everything returned to normal, nothing special happened. I spent 2 ordinary weekends. Started school again on Monday. At this moment, in a certain mountain in Chuanshu, accompanied by spatial distortion, a monster resembling a slime dropped from the space. The monster wasn't tall, more like a puddle of water, but it was golden. Under the sunlight, it gleamed like gold, making people unconsciously want to approach, and indeed, some did. What is this? A farmer carrying a hoe, seeing something reflecting golden light ahead, his eyes lit up instantly. Could it be gold? Thinking this, the farmer's joy surged. He hurried over, and as he approached, the golden liquid surged like a tsunami in an instant, completely engulfing him. Not even a scream escaped. Dinyo, what are you doing here? Found something good to dig up? Another farmer, upon seeing Dinyo with a hoe, also quickly asked. Dinyo shook his head blankly. What's wrong, sick? Why are you suddenly acting so dazed? The man, seeing Dinyo's blank expression, thought he was sick. Come on, let me take you down the mountain. It looks like there's nothing to dig up anyway. The man looked at Dinyo, who showed no reaction. So he turned around to lead Dinyo down the mountain, and behind him, Dinyo, upon hearing this, also spoke up. At the moment when the man turned around, Dinyo's face twisted into an extremely eerie smile, his face resembling rubber, with the mouth taking up half of it, like a monster. In the distance, a skeleton lay peacefully on the ground, becoming one of the countless bones in this vast mountain. At this moment, Wang Bing also eliminated a group of detainees. It's true, the recent invasion of detainees has become more frequent. It used to be 1 or 2 a month, now it's 2 or 3 in a week. It's getting busier and busier. Wang Bing complained. Family beside him smiled and said, it is said that other areas are the same, but fortunately, we don't see anything too strong like demon rats here. Wang Bing nodded at the words. In the school, I looked at the 2 people beside me with some confusion. Is there something wrong? Shangguan Zhan scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Bro, we want to ask about the levels of detainees. It would also help us distinguish them. I nodded and said, I'll send you the information. Let's discuss these matters less in school and focus on cultivation. After speaking, I took out my phone, copied a text, and sent it to the 2 people. The levels of detainees are classified from low to high as EDC. Of course, there may be BAS and others later, but for now, these are the ones we need to deal with. These represent bloodlines, not realms. Their realms are the same as ours. The higher the bloodline, the stronger their power and wisdom. Just like us, in the same realm, only those with an S-level bloodline can have an advantage over us, whether in combat or military. The rest in the same realm cannot defeat us. I'll go to sleep after I've said everything I need to say. Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingguan, on the other hand, looked excited, one staring at his wordless book, one thinking about who to bind first. And I'm not sure either, as time goes on. In Manhwa and even around the world, more powerful prisoners have begun to appear. These prisoners are both good and bad, but most importantly, their intelligence is growing stronger. They no longer charge in like fools as before, or perhaps those who entered Manhwa earlier were their advance team. Is this the place? Several unwelcome guests arrived at Nyoja village in Chuanshu. Yes, it is here. A group of people entered the village and witnessed an incredibly horrifying scene, accompanied by the sound of retching. Ahead, a man is facing a corpse, greatly delighted. In front of him is a large group of overlapping villagers. There are bones stained with fresh blood under the corpse's feet, resembling a slaughterhouse. Your Excellency is a depressive, and among that group, a man stepped forward. His face was somewhat pale, obviously encountering such a situation for the first time. However, thinking of the task assigned from above, he suppressed the nausea in his heart and walked forward. I am a vanguard member of our depressives. My name is Bacchus. You are the natural organization in contact with us. The prisoner had traces of blood and flesh at the corner of his mouth, looking back at the person behind him and asked, "So it's Lord Bacchus. I am from the natural organization. You can call me Xiao Zhang. I was sent by superiors to assist you." The man smiled apologetically, while Bacchus gnawed on human flesh, looking at him disdainfully, saying, "Is the strength of your natural organization so weak, only evolving to Tier 5? In our depressives, even children are better than you." Bacchus's words flashed a hint of gloom in Zhang Wen's eyes, but quickly concealed it. Bacchus naturally noticed, but he didn't say anything. The anger of the weak towards the strong is filled with a lovely meaning. Well, now you have no right to speak to me. You're just purifying alcohol. Damn, space has suppressed most of my cultivation. Bacchus stretched lazily, somewhat displeased, saying, "Lord Bacchus, being Tier 9 is enough in the Chuanshu region. The strongest here is only a Tier 6 guy. Probably can't even withstand a move from you." Zhang Wen respectfully said, "That's true. Do you have any plans?" Bacchus nodded approvingly and said, "Our plan is this. The Zodiac organization guards the Chuanshu region. Their strength is formidable. We are not their match. What we are thinking is to gather them together, and then have you, Lord, handle them. After that, we can mark the entire city. Summon the army from the foreign land." Zhang Wen's plan is. Bacchus furrowed his brow at the simplicity, asking if such a simple plan of luring the tiger down the mountain would work. Zhang Wen smiled and said, "Rest assured, the number of formal evolvers in Longwei is not high. Instead, there are many evolvers who do not want to be constrained. Our natural organization is spread across the globe. Although our strength is weak, we have an absolute numerical advantage." Zhang Wen's words were not wrong. Their organization has many members, but they lack unity and have very few strong individuals. Even as a Tier 5 evolver, he is considered above average among them. Their strongest is only their leader who retreats from technology. As for their tiers, no one is clear. No problem. In that case, when do you plan to make a move? 5 months later, 1 month before the second red moon appears. At that time, it will also be when the spatial barrier is most vulnerable. I believe that the Abyss should also be preparing for a large-scale attack during that period. Hearing Zhang Wen's words, Bacchus nodded in agreement. Currently, we haven't dispatched too many strong individuals from our exotic land, but I am an exception. I have a mission of my own, and with your natural organization's leader seeking me out, our leader, thinking that during the Red Moon period, it will definitely be the most heavily defended time. If we strike a week early, they will never expect it. As long as we kill all 12 zodiacs of Chuanshu, our leader will directly mark the center of Chuanshu. Then our exotic army can trigger the strategy. After Zhang Wen finished explaining the plan, Bacchus nodded and said, "In that case, I'll leave it to you to take care of me during this time." Zhang Wen nodded, but everything in this village still needs to be dealt with. Zhang Wen's expression was somewhat grim as she looked at the large number of bodies. "Feel free to come over, I'll just disguise you a bit. As long as your cultivation doesn't exceed my strength, no one can tell the difference." After Bacchus finished speaking, Zhang Wen nodded as well. "In that case, let's trouble Lord Bacchus. A plan targeting Chuanshu, or even the whole world, is quietly taking shape here. At this moment, I was sleeping in school. With the sound of the school bell ringing, I woke up from my dream. After packing up my things, I headed home. The Shangwon siblings also hurriedly left, seeming to intend to go back and cultivate diligently. I rode my electric scooter towards home, with no change in my mood. When did you come back for winter break? My grandma instantly smiled when she saw me return. There was also a slight smile on my grandpa's face. After looking around, I noticed my dad was missing. Is he helping out at your uncle's place? There have been more people selling scrap these days. I nodded at the words. Are we still waiting for him to have dinner? Let's not wait, he probably already ate at your uncle's place. I nodded at the words and didn't inquire further, then went to the kitchen to help prepare the meal. Young one, I don't necessarily have to attend university in Chuanshu. I asked your uncle's wife, and she said with your grades, you could go to a better school and experience more. There's no need to stay here for us old folks. I will consider it when the time comes. It's still early now, everything is uncertain. I didn't refute Grandpa's words. I know that sometimes going along can solve many problems. Ambiguous words can also leave room for oneself. We are getting old too, but with your father taking care of us here, and your uncle, you don't need to suffer for us here. My grandpa is rambling on the side, repeating some words of advice. That's how old folks are. When they reach a certain age, they always like to say some verbose words. After all, each year lived is a blessing. Who knows if they can make it through which winter? I understand, let's eat. I responded while cooking, and after finishing the meal, I called the two elders to the table. Let's eat. At the end of October, the temperature seems to have dropped slightly, but it feels like it could rise again at any moment. After dinner, I went out as usual. I started patrolling the streets on a tricycle. The entire ancient city area is under my responsibility. Fan Ling and Wang Bin guard during the day, and it's my turn at night. I wandered the streets at night, collecting scrap and ensuring the safety of this entire street. The smell of snacks wafted around, occasionally accompanied by the scolding of urban management officers. I quite like this atmosphere. It doesn't make me feel too lonely. Dopamine in my body also automatically releases, causing a smile to unconsciously appear on my face. The people on the roads on both sides are becoming fewer. I slowly approached the park. On nights like this, besides couples seeking excitement, there aren't many people around. Suddenly, in front of me, a car came rushing towards me, without slowing down at all, and directly knocked over the tricycle. I stood on the big tree, watching the overturned tricycle, with a hint of anger in my eyes. At this time, two people also got out of the car. Who are you? How dare you commit violence in public? My face looked extremely unpleasant. He had never encountered such an arrogant evolver before. The 12 Zodiacs, I've heard of your great reputation. You must have heard of the fame of our natural organization. So, the natural organization. I stood up, and the magic sword in my hand reappeared, with crimson pupils emitting a strong killing intent. This is the unparalleled genius among the 12 Zodiacs of Sichuan and Shu, wielding the magic sword, the magic of the gods. Your reputation precedes you. Zhangwen looked at me, his admiration undisguised in his eyes. Is this your last words? With a flick of my hand, a crimson blade grazed the ground and aimed at Zhangwen. A light blue light curtain blocked Zhangwen. It was the person beside him who made the move. The light curtain seemed very thin, but one could feel the weight of it. I am from the natural organization, God See Sequence 212, the ability ocean. I have long heard of the demonic flames in the magic sword of the demon clan, which can burn both flesh and soul. I've come to seek some advice. The man beside him had blue hair, a tall stature, and an aura like the ocean, deep and full of danger. I never spar with others. Since I've drawn my sword, let's leave something behind. In the blink of an eye, the mystery in my eyes vanishes, the sword rises instantly, and the sharpness of the gods cuts through. The terrifying force instantly shattered that barrier. Suddenly, a trident and a wolf-tooth club blocked the attack. The powerful counterforce sent both Zhangwen and me flying. I took 3 steps back to stabilize my stance. Zhangwen and Shanhai each took 7 steps back, standing at a stalemate. I furrowed my brow. Something's off about the opponent's strength. You have a power-based ability. I looked at Zhangwen and asked, impressive, a demon indeed. Please introduce yourself. I'm Zhangwen, Natural Organization Captain, Sequence 204, Supernatural Male. With that, his body instantly expanded, exuding a barbaric aura. His body curved to a length of 3 meters, filled with incredibly terrifying muscles. His shirt burst open, and in his right hand, he held a wolf-tooth club over a meter long. He frowned and then emitted an intensely hot breath. Bright red flames ignited on the demon blade, the demon flames rising in the air. The space seemed distorted. Is this the demon blade's demon flame? Let's witness it. Zhang Wen smirked arrogantly, swinging the wolf-tooth club at me. Behind him, Shanhai brandished a silver trident towards me. The demon blade 7 strikes, first style, dissection. I lowered my body. The terrifying sword energy erupts once again, dragging a 3-meter-high sword energy on the ground, leaving a huge mark, rushing towards the two, Manly and Hai. The two looked at this terrifying sword energy, their faces changed instantly, directly sending out their power and talents. Zhang Wen's hands swelled again, and a terrifying force erupted from his hands. Shanhai, on the other hand, rose up an endless sea of water on his body, blocking the front. The water floated in the air, forming a water wall nearly 3 meters thick. The wall made of seawater was directly shattered, and Zhang Wen's body was forced back by the sword energy. Zhang Wen gently raised his hands, his face turning red with effort, accompanied by an explosion, and a terrifying smoke rose. The other two were directly blasted away tens of meters, their clothes torn to shreds, and they had some injuries on their bodies. As the smoke cleared, I stood straight in place, the murderous intent in my eyes growing stronger. I bent down to dismember, intending to strike again and send the two to meet the king of hell. Using a big move doesn't cost anything, what a lunatic. Zhang Wen, I'll strike again, cursing out loud, my body flashing with white light, and the two instantly disappeared from the spot. As the blue and red sword energy flashed by, my figure appeared, and he frowned, looking at the disappeared two. Hello, is this Wang Bing? Something happened. I was just attacked by 2 level 5 evolved individuals from the natural organization. Their intentions are unclear. Everyone needs to be careful recently. Are you okay? Wang Bing, who was far away in the basement, stood up instantly. Not far away, Fan Ming's expression instantly turned serious upon hearing the name of the natural organization. Both are fine. One is named Zhang Wen, sequence 204, ability, barbaric. The other is named Shanhai, sequence 212, ability, ocean. Alright, I understand. I'll inform the others immediately. Be careful recently. Okay, I'll hang up. After the call, I looked at the blood oozing from the wound on my arm, furrowing my brow. Despite the huge gap in strength, dealing with 2 people did leave me with some minor injuries. Although not serious, it's been quite eventful. I turned around, gazing at the scrapped tricycle and car, shaking my head helplessly. Trouble. After informing the person on the phone, I left. About half an hour later, someone came to clean up. I could only start patrolling on a shared bike. Zhang Wen and Shanhai also returned to the village. Both individuals covered their chests, spitting out blood, their faces pale as they exchanged a glance filled with bitterness. Yes, after all the hard work and training they endured, walking on the edge of a knife, they were unexpectedly defeated in an instant by a teenager almost 10 years younger than them. It's a bitter pill to swallow. Even if they don't lose their lives, they have to come to terms with it. This made the two individuals who had always been in the upper middle tier of the organization feel a strong sense of defeat. Two sighs echoed in the empty space, emphasizing that talent alone isn't scary. What's truly frightening is talent combined with someone who works harder than you. Are you okay? Wang Bin found me, sounding a bit worried. It's not a big deal, but I don't know what they're up to when they show up. It seems like they are targeting our 12 zodiacs. After I finished speaking, I looked at Wang Bing. Be careful these days, notify the higher-ups if something happens. Those 2 evolved warriors who intercepted the signal are quite strong. Wang Bin nodded. Are there any vehicles here? My tricycle was overturned by them. I looked at Wang Bin and asked, are there any cars or tricycles here? Definitely no tricycle, but there is a motorcycle. Can you drive it? Wang Bin pondered for a moment and said, I can, give me one. If something really happens later, the support will also be faster. At this time, I don't plan to keep a low profile. If the natural organization appears now, we can't go on patrol anymore. What I need is a highly mobile planet. The equipment distributed from above has arrived just in time. Wang Bin nodded, took me to get the vehicle, and soon in a warehouse, a dark red motorcycle appeared in front of me. The motorcycle is streamlined, with a combination of red and black colors, resembling lava. This is the Lava Type 300 provided to us from above. It can reach the speed of sound in full speed, adapt to various environments, and is equipped with a psychic converter that can convert our psychic energy into defense, illumination, and weapons. It may not be powerful, but at least it can protect you well in high-speed situations. I nodded. In the city, I definitely can't use the speed of sound, but at least it can help me support more quickly. So, I drove off. Wang Bing smiled and said, it's also prepared for you. It's not suitable to keep a low profile at this time. I guess the higher-ups will make things public when the next red moon appears. Although the suppression is very strong now, the people have also noticed something unusual. There have been more and more supernatural phenomena recently. I nodded, but it's okay. I'm in the ancient city area. At least there won't be any problems before the next red moon. I trust Wang Bin, smiled knowingly. My strength is recognized by all 12 zodiac signs in Sichuan and Sichuan. I put the motorcycle into the bracelet and left. Tonight, after defeating Zhang Wen in Shanghai, he came directly to Wang Bin. Some things are better said in person. The sky was getting brighter. I walked towards home. When I arrived, my family had already woken up early. They prepared breakfast and waited for me to come back. When they saw me, there was a hint of joy in their eyes. But when he saw me walking over, my father quickly approached and asked, "Xiao Shang, are you okay?" I was stunned, looking at the worried man in front of me. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing." When I was collecting scrap, the car stopped, was hit by someone, and then taken away. The person compensated. I was fine, but at that moment, my grandmother came forward, took my right hand, and said with some concern, "It's okay. Look, it's bleeding. What if it gets infected? Come with Grandma to the room. Grandma has medicine in the room." She grabbed my hand and walked towards the room. My family was worried about my injured hand, and I didn't resist. I followed my grandmother to bandage my hand. "Are you still going to school today? Or do you want to rest at home for a day?" Wu Jianjun looked at me with concern and said, "It's not a big deal." I shook my head. The school is located in the center of the city, so no matter where you go, the distance is almost the same. Whether I skip school or at home, it makes no difference. If it's lively, his mood will be more comfortable. After all, people are social animals. Those who enjoy solitude do not reject liveliness. I've eaten. You guys rest well. Try to stay indoors as much as possible during this time. After giving a word of advice, I walked towards the school. Wu Jianjun looked at my back, with a hint of struggle in his eyes. He turned his head again to look at the two elderly people with gray hair. The struggle in his eyes ultimately disappeared, leaving only a sigh. He turned back and returned home. I returned to the monotonous routine, patrolling to school, and finding something to do on the side. As for the Shangwan family, they haven't come to trouble Wu Jianjun for a long time. After all, if they find Wu Jianjun, they have to deal with me. They probably don't want to bother me. Of course, I also told the Shangwan family about the natural organization. What is the natural organization? Shangwan Xingrong asked curiously, and Shangwan Zhan beside him also looked puzzled. They are a reactionary organization. After gaining power, they no longer want to be bound by rules. They believe that the country's policies are very problematic, restricting their growth. They want to overthrow the order of the entire world, or rather, they want to distinguish themselves from ordinary people. They don't want to live in a dark corner. They want to openly kill and become stronger, just like in nature, where the strong can kill the weak at will. Shangwan Xinglong nodded, looking proud as he said, "It's fine. Both my brother and I have already reached the first stage of evolution. We are quite powerful and unlikely to encounter any trouble." Shangwan Zhan's eyes were also filled with pride. It seems that their first breakthrough didn't give them a clear understanding of their own strength. Nevertheless, their power has surged, so just be a little more cautious. If there is any danger, you can contact me or Wang Bin, or reach out to the local Zodiac members. You should have our numbers. I didn't dissuade the two of them because I know that some things are useless to explain without experiencing them. Acknowledging Shangguan Shang and Shangguan Xinglong's nods, I didn't say much and went back to the classroom to sleep. A day passed like this, and it seemed like the natural organization had completely disappeared. I didn't encounter any more details, but the frequency of the prisoners appearing increased. 4 to 5 would often appear in a week. My strength also made significant progress during this time. 2 months passed like this. Winter vacation arrived as scheduled. After finishing the exams, I packed my things and walked towards the school gate. At this moment, Shangguan Xinglong walked over and asked, "Bro, our family is planning to go on a trip during the winter vacation. Mom asked me to see if you want to join." There was a hint of anticipation in the eyes of the two. I had completely won them over during this period. They could ask me anything, and I could respond effortlessly. Their cultivation had also greatly improved, with just one step away from reaching the second stage of evolution. I have tasks to do during my winter vacation, so I shook my head. Directly rejecting Shangguan Xinglong, the two of them exchanged glances upon hearing it, seeing a sense of loss in each other's eyes. Receiving a soft greeting from me, they both headed home. Upon returning home, I didn't do much, living a mundane life where nothing stirred my inner emotions. Your aunt called me, asking if you would like to go on a trip with them. Wu Jianjun stepped out, hesitated upon seeing me back, and said, "No need, I have something to do during the winter break and can't go on the trip. If you want to go, I can take you. Is that okay?" Wu Jianjun suddenly became somewhat emotional, looking at him with some expectation. I was puzzled and turned to look at Wu Jianjun. He never used to ask for these things. Where do you want to go? I should set aside some time. I want to go to Sanya to take a look. The weather has just turned cooler. I nodded, saying if you want to go, then go. I'll arrange it in the next few days. Take your grandparents along, and also uncle to go together. There shouldn't be any issues with the trip. I rubbed my chin, thinking I should keep a low profile during this period. Going on a trip shouldn't draw any criticism. I'm not concerned, but I'm mainly worried someone might talk about Wu Jiangwo and them, as well as your grandparents. I do have some doubts, though. Why does Wu Jianjun suddenly want to go out? I thought he was going to live his life aimlessly, but I won't interfere with these things. If he wants to go, I have the ability to fulfill his wishes. After all, he is my father. No matter how many mistakes he has made, he has raised me well and never scolded me. He has given me the best he could, although it may be insignificant, it is enough. Hello, is this Wang Bin? Is there something wrong? I would like to request a week off. Are there any tasks recently? If there are, I will take care of them all. Leave? What do you need leave for? There aren't many tasks. Wang Bin was a bit confused. After all these years, it's the first time I've taken leave. My dad said he wants to go to Sanya. I plan to take him for a week and come back after that. This surprised Wang Bin. He scratched his head, then after a moment of thought, he said, wait a moment. Let me ask the higher-ups. After hanging up the phone, Wang Bin made another call. Hello, who is this? A lazy voice came from the other end, a man. Is this Lord In Hu? This is Hao Hu. What's up? It's about Ma Shu. Ma Shu had an accident. The tone on the other end suddenly became serious. It's not that Ma Shu said he wanted to take his family to Sanya. He said his family wanted to go and take a look. The voice on the other end disappeared instantly. Let him go if he wants to. He does need a rest. Also, tell him not to worry, the expenses are fully covered. The voice from the other end continued. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin was overjoyed. I'll tell him right away. After hanging up the phone, Wang Bin called me again, saying there's no problem, and all expenses will be reimbursed. Upon hearing this, I immediately took out my phone to book tickets, suggesting that uncle and the others join us. We will depart tonight. I booked 7 tickets. He plans to let uncle and aunt stay for a while. Due to Wu Jianjun's situation, they haven't gone out for many years. Alright, I will talk to your uncle about it. Wu Jianjun's face lit up with a smile. Then, limping, he walked towards Wu Jiangwo's house. Grandpa and Grandma are quite happy to be able to go out as a family. It's not a bad thing for them. They really like to take a trip with their grandson. That evening, the whole family boarded a plane and flew towards Sanya. After many twists and turns, I brought the family to a 5-star hotel. Can we really stay here? Wu Jiangwo swallowed nervously, his eyes filled with a hint of shock and inferiority. Don't worry, I have money. Relax and enjoy your stay. Since we don't come often, I reassured him before leading the family into the hotel. Hello, the several staff members are very professional, with no hint of looking down on anyone. In Kiwizi's room, I handed over my reservation to them. Seeing this, the staff extended their hands to take their luggage and led the 7 of them upstairs. I have a room to myself. Wu Jiangwo's family has 1 room, and Grandpa and Grandma have another. Wu Jianjun has a room to himself. That's how it's arranged. After arriving at the hotel, I opened the window. Looking at the beach and the sea not far away, there is no ripple in my eyes. The beautiful scenery doesn't seem to have any attraction for me. I looked at the shadow that suddenly appeared in the sea in the distance, furrowed my brows, but the shadow quickly disappeared. I didn't feel any subtle movement, just a big fish suddenly. A knock on the door sounded at the entrance, followed by Wu Wei's voice, "Brother, don't stay in the room, come play with me." I didn't refuse Wu Wei when he came for him. Now Wu Wei is just a child, and since he is a child, he needs to be comforted. He is willing to make the imperfect childhood of others better. This is also why he doesn't want Wu Wei to enter. The world of the evolvers is still too small for Wu Wei. If in the future he has the opportunity to come into contact with it and is willing to enter, I won't stop him. Bro, what are you wearing? Change your clothes. Wu Wei looked at me in a strange outfit, looking a bit weird at him. I didn't bring any clothes, I responded. Well then, let's see if there's anything we can buy, the girl said excitedly, pulling me towards the door. In the swimsuit shop, Wu Wei excitedly picked out swimsuits for me. Bro, wear this one. Wu Wei handed me a square swimsuit. I furrowed my brows, but after seeing the girl's expectant eyes, he still compromised. I took off my clothes, put on swim trunks, and wore a white shirt over them. My muscles looked very symmetrical without excessive bulging. I exuded a great sense of beauty, my skin was good, and my figure was well proportioned. Coupled with a handsome face, I was simply a heartthrob, not to mention modest. Wow, bro, you look so handsome. Wu Wei gazed at me with admiration and a smug smile. But I also deserve credit for dressing you up so nicely. Seeing Wu Wei's lively appearance, I smiled, patted his head, and walked towards the seaside to play. After I finished dressing up, Wu Wei immediately pulled me towards the seaside. At this time, Wu Jianjun and Wu Jiangwo were also at the seaside. Wu Jianjun limped along the seaside. There was a hint of excitement, a sense of resignation, and a touch of confusion in his eyes. He was excited because of childhood dreams, resigned due to teenage disappointments, and puzzled by middle-aged maturity. He gazed at the sea, and at that moment, he was truly himself, no longer the person living to atone for his sins. Wu Jiangwo was inseparable from his ex-wife. Grandpa and Grandma Quan naturally found a place to sit, chatting about the past and enjoying the beautiful scenery. This was their first visit, and perhaps their last. I followed behind Wu Wei, a smile playing on his lips. Taking out my phone to take a photo of Wu Wei, many girls around are looking at me with adoration. It's hard to be handsome and not be popular. Mom, look at who he is. Not far away, Shangwan Xinglong is pulling Shangwan Zi beside him, pointing in the distance. Of course, Shangwan Xinglong's expression is somewhat guarded. Not far away, I was startled when I heard a voice, turned around, and saw Shangwan Zi looking at me with a smile. Beside him, Shangwan Xinglong is puffing up his cheeks, looking quite unhappy. Mom, what a coincidence. I nodded, greeted, and when Wu Wei saw this, he quickly came to my side and grabbed my hand. Brother, let's go. Wu Wei grabbed me and was about to pull me away. He knows a lot of things. He doesn't blame Shangwan Zi for abandoning me, nor does he blame the other party for retaliating against my father. After all, if it were him, he wouldn't be indifferent to experiencing such things. He is angry that since he has already abandoned me, why does he still come to disturb me frequently? He always thought that his brother's silence was because they always called me over. Encouraged, I didn't struggle, but smiled and nodded at Shangwan Zi, then left. Shangwan Xinglong immediately became unhappy. Why are you pulling my brother? Shangwan Xinglong stepped forward, grabbing my other arm, trying to turn me towards Shangwan Zi. He is not your brother, he is my brother. You didn't want him in the first place, let go. When Wu Wei heard the other person call him brother, he instantly bristled like an angry cat. He directly scolded Shangwan Xingrong, who was taken aback and even let go of his hand. Shangwan Zi, who was about to come over from a distance, froze upon hearing Wu Wei's words, with a sudden expression of guilt in his eyes. Xiao Wei, don't speak out of turn. I furrowed my brow in apology and said to Wu Wei, I'm sorry. Wu Wei pursed her lips, looking displeased, but still apologized to Shangwan Xinglong. Shangwan Xinglong fell silent, and for a moment, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became awkward. What's wrong with you? At this moment, a reprimanding voice suddenly came from not far away. The crowd shifted their gaze, only to see Wu Jianjun apologizing to someone at the moment. Ahead, there was a young couple who looked about the same age as me. I furrowed my brow, feeling a sense of agility from the other person, but not understanding what was going on. It's nothing major, just got too lost in thought while walking and accidentally bumped into them. I nodded, looking at the two young people in front of me, a boy and a girl who seemed to be siblings. The boy was very handsome, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding a sunny vibe. But within this sunny demeanor, there was also a hint of dignity. The girl, on the other hand, had softer facial features, with long hair cascading down to her waist like a waterfall, wearing a white dress that stood out on the beach, exposing half of her fair and tender legs. She also has a stunning appearance. I'm sorry my father bumped into you. Is there any injury or loss? Under reasonable circumstances, I will compensate. I apologized to both of them and expressed that I would compensate for their losses. The two looked at each other, and the young man waved his hand and said, It's okay, just got a little scared. Apology accepted. Be careful when walking next time. After all, not everyone is as kind as me. The young man's tone was not heavy, even very gentle, and his face was full of smiles. I nodded and left with Wu Jianjun. On the way, Wu Jianjun also saw Shangwan Zi. He was stunned for a moment, but Shangwan Xingrong stood in front of Shangwan Zi. He quickly lowered his head and limped away. Wu Wei and I also caught up. Did the girl feel the sunlight that just hit her? The young man asked the girl beside him. Very powerful and full of killing intent. The girl's voice was very pleasant and gentle. I didn't expect to encounter an evolver while walking, and at such a young age. Who do you think he is? Doesn't seem like someone from the Imperial City, maybe from the outer city. The young man nodded, then glanced at my back and left. They must have a mission on this trip. Wu Jianjun walked beside me, head down, lost in thought. Don't overthink it. It's good as long as everything is resolved. Just relax here. No one knows you. Do you have enough money on you? I comforted Wu Jianjun stiffly. Wu Jianjun nodded but didn't say anything. After I finished speaking, I looked at Wu Wei beside me, gesturing for him to take action, and he nodded. I bounced over to Wu Jianjun's side and hugged his arm. "Uncle, come play with me. I see many fun things over there." Saying this, I forcefully pulled Wu Jianjun up. "Maybe my mom won't let Xiaoshang and you go." "No, my brother still has things to do." "You come with me. Look, my parents are over there. Let's go, let's go." After saying this, I pulled Wu Jianjun towards the distance. As they left, they secretly waved goodbye to me. I smiled at the sight and turned to look at the siblings not far away. As a public official, I need to confirm the identities of those two evolutionists. I walked barefoot on the golden sandy beach, heading towards the crowd not far away. "Polite young man, nice to see you again. Is there something you need?" When June looked at me, greeted me with a smile, and then asked. I frowned as I looked at this group of people, a total of 6 individuals, all of them evolutionists. "Sorry, I am one of the 12 Chinese zodiacs of Sichuan. I need to confirm everyone's identities." I took out my identification and showed it to the 6 people. The crowd, who were initially curious, now looked shocked. Their eyes were filled with surprise as they scrutinized me. "The Chinese Zodiac Organization," someone among them said in disbelief. When June also looked at me with astonishment. However, he quickly smiled and said, "The 12 zodiac signs of Sichuan do not have the qualifications to inquire about the matters in Sanya," with a hint of provocation in his eyes. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge me, but my unexpected response seemed to catch him off guard. "Sorry for the disturbance," I said before leaving. After I finished speaking, I turned around and left, leaving Wen Jun behind, looking puzzled as he watched me walk away. The crowd looked at each other, thinking they would witness an exciting showdown, but the other party unexpectedly left without following the usual routine. The girl next to Wen Jun also looked on curiously as I walked away, her expression filled with curiosity, pondering who knows what. After leaving, I immediately dialed the phone for the 12 zodiac signs of Sanya on my phone. Once I confirmed their identity was valid, I didn't pay it much mind. As for the challenge directed at Wen Jun earlier, I didn't take it to heart at all. The other party had reminded him, so it was unnecessary for me to intervene. A simple phone call would suffice. At this moment, the fearless group sat together with awkward expressions on their faces. Not far away, Shangwan Xingrong and the others also looked a bit embarrassed. Yes, they had run into each other again, and it was the whole family. Shangwan Zi and his family, along with his younger sister Shangwan Yin. There were also Chen Liang and Shangwan Yin, both looking quite awkward. Seeing this, I didn't say anything and instead asked Wu Wei if he was hungry. Wu Wei nodded at my words. "Let's go, we should go eat." I ruffled Wu Wei's hair, grabbed his hand, and prepared to break the awkward tension. "I'm also going to eat." Suddenly, Shangwan Xingrong got excited too. He felt uncomfortable seeing me grab Wu Wei. "Even though I'm your sister, why aren't you as gentle with me?" Shangwan Xingrong thought to himself. Grabbing Shangwan Zi and following behind me eventually led to this situation. Wu Wei and I are walking in front. Behind, there are Wu Jianjun and the other two, looking down. Following them, there's the displeased Shangwan Xingrong and others looking awkward. Of course, there's still a hint of resentment in the eyes of Shangwan Yi and Shangwan Zi. Obviously, he can't forget what happened back then, but that's normal. Being violated when having someone in your heart, no one could forgive such an act no matter who it is. Soon, everyone gathered in a restaurant, with 2 tables facing each other, looking extremely awkward. Shangwan Xingrong looked displeasedly at the person sitting next to me. In no time, 2 identical dishes were served to both tables, making everyone feel extremely awkward. I didn't feel anything wrong and ate peacefully. In this awkward atmosphere, Wu Wei provocatively stared at Shangwan Xingrong, occasionally feeding me. With a wooden chopstick being broken, Shangwan Xingrong's beautiful face showed a hint of anger. "Enjoy your meal, no need to feed me." I patted Wu Wei on the hand, letting him eat on his own. I stood up and walked to Shangwanzi's side, saying, "Mom, if there's anything, just tell me." "You have my contact information." Shangwanzi heard this. Her face instantly lit up with a smile. "Have you eaten yet?" I nodded, turned around, and left. The main character departed. The remaining 2 continued their meaningless argument, ultimately ending this awkward dining journey with 2 separate paths. At this moment, I had put on my clothes and arrived at the seaside, where the sea breeze carried a bitter and salty taste. I looked at the dark clouds in the distance, feeling a sudden sense of unease in my heart. Is there an unusual energy fluctuation underwater? I muttered to myself. This is the information I received from the Zodiac Organization. Those children are evolving, the students of the academy next year, but they are still evolving now. The academy is nurturing them. The task today is to investigate this. I looked at the dark clouds in the distance, as if brewing a storm, or perhaps nurturing something. Of course, it may not only be the sea. It seems that not only humans are revolving in the blue star. I watched for a long time, but eventually left. Without receiving any orders, I didn't want to act on my own. If I disrupt someone else's plan, it would cause a lot of trouble. Due to the weather, everyone returned to the hotel. Grandpa and Grandma's faces were full of smiles. It seems they had a great day. How was your day, young one? Are you happy? Grandma asked, her face filled with a kind smile when she saw me. Are you all happy? Is your health okay? Don't worry if there are no issues. Your grandparents are still strong. I nodded. Following the two elderly back to the room, after sending them back to their room, I also returned to the room. He turned on the TV, watching the program in silence, as if this world had nothing to do with him. On the other side, Wenjun was staring at the huge octopus in front of him, looking surprised. Seafood has become sentient. Beside Wenjun, his sister also looked curious, staring at the 3-meter-tall octopus in front of them. How dare you! I am the vanguard of the Sea Clan, specially here to discuss matters with the leader of your human tribe. Where did this little shellfish come from? How dare you be so disrespectful? That octopus can speak, its tentacles swaying in the ocean. At this moment, Wenjun and the other 5 are on a boat. They looked shocked upon hearing the octopus speak. You can speak. Humans just got lucky in evolution. In the current world, 0 can be revived to 5. Why can't we speak? The octopus's eyes showed a hint of disdain towards humans, as if looking at some country bumpkins. Quite interesting, you've really become clever. Come on, tell me, what do you want to say to the leader of the human tribe? Wenjun's face revealed a hint of satisfaction. He reached out his hand, showing no respect. What's the point of talking to a child like you? Let your leaders come out. The octopus had no intention of wasting time with Wenjun and the others, swimming away. Rest assured, my status is not low. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to come directly to you. Tell me, if possible, and I will pass on your message. How does that sound? Wenjun's tone is full of lightness. The octopus, as if not hearing it, pondered seriously for a moment, then nodded and said, in that case, you pass on the message. Our Sea Clan is willing to ally with your human clan to defend against the invading enemies. Of course, after it's over, our Sea Clan will need 1/3 of the human clan's land. At first, the octopus's words surprised Wenjun, but as he listened further, his expression became more embarrassed. After the other party finished speaking, his face instantly darkened. Kid, why aren't you informing them? What are you still doing here? There's no need to look elsewhere for this matter. I can tell you the answer right here. Wenjun lowered his head, his tone somewhat subdued. But you promised. This matter is impossible. As Wenjun lifted his head, his hair instantly turned golden, and his golden pupils seemed like the sun, incredibly intense. And on his body, terrifying golden flames ignited instantly. Human, you're playing with me. The octopus's eyes instantly filled with anger, and its tentacles began to agitate restlessly. The small boat was tossed about by the waves. You are not worthy of the divine emperor. Words gathered as flames. The flames on Wenjun's body condensed behind him into a pair of wings. The ice wings spread out to a full 6 meters, the terrifying heat making the seawater beneath his feet boil. The space was distorted by high temperatures. Wenjun, ranked 012, the extraordinary sun god Emperor Jun, exuded arrogance in his eyes. In his hand, a golden long sword began to materialize. The sword was a foot wide with a 3-foot blade, flames engulfing its sword chi, as if it could cut through the sea. Since the kid dared to play tricks on me, I'll open my appetite with you first, accompanied by the octopus's roar. The terrifying seawater instantly surged towards Wenjun in midair, crashing down like a small tsunami, full of oppression. His petty tricks were met with disdain in Wenjun's eyes. He pushed with one hand. A wall of flames formed in front of him. The scorching heat instantly evaporated the seawater. White mist filled the area. Suddenly, the octopus burst out of the water, spewing a large amount of ink from its mouth, carrying a fishy smell, causing several people on the boat to feel dizzy and disoriented. Brother, be careful, the ink is poisonous, warned Wenjun's sister. Yet Wenjun remained indifferent. With a single slash of his long sword, he split the ink into two, the sharp sword energy cutting off its tentacles. The octopus looked at its tentacle being instantly severed, with a hint of disbelief in its eyes, not expecting the young man before him to be so powerful. You despicable brat, just you wait. When I return with the army, I'll execute you first, then feast on all those humans at the coast. The octopus made bold threats and swiftly vanished into the vast sea. Wenjun did not pursue, he completely disregarded the opponent's words. To him, all invaders are nothing but ants. His flames can burn everything to ashes. Clearly, the unique ability inherited by Wenjun has given him unparalleled pride, confidence, even arrogance. After Wenjun returned to the ship, some on board expressed concerns, saying, "Is it really okay to let him go? What if he launches a sudden attack?" "Don't worry, we humans are just a small group. Even if he's an octopus evolving across 3 realms, how could he summon many? Even if they come, it'll just change from a single seafood to a seafood feast." Wenjun's tone is full of confidence, completely disregarding the opponent. "Jungu is among the strongest in our school, evolving to tier 5 at such a young age." "That's right, not to mention Wenshima. Let's go back, let's go back. We're all hungry, it's a shame. We should have stewed that octopus just now." The group of youngsters returned like this. A group of flowers raised in a greenhouse since childhood, without experiencing the lessons of blood, cannot taste regret. I don't know what happened in the ocean. At this moment, he is sleeping. December 4th, midnight. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded at Wu Chen's door, appearing airy in the dark room. Wu Chen opened his eyes, sat up in bed, and asked, "Who is it?" There was no response at the door, but the knocking continued. Frowning, Wu Chen walked towards the door. Unable to see outside from inside, when Wu Chen opened the door. Bang! "Bro, happy birthday, you're 18 now." Wu Chen was a bit stunned as he looked at Wu Wei in front of him and Wu Jianjun behind her, suddenly remembering. Today was his birthday. "Well, happy birthday, come in." Wu Chen smiled slightly and opened the door to let everyone in. Grandpa and Grandma were also there, their faces filled with kind smiles. Grandma even walked up to hug Wu Chen. "My dear grandson is 18 now, time flies so fast. Come, this is a gift from Grandma to you." Grandma's calloused hands took out a jade pendant, a smiling Maitreya Buddha, and directly put it around Wu Chen's neck. Others also brought gifts. Wu Jianjun's gift surprised Wu Chen. He gave Wu Chen a camera. "I bought this online, thinking that our family hasn't taken many photos together, so let's take one." Wu Chen looked at him somewhat awkwardly, feeling a warm flow in his heart. "Thank you, Dad, let's take a family photo." Wu Chen took out the camera. Let me set it up, and the cake is here, I spent a long time picking it." Wu Wei was excited, while Wu Jiangwo and a woman with a bit of vicissitudes looked at her lovingly. The woman was Zhang Hua, Wu Chen's aunt, and it hadn't been easy for her. Slow down, she gently reminded, and everyone gathered together. Wu Chen and Wu Wei stood in front of the cake. Behind Wu Chen were his grandparents and his father, while behind Wu Wei were her parents. Click! With the press of the camera shutter, a family portrait was taken at that moment. "Okay, let's eat the cake, let me cut it for my brother." Wu Wei's face was full of smiles, and everyone looked at her indulgently. "Alright, you cut it, you're more excited about your brother's birthday than he is," Wu Jiangwo pretended to say sternly, but his face was round, even when he tried to look stern. He's my only brother," Wu Wei said playfully. She cut a piece of cake and handed it to Wu Chen. "Brother, eat the cake." Wu Wei handed the cake to Wu Chen, eagerly waiting for his reaction. Wu Chen took a bite. How is it? Is it good?" Wu Wei sounded a bit nervous. "It's delicious, you should eat too." Wu Chen smiled slightly after swallowing, giving an answer that satisfied Wu Wei. "Yay, Mom, did you see that? I told you my brother would like it, you said it would be too sweet." Yes, you're the smartest, you understand your brother the best." Zhang Hua looked at her daughter indulgently. A Loki coming-of-age ceremony was held like this, and half an hour later, Wu Chen's grandparents couldn't stay awake and went to bed first. Gradually, the others also left. Finally, past 1 o'clock, only Wu Chen was left in the room. Sitting in the messy room, he felt a bit dazed. Buzz. Wu Chen took out his phone and looked at the message from Wu Wei. "Wu Wei, happy birthday, brother, be happy at 18. Fireworks emoji. Wu Chen's lips curved into a smile, and he fell asleep in the messy room. The next morning, Wu Chen got up early and tidied up the room a bit. It didn't really matter whether he cleaned up or not, but having nothing to do in the morning, a little tidying up could make things less troublesome. "Brother, let's eat." Wu Wei's voice sounded at the door, and Wu Chen packed up the trash and put it in the trash can before opening the door. "Let's go, I heard there's a lot of seafood here, hurry up, we can't let others get ahead." Wu Wei grabbed Wu Chen and hurried downstairs. Wu Chen had to follow her pace to prevent her from falling. The hotel had a buffet restaurant, and Wu Chen was dragged by Wu Wei to the restaurant. The restaurant was still crowded at this time, and the two found a spot in the corner. "Brother, you stay here and watch the spot, I'll go get food, what do you want to eat?" Wu Wei pressed Wu Chen into the chair and then ran off. Wu Chen could only shake his head helplessly. Oh, what a coincidence! Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind Wu Chen. Wu Chen turned around, and behind him, Jun was having breakfast with his friends. Wu Chen nodded lightly and didn't say anything more, as they were not familiar with each other and had nothing much to talk about. Jun didn't say anything either, just greeted casually. When she, on the other hand, glanced at Wu Chen more, thinking about something. Brother, let's eat. At this moment, Wu Wei also returned, her plate filled with lots of food, which she handed all to Wu Chen. You eat too. And so, the two of them started to enjoy their breakfast. Big brother, you're here too. Suddenly, a voice came from not far away, followed by two figures walking over. Shangguan Xingrong sat directly next to Wu Chen, while Shangguan Zhan politely greeted Wu Chen. Brother, good morning. Wu Chen nodded, treating everyone with the same attitude. At this moment, Jun and when she also looked curiously at the scene, sensing some psychic energy from Shangguan Zhan and the others, though not particularly strong. Are these your younger siblings? Jun smiled at Wu Chen. They are not, I am my brother's sister. Wu Wei suddenly spoke up, looking at Shangguan Xingrong with a face full of hostility, like a protective little cat. What, I am also his sister, and in terms of blood relations, we are even closer than you. Shangguan Xingrong retorted sharply. What's the use of blood relations? I was the one who played with my brother when we were kids, and now that he's grown up, you all want to take him away? No way. Wu Wei's tone was somewhat agitated as she scolded Shangguan Xingrong loudly, leaving Shangguan Xingrong momentarily stunned. Shangguan Zhan on the side also felt embarrassed hearing this. But, it's not because of us. Shangguan Xingrong's figure suddenly drooped, the momentum just now completely shattered. It's okay, I've never blamed any of you, don't overthink it, if you want to eat, just eat here. Wu Chen, seeing the situation getting out of control, quickly spoke to comfort them. Shangguan Xingrong looked up at the big brother, feeling a bit emotional in his eyes. Wu Wei turned her head away and snorted, ending the early morning with such an awkward situation. On the other side, Jun and the others looked on curiously. After eating, Wu Chen returned to his room. These things were too troublesome, and he didn't expect to run into Shangguan Zi and the others so coincidentally. Thinking about this, he felt a bit helpless and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this moment, Wu Chen's phone rang again. Hello? Is this Xiao Shang? Is something the matter? Can you come out for a while? I'm waiting for you by the coast. After hanging up the phone, Wu Chen looked at the caller ID on his phone, feeling a bit puzzled. Just now, the person who called was his father, and Wu Jianjun's behavior has indeed been a bit strange lately. Wu Chen put his phone back in his pocket and walked towards the coast. Soon, he saw Wu Jianjun on the beach, sitting under the sun and looking out at the sea. Is there something on your mind? Wu Chen approached and asked. Nothing, I just feel like we haven't talked in a long time, and I want to chat with you. Wu Jianjun's words caught Wu Chen off guard, and he looked down at Wu Jianjun with a hint of complexity in his eyes. What do you want to talk about? Wu Chen asked after sitting down. Do you have any dreams? Wu Jianjun asked a very special question. I don't have any dreams, just doing my current job well is enough, Wu Chen said lightly. I see, then. Do you hate me? Suddenly, Wu Jianjun's tone choked up a bit. He didn't even dare to look back at Wu Chen, afraid that there might be a hint of disgust or hatred in the other's eyes. Hate? Why should I hate you? Wu Chen asked in turn. Because my mistakes have caused you so much suffering, made you work so hard, have few friends, and were pointed at when you were young. Wu Jianjun's voice became more choked up. He actually felt guilty towards Wu Chen, but he had never been unkind to Wu Chen. It's just that this is how his life turned out. No matter how good it could have been, it could only have been this way. It's your mistake, I don't need to hate you. I was born, grew up, and have everything I should and shouldn't have. Since I've already shouldered it, there's no need to forcibly pursue the past. Besides, I've never hated you, or my mom and them. Without experiencing hardships oneself, don't urge others to be kind. I understood this principle when I was very young. The sea breeze blew through Wu Chen's black hair as he looked out at the distant sea, the calm sea surface resembling his childhood experiences. From turbulent waves to the current calmness. Wu Jianjun turned to look at his son. To be honest, he was very proud of Wu Chen, thinking that he was very proud to have such a son, but he didn't give Wu Chen a very good start in life. Wu Chen brushed off the sand on his body, stood up, and said, Don't think too much. Those who live in the world for responsibility are called filial by the world, those who live for themselves are called carefree by the world, those who live in confusion throughout their lives are called patience by the world. No matter what, people will always label you in life. Just live well on our own. What you need to seek now is the forgiveness of my mom and them. The law has forgiven you, and you don't owe it any forgiveness. After saying this, Wu Chen turned and left. Perhaps because his focus was too concentrated, he didn't notice that not far away, a girl was watching him. In the girl's eyes, there was a hint of curiosity and a touch of pity. When she didn't know why, but when she saw the young man who should have been full of spirit, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes, her heart couldn't help but ache. It felt as if a carefree young man had lost his will to resist because of being relentlessly beaten by life, seeing through everything, evoking sympathy. After Wu Chen left, Wu Jianjun was left sitting on the beach, tears filling his eyes. This was the second day Wu Chen and the others had come to Sanya, and time wouldn't wait for you to catch up. The third day arrived as scheduled, and Wu Chen looked at the turbulent sea with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The sun still hung high in the sky, and although the wind was calm, the sea was full of waves. Many people were excitedly surfing in the sea, but Wu Chen's eyes carried a hint of seriousness. However, he soon saw Wen Jun and the others setting off into the sea on a boat. Mission. Wu Chen muttered to himself, since someone else was going to handle it, he didn't plan to go over to avoid getting in the way. Buzz. Another phone call came in, and Wu Chen looked at the caller ID and answered directly. Hello, Mom. Xiaoshang, are you busy? Not busy. Can you come over? I really miss you. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Chen glanced at the boat that had already set sail, then turned and walked towards the beach. What's wrong? The entire Shangguan family was present at this moment, sitting together and chatting. Wu Chen walked up curiously and asked. Nothing, just wanted to see you. Shangguan Zi saw Wu Chen coming and smiled happily, standing up and pulling him to sit beside her. Xiaoshang, you'll be taking the college entrance exam next year, right? Yes. Wu Chen nodded. At this moment, Shangguan Yi, Wu Chen's uncle, smiled and said, Where are you planning to go to college? Any preferences? If you have, I can arrange it for you. Just go to a university near the ancient city area. I don't plan to be too far from home. Wu Chen replied, but Shangguan Zi interjected, But there aren't many good universities near the ancient city area. I heard Qingrong say your grades are very good. Being closer to home is better. I don't want to be too far away, especially since Grandpa and Grandma are not in good health. The others fell silent upon hearing this, and Shangguan Zi furrowed her brow. No, it's a waste for you to study here with such good grades. You don't need to worry about things at home. I will take care of it for you. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Even Wu Chen looked at Shangguan Zi with some surprise. Over the years, Shangguan Zi never mentioned the other members of the Wu family except for Wu Chen, and bringing them up would make her unhappy, even agitated at times. Now, she was willing to say such words for Wu Chen. Wu Chen was also surprised, but he quickly recovered and smiled. It's still early, let's talk about it when the time comes, I will consider it. It was another way of delaying, but it had to be said, this method was really effective. Just as everyone was about to say something, suddenly, several screams came from the beach not far away. Buzz. At the same time, Wu Chen's phone rang again. Hello? Is this Mouse Demon? Yes. Are you still on the beach over there? I am. Could you please help us? Many monsters have appeared in the sea, calling themselves the Sea Clan. The previous Evolution Academy Preparatory Academy was all defeated, 4 people died and only 2 are left. They described the leader as an Evolution Level 7, leading 20 Evolution Level 4 marine monsters towards your direction. We are currently evacuating the crowd. Please try your best to protect the Wen siblings and delay as much time as possible while ensuring your own safety. I know this is demanding, but please do your best to ensure your own life. The urgency in the voice on the other end made Wu Chen's expression instantly serious. You guys go back to the hotel now, it's dangerous here in a while. After telling them, Wu Chen ran towards the beach. Shangguan Zi also shouted anxiously, Be careful. At this moment, Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong exchanged a glance, and after understanding each other, they followed behind Wu Chen. Mom, Dad, we're going to help my big brother. Before everyone could react, they saw the 2 of them rushing out without looking back. Xingrong, Zhaner. Chen Liang shouted loudly, but the 2 of them had no intention of turning back. Let's go back first, don't worry the children. Shangguan Yi grabbed Chen Liang, who wanted to rush out, and comforted him. Yes, sister, let's go back first. Xingrong and Zhaner have already become evolvers, this is something they must experience. After Shangguan Yi finished speaking, she led the way back to the hotel. On the other side, the waves were getting bigger and a strong unknown wind swept the beach. Many people were swept away by the sea, their fate unknown. Wu Jiangwo and others were rushing towards the hotel with Wu Wei at this moment. Brother! The wind on the beach stirred up dust, making it hard to open their eyes, but Wu Wei still saw Wu Chen's figure at a glance and shouted loudly. Brother? Where? Wu Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun both turned their heads towards the distance. While countless people were leaving the beach, Wu Chen was rushing towards the beach at this moment. It's really brother, big brother, you take way back first, I'll go find brother. After Wu Jianjun finished speaking, he let go of Wu Wei's hand, braved the strong wind, and walked towards Wu Chen. At this moment, he struggled to move his long lame leg, and his strength surged crazily. Wu Jiangwo looked at his younger brother, then at his wife and daughter beside him, and finally decided to send his wife and daughter back to the hotel first. Jian Jun, be careful. For a moment, the originally calm and lively beach turned into a hell. Countless people were running, some fell to the ground and were trampled mercilessly. In front of nature, humans seemed so insignificant. Mom, where are you? A little girl lay on the ground crying heartbreakingly. She dared not move because she couldn't stand steadily. She could only lie on the ground to stabilize her body. However, without a point of support on the beach, her body still moved towards the sea. Dozens of meters away from her, a woman was struggling to walk towards her. Don't be afraid, Mom is coming to save you. The woman struggled to walk towards her daughter, facing the wind and sand. Although it was only a few dozen meters away, it seemed like an insurmountable gap at this moment. At this moment, the sea water was about to touch the little girl. If she was swept away by the waves, the fate of the little girl could be imagined. As the sea water rose again, accompanied by the woman's desperate scream, a figure hugged the little girl who was about to be swept into the sea. Go back quickly, it's very dangerous here now. Wu Chen handed the little girl to the woman with a serious expression. The woman held the girl tightly as if she were a treasure. She wanted to thank him, but Wu Chen had already left. The woman quickly moved away from the beach. Wu Chen looked around and saw that there was no one on the beach. He stood still and looked ahead. Brother! At this moment, two voices came from behind. Why are you here? Wu Chen looked somewhat surprised at the two people behind him. Shang Guanzhan. We are here to help you. Is there anything we can do to help? The two stood firmly in the wind and sand, looking at Wu Chen expectantly. In that case, go and see if there are any lost people around. Send them back safely. If there are none, don't come over. The opponent this time is a bit tricky. Wu Chen thought for a moment, and did not scold the two for not listening and running around. Since they were here, it was useless to say more. It was better to let them help find any lost people. Okay, we promise to complete the task. The two nodded earnestly and then turned and ran towards the distance to find people. Wu Chen also shifted his gaze to the sea. The sea was turbulent at this moment, as if something was moving inside. At this moment, a golden light in the sky was coming towards them. Wu Chen frowned. Wen Jun was flapping his wings at this moment, holding his sister in his hand, while his sister was holding a fan. The two looked very embarrassed, and the flames behind Wen Jun were dim. Behind them, a large group of shadows were desperately chasing them. Occasionally, they could see the sea water hitting the two. There was also black ink. Bang! Wen Jun struggled and finally reached the beach. He set down his sister and collapsed on the ground, his golden eyes filled with anger and resentment. His once bright golden hair now looked dull. Are you okay? Wu Chen approached Wen Jun, then turned his gaze to Wen Shi. Wen Shi also looked unwell at the moment, her fair face even paler than usual, her lips devoid of color, her black eyes filled with guilt. They were all killed. Wen Shi choked, and Wu Chen furrowed his brow. You two go back first, I'll handle this. Wu Chen shielded Wen Shi behind him as something emerged from the sea. Several huge creatures crawled out of the ocean. Leading them was a fish-like creature covered in spikes, but it was no longer just a fish. Besides its skin and scales, it now resembled a human. However, its face still retained fish-like features. Behind it were a group of giant lobsters, crabs, and a few octopuses. They were massive, with the leader standing nearly 3 meters tall, the lobsters and crabs behind it close to 2 meters, and the octopuses even larger. You run fast, little bird person. Can't fly anymore? The leader of the sea creatures taunted. You bastard! When Jun erupted in anger, flames igniting on his body once again as he threw a fiery punch at the creature. The fishman flicked its hand, sending a wave that clashed with the flames. Hissing sounds filled the air as a large amount of white mist rose, gradually extinguishing the flames. When Jun's anger intensified at the sight, but he felt powerless. He blamed himself for underestimating the situation, thinking they were just insignificant enemies, only to end up in trouble and causing the death of several companions. When she stood in front of Wen Jun, and as the white mist dispersed, Wu Chen looked at the sea creatures and coldly asked, "Intruders?" At that moment, the sea creature also noticed Wu Chen and retorted upon being called an intruder, "We are not intruders. We are native creatures of Blue Star, the marine tribe. I am the captain of the marine tribe's East Sea Advance Team. You can call me Captain Fish." Wu Chen frowned. Marine tribe? Yes, the great marine tribe, the true masters of Blue Star. Captain Fish said proudly. I don't care if you are from the marine tribe or intruders. Please leave this land now. Wu Chen's expression turned icy, his pupils starting to turn red, a dark red mist rising from his right hand, and in that mist, the blade of divine execution appeared. Enveloped in a terrifying aura after succumbing to darkness, Wu Chen swept the beach with killing intent, leaving Wen Jun and Wen Shi shocked. Especially Wen Jun, who considered himself one of the top among the younger generation, having reached the 5th stage of evolution at a young age. However, the young man before him was a level higher, exuding a more terrifying killing intent. Wen Shi had similar thoughts but was more curious than fearful. Wu Chen's killing intent was too heavy, making her uncomfortable. Not far from the beach, behind a chair, Wu Jianjun stared wide-eyed at Wu Chen holding the long knife, his eyes full of shock. "Jianjun, have you found Shenger?" At that moment, Wu Jiangwo, who was behind him, also braved the wind and sand to join him. Shenger is over there." Wu Jiangwo followed Wu Jianjun's pointing finger, and not far away, a young man stood with a long knife in front of dozens of monsters, the blowing sand not making him budge an inch. "Is that Shenger?" Wu Jiangwo stuttered when speaking. From the side profile, he undoubtedly looked like Wu Chen, but what's the deal with the dark red long hair and the long knife in his hand? Evacuate? Impossible. Since negotiations have failed, we are enemies. As enemies, we will crush you without mercy. Captain Yu's words stunned Wu Chen. What negotiations? Wu Chen's tone was filled with confusion, and at that moment, when she behind him spoke, they said they could cooperate with us to resist the intruders, but after the victory, they would need 1/3 of human territory. My brother didn't agree and mocked them, even injuring the negotiators who came. Humans, did you hear that? You were the ones who made the mistake first. Even in war, we don't harm envoys. Not only did you injure my comrade, but you also spoke disrespectfully to them. I have no problem killing some of you, let alone our demands are so simple and reasonable. Yet you dare act like this, truly ungrateful. Captain Yu's tone was full of anger, while Wen Shi behind him lowered her head and softly said to Wu Chen, "I'm sorry. It's our fault." When June had already turned back to black hair, the consumption of psychic energy made it impossible for him to maintain that state. He clenched his fist and heavily smashed it on the beach, his eyes filled with unwillingness and guilt. Unwilling that he was too weak, guilty for his deceased teammates. Wu Chen did not respond to Wen Shi but walked forward. "So what do you want?" With this statement, Captain Yu thought Wu Chen had softened and pointed to Wen Jun and Wen Shi behind Wu Chen. "Hand over these two to us, quell our anger, and then we will consider forming an alliance with you. What do you think?" Wu Chen suddenly spoke. Wen Jun heard his voice and stood up to protect Wen Shi behind him. "One person does the deed, one person takes the blame. Since I did wrong, it has nothing to do with my sister. If you want to kill, then kill me. I wasn't talking to you." Wu Chen slightly turned his head to look at Wen Jun, and Wen Jun also noticed that a headset suddenly appeared in Wu Chen's ear. At that moment, the screen of the phone in Wu Chen's pocket lit up, showing Tiger ongoing call. Meanwhile, in an office in Anqing, a man was sitting with his legs crossed, answering the phone. His gaze turned to the window, a slight smile on his lips. "Are you sure?" 100%. "Then what are you waiting for? Have you forgotten the declaration of our Zodiac organization? You bear the responsibility." "No problem, but there's one thing." "What?" "Slice them into sashimi for me." Upon hearing this, Wu Chen took off the headset, his tone revealing a chilling coldness. "No problem." Captain Yu on the field was a bit impatient. "What are you saying? Have you considered it? Those who enter my dragon kingdom, if they are enemies, will enter the 9 hells. We are all reapers of life here. This place is off limits. Your conditions. Rejected." "Kid, are you trying to play me?" Captain Yu instantly became angry, and with its anger, the sea tribe behind it also became restless, and the sea began to churn with waves. "I'm not playing you, negotiations just failed. Do you want to fight?" "Nonsense." The sea tribe appeared in front of Wu Chen in an instant, and the long spear in their hands directly struck towards Wu Chen. "Be careful, son." Everyone on the scene shouted at Wu Chen. Wu Jianjun and Wu Jiangwo rushed towards Wu Chen, when she's hair turned silver, and a fan appeared in her hand. "Don't come over, take your brother away, and my dad and them. Don't let anyone approach here. The territory cannot be opened without a spatial medium." Wu Chen's figure appeared in front of Wen Shi, blocking her from making a move, and letting her take Wu Jianjun and others away. He just found out, but there was nothing he could do. He had other things to do, as long as they didn't get into danger, it would be fine. "Got it." When she was first stunned, but when she saw the Sea Clan rushing towards her, she understood that listening to Wu Chen now was the best choice. "I got it, hold on, I'll be right back." After when she finished speaking, she waved the fan in her hand, and a silver-white full moon appeared to wrap Wen Jun away, then rushed towards Wu Jianjun not far away, and the 4 of them disappeared in an instant. "Don't let them escape." Captain Fish roared at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals behind him. The octopus began to spew poisonous ink towards them, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals also rushed forward at a very fast speed. Suddenly, a dark red flame rose out of nowhere and blocked all the sea clans. "Do you like eating roasted crabs?" Wu Chen looked at the shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the left. Dissect. The terrifying spiritual power gathered above the god of slaughter. The dark red flames rose rapidly. Wu Chen shot out violently, turning into a 3-meter sword energy slashing towards the subordinates of Captain Fish. "Let me do it." Captain Fish's long spear smashed directly towards Wu Chen's face, and two terrifying forces spread at this moment. The surrounding sea clans couldn't even intervene. "Kid, you are evenly matched with me at the 6th rank, you are proud enough, but unfortunately you are a human. Since you are unwilling to cooperate, then let this genius of yours perish here." There was a hint of admiration in Captain Fish's eyes, but this admiration quickly turned into a more dominant killing intent. "Sorry, I said the winning rate is 100%, today only you will die." Wu Chen's voice came from the sword energy. Captain Fish looked shocked as he watched the long spear being picked up, but its reaction was also very quick, instantly enveloping a huge water ball beside it. And Wu Chen had no intention of attacking it, instead turning to slash at the other sea clans. "Retreat!" Captain Fish shouted to his subordinates. But his subordinates were not as fast as him, and they were directly dissected. 2 slashes, more than 10 bodies were added to the beach. The rest had already fled back to the sea. Wu Chen turned to look at Captain Fish. "Do you still want to fight without weapons? We sea clans are not just about close combat." Captain Fish roared, then leaped up, and the sea behind him surged instantly, with water columns rising tens of meters high. Captain Fish was lifted high by the water columns. "Kid, let me see if your fire can burn up my endless sea." After Captain Fish finished speaking, he pushed both hands towards Wu Chen, and huge water columns rushed towards Wu Chen. Meanwhile, Wen Shi, who had sent Wen Jun and others back to a safe place, also saw the water columns rising in the distance. "Brother, stay here, I'll go help him." Wen Jun looked worried, but did not stop her. "Be safe." Wen Shi nodded, then turned and left towards Wu Chen's direction again. Wu Jianjun and Wu Jiangwo watched Wen Shi leave at a non-human speed, their eyes filled with even more shock. On the other side, several water columns rushed towards Wu Chen, and his body rose with demonic flames to block the water. Another huge mist rose, the demonic flames blocked the water columns outside, but were soon suppressed. Captain Fish was right, Wu Chen's flames were very hot, but not enough to evaporate the entire sea area. The demonic flames were suppressed, and the water columns approached Wu Chen even more. "Kid, go to hell." Captain Fish grinned, and several water columns rushed out of the sea again, completely extinguishing Wu Chen's demonic flames, covering Wu Chen with a huge water column. Boom! With a loud noise, when she watched this scene with wide eyes, somewhat incredulous. Plop! When she knelt down on the ground, tears filling her beautiful eyes, at this moment she could no longer hold on. Teammates died in front of her, and the person who had just come to save them also died tragically for them, all dying in front of her. The strong blow made her heart instantly collapse. At the age of 16, she, known as the proud daughter of heaven, felt strong regret and powerlessness for the first time. "It's a pity, if cooperating with us can't avoid death. Come out, today this place will be occupied by us." Captain Yu spoke, and behind it, the sea tribe that had just escaped reappeared, their eyes filled with a bloodthirsty meaning. Obviously, if no one stopped them, there would probably be a river of blood within 10 miles today. "I can't cry, I must hold them back. Can't let everyone sacrifice in vain." When she also came to her senses after hearing their words, she stood up, her small face filled with determination, the fan in her hand shimmering with a silver-white light, her long hair cascading down her waist, the silver-white hair strands shining like the Milky Way, making her instantly beautiful beyond words. Just as she was about to step forward to stop the sea tribe, a voice sounded. "You may not have heard clearly, I said 10%. Godslayer. Plunder." Suddenly, snowflakes drifted down from the sky, a strong chill sweeping over the entire beach. Everyone was stunned by this sudden cold, unconsciously shivering. Crack! Crack! What? Captain Yu looked at the water column under his feet gradually solidifying into ice, his pupils instantly dilated. "Go!" Sensing something wrong, it wanted its subordinates to leave, but at this moment its subordinates had turned into lifelike ice sculptures. In the ice sculptures, their fearful expressions were recorded, and the water columns attacking Wu Chen in the distance also turned into ice columns. Bang! The ice column burst open, revealing Wu Chen's figure within. You may not be familiar with the origin of the codename Amoshu. A mouse is a creature that likes to dig holes, and you never know how deep the holes it digs are, or how many there are. Snowflakes fell, and Wu Chen's figure appeared among them. Who? White mist blew out of his mouth, snowflakes falling on his long eyelashes, looking beautiful yet dangerous. At this moment, his white hair, his crimson pupils had turned white, looking as if he had no pupils at all. The slender blade was also pure white. At this moment he had shed all his murderous aura, carrying a hint of nobility and softness. If he was the domineering god of demons before, now he was the snow elf wielding the magic sword. The second talent of the magic sword, plunder. Unlike the plunder of others, the magic sword could plunder the opponent's soul and then transform into a brand new attribute magic sword. Of course, with limitations, the ability plundered would disappear after being used once. In other words, the long sword in Wu Chen's hand should now be called Magic Sword. Snowman. I really underestimated you, but how much spiritual power and physical strength do you have to compete with me now? Remember, as long as in the sea, the physical strength of our sea tribe is endless. Captain Yu's face darkened. The long halberd that had been picked up was once again held in its hand, pointing towards Wu Chen, then angrily roared. Turning you into sashimi is definitely not a problem. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant, rushing straight towards the sea. Wherever he passed, the ground was frozen. Arrogant! Captain Yu roared, then raised the long halberd and smashed it towards Wu Chen. Clang! The long sword and the long halberd collided, erupting with a loud sound. The sound of the clash of weapons filled the battlefield. Every collision between the two sides caused snowflakes to scatter. The seawater under the fishman's feet was frozen and impossible to control. There was no strength at such a distance. For a moment, the opponent was firmly suppressed by Wu Chen, but the strength of both sides was not much different, so for a while, they could not break through each other's defense. Clang! The two sides clashed again. Hey, let's do it! Suddenly, Wu Chen shouted towards Wen Shi in the distance. Wen Shi also reacted instantly. Just now she was amazed by Wu Chen's beauty, momentarily forgetting they were still on the battlefield. Now reminded by Wu Chen, she hurried towards the fishman. What? How can a general seek help in battle? You should maintain the demeanor of a strong warrior. I never said I was a strong warrior. A mouse naturally needs help from others. Crack! A terrifying chill reappeared, followed by the snow on the ground being controlled by Wu Chen, instantly covering the two of them. Wu Chen didn't intend to let the opponent escape, and at that moment, when she also appeared above the fishman's head. Tide! A heavy force erupted from her body. The silvery light seemed harmless, but when it covered the fishman, the immense pressure instantly made it kneel on the ground. Seizing the moment of weakness, Wu Chen swiftly beheaded it. Splurt! The scalding blood dripped to the ground, and Wu Chen's hair turned black. Tidy up the battlefield, you should be able to handle it. Wu Chen tossed the bracelet in his hand to Wen Shi in mid-air, then collapsed instantly. Disemboweling twice and switching to the magic sword had depleted all his spiritual energy and physical strength. His abilities were not suitable for large-scale combat, but he was extremely formidable in one-on-one battles. Hey! Vaguely, Wu Chen saw the girl flying towards him. 2 days later. Where is this? Wu Chen propped himself up, looked around, and upon seeing the white bedsheets, he realized where he was. Young man, you've finally woken up. As soon as Wu Chen woke up, the room was filled with people. Wu Jianjun and others surrounded him, including the people from the Shangguan family. They looked at Wu Chen with concern. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Do you have any sweets? Wu Chen asked. His complexion was a bit pale, and it seemed like his energy was running low. Yes, we've prepared lots of food. Wu Jianjun and Shangguan Zi nodded quickly, then began feeding Wu Chen. Where are Grandpa and Grandma? Wu Chen curiously asked. We didn't tell them unless it was serious, afraid they would worry. Said you were playing in other places in Sanya. Wu Jiangwo explained. Wu Chen nodded at the explanation, then patted his body. Where's my phone? Here with me. Wu Jianjun took out Wu Chen's phone from his pocket, but his expression seemed off. Wu Chen frowned as he looked at the recent call records and chat box. You all know? Wu Chen looked at Wu Jianjun and the others. Wu Jianjun awkwardly nodded. At that moment, Wu Wei also rushed to Wu Chen's side. Brother, why didn't you tell us about such a big thing? Wu Wei's tone was somewhat reproachful, and Wu Chen softly replied, some things are better left to unfold naturally, don't you know now? Hearing Wu Chen's words, Wu Wei also felt that they made sense. Young man, that Captain Yin Huchuan said that Wei also has this talent, asking if we are willing to let her. Wu Chen's aunt approached and asked. Mainly, after this matter was brought up, her and Wu Jiangwo's opinions were not quite aligned. Wu Jiangwo thought it was okay, but Zhang Hua was a bit reluctant. Wu Wei, on the other hand, shared the same thoughts as her father and also wanted to go. Aunt, actually, he asked me about this at the time, and I said I wouldn't recommend family members to come, but if you have ideas, I won't stop you, at most let Wei follow me, I'll do my best to protect her. After Wu Chen finished speaking, Zhang Hua nodded, then pulled away Wu Jiangwo, who still wanted to say something. Xiao Sheng, your boss has already told me everything, you don't need to sneak around in the future, I support you. Wu Jianjun stepped forward and said. Wu Chen nodded. Anyway, this matter would have to be made public sooner or later. As long as his family knew, it was fine as long as it wasn't spread around. Humph, not even caring about your own son. I shouldn't have let Xiaosheng be handed over to you back then when I was bewitched. The tone of Up Guanziyu nearby was somewhat cold. There was no way mothers were like this. As long as someone hurt their children, they would temporarily forget their own faults. Mom, stop talking. I'm fine. What about Xiaozhan and Qingrong? Wu Chen interrupted Up Guanziyu and then asked about the situation of Up Guanzhan and the others. Big brother, we're fine, no danger, and we saved a lot of people. Uncle Wang Bing even praised us. Up Guanzhan finally found an opportunity to speak, looking proud. Wu Chen nodded with a smile. That's good. He. Up Guanzhan and Up Guanqingrong smiled somewhat embarrassedly. It seemed that their first rescue had given them a great sense of accomplishment and confidence. What's this? Wu Chen looked at the unfamiliar phone number on his phone with some confusion. He saw that there was an additional contact on his phone. One she. Her? Wu Chen thought of the silver-haired girl. Dad, you guys go back first. I'll rest for a while. I should be able to come back in the evening. Wu Chen looked at the crowded ward with a headache, and both sides were too awkward, so he asked both groups to leave. Alright, call me when you need to go back to the hotel. I'll come pick you up. You can call Mom too. Up Guanziyu interjected. Okay, you guys go back first. After clearing the room of people, Wu Chen lay on the bed and called Inhu. Hello, is this Inhu? Oh, awake now. How does the strength of the Sea Clan feel? Very strong, especially by the sea. They seem to have the ability to control the seawater. According to what the Sea Clan said, their stamina by the sea is endless. The statement may be a bit exaggerated, but I fought with them with all my strength for 10 minutes, and indeed didn't feel any signs of exhaustion from the other side. I see. Okay, got it. By the way, your bracelet has been taken to Wancheng. We need the body of the Sea Clan in your bracelet. Go get a new one from Chuanshu first. Okay. Wu Chen hung up the phone and looked out the window. The world's situation was becoming more and more complex. Now even the native creatures on Earth were beginning to evolve. I have to become stronger. While resting in the ward, Wu Chen, who had returned to the hotel, seemed to be thinking about something. Yesterday. Hello? Who is this? Ha? Isn't this Wu Chen? I'm Wu Chen's father. May I ask who you are? He's still in a coma. Coma? Is he injured? No, the doctor said he's exhausted. That's fine. When he wakes up, have him call me. I'm Inhu. Hold on a moment. Wu Jianjun stopped the other party from hanging up. On the other side, Wu Chen looked at the duration of the call with Inhu and fell into contemplation. Call duration, 61:04. Wu Chen's thoughts drifted somewhere unknown. On the other side, Wu Jiangwo was arguing with Zhang Hua. No, I only have one daughter. You saw the scene a few days ago. She's just a child. How can she experience such danger? Zhang Hua's tone was extremely agitated. It seemed that the events of the past few days had cast a shadow over her. But you have heard what the leader said, that the future world changes may become increasingly significant. Since there is such talent, why not? Although there are crises, isn't this for the safety of the children's future? Wu Jiangwo's opinion is completely different. Wu Jianjun thinks that if the future world is really going to be like that, then the current dangers are completely insignificant compared to what lies ahead. He witnessed the scene that day and also saw Wu Chen's power. He believes that it is the right path to empower children with more self-protection abilities while the danger is not so great now. But you know how Xiaosheng is, and this job is official. You also know Jianjun's identity. If you really want to become famous, how much pressure will Xiaosheng and Xiao Wei bear if it is exposed? Zhang Hua finished speaking and sat on the edge of the bed sobbing, and Wu Jiangwo, who was beside her, was also stunned instantly upon hearing this. He took out his cigarette from his pocket and sat in front of the bed without saying a word. He knew what his wife meant. The leader said that Wu Chen's talent is top-notch in the country and even in the world, and it is likely that Wu Wei's talent is the same. But extraordinary talent brings greater danger and more attention. Once his brother's rapist identity is exposed, it is hard to imagine what kind of retribution his children will face from those evil people. Never underestimate the jealousy of human hearts. At this moment, Wu Jiangwo did not know that a figure was slowly leaving outside his door. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive for a while, and in the end, only the sound of Wu Jiangwo's sigh remained. Let's talk about it later. Wu Jiangwo smoked, and at this moment, he seemed to have aged several decades. His already weathered face appeared even more weathered. He vividly remembered the time when he was criticized and condemned by countless people, and he knew how difficult that period was. He wanted his daughter to help Wu Chen, but he was afraid that his daughter would not be able to withstand that kind of public opinion. He felt guilty for his selfishness and blamed himself for Wu Chen's maturity. In the end, he was left with a sentence. Our family owes Xiao Shang. I am really incompetent as an uncle." A word of incompetence expressed countless bitterness. At night, Wu Chen returned to the hotel. He first went to his grandmother's room to say hello, and then came to Wu Jianjun's room and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Wu Jianjun's voice came from inside the room. "It's me." Accompanied by the sound of ping-pong, the room door was opened. "Xiao Shang, why didn't you call me to pick you up?" Wu Jianjun smiled and then pulled Wu Chen into the room. "Is there something wrong?" Wu Jianjun's tone was somewhat curious and nervous. "Have you talked to Yin?" "I know, but there is one thing I must make clear to you. I am not going to the Academy of Evolution because of you. It's because my family is here, and I feel more at ease staying with them. You don't need to feel inferior because of your status. That's not an issue. And don't think about suicide. Take my identity and go to my mom's side. You know my personality, this is impossible." I didn't." Wu Jianjun's tone was a bit low, and he didn't dare to look up. "Regardless of whether you did or not, the reason I'm telling you this is to show you that this kind of thing doesn't demonstrate your fatherly love. You raised me, you did everything a father should do, you've been good to me. I've been subjected to rumors since I was 4, but I've never blamed you because you've been good to me, and to my grandparents. I forgive you, so I will bring you over from Aunt Zhao's place." Wu Jianjun raised his head, looking at his son, feeling a pang in his eyes. He admitted his mistakes, he had no complaints. His legs and hands were broken, it was his own fault. He never expected others to forgive him, but he truly felt sorry for Wu Chen. Wu Chen had been sensible since he was young, and now his identity made him feel even more ashamed. As a father, he didn't even know his son was doing such dangerous things. Wu Chen stood up, turning his back to Wu Jianjun. "I won't stop you if you want to commit suicide, but don't think it's for my sake. This is not something a man should do. In the Chinese zodiac, my code name is the Magic Rat. I've been living in the cave for 10 years, I don't long for the sunlight. My future should be built by myself, and I don't want anyone to say that my future was obtained by the suicide of my criminal father." Wu Chen paused here, then turned to look at the man behind him, who was already in tears, and said, "Your responsibility is to raise me, my responsibility is to support you with my own hands. That's what a man should do." After saying this, Wu Chen left the room, leaving Wu Jianjun alone in tears. After a while, Wu Jianjun lifted the blanket. He took out the sleeping pills hidden in the blanket, flushed them all down the toilet, and threw the empty bottle into the trash can. At that moment, it seemed like he had untied a knot in his heart. On the other side, Wu Chen also returned to his room. When he saw the phone records with Yin Hudiger, he understood that the other party must have said something to Wu Jianjun, and the pressure on Wu Jianjun during this period was too great. Wu Chen also guessed something. Today's conversation was what he had always wanted to say to him. He wouldn't stop him from committing suicide, but he didn't want the other party to do it in this way, and he didn't want to be a child without a father. He looked at the family photo in his hand, looked at himself in front of the birthday cake, and looked for a long time. The days in Sanya passed quickly, and after a few days, Wu Chen returned to the ancient city with his family, back to that old house. The temperature in Sichuan had already dropped, and the smiles on his grandparents' faces had not stopped recently. They often reminisced about the past, chatting with Wu Chen, saying a lot of verbose words. Wu Chen was not impatient, he replied to whatever they said. After returning to Sichuan, Wu Chen informed Wang Bing and the others, and then resumed his patrols. Perhaps due to the approaching Chinese New Year, Wu Chen had not encountered any intruders during this period. The natural organization also seemed to have quieted down. Everything seemed to be gradually calming down. The spring festival arrived as scheduled. Wu Chen's family sat together. After the events of that year, Wu Chen's family no longer had any so-called relatives. Only the eldest uncle's family remained. So everyone naturally gathered together. Wu Chen smiled and gave Wu Wei a big red envelope, patting her on the head. "Happy New Year." "Hee, brother, Happy New Year." Wu Wei's face was filled with a happy smile. Zheng Hua, Wu Jiangwo, and others were busy in the kitchen. Grandpa and Grandma were watching TV in the room, with Wu Wei and Wu Chen sitting beside them. The whole family was in high spirits. Wu Chen's phone also received many blessings. "Wang Bing, Happy New Year, wishing you prosperity in the new year." "Fan Ling, Happy New Year." "Shang Wenzi, son, Happy New Year." "Shang Wenzhan siblings, brother, Happy New Year." Uncle, Yin Tiger, and others also sent messages to Wu Chen. Wu Chen's face showed a slight smile as he responded one by one. Click. Suddenly, a sound of taking a photo rang out. Wu Chen was stunned to see Wu Wei holding up a photo she had just developed. "Hee, brother, you look better when you smile more. You looked like an ice cube before without smiling." Wu Wei admired the photo she took with a smile on her face. Wu Chen also smiled slightly. At this moment, Wu Chen's phone rang again. Someone was calling him. Looking at the caller ID, Wu Chen looked puzzled. Hello. Wu Chen put the phone to his ear. Hello Wu Chen, do you remember me? A gentle and pleasant voice came from the phone. I remember, when she. Wow, you still remember me, do you secretly miss me? In a villa area in Ansheng, a girl looked at the moon hanging high in the sky on the balcony, her fair face blushing, not sure if it was the girl's shyness or the cold weather. No, do you have something to tell me? Wu Chen was first stunned, then spoke truthfully. You really can't talk, can't I call you if there's nothing going on? If there's nothing, I'll hang up. After Wu Chen finished speaking, when she quickly said, No, I have something. When she's tone was urgent, as if she was really afraid that Wu Chen would hang up. What's the matter? Wu Chen asked. It's that I took your domain ring. I know, Een Tiger told me. What? It's Lord Een Tiger, you should address him with respect. Oh. Wu Chen responded softly, and then there was no more to say. Happy New Year. Wu Chen was puzzled, his tone somewhat complicated. You called just to say this? Yes. Of course, there must be New Year's blessings. Well, you too, Happy New Year. Wu Chen politely replied, while a smile unconsciously appeared on Wen Shi's lips. A senseless conversation ended like this. Wu Chen hung up the phone, while Wu Wei looked at him curiously. The two elderly people beside them had fallen asleep leaning against each other. As they grew older, sleepiness always came quickly. Brother, who called you? It sounded like a girl, and her voice was very nice. Wu Wei had a gossipy expression on her face. Wu Chen just smiled slightly, then flicked her smooth forehead with his finger. Stop being nosy, let's go eat. Tisk. Wu Wei pouted, then ran to the kitchen. Wu Chen looked at his grandmother leaning on his shoulder, gently patting her back. Grandma, it's time to eat. Wu Chen's voice was soft, successfully waking up his grandmother. Time to eat? Okay, let's eat. Grandma woke up, yawned, then patted her sleeping companion and walked towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, in Ansheng, the girl was looking at the moon in the sky, lost in her thoughts. Wu Chen, mouse demon. What kind of person are you? When she recalled a few days ago, a young man, like a god descending to earth, saved her from the water and fire. His red hair was full of dominance, while his snow-white hair in the snow was extremely stunning. Normally, he had a touch of heart-wrenching silence. What are you thinking about? Suddenly, a voice came from behind the girl. Hee, nothing much, just thinking about what delicious food Mom will make tonight. The girl coquettishly clung to the woman's arm. The woman patted the girl's head, looking indulgent. On the other side, Wu Chen's family sat together for a reunion dinner. Everyone was very happy. As they finished eating and prepared to sleep, Wu Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. Wu Chen answered the call, and on the other end, Wang Bing's voice sounded somewhat urgent. Come to the Drum Tower district, there is a large-scale invasion of intruders happening here. Okay, I'm on my way. Wu Chen hung up the phone and prepared to leave. After getting dressed, he walked to the door, and suddenly, two shadows appeared behind him. Is it Xiao Shang? Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Chen was stunned, turned around, and saw his grandmother standing at the door with narrowed eyes. Grandma, you're not asleep yet? Wu Chen turned back, and the old lady seemed a bit strange at the moment, as if sleepwalking. She crossed the threshold, and then walked step by step to Wu Chen's front. She tremblingly reached out her hand and placed it on Wu Chen's head. You've grown so big. That's great. Wu Chen was a bit stunned, feeling the warm palm stroking his head, as if he had returned to the first time he saw his grandmother when he was a child. You're still so small. That's great. Grandma, what's wrong with you? If you're okay, you should go back soon. I have something to do and will be back soon. Wu Chen thought of the task over there and spoke. It's nothing, just wanted to see you, talk to you, and tell you that Grandpa and I have been very happy these days. Wu Chen smiled slightly at the words, and then said softly, if you're happy, I'll take you out again in a while. Grandma smiled. She gently rubbed Wu Chen's head, and her old hand touched Wu Chen's face. Okay, we'll go out again next time. At this moment, the voice of Grandpa sounded in the room. Dear, it's time to sleep. The voice sounded full of vitality. Coming. Grandma responded softly, then put down her hand and turned to walk towards the room. Wu Chen also prepared to leave. Xiao Shang. Yes? Remember to come back early, wear more clothes, don't catch a cold. Okay, I got it. I'll be back soon. Wu Chen answered seriously, so serious that even he himself was not sure why he was so serious. Wu Chen went outside, and on the day he arrived, he took a new domain ring and a means of transportation. He released the car from the domain ring, and with the roar of the motorcycle, Wu Chen's figure disappeared in an instant. For some reason, Wu Chen always had a kind of empty feeling in his heart, which made his current mood somewhat irritable. The motorcycle raced through the streets at an extremely fast speed, covering a distance of 10 kilometers in less than 10 minutes. It can be imagined how fast he was riding on the road. Soon, Wu Chen saw Wang Bing and Fan Ling ahead. Squeak! The tires left a long black mark on the road. How is it? Wu Chen got off the car and asked anxiously. We've been waiting for you. The other areas have already started fighting, and now it's just us left here. Then let's hurry. Wu Chen's tone was a bit excited, and Wang Bing and Fan Ling also noticed this. Do you have something urgent? Wang Bing asked curiously. Nothing urgent, let's hurry. Wu Chen took out the domain ring and expanded the territory. A familiar dark red space reappeared, Wu Chen holding a long knife, the blood color in his eyes much denser than before. Emo Shu, are you okay? Wang Bing and Fan Ling felt that Wu Chen's emotions were very wrong. The killing intent he was showing now even made them somewhat fearful. When Wu Chen used to go berserk during missions, he would emit killing intent, but it wouldn't spread indiscriminately like this. And Wu Chen's killing intent was too strong. Mo Shu, what's wrong with you? Calm down. Wang Bing raised his hand, his hair instantly standing on end, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Wang Bing, codenamed Hedgehog, rank 217, with the ability to turn things he touches into spikes to attack enemies, talent level A, 5th tier evolution. I'm fine, just feeling a bit off. Wu Chen frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. He just wanted to quickly kill those bastards and go home. Flames rose, and then, the space in front began to distort, and 4 monsters walked out. They crawled on all fours, looking like lizards, but with a pair of fleshy wings behind them. Before they could observe their surroundings after appearing in the space, Wu Chen had already made his move. Dismember. Wu Chen struck with full force, terrifying blade energy instantly slashing towards the 4 lizards. Help! Wang Bing leaped up, numerous spikes appearing in front of him, the earthy yellow spikes resembling metal, but looking even sharper than metal. Behind him, Fan Ling nodded, unfolding a pair of crimson wings, the wings seeming to be formed of flames, and fist-sized fireballs flew towards the lizards. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded, and Wu Chen's figure burst out of the smoke. Without even looking back, Wu Chen left directly. Tidy up the mess. After saying this, Wu Chen left the area, got on his motorcycle, and headed home. Wang Bing and Fan Ling, looking at the 4 intruders who were already dead and couldn't die again, also showed strong confusion in their eyes. What's wrong with him? Maybe something's going on at home. Fan Ling watched Wu Chen's departing figure and spoke. The two decided to go back and ask Wu Chen what was going on. On the other side, Wu Chen had already returned home. He put away the motorcycle, then walked to his grandmother's room, held his breath, and listened at the door. Huff! Hearing the breathing inside was fine, Wu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, and his uneasiness gradually dissipated. Wu Chen stood at the door for a while, then returned to his room. After his uneasiness dissipated, Wu Chen soon fell asleep. Young man, In a daze, Wu Chen heard the voices of his grandparents. He opened his eyes and looked at the two suddenly appearing in front of his bed with some confusion in his eyes. Grandma? Grandpa? Is it morning? Are you hungry? Wu Chen felt like he couldn't open his eyes fully, but he could clearly see the figures and recognize them as his grandparents. Not hungry, we just came to see you. Wu Chen nodded, wanting to get up, but his body seemed unable to move. Young man, you must live well, it's a pity we won't see you get married. Grandma's tone was a bit low, and Grandpa beside her comforted, it's okay, it's good to see him grow up. Grandma, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Wu Chen was puzzled, while his grandparents slowly walked out of his room. Suddenly, Wu Chen's vision became extremely clear. He looked at his grandparents at the door, and his heart suddenly throbbed. Grandma, where are you going? Wu Chen's tone was somewhat excited. He reached out his hand and shouted, We want to go see your past. Grandma turned around, her face full of wrinkles but filled with kindness, the familiar smile making Wu Chen a little nervous. Are you coming back? Wu Chen suddenly asked. We will always be watching over you in the past. Grandma said with a smile, then she and Grandpa slowly walked out of the room. Young one. Don't catch a cold, okay? Wu Chen suddenly got up from the bed, looking at the children and elderly in front of him, his pupils dilated, eyes filled with disbelief. In the heavy snow, 4-year-old Wu Chen was taken into the Wu family. Tears streamed down Wu Chen's face, and the elderly in front of him looked at him with eyes full of kindness and love. Don't cry, you'll catch a cold. The elderly put their slightly worn-out hat on the little boy's head, then led him step by step back to that old house. Grandma! Wu Chen opened his eyes, all the scenes shattered like bubbles. He pulled back the covers and rushed into his grandparents' room. The room was warm. He looked at Grandma snuggled in Grandpa's arms with a strong sense of disbelief in her eyes. At that moment, how he wished that he didn't have senses beyond ordinary people, and how he doubted himself, doubted if he really had such a powerful force? I can hear the sound of snowflakes falling. Why can't I hear the sound of your heart beating in your arms? I have such a strong power. Why can't I snatch you back from the hands of death? On February 4th, Wu Chen's grandparents passed away peacefully, reaching the end of their lives. With this, the two most important people in his life disappeared completely. Wu Chen's grandparents passed away peacefully, and parting in life and death was inevitable. Looking at the black and white photos in the memorial hall, Wu Chen's pupils were somewhat scattered. He rarely thought about these things. His grandparents were good to him, and only in front of them could he possibly not act like an adult. Suddenly, the two of them left him together, leaving him somewhat at a loss, unprepared in his heart. Wu Jianjun and Wu Jiangwo cried a lot. It took them a long time to recover. Wu Wei often came to comfort Wu Chen these days. Wu Chen always said he was fine. Because they passed away peacefully, without illness or disaster, leaving in their sleep made Wu Chen feel quite good. At least for his grandparents, this kind of death did not bring them pain. Wu Chen was also happy for them. Whether consciously or unconsciously, Wu Chen would still go to see his grandparents' room. Looking at the neatly arranged room, his heart felt somewhat empty. Wu Jianjun also talked to Wu Chen, telling him not to keep things to himself, that he would take care of the family well in the future. Wu Chen nodded, indicating that he had no problems. Indeed, these days Wu Chen's state was very normal, except for sometimes being absent-minded. He did not cry. Many people sent condolences to Wu Chen on his phone. The Shangguan family also came to see Wu Chen. Shangguan Zi looked at Wu Chen sitting in grandma's room with an expressionless face, feeling a sudden pang of heartache. She walked up and hugged Wu Chen. "If you want to cry, go ahead. It's okay, Mom is here." "Thank you, Mom, I'm fine." Wu Chen didn't say much, and Wang Bing and the others, upon learning of this, did not talk to Wu Chen about tasks, silently completing all tasks. Wu Chen spent the summer vacation like this, enduring this noisy holiday. After a few days of silence at home, he resumed patrolling. His killing intent grew stronger, and his cultivation level rose by another level. He had now reached the 7th level of evolution. Yin Hudiger called to ask if he wanted to go to Wancheng for school next year, but he still didn't answer. After school started, Wu Chen continued to go to school as usual, came to his seat as usual, and then lay on the table to sleep. Shangguan Xingrong saw the pain in Wu Chen's eyes and walked up to comfort her brother. "Xingrong, let big brother sleep for a while." Shangguan Zhan stopped Shangguan Xingrong. "But big brother, let big brother be quiet by himself." After Shangguan Zhan finished speaking, he looked at Wu Chen. During this time, they would often visit Wu Chen. They found nothing unusual about each other. If you had to say something, Wu Chen's methods have become more brutal recently. Basically, meeting an enemy results in a dismemberment for the opponent. If they can withstand it, they will receive another dismemberment, and if not, they become a corpse. Moreover, Wu Chen has become increasingly silent during this time. He used to respond politely, but now he rarely speaks. The school bell rang, and Wu Chen woke up precisely, picked up his school bag, and left. "It's raining? Brother, come sit in our car, we'll take you home." Shangguan Xingrong walked up to Wu Chen, grabbed his clothes, and tried to pull him into the car. Shangguan Zi also got out of her car and walked towards them. She had called Wu Jianjun and told him she would come to pick up Wu Chen today. However, Wu Chen stood still in place, gazing into the distance as if looking at something. Shangguan Xingrong and Shangguan Zi followed his gaze to the entrance of a small supermarket ahead. "Grandma, you brought me an umbrella." Not far away, a child at the bus stop was looking happily at the old lady in front of him. The old lady handed him an umbrella with a doting expression, then left the supermarket entrance with the child. "Young man." Shangguan Zi also felt a bit sorry seeing her son like this. She wanted to reach out and hug Wu Chen, but he had already left. Wu Chen walked into the rain like a robot. The fine raindrops fell on him, and his face remained calm. Step by step, he walked towards his familiar home. Shangguan Zi got into the car intending to follow Wu Chen, but was stopped by Shangguan Yi. "Sister, don't follow him, let him be quiet for a while." Shangguan Zi heard her sister's words, looked at Wu Chen walking away in the distance, and fell silent. "Why are you standing in the rain here?" Wu Chen walked towards his home step by step. Suddenly a person approached from his right-hand side. When she looked at Wu Chen in the rain and hurried over. When she was wearing a white coat, a small bear hat on her head, a slightly red face, and a pair of beige boots on her feet, looking extremely cute. She had come to find Wu Chen, specifically inquired about his school, and coincidentally met him on the way to school. Seeing him standing in the rain, she hurried over. When she looked at Wu Chen, who was soaked all over, and furrowed her pretty brows. "You'll catch a cold like this, come with me." When she grabbed Wu Chen's cold hand and ran towards the mall. Wu Chen was also stunned. The warmth in his hand brought him back to his senses, and he looked at the girl in front of him in a daze. But his legs moved involuntarily when she took Wu Chen to a clothing store and picked out an outfit for him. "Go change, you'll catch a cold like this." When he heard the word cold, Wu Chen seemed to remember something, nodded, and walked towards the changing room. He quickly changed out of his soaked clothes. Meanwhile, when she bought 2 cups of milk tea and a towel. "Really, where are your family members? Why didn't they come to pick you up? You can't stand in the rain like this, it's very uncomfortable to catch a cold." When she picked up the towel and began to wipe Wu Chen's wet hair, then he handed the hot milk tea to him. "Have some hot drink." "Thank you." Wu Chen nodded, then mechanically took the milk tea. At this moment, Wu Chen seemed to suddenly remember something. He stood up and looked at Wenxi beside him, asking, "How did you know I was here? Do you have something to tell me?" When she looked at Wu Chen's reaction, which was like a sudden stress response, and burst out laughing. "Ha, you are so interesting, why is your reaction so slow? If I were a bad person, you would probably have been done for." The girl's eyes curved with joy. Wu Chen, upon hearing this, also spoke up. "If you were an enemy, what you would see now is not a person but a sword aura." Wu Chen's tone was very serious, and when she, upon hearing this, also retracted her smile and pursed her lips. All right, I'm here to give you the domain ring." The girl handed the dark red domain ring to Wu Chen, who nodded and then took the domain ring. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Wenxi, living in Ancheng. Are you Wu Chen?" When she extended her hand, and Wu Chen followed suit. "Yes, I'm Wu Chen." After receiving the domain ring, Wu Chen thanked Wenxi. "Thank you, let's exchange contact information, and I'll transfer you the money for the clothes." Wu Chen took out his phone and said, "Ha, are you using such an old-fashioned way to ask for a girl's contact information?" When she lightly teased, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. "Then come with me to the bank, and I'll give you cash." Wu Chen was not embarrassed at all and did not mind the other party's teasing, ready to walk to the bank with Wenxi. Ding! When she snatched Wu Chen's phone and scanned her number. "Remember to save it." When she blinked at Wu Chen, then walked to the entrance of the mall. "Wow, it's still raining. Let me take you back," when she said with a smile. "No need, my home is very close. I'll go back by myself." After Wu Chen refused, he prepared to walk home. At this moment, the girl grabbed his hand again. When she puffed up her cheeks and said somewhat displeased, "You'll catch a cold." Wu Chen was taken aback, then nodded. "Thank you." The two of them walked step by step towards home in the heavy rain, holding an umbrella. There were not many pedestrians on the road, and the vendors began to pack up their things to leave. "You're a senior in high school this year. Where do you plan to go next?" When she suddenly asked curiously. "Not sure yet," Wu Chen said while holding the umbrella. "Aren't you going to the Institute of Chemistry? With your strength, there's no reason you can't get in, right?" "No, I didn't agree. There are still people at home who need to be taken care of, so I didn't have that idea before." "I see, you're really a filial child." When she suddenly looked at Wu Chen and smiled. Wu Chen nodded, and after walking for almost 10 minutes, he sought his home. "Do you want to come to my house for a while?" Wu Chen asked without any other intentions, just a simple question. "Are you inviting me?" When she said playfully. "Not really, since you're taking me home, I should at least offer some hospitality." Wu Chen's tone was very flat, without much emotional fluctuation. "All right, then let's have a drink." When she chuckled, then followed Wu Chen back home. When she looked around the house with some curiosity and noticed the altar with white candles lit on the wall. When she was a bit at a loss, she turned to look at Wu Chen behind her. Grandpa and Grandma passed away after returning from Sanya. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he poured a cup of hot water for her. "Drink." Wu Chen stood up and reached out his hand to hand the water to Wenxi, but when she walked up to him and hugged him instead, Wu Chen felt a soft and warm body suddenly entering his arms. He was a bit stunned, and his body instantly stiffened. "You." Wenxi's gentle voice with a slight tremor appeared in his ear. "It's not easy, right? Everything seems fine, but the person you love the most is gone. If you feel sad, you can cry for a while, no need to hold back." The girl's voice echoed in Wu Chen's ear, and he was instantly stunned. For some reason, his heart trembled. He had never felt this way in front of others, but Wenxi's simple words stirred his emotions a bit. Wu Chen wanted to say something, but couldn't, and for some reason, his eyes suddenly felt a bit sour. The two of them hugged for who knows how long, when suddenly someone came in at the door. "Xiaosheng, you." Wu Jianjun looked at his son being hugged by a pretty girl and was momentarily confused. When she also immediately reacted and quickly let go of Wu Chen. "You must be Wu Chen's father. I'm Wenxi. I came to bring something for Wu Chen." I'll leave first." The girl's face blushed slightly, then rushed out of Wu Chen's house. Wu Chen stood still as if he hadn't realized what had just happened. His arm was even still holding the cup of water. The steam rising from the cup seemed to indicate that not much time had passed. Wu Jianjun suddenly reacted, turned to look at the now disappeared Wenxi, and asked, "Who was that just now?" "A friend, came to bring something," Wu Chen said, then placed the cup of water on the table. If you looked closely, you would notice that his ears were slightly red, and his slender hands were trembling a bit. Maybe it was because of the cold. On the other side, when she got into a car and left. At this moment, her face was extremely rosy, she looked very cute, covering her small face, her eyes filled with embarrassment and shyness. "Wenxi, what are you doing? You're so bold." When she secretly criticized herself, she didn't expect to be so bold, but after hearing about the passing of Wu Chen's grandparents, she felt a strong sense of heartache and involuntarily hugged Wu Chen. In fact, she had come to find Wu Chen on purpose today. For some reason, she had been thinking about Wu Chen during this time, often recalling the scene when Wu Chen saved her, feeling restless. But, suddenly, when she hugged herself, her beautiful eyes filled with heartache. She had investigated Wu Chen's background and knew that he had a difficult life, and that his grandparents were the ones who loved him the most. Now that both elderly people had passed away, she didn't even know how to comfort him. Growing up in a family surrounded by love, she couldn't empathize with Wu Chen. So she didn't try to persuade Wu Chen in any way, just silently gave him her warmth and comfort. Perhaps this was the greatest help she could offer Wu Chen now. She looked out the window, raindrops splashing on the ground. "See you next time, Wu Chen." That day, when she flew back to Wancheng, while Wu Chen was facing his father at the moment. "Xiaoshang, I know I shouldn't really say this, but if you really like her, tell Dad can. Ask your mom to help you ask." Wu Jianjun's tone was somewhat excited and relieved. Finally, his son was no longer alone. Wu Chen glanced at him, then turned around and said, "Don't think too much, we're just friends." She was giving me a ride home and wanted to comfort me when she saw my grandmother's memorial tablet. There's nothing else going on, we haven't met many times. All right, Dad won't think too much. You rest well, I'll go cook." With that, Wu Jianjun left with a happy expression on his face. He was very satisfied with that little girl. He wanted to share this good news with his older brother. His son is dating that girl. He was eager to tell his family. Meanwhile, Wu Chen was looking at the cute emojis sent by Wenxi in the chat box. "Cute lazy shishi, I'm home now, don't miss me, I'll come see you again next time." Lazy sheep emoji. Wu Chen, "Okay, take care." Wu Chen politely replied and then fell silent. There were no new messages in the chat box. It had been several months since when she visited Wu Chen's home. And Wu Chen didn't chat with Wenxi regularly afterwards. Only occasionally would Wenxi send a message wishing Wu Chen a happy holiday or complain about her own little life. Wu Chen would respond, and the two would chat back and forth. As time passed, Shangguan Zhan and his sister also reached the third stage of evolution and would occasionally accompany Wu Chen on small tasks. Wu Wei was closely monitored by Zhang Hua and was not allowed to follow Wu Chen. Wu Chen didn't try to persuade otherwise, letting things take their course. It seemed like everything had returned to how it used to be, nothing had changed. Time passed slowly until the eve of the college entrance examination. Meanwhile, in a small village in Chuanshu, Bacchus was gnawing on a leg bone of some unknown animal, his face filled with enjoyment. "How are the preparations going?" Bacchus asked Zhan when beside him. "Don't worry, everything is ready. The second marking day will be on the day of the college entrance examination. It will be the first time we openly stand in the world. Let Chuanshu become our carnival paradise." Zhang Wen's eyes showed a hint of fanaticism. They had been preparing for this for a long time. Rest assured, when Blue Star is occupied by us, your organization will naturally receive the credit. Bacchus's eyes showed a bloodthirsty intent. He hadn't fought in a long time, and the blood in his body was starting to cool. He needed blood, the warm blood of an evolver to activate the cells in his body. "How many people from your organization have come?" Bacchus asked curiously. "Don't worry, it's 5 times the 12 zodiac signs of Chuanshu. Although their overall strength is weak, it's enough to attract those 12 zodiac signs. With the marking day and your people, the evolvers here will have no way out." "Good. This time we will bring a general, whose strength should also be suppressed to the peak of the shedding realm, but it's enough to level this place." Bacchus's words revealed strong confidence, as if Chuanshu had already become their possession. Zhang Wen and Bacchus discussed, their laughter echoing in the rarely visited village. The next morning, Wu Chen opened his eyes, packed his things, and prepared to go for the exam. "Young man, are you all set?" Wu Jianjun was busy in the kitchen, his voice full of energy. During this time, the people from Shangguan's family didn't bother him, and his spirits had improved a lot. "Yes, everything's ready." Wu Chen picked up his bag, had breakfast, and headed towards the exam hall. Young man, good luck. Don't be nervous. Even if you don't do well, Lord Inhut has already said that you can go to the Evolution Academy. Wu Jianjun looked at his son with a proud smile on his face. The vicissitudes on his face have also faded a bit, and his state improved a lot after opening up. I understand, stay at home and don't go out these days. There will be some significant events at night during this time. Wu Chen knew about the marking day. He repeatedly reminded Wu Jianjun, and also informed everyone around him. Of course, the country also began to inadvertently reveal some information. The fact that people cannot go out at night during this time has also been announced nationwide. Don't worry, it's all on the news. Wu Jianjun nodded quickly. Wu Chen left after finishing his meal. Buzzing. The familiar vibration sounded, and Wu Chen opened his phone. Hello? Hey, it's the college entrance examination today. Are you nervous? In a villa area in Ansheng, a girl lying on the bed with a smile on her face called Wu Chen. Not nervous? Aren't you taking the exam? Wu Chen asked curiously. No need, I will directly enter the Chemistry Institute next year. I see. Wu Chen understood after hearing this, all these children are pre-arranged. By the way, I booked a flight for the day after tomorrow. I'll come to see you then. See me? Why? Wu Chen looked puzzled. Since you never come to see me, I will definitely come to see you, and then you can take me to play in Sichuan, and treat me to a meal. Sure. Wu Chen nodded. It was not a big deal. That's settled then. Good luck on your exam. Don't forget to bring something. I'm going to have breakfast. When she hung up the phone and walked towards the door, her smile couldn't be stopped on her face. At the dining table, when she's father looked at his daughter's smiling face and smiled, is something good happening? Why are you so happy early in the morning? Hee, I won't tell you. When she smiled playfully, then started eating. When she's father chuckled and shook his head at her words. On the other side, Wu Chen left his phone and smart bracelet at the door and walked into the classroom. These things were not afraid of being lost, as Wu Chen's belongings were basically equipped with GPS, and anyone daring to steal them would be in for a surprise. There were no familiar faces in the classroom where Wu Chen was. So after entering the classroom, he waited for the teacher to distribute the exam papers. With the sound of the bell in the examination room, the first exam officially began. Of course, it was not just the start of the exam, but also the arrival of 6 people rushing towards this place. Zhang Wen and Xin Hai, along with 3 second-stage evolved lackeys, headed towards where Wu Chen was. Their cultivation level had not improved. They were still at the 5th stage of evolution. After all, they had been hiding in the village during this time, not daring to be too arrogant, and with the limitations of their talents, their progress in cultivation was not significant. Hello, this is the exam room. You can't enter. Zhang Wen looked at the security guard in front of him, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Sorry, there is no place in this world that our natural organization cannot enter. Bang! Ah! Countless parents waiting outside looked on in horror at the scene in front of them. Of course, there were also those who reacted quickly and fearlessly started live streaming. In front, Zhang Wen once again used his abilities. His 3-meter-tall figure punched and smashed the security guard and the gate in front of him. This punch not only broke open the gate but also heralded the beginning of chaos in the world. In the examination room, Wu Chen stood up instantly, his pupils turning crimson, and he looked out the window. Do you have something to do, student? The teacher looked at Wu Chen seriously as he walked up to him. Wu Chen pushed him aside directly and went to the window to open it. As he looked outside, his pupils instantly contracted. Student, you want to? The teacher, looking displeased, tried to take Wu Chen away, but the scene outside the window left them speechless. What? What is this? Outside, Zhang Wen's body swelled, holding a wolf's tooth club with a wicked smile on his face. Beside him, Xin Hai held a trident, surrounded by seawater, and the 3 people next to him also displayed their own abilities arrogantly. Bang! The wolf's tooth club slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Demon rat, come out! A loud voice echoed through the entire school, and everyone at the moment stood at the windows watching this shocking scene, their eyes filled with fear. Demon rat, if you don't come out now, everyone here will die. With that, Zhang Wen grabbed a security guard's head and crushed it directly. The bloody scene instantly made everyone scream, hiding in the classrooms, looking terrified. Anqing Zodiac Organization. Chuanshu discovered abnormal energy fluctuations. All 12 zodiac signs have been targeted. The observer informed Chuanshu of the information. What? At a time like this? That's right, it looks premeditated. Chuanshu is likely to face a very strong attack. The observer looked solemnly at the middle-aged man at the top. What about other cities? Other cities also have abnormal energy fluctuations, but not as strong as Chuanshu. Who is the strongest in Chuanshu? Demon Rat, rank 004, cultivation at the 7th stage of evolution. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Letting Tiger go help, and all other zodiac signs mobilize, notify the residents of Chuanshu to stay indoors, and those outside to evacuate quickly. Yes. After waiting for a few seconds, Zhang Wen saw that Wuchen had not come out yet, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Demon Rat, since you won't come out, let all these flowers of the motherland die here. With that, he looked at someone next to him. That person also clapped his hands on the ground, and in an instant, a huge ball of earth began to condense, quickly reaching over 4 meters high. Zhang Wen embraced the ball of earth with both hands, veins bulging, and then smashed it towards the classroom where the students were taking the exam. Inside the classroom, Wuchen put on his wristband and rushed towards the window. The people in the classroom all stepped back, looking terrified at the huge ball of earth in front of them. At this moment, Wuchen's exam teacher watched Wuchen stepping on the window and reflexively reached out to grab him. No, this is the 4th floor. Wuchen's speed was so fast that the teacher missed grabbing him. He stepped on the window and leaped out. Look, someone rushed out. He's risking his life. This is the 4th floor. What the hell? Everyone stared in shock at the scene in front of them, their eyes filled with amazement. They saw Wuchen reach out and push the huge ball of earth back effortlessly, his body completely disproportionate to the opponent, but he easily pressed the ball of earth, which was many times larger than him, to the ground. Bang! Wuchen looked at Zhang Wen in front of him, his crimson pupils bursting with intense killing intent. Today, no one from the natural organization will survive. After Wuchen finished speaking word by word, the Divine Slayer reappeared in his hand, instantly shocking the entire scene. What? What is this? In the classroom, the students stared in amazement at the red-haired youth in front of them, momentarily forgetting their fear. Ha, such bold words at a young age, let me see how you will kill us. After Zhang Wen finished laughing, he instantly disappeared from his original position and reappeared in front of Wuchen, the huge wolf's tooth club carrying a strong gust of wind smashing towards Wuchen. And on Wuchen's left and right sides, as well as above his head, the other 3 members of the natural organization also attacked Wuchen with wicked smiles on their faces. In an instant, Wuchen was surrounded. Swish! The demonic flames rose from Wuchen's body, burning the 3 second-tier evolved trash into ashes. Facing Zhang Wen's wolf's tooth club, Wuchen reached out his hand and caught it firmly. I said, today all of you from these natural organizations will die. A cold and murderous voice echoed through the venue as Wuchen pushed Zhang Wen away with a single hand. Zhang Wen's eyes were filled with disbelief. This guy has become stronger again. Demon Blade 7 slashes, dismember. Not good, Zhang Wen, retreat quickly. Shanhai summoned endless seawater around Zhang Wen, while Wuchen slashed out a 4-meter-high blade chi. Put! The blade chi sped along the ground at an extremely fast speed, catching Shanhai off guard. Watching Zhang Wen's arm being cut off, his eyes were filled with fear. Retreat! After saying that, a water column rose under his feet and instantly swept him away at an astonishing speed. Wu Chen summoned a motorcycle and chased after him. In the classroom, students watched this surreal scene, looking at each other in astonishment. Announcement, announcement, the exam is over, everyone go home, wait for further notice when the crisis is over. At this moment, the entire Sichuan, and even the entire Dragon Country, broadcasted such announcements. As soon as the broadcast came out, people were stunned for a few seconds, then hurriedly ran home. Anyway, just follow the country's instructions. At this moment, Wang Bing and others were also under attack. Although they were not injured, they were still furious. Like Wu Chen, they directly chased after them, and because they were not in the bustling city, their speed was much faster than Wu Chen's. At this moment, everyone in Sichuan was rushing home. They had fear, curiosity, and excitement on their faces. They took out their phones to record videos, and some even live-streamed. The reason they recorded was simply because of the police cars and troops ahead. The entire armed forces of Sichuan were mobilized and entered a state of emergency preparedness. On the other side, Wu Chen rode his motorcycle to pursue. Watching Shanhai spraying from the rooftop, he used the weapons on the motorcycle. Pale blue bullets shot towards the sky, hitting many accurately at a fast speed. However, the opponent did not stop, but their speed did slow down. As they got closer, Wu Chen seized the opportunity to stand up and leap. Dismember! Swish! The red blade chi instantly hit the opponent in midair, causing them to fall. Watching the figure falling from midair, Wu Chen prepared to go and collect the body. Because he clearly saw that his blade chi had cut the opponent in half, even if the evolved life force was strong, they wouldn't live much longer. Ha, demon rat, do you think you've won? Go see your teammates, I'll be waiting for you in hell. With these words, Wu Chen frowned instantly, pulling off the domain ring from his wrist. The domain ring could locate others' positions. He slammed it hard, and a screen appeared in midair. On the screen, he saw a red dot not far away, causing his pupils to contract instantly. The red dot ahead disappeared, which meant someone had died. After seeing this scene, Wu Chen shot forward in a rage. By this time, the crowd had already left. Wu Chen did not pay attention to Zhang Wen and the others, his heart filled with anxiety at this moment. Meanwhile, Wang Bing's consciousness was very blurry, his right hand had been broken, holding Fan Ling in his arms, looking extremely miserable. Around him, bodies lay on the ground, resembling a hellish scene. The man in front looked at Wang Bing with a playful expression, as if he was looking at an ant. If your strength is only this much, then this place in Sichuan will be the first we occupy. Upon hearing this, Wang Bing's face broke into a smile. Ha, yours? Since you've been planning for so long, this land could never be yours. Equals using strategies to defeat each other, that's wisdom. And you, clearly possessing strength several times stronger than us, still resort to such deceitful schemes, even collaborating with our locals, this just shows your fear. Ha, Ant, you speak interestingly. Fear of what? We are just waiting for the weakness in space. What about you, is this your mocking before death? Bacchus's face was filled with mockery, seemingly unaffected by Wang Bing's words. Cough. Is that so? Since you have so many strong ones, don't you even have one with spatial abilities? With these words, Bacchus's smile abruptly stopped. Strong ones? Ridiculous. Are you afraid? Afraid that there are hidden powerhouses on Earth, so you dare not launch a full-scale attack, only cautiously probing. You are afraid of the hidden powerhouses, afraid of humans, afraid of the unity of creatures on Earth. Ant, I admit you have successfully angered me. The next punch will send you and your teammates to hell together. Even if I die, my soul will protect dragon soil. Death? So what? Are you afraid of death? Wang Bing looked at him, a mocking smile on his pale face. Despite the gap in strength, Wang Bing completely overwhelmed Bacchus in spirit. Death! Bacchus instantly shot out, punching through Wang Bing's stomach. Ha! I will wait for you. In hell! Wang Bing vomited blood, finally falling weakly to the ground. Humph! Who in this city can kill me? Dismemberment! Just as Bacchus was about to devour the bodies of Wang Bing and others, an incredibly terrifying blade chi instantly slashed towards him. Bang! Bacchus's hair stood on end, then he quickly retreated into the distance. Who goes there? In the smoke, Wu Chen's figure slowly appeared, a terrifying killing intent sweeping the battlefield. Wu Chen looked at the already dead Wang Bing and others, his killing intent surging in his eyes. Impressive killing intent, but unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. Bacchus looked at Wu Chen's 7th-stage evolution cultivation, a smirk on his face, then instantly shot out, punching towards Wu Chen. Bang! The long knife and fist collided, sending Wu Chen flying into a nearby building. Kid, your teammates are weak. I didn't expect you to be so pathetic too. You are the last rat, right? Indeed, just a rat, weak and trash. Bacchus's tone was full of mockery, disdain, and a hint of anger. He was angry that he was actually scared off by this brat. Coupled with what Wang Bing said earlier, it made him even more furious. Kid, meet your end. Bacchus didn't waste words, once again punching towards Wu Chen in the distance. But this time, Wu Chen did not draw his knife, instead, he clenched his fist and met the punch head-on. Bang! The two fists collided. This time, Wu Chen was not sent flying, and at the point where their fists collided, a vacuum zone instantly formed. How is this possible? Bacchus widened his eyes in shock. Just a moment ago he was sent flying by a punch, and now Wu Chen could stand his ground against him? I am just a rat. But, I have more trump cards than you can imagine. Wu Chen raised his head, his eyes turning blood red, a crimson mist once again emanating from his body. Wu Chen gripped the long knife tightly and slashed hard, the crimson blade chi directly sending Bacchus flying. Thud! Wu Chen's body seemed to swell for a moment, then returned to its original form. Bacchus, who was knocked into the air, frowned and looked at Wu Chen, who was surrounded by red mist not far away. For some reason, a sudden panic surged in his heart. Kid, you have successfully angered me. Bacchus felt the panic coming from his body, and anger instantly occupied his mind. He was actually knocked into the air by an ant that he could have easily crushed. His outer skin began to tear, and soon, a huge gray liquid-shaped creature appeared. Like mud, the liquid on its body dripped onto the ground, making a sizzling sound. Kid, let me see what cards you have to compete with me. Bacchus's body was 5 meters tall and over 4 meters wide, looking extremely disgusting. This was his original form, a member of the Mud Clan. Wu Chen held a knife in his right hand, and the red color had completely submerged his pupils. 9th stage evolution? A knife can't kill you, how about another one? After Wu Chen finished speaking, another long knife appeared in his hand, with a black blade full of power. Obviously, this was the soul of Zhang Wen transformed into a long knife, and just now Wu Chen was able to contend with Bacchus's strength because of this. Wu Chen held two knives, and his eyes were completely invaded by a red glow. Dual-wielding, demon soul unleashed. As the words fell, a red pillar of light rose from Wu Chen's body, and the killing intent took over his consciousness. At this moment, he was no longer himself, but the demon blade, the god slayer. At this moment, many people in Chuanshu saw the towering pillar of light. Captain Li looked at the distant pillar of light, silently praying for Wu Chen and the others. On the other hand, Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong were looking at two distorted spaces, obviously the imminent appearance of intruders. Is that Big Brother? The two also noticed the pillar of light, and instantly sensed that it was Wu Chen's aura. The strong smell of blood and evil spirit left them both shocked. On the other side, Wu Jianjun also saw the red pillar of light. Xiaoshang? Wu Jianjun suddenly remembered that when Wu Chen transformed before, he would emit a red light. Looking at the huge red light, he instantly thought of his son. Plus, he hadn't been able to contact Wu Chen since the notification was sent out just now, so he made a quick decision and rushed towards the direction of the pillar of light. Xiaoshang, wait for me. Wu Jianjun rode an electric bike, his eyes filled with worry. At this moment, Wu Chen had completely changed his appearance. His entire eyes were filled with red, holding two knives, and emitting a low growl like a wild beast from his mouth. Soon, the red pillar of light began to dissipate, and a blood-red mist rose around. Bacchus looked at the mist with fear in his eyes, because he saw many faint shadows in the mist. They wailed, they roared, their bodies were cut time and time again, as if repeating the process before death. Playing tricks. At this moment, the weather was slowly darkening, and the moon hanging high in the sky turned blood-red at this moment. As it turned blood-red, spaces around the world began to distort, and faintly, huge rumbling sounds could be heard, as if someone was attacking. Captain Li of Chuanshu was hiding behind a car at this moment, and a tall tree in front of him, almost 2 people high, was twisting frantically, indicating that the intruder was attacking this space. Captain Li commanded his teammates not to panic. Relax, the number of intruders this time will be many, but their strength will not be very strong. Most of them can be suppressed with firepower. Captain Li's words seemed to inject a shot of adrenaline into the many team members, and the tension in their eyes slowly faded away. On the other hand, the liquid on Bacchus's body turned into a huge fist and slammed towards Wu Chen. Kid, die for me. Bang! The collision of the double knives and fists, the liquid-like fist at this moment is as hard as the hardest stone. After the two sides collided, the fist burst directly, and the poisonous mud splashed towards Wu Chen. Dissect! Wu Chen's voice was very hoarse, as if roaring from his throat. At this moment, the double knives were against his chest, shimmering with flames. Swish! Accompanied by the feeling of something being sucked out of his body, his already thin body became even more slender. Obviously, the soul of magic had side effects, but the appearance of side effects also heralded a more powerful strength. 2 5-meter-high sword energies with majestic killing intent directly slashed towards Bacchus in front. I will never lose to a worm like you. Bacchus roared, then turned into a shape like a water column and directly collided. Puff! The sword energy and mud collided. At this moment, the two sides seemed evenly matched. A wrestling match began. Bacchus was even more angry. Wu Chen was just a 7th-order evolved worm. Even if his strength was suppressed, a 9th-order evolution could fight evenly with a 7th order, not to mention he had been fighting for so many years. Die for me! Bang! The mud began to rush towards Wu Chen from all directions, and Wu Chen couldn't move at all because of the struggle with Bacchus. For a moment, Wu Chen seemed to be in a deadlock. Roar! With Wu Chen's roar and the tightening of his body, the red light of the sword energy became more dazzling and sharper, accompanying his body rushing out. A large hole was cut in Bacchus's huge body, and red liquid dripped from the hole, apparently blood. Bacchus lowered his head, looking at the large hole in his body, his eyes filled with disbelief. How? How is this possible? Thud! The huge mud body fell weakly, finally scattered on the ground. And Wu Chen also knelt down on the ground, tightly gripping the long knife in his hand. Veins bulged on his forehead, gasping heavily, as if suppressing something. Another strike. Wu Chen turned his head, his black knife in his left hand was already shattered, leaving only a Godslayer. And the Godslayer was trembling frantically at this moment, as if trying to break free from Wu Chen's restraint. Magic! Magic sword 7 slashes. Dissect! Wu Chen stood up and roared, bleeding from his 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable, and his target was the distorted space ahead. He completely drained the spiritual energy in his body, and with a strong slash of the long knife in his hand, another sword energy slashed towards the space, and at this moment, the inverted space was instantly torn apart, Wu Chen's sword energy directly entered it, and the incoming intruder was cut into pieces before he could even speak. Seeing this scene, Wu Chen dispersed the Godslayer in his hand, and then collapsed weakly on the ground. His body became extremely thin. If there was an X-ray, it would be found that the blood in his body seemed to have been sucked out, becoming extremely thin. The beating of his heart also gradually accelerated. Now, even a 2-year-old child could easily take his life from Wu Chen. And not only on this side, there were also places invaded in other parts of Sichuan. A group of strange-looking humans rushed out of the space cracks, greeted by firepower from the Dragon Kingdom. Captain Li ordered his teammates to shoot the moment the space was torn open. Bullets mercilessly vented on the incoming intruders, marking the beginning of the first war between Blue Star and the alien realm. People all over the world finally knew what was happening. People near the battlefield watched in shock at home. Several huge space cracks also appeared in other cities, from which many intruders emerged. However, the strength is basically in the evolutionary period. The strongest is only at the 9th stage of evolution, easily killed by the local strong. Due to the location issue, the defense forces in Chuanshu are not very strong, and they did not expect to place the strongest guy in Chuanshu. In Anqing, after when she killed the last intruder, she took out her phone and called Wu Chen. The phone you dialed is powered off. The prompt made when she's heart tightened. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Lord Shenlong, all the intruders in Anqing have been dealt with. Not far away, a guy with a domain ring on his wrist was talking to the members of the Zodiac organization. Very well, since it's resolved, clean up the battlefield and come back. A somewhat deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes. After receiving the order, the man took off the domain ring from his hand and prepared to clean up the battlefield. Sorry, I'll borrow your domain ring for a moment. When she rushed over and snatched the domain ring from the combatant. When she knew the purpose of the domain ring and that it could locate other members of the Zodiac organization. She had been taught all this in the academy. Hey, what are you doing? The man looked puzzled as he watched when she run away, then quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, when she had already started checking the positions of the 12 zodiac signs, she searched for a long time and finally located Chuanshu. When she saw the position of Chuanshu, her pupils instantly contracted. At this moment, there was only a lonely red dot blinking in Chuanshu, which also proved that there was only one person left in the 12 zodiac signs of Chuanshu. When she's pace quickened as she looked down at the spot, she stopped a car and got in directly. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? The driver roared, while when she, with a trembling voice, said, to the airport, go to hell, get out of the car. The driver's tone was very angry and impatient, and the girl's hair gradually turned silver. To the airport. When she's eyes were filled with tears, her voice was very excited. This momentum made the driver pause. He looked at the silver-haired girl and swallowed hard. I got it. When she looked at the domain ring in her hand, looked at the red dot on it, her eyes filled with tears. For some reason, she felt that the last person must be Wu Chen, and this intuition made her want to save him. She knew about Wu Chen's past, and the conversations during this time had made Wu Chen hold an important place in her heart. Maybe she didn't realize it herself, or maybe, even if it was to repay Wu Chen's life-saving grace, this time she had to go. On Wu Chen's side, another monster emerged from the gate. The monster was short in stature, like a child, but its sharp claws and teeth were not human, more like a demon. Its strength was not strong, only at the first stage of evolution, but at this moment, its appearance here was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wu Chen lay in the middle, and the monster with saliva dripping from its mouth walked towards him step by step. Then, another person emerged from the inverted space. The person was 2 meters tall, with dark skin, slightly taller than the people of the Dragon Kingdom, giving a mixed-race feeling, holding a large spear and stepping out of the void crack step by step. Is this Blue Star? Such a familiar scene, so, the next place is ours. Lika's mouth curled up in a smile, exuding a terrifying aura. The monster in the front saw Lika and directly crouched on the ground trembling. Obviously, Lika's strength was far above it. Eat up, I'm not interested in these things. Lika glanced at it, then turned around and prepared to walk towards the bustling market. At this moment, 2 shells dragged huge tongues of fire and struck towards this person. Bang! Lika glanced, then blocked with one hand, as if an unclear barrier appeared in front of him, directly deflecting the cannonball. A toy for the weak. After Lika finished speaking, 2 cannonballs exploded instantly, smoke covering them, and in the helicopter above the sky at this moment, Yintiger's face showed determination and anger. Lord Tiger, are we landing here? After the pilot finished speaking, before Tiger could answer, he was pulled up by a huge force from the pilot's seat. Boom! A curved slash cut the helicopter in half, a huge explosion resounded in the air, and Tiger was left holding the terrified pilot as they fell to the ground. You go first, leave this to me. After Yin Tiger finished speaking, the pilot hurriedly ran towards the distance. The smoke in front gradually dispersed. I didn't expect there to be such a strong person like you on Blue Star now. Not bad, quite interesting. Lika's voice came from within, and he stood straight in place, unscathed. There are many strong people on Blue Star, I am not counted among them, but killing you should be enough. After Yin Tiger finished speaking, his hands turned into tiger claws, and 9 tiger tails appeared behind him, a strong and sharp aura bursting from his body. One of the leaders of the Chinese zodiac, Yin Tiger, rank 049, ability, 9-tailed tiger Luwu. It is recorded as one of the ancient mythical beasts, a god of Kunlun Mountain. Of course, whether it is real remains to be verified, but it is indeed one of the top supernatural abilities in the world, with a strong killing aura. Yin Tiger exuded a powerful momentum, his 9th level cultivation level was undoubtedly revealed at this moment, his 9 tails behind him were like steel whips, with a casual swing, the concrete ground was directly cracked. How can a group of weaklings protected by their ancestors compare with the power we cultivate ourselves? After Lika finished speaking, he swung his halberd towards Yin Tiger. Bang! Yin Tiger blocked with both hands above his head, the powerful impact causing the ground under his feet to sink, but Yin Tiger's face remained calm. There is nothing shameful about inheriting the legacy of our ancestors. After all, you are just the defeated minions of our ancestors. Arrogant! Lika roared in anger upon hearing Yin Tiger's words, and at this moment, countless whip shadows attacked. Bang! Lika was directly knocked back, with several red marks left on his body. Yin Tiger roared, like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests, he directly rushed towards the opponent. Lika's face looked ugly, being pushed back just now made him very unhappy. The two sides collided again, countless claw shadows, whip shadows, and the residual images of the halberd waving intertwined. The two close combat experts showed their strength at this moment. The cement road beneath their feet sank bit by bit, the surrounding buildings were damaged in their fight, and a single punch from either of them carried the force of thousands of pounds. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Chen also encountered some trouble. Because the battlefield had been moved elsewhere, he did not pay attention to it at the moment. The intruders who had come out in front of him were approaching step by step, their eyes filled with undisguised killing intent, sending shivers down one's spine. Get lost! Suddenly, as the intruders were about to approach Wu Chen, an electric car came from a distance and directly knocked them away with terrifying force. Wu Jianjun looked at the fallen Wu Chen, ignoring the pain in his body. He picked him up and then rode the electric car towards a distance. Roar! The infuriated intruder who was knocked away roared and chased after Wu Jianjun. The road at this moment was filled with countless cars, the traffic was almost paralyzed, and they could only ride electric bikes. The main two battlefields were also very intense, with no room to spare. Wu Jianjun could only carry Wu Chen on his back and ride the electric bike towards the front, unable to go into the crowd, as once this monster went on a killing spree, Wu Jianjun would not be able to stop it. Wu Jianjun began to shuttle through the narrow road, he didn't even dare to look back, because he could feel that the other party was following him. Don't be afraid, Dad will definitely save you. Wu Jianjun's tone was firm, at this moment he seemed to have become a true father, starting to protect his son. On the other side, the battle between Yin Tiger and Lika reached a stalemate. Both of them were equally strong, very experienced, and the difference in strength was not significant. For a moment it was really hard to determine the outcome. The street where the two were located had already been smashed with deep pits and cracks, and the surrounding houses were also knocked with large holes. Impressive! Blue Star guy, although my power is suppressed, being able to fight with this general to such an extent, I acknowledge you, with such strength, why not join us, I appoint you as my deputy. Lika looked at the fierce Yin Tiger ahead and felt a sense of appreciation, starting to persuade the other party. Tisk, I'm not interested in being a deputy general, if you really want to win me over, why not let me propose a condition? Oh, feel free to propose, if it satisfies me, I will definitely agree. Lika thought that Yin Tiger really had intentions to join, a smile appeared on his face, but the next moment Yin Tiger's claw came straight towards him. Let me be the leader of your foreign land, and then merge into my dragon kingdom, how about that? Yin Tiger grinned, his words filled with disdain for the foreign land. If you don't accept a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit, seeking death. Anger appeared on Lika's face, then he swung his long spear, breaking free from the deadlock. Taste our army's ultimate skill, Shattered Jade. The long spear of Lika showed some cracks, as if it would shatter directly in the next moment, but those cracks emitted a powerful force that made people palpitate. 9 tigers defeat heaven. On the other side, Yin Tiger also began to gather his move, his 9 tails behind him started to swing, forming illusions of 9 giant tigers behind him. Slowly transforming into 9 huge tigers, the tigers crouched on the ground, as if they would pounce forward in the next moment. Come! Lika wielded his great spear and smashed it directly forward, while Yinhutager roared and charged forward. The two figures collided, the huge explosion shook the earth, and the whole Sichuan and Shu region felt it. On the other side, Wu Jianjun looked at the dead end ahead and was instantly stunned. The intruders behind him were gradually approaching. Wu Jianjun looked at his son with weak breath behind him, and made a quick decision. Wu Jianjun placed Wu Chen in the corner, then rode his electric bike and rammed into the intruder. Don't touch my son, if you wanna fight, fight me. Wu Jianjun's electric bike directly knocked the intruder away. Wu Jianjun intended to take him away. Clang! The intruder suddenly stabilized his lower body, directly pressing the bike in front. The powerful force made Wu Jianjun somewhat confused, but the intruder did not give Wu Jianjun time to react. After stopping the bike, he punched towards his head. Thump! Wu Jianjun fell to the ground, then rolled a few times and quickly stood up. He looked around, there was only a shovel. He picked up the shovel and blocked it in front of Wu Chen, his hands trembling slightly, but his eyes were extremely determined. Son, rest assured, Dad will never let him touch you. Wu Jianjun silently encouraged himself. Looking at the sleeping Wu Chen behind him, he clenched the shovel, looking at the monster ahead. The intruder let out a sharp laugh, then extended his claws and pounced towards Wu Jianjun. Plop! The claws pierced through Wu Jianjun's body. He didn't even have time to swing the shovel, and was directly pierced through. The difference in strength was simply not something that could be matched by belief. He was just an ordinary person. Wu Jianjun was knocked away with one hand, while the intruder licked the blood on his hand and walked towards Wu Chen step by step. On the other side, Wu Jianjun's body fell heavily to the ground. He didn't feel pain, just a bit cold. His mind was very clear at this moment, and he suddenly thought of many things: past mistakes, future aspirations, and current choices. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, bloodshot in his pupils, and he suddenly remembered what his son had said. You can die, but please die like a man. Clang! The shovel hit the intruder's head, and Wu Jianjun's face looked fierce, blood oozing slowly from his chest, but he seemed not to feel it, swinging the shovel forcefully. Stay away from my son! The sound of the shovel hitting the intruder's head echoed in the alley, and the intruder's expression became even more furious. The intruder grabbed the shovel. Looking at the insignificant ant behind him, he decided to kill him first. Bang! Another punch sent Wu Jianjun flying, blood spurted out, and Wu Jianjun collapsed weakly on the car, the light in his eyes slowly fading. The intruder turned around and continued walking towards Wu Chen, and at this moment, the shovel smashed on his head. The continuous provocation of the ant finally made him angry. He turned around, looking at Wu Jianjun with a cruel look in his eyes. Come on! Wu Jianjun lay on the car, no longer bleeding from his chest, his face pale, but his eyes surprisingly bright at this moment. Roar! With a roar, the intruder's fist struck towards Wu Jianjun, a punch that would end Wu Jianjun's life. At this moment, a smile appeared at the corner of Wu Jianjun's mouth as he looked at the enlarged fist, his eyes filled with some emotion. He seemed to be reflecting on his life, and also on how fortunate he was to have such an outstanding son. Poochie! The fist claws once again pierced through Wu Jianjun's chest and smashed straight into the car behind him. With the appearance of a flame, the electric car ignited completely. The flames covered the car, burning on Wu Jianjun's body. Intense burning and pain surged into his mind, and Wu Jianjun couldn't help but scream in agony. But he understood that he couldn't die now. Things hadn't reached the final step yet. Suddenly, Wu Jianjun burst out with a powerful force from somewhere. He tightly hugged the intruder, not letting go no matter how the other party struggled, his gaze fixed on Wu Chen not far away. Looking at the other party, he felt a sense of responsibility and satisfaction at this moment. At this moment, he finally accomplished something he might never have accomplished in his life: becoming a qualified father. But in fact, Wu Chen had recognized him long ago, accepted this man as his father. The crackling of the burning flames, the intruder's screams at this moment formed a perfect melody. Faintly, his gaze seemed to return to the past, back to the first time he met Wu Chen. 14 years ago. In his home, Wu Jianjun looked at the child his mother brought in, his eyes filled with astonishment. When he heard his mother say that this was his child, his first reaction was not joy, but a desire to abandon Wu Chen. Because he understood his current situation. If he had a child now, it was hard to imagine how much pressure and how much painful childhood the child would endure. His heart was struggling madly, and at this moment, the child said something that he remembered to this day. Are you my dad? Yes. Wu Jianjun lowered his head. This title that should have made all men proud seemed to make him uneasy. Since you are my father, please raise me. I hope you won't shirk your responsibilities. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you in the future. and I will also bear the responsibility of being your son." The 4-year-old child's words deeply moved and shocked everyone present. From that day on, there was a quiet and reserved little boy in Wu Jianjun's home. Wu Jianjun also began to frequently leave home in search of vitality. Even though he was despised every time he went out, even though he was occasionally beaten, he still had no complaints. The word responsibility seemed to unconsciously rest on his shoulders. At this moment, Wu Jianjun looked at his proud son ahead, and a relieved smile suddenly appeared on his face. "I'm sorry for not living up to the title of father. I hope you won't blame me." Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, Wu Jianjun and the intruder both perished, while Wu Chen lying on the ground did not know if he heard Wu Jianjun's words. A glistening tear rolled down his cheek, eventually falling to the ground. A man died in an unnoticed alley at this moment, all for the sake of protecting his son. In Anqing at this moment, when she had already arrived at the airport, she nervously watched the moving red, her heart racing when she saw it stop, fearing the disappearance of the red dot. However, after waiting for a few minutes and finding that the red dot was still there, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the red dot had found a safe place. Little did she know that someone sacrificed their life to save Wu Chen. "That girl has arrived at the airport," the driver cautiously said, turning his head. "Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, but due to urgent circumstances, I'll give you the money." After when she finished speaking, she scanned the other person's payment code, sent 100 yuan, and then walked directly towards the airport. She went to the airport lobby and inquired with someone. "Excuse me, are there any tickets to Sichuan available today? The sooner, the better, price is not a problem." When she anxiously asked a staff member. "I'm sorry, we received notice recently that the airport is closed for the next few days, so there's no way to go to Sichuan." The staff member was startled, but after when she explained the situation, he immediately clarified. The staff member's words made when she feel powerless, and she sat on the ground, her face pale, her worries turning into bubbles at this moment, feeling like crying. "You could have come to save us in an instant last time, but this time, even though I know your location, I am powerless." When she sat at the airport, murmuring choked up, as if she would burst into tears in the next moment. "Xiaoxi, why are you here?" At this moment, a person rushed into the airport in a hurry. When she looked at her mother, unable to hold back the tears in her eyes, and hugged her, crying. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? What's the matter? Why did you come here? Do you know how worried I was? If it weren't for the surveillance footage from home showing you coming here, I would have thought you were injured." When she's mother held her, looking worried. At this moment, other people also arrived at the airport one after another. There were men and women, including Wenxi's brother Wenjun. "What's going on?" Wenjun and the others looked at the crying Wenxi with concern. "Brother. He's in trouble." Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Wenxi was talking about. "Who?" Wenjun seemed to have realized something. "Are you talking about the guy from the Zodiac organization in Sichuan?" Wenxi nodded, looking very pitiful. "Are you talking about the demon rat that saved you and Sanya?" Wenxi's mother instantly remembered what her daughter had told her before. "Yes, he's in trouble now, and he's the only one left of the 12 zodiac signs in Chuanshu." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in shock. "Xiaoxi, don't worry, I remember Lord Tiger is in Chuanshu, let's ask him to save the person." When June was still very calm at this time, instantly thinking of a solution. "Yes, Lord Tiger, let's contact Lord Tiger." When she suddenly became excited, as if she had been rescued herself, and rushed out of the airport in a hurry. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, helpless. And the tiger they were talking about was still battling with Lika at this moment. Both of them were injured, the surrounding buildings were in ruins, and the road beneath their feet seemed to have just been drilled by a bulldozer, with rocks scattered all over, and underneath the rocks was some mud. Tiger looked at Lika in front of him, his eyes full of disdain. In battle, it's not just about strength, mentality is also very important, especially in battles where the strength gap is not significant, mentality is even more crucial. Just like the current situation, Tiger actually had the upper hand. The mentalities of the two were completely different. Lika went from initially looking down on Tiger, to being surprised by his strength, and then feeling deeply humiliated. After all, it was quite embarrassing for a general like him to be evenly matched in battle with someone like Tiger who had never practiced before. Even though his current strength was suppressed, it was not an excuse. After all, Tiger's strength was also comparable to his. On the other hand, Tiger, from initially being cautious and serious, to now becoming more and more confident as the battle progressed, even feeling that the strong from the foreign land were nothing special. As the battle continued, Tiger's attacks became more fierce, while Lika was gradually being pushed into a passive position. "Come on!" The fighting spirit on Tiger's face became stronger, turning into a fierce tiger charging towards Lika once again. Seeing this, Lika also swung his great halberd to meet the attack, and the aftermath of their battle destroyed everything around them, with the glass of the surrounding buildings already shattered. Tiger's claws, combined with his tail behind him, launched a fierce attack that was hard to defend against, causing more and more wounds on Lika, making his face look even more ugly. He understood that if this continued, he would die. After all, he was alone, and the opponent was on their home ground. Boom! The two separated again. Lika took a deep breath, then infused his halberd with spiritual energy once again, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the space to distort. It was obvious that this move had exhausted all of Lika's strength. Seeing this, Tiger's expression also instantly became serious. He understood that the opponent was ready to risk it all. "Kid, I admit you were strong, but this time I was just testing you, and I am the weakest general in our foreign land. After I die, the next person to come on the designated day will be even stronger, and the barriers of the world will weaken. Your blue star will eventually become our foreign land paradise." After Lika finished speaking, the weapon in his hand shattered once again. This time it was truly broken. The patterns on the weapon shimmered with light, like a jade artifact about to shatter. "Well, let me tell you here, I may not have control over other places, but in this dragon country, these intruders will only become the lost souls in our hands. Dragon country will always be an untouchable place for you. For you, dragon country is like the 9 hells, and we, the 12 zodiac signs, are the reapers of souls." After Tiger finished speaking, he seemed to transform into a fierce tiger, roaring with his 9-meter-high 9-tailed tiger, the 9 tails cracking the air like steel whips. Jade shattered. 9 tigers defeat heaven. The two sides roared and collided again, followed by an explosion that rose tens of meters in place, blowing away the surrounding trees. Even some smaller buildings were shattered by the terrifying impact. After the explosion, the smoke cleared, and the positions of Yin Hudiger and Lika had swapped, both standing in place, with a circular hole appearing in Lika's chest. Yin Hudiger's mouth was bleeding, his tiger claws covered in blood, a smile on his lips. Obviously, he had won this battle. Yin Hudiger lay down on the ground, a smile on his face. Although he was one of the strongest 12 in the Dragon Kingdom, this was his first time fighting against a strong opponent from a foreign land. This victory also made him realize that the so-called foreign lands were not so terrifying. At this moment, his domain ring rang. "Who is it?" Yin Hudiger asked, looking at the domain ring in his hand. "Lord Yin Hudiger, there is one person left from the Sichuanshu Zodiac, who may be injured in one place and has not moved for a long time. Please go save him." Anxious voice of Wensi sounded, and Yin Hudiger remembered his mission, quickly starting to locate Wu Chen. "Thank you, and blame me for coming too late." Yin Hudiger's expression turned painful after saying this sentence. He was excited during the battle, but when he came to his senses, he remembered his duty. Only one of the Sichuanshu Zodiac was left dead, and even his life was unknown. Yin Hudiger looked at the red dot on the screen and hurriedly ran towards Wu Chen's direction with his exhausted body. A few minutes later, Yin Hudiger saw Wu Chen lying on the ground in the alley. At this moment, he was pale, much thinner than before, as if his skin was wrapped around bones and could die at any moment. Yin Hudiger also saw the two bodies that had been burned to charcoal. The air was filled with a burnt smell, and he looked at the body of Wu Jianjun, his eyes showing intense pain. "I'm sorry, I'm late. You can rest assured, I will not let your son die." With that, Yin Hudiger took Wu Jianjun's body back and then ran towards the hospital with the weak Wu Chen. Another day ended, and the world completely opened the prelude to chaos. Everyone understood everything. Now, the evolvers have become the mainstream topic of discussion among the people of the world. Some are excited, some are afraid, and various emotions are present. The Dragon Kingdom is also trying its best to appease the masses and has announced plans to add a subject related to evolvers to the curriculum in the future. A wave of evolution is sweeping the world. Blue Star has officially entered the era of evolution. In the hospital in Sichuanshu, Wu Chen is lying on the hospital bed at the moment, with Wu Jiangwo sitting beside him, his eyes lifeless, apparently not having closed them for a long time. Not many people know about this matter, except for Wu Jiangwo. Not even Wu Wei knows. Wu Jiangwo has been under tremendous mental pressure during this time. His parents passed away, his brother also left, and now the fate of his brother's offspring is unknown, the strong pressure and pain making it difficult for him to breathe. Yin Hudiger has already returned to Anqing early to report, as he still has many things to deal with. Wu Jiangwo rubbed the domain ring in his hand, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. Wu Jiangwo's body is in the domain ring, and he has not buried him yet. Wu Chen has been in a coma for several tens of days, showing no signs of waking up. It is said that his mind is controlled and unable to wake up. Vital signs have stabilized. Uncle Wu. A girl walked into the ward, whence he came a few days ago, and of course, she was accompanied by her brother Wenjun. The two are still quite worried about Wu Chen, their savior. These days, all kinds of experts have come to see Wu Chen, but in the end, they all shook their heads and indicated that Wu Chen needed to come out on his own. It's Xiaoxi. Wu Jiangwo also forced a smile when he looked at Wen Shi. To be honest, he was quite grateful to this little girl. She had been coming to ask about Wu Chen's condition frequently since she arrived a few days ago. Uncle Wu, you go busy first, I'll take care of him. Where's your brother? Wu Jiangwo looked curiously behind Wen Shi. My brother went to pick someone up, so I came to see him first. Okay, thank you for these days. Wu Jiangwo expressed his gratitude to Wen Shi. After all, she had helped him a lot these days, and now that he had some free time, he could also attend to the funeral matters. It's nothing, he saved my brother and me, so it's nothing. When she smiled and then looked at the pale young man in the distance with a look of pity in her eyes. Last time she came, Wu Chen's grandparents passed away, and this time, Wu Chen's teammates and father also left. Fate is really unpredictable. He's only 18 years old, but he's suffering so much. Wu Jiangwo left, leaving Wen Shi alone to sit by Wu Chen's bed and take care of him. To say she was taking care of him was just sitting there watching over him. The nutritional supplements these days were quite good, and Wu Chen's face no longer looked as gaunt as when he first arrived at the hospital, but it still lacked color. When will you wake up? When she muttered to herself on the side, occasionally venting her frustrations to Wu Chen. At this moment, Wu Chen was in a blood-red space, with a person beside him who looked similar to him but had crimson hair and eyes. The two sat together in silence. You should go back now. The crimson figure spoke. Go back? I don't know what to do when I go back. What I should do? What's the meaning of going back? Wu Chen hugged his legs, his tone becoming increasingly low. You're annoying me here, and how did you say to me back then? We agreed that we would strike fear into everyone. The #1 demon slayer in the world, am here talking to you every day, it's so boring. The person beside him walked up to Wu Chen and shouted at him, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Yes, this crimson figure is the demon slayer, but it's the demon soul inside, also known as the blade spirit. Got it, I'll go out in a while. Wu Chen looked at the impatient demon slayer and spoke. That's right, it's fine. Your dad died, but you still have an uncle, a sister, and at worst, you still have a birth mother. I, an orphan raised by the heavens, have lived for so many years. You don't need to be so upset. The demon slayer looked at Wu Chen, who was about to go out, and tried to comfort him excitedly. Wu Chen glanced at him, then stood up and walked towards the red mist. No need to be upset, live longer with me. The demon slayer shouted as Wu Chen's figure disappeared completely, and he returned to where he was, lying on the ground. Finally gone, it's better to be alone. Do whatever you want. With that, he took out a comic book from somewhere and started reading it with relish. At the moment when Wu Chen disappeared, in the real world, Wu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Wu Chen stared blankly at the white ceiling. Beside him, there was the sound of a girl snoring, obviously, when she had fallen asleep. Wu Chen slightly turned his head and furrowed his brows. At this moment, when she was lying on him, her hair scattered on the bed, her delicate little face showing a bit of flesh, looking very cute. Although she was lying on Wu Chen, she wasn't heavy, but the reason for Wu Chen's frown was that there was a glistening drool at the corner of her mouth. Wu Chen looked out the window, and it was already dark outside. The clock in the ward also showed it was past 11 o'clock. Wu Chen frowned, then got up quietly. He carried the girl to the empty bed next door and tucked her in. Without his phone, he didn't know what time it was. The spiritual energy in his body rose slightly, about to break through to the 8th stage of evolution. But Wu Chen couldn't feel happy. He glanced out the window with a pair of dark eyes, lost in thought. When she stretched lazily and opened her eyes, looking confused. Obviously, she didn't remember when she fell asleep, just that she was talking to herself before drifting off. Why am I on a hospital bed? When she was a bit dazed, looking curious with her eyes wide open. You're awake. At that moment, Wu Chen spoke up. When she turned abruptly at the sound of his voice. Are you okay? When she's tone was excited as she threw off the blanket, jumped out of bed, and rushed to Wu Chen's bedside. Wu Chen nodded, then curiously asked, Why are you here? I heard something happened in Chuanshu, tried calling you but you didn't answer, so I came to find you. Wu Chen nodded at her words and fell silent. Seeing him quiet, when she asked, Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? No, do you have a phone? Can I borrow it? I need to call my uncle. Wu Chen asked, and when she handed him her phone, Wu Chen made the call, and after about half an hour, Wu Jiangwo arrived at the ward. He was excited, his eyes red as he rushed to Wu Chen. No one knew how much pressure he had been under during this time, but now, Wu Chen was awake. Uncle, is my father's funeral arranged? Wu Chen's tone remained calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. How did you? Wu Jiangwo was still figuring out how to tell Wu Chen about Wu Jianjun, but Wu Chen spoke directly. Yes, I know, I was there at the time, had some awareness. Wu Chen spoke as if recounting an ordinary event. Wu Jiangwo's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing this. He walked up, patted Wu Chen's shoulder, and choked out, "Don't worry, you still have your uncle, I won't abandon you." When she wanted to say something, but at that moment, the door of the ward was pushed open. "Little sister, how's that demon rat doing, awake?" Wen Jun carried some things, followed by a young man. The young man was dressed in a very noble manner, his white suit highlighting his outstanding appearance, exuding an aristocratic air. The young man's eyes lit up instantly when he saw Wen Shi, and he hurriedly walked over, smiling. "Xiaoxi, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Chuanshu? I've been looking for you for so long." The young man approached Wen Shi, looking concerned. "Wang Rong? Brother, is he the one who's coming?" Wen Shi's tone carried a hint of questioning, while Wen Jun scratched his head awkwardly and shifted the conversation to Wu Chen. "How's your recovery, demon rat? I wanted to thank you. Brother, you're really something, he just woke up, how could he have recovered well?" Wen Shi scolded Wen Jun slightly. Wen Jun chuckled awkwardly in place upon hearing that. "Uncle, let's leave the hospital, I'm fine." Wu Chen wasn't in the mood for their conversation, he looked at Wu Jiangwo. "Ha? Leave the hospital now? Are you sure you're okay?" Wu Chen nodded, then pressed the button on the head of the hospital bed, waiting for the doctor to come and check his condition to reassure Wu Jiangwo. "Stay a few more days, you've just woken up, there's nothing going on outside." Wen Shi's tone was very gentle, and Wang Rong, who was beside her, saw the hostility in Wen Shi's eyes towards Wu Chen in an instant. Wu Chen frowned, feeling the hostility emanating from the other party, and involuntarily a strong murderous intent surged within him. In an instant, everyone felt a chilling sensation, and Wang Rong's gaze also became somewhat fearful. He seemed to see a red figure holding a long knife standing on a mountain of corpses and seas of blood, staring at him intently. "Mauser, he means no harm." At this moment, Wen Jun quickly spoke up. Wu Chen also reacted instantly, concealing the killing intent in his heart, and his slightly reddish pupils turned pitch black. At this moment, the doctor also entered the ward, nodded after examining Wu Chen's body, and said, "You can theoretically be discharged, but it's best to stay a few more days to observe the condition." "No need, we're out of money." Wu Chen directly stated the best solution. Indeed, upon hearing Wu Chen say they were out of money, the doctor no longer tried to persuade them, but instead allowed Wu Chen to complete the discharge procedures. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time, consider this a favor from me, if you need anything in the future, I will be there without hesitation." Wu Chen thanked Wen Shi, then left with Wu Jiangwo. Wen Shi had originally intended to catch up, but ultimately gave up on that decision. She felt that what Wu Chen needed now might be peace and quiet. "Wen Jun, how do you know such a person? It's really scary, exuding a murderous aura like a madman covered in blood." Wang Rong, who had been silent all along, spoke up at this moment, looking at Wen Jun and commenting. "Wang Rong, please respect my friend, he is from the Zodiac organization, isn't it normal to have a strong killing intent, he's not pampered like us." When she turned her head, looking sternly at Wang Rong. Wen Jun also looked displeased at Wang Rong. Upon hearing that Wu Chen was from the Zodiac organization, Wang Rong instantly fell silent. "Sorry, I didn't know about this, but I'm not pampered either." Wang Rong finally said softly, and Wen Jun also looked at him helplessly. His friend was usually fine, but lost his sense of propriety when it came to his sister. "Xiaoxi, shall we leave first? It's strangely cold outside, let's wait a couple of days for him to finish his business before we go find him." Wen Jun couldn't help but speak as he watched his sister keep looking in the direction Wu Chen had left. "Okay." When she nodded, then turned back reluctantly. "Perfect, Xiaoxi, I made a plan when I came, we can spend some time in Sichuan." Wang Rong walked excitedly to Wen Shi's side, but Wen Shi seemed somewhat indifferent. "Xiaoxi, let's go take a look, Mauser must have had a lot to deal with recently." Wen Jun also stepped in to persuade. "Let's talk about it later," Wen Shi said, then walked back to the hotel alone, leaving Wen Jun and Wang Rong looking at each other. In the end, they could only shake their heads helplessly and follow Wen Shi. And after that marked day, the world seemed to be undergoing some kind of revival. Some beasts began to gradually surpass human cognitive limits, evolving in various strange directions. Snakes with bumps and claws, tigers draped in flames, and even some creatures that seemed to only exist in ancient records appeared. On the other hand, Wu Chen also returned home. At this moment, his home might no longer be called a home. It was empty inside, not a single person in sight. He stared blankly at the black and white photo of Lingtai Mountain, lost in thought, until Wu Jiangwo called out to him. Today they are going to deal with the body of Wu Jianjun and bury his ashes. After a busy day, Wu Chen looked at the new memorial tablet on Lingtai Mountain and didn't know what to say. He cooked as usual, made dishes, cooked rice, and then came out with 4 bowls. Oh, made too much. Wu Chen looked at the 4 dishes on the table, looked at the pot of rice, and finally realized. From now on, he only needed to cook for himself. In the end, the young man sat alone on the stool and quietly finished a bowl of rice. After putting the other dishes in the refrigerator, he returned to his room. In the following days, Wu Chen's mother, Shang Guanzi, also came to see him. As soon as she saw him, she hugged him and cried. Shang Guanzi did not bring anyone else. She came alone, hugged Wu Chen and cried, comforted him after crying, and asked Wu Chen to stay with her. But in the end, Wu Chen refused. The reason he gave was that he wanted to be with his grandparents and said that he would go to the Anqing Institute of Chemistry for school in the future. Shang Guanzi was stunned for a few seconds after hearing this, then expressed her support for Wu Chen and said she would go to Anqing with him to take care of him. Wu Chen didn't say anything, no matter who Shang Guanzi was taking care of, at least she said such words. Wu Chen had no reason to refuse her kindness. Later, Wu Chen told Yin Hu about this, and Yin Hu said it was fine and would keep his MO code and the treatment would continue. After all, besides Yin Hu, Wu Chen had the greatest credit this time. A person who defeated a 9th-level evolutionist had completely made the higher-ups restless. In fact, even if Wu Chen said he didn't plan to go this time, the higher-ups would force him to go. They would never allow Wu Chen, a genius who defeated a 9th-level opponent at the age of just 18, to waste his time here. Wu Chen probably understood this and was ready to go directly. Anyway, he didn't have much to do now, alone, and Shang Guanzi was also there. So Wu Chen could repay her for her care and nurturing over the past 4 years. Wu Chen planned to go in August. It was now close to August, as the Anqing Institute of Chemistry would have a month-long training camp in advance. Perhaps to let these children adapt in advance, after all, the management of the Institute of Chemistry was quite strict. They would screen out those who were not suitable for combat and those who were suitable. One day, when Wu Chen was daydreaming at home, when she came to his house. "Wu Chen, are you there?" When she stood at the door and looked in, not seeing Wu Chen. "Do you have something to tell me?" Wu Chen opened the door and walked out of the room. When she saw Wu Chen, she instantly showed a happy expression, but his condition made her worried. "Are you okay? Your complexion has been so bad these days, and you haven't been eating well?" When she walked up and pinched Wu Chen's face, firing off questions like a machine gun. "I have been eating well, I'm not a child." Wu Chen pushed away her playful hand and said lightly, "But your complexion is really bad. What have you been eating these days?" Wu Chen walked to the refrigerator and opened it. Just a plate of food, stir-fried potatoes with chicken. Wu Chen needed to replenish his energy, and this high-protein and high-carbohydrate food was suitable for him. Just this? When she frowned at Wu Chen, thinking he would eat something delicious, but he only had one dish. "I'm the only one at home now, no need to make too much." With these words, when she looked at Wu Chen with a heart full of pity. I don't know why, although Wu Chen's tone and emotions haven't changed much, she always feels like Wu Chen is lifeless now. The previous Wu Chen, although also cold in personality, was not like this. The current Wu Chen, in her words, seems like a complete robot, ready to be scrapped after completing certain programs. Wu Chen is unaware of the girl's thoughts. He closes the refrigerator door, then moves a chair for Wen Xi and asks, "Do you have something to discuss?" "Yes, I came this time to ask you something. Are you also planning to join the Evolution Academy?" When she withdrew her gaze, sat down, and curiously asked. "Yes, there's nothing much happening in Xuanshu. The new Zodiac organization has also arrived, so there's no need for me to stay here. Yin Tiger asked me to go to the Evolution Academy system for a few years, and come out after a few years." "That's great, we'll be classmates in the future." Wen Xi's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement, and Wu Chen nodded. "By the way, what's your new phone number?" When she took out her phone to jot down Wu Chen's new number. "It hasn't changed. They gave me a new phone, but it's the same as before, and the contact information hasn't changed." "I see, that's good. Are you free recently?" When she suddenly changed the subject, leaning towards Wu Chen. "I'm free. Do you have something in mind? Let me take you out for a walk. Staying here all the time might make you sick, and if you catch a cold, someone will worry." Wu Chen was taken aback, then glanced at the photo behind him. "Okay, where to?" Wu Chen agreed. After Wu Chen agreed, when she grabbed his wrist and pulled him up from the chair. "Of course, we'll go where there are many people, let's go." When she's face lit up with a sweet smile, extremely beautiful and gentle under the sunlight, the girl grabbed Wu Chen's hand and walked outside. Meanwhile, in the hotel room, when June looked at Wang Rong with a helpless expression. "What are you up to?" "I'm asking where Xiaoxi went. You, as her brother, should treat Xiaoxi well. It's early in the morning, and she's missing, aren't you worried?" When June said helplessly, "She's a big kid, how could anything happen to her?" Mind your own business, I'm not worried as her brother. How can you not care? We've known each other since childhood. Wang Rong rushed to Wenjun, looking very excited. Stop it, childhood friends, we just played together when we were kids. There are plenty of childhood friends for me and my sister, all from the same place. Don't use this relationship to control my sister, I know what you're up to. Wang Rong's face stiffened, but quickly adjusted and said, so what? We understand each other well, you and I know everything. Are you worried about Xiaoxi following me? Wenjun sneered, among this group of playmates, you're not the first to say this to me. Stop being shameless. When my sister wasn't that pretty, your girlfriends never stopped. Now that my sister looks good, you want to play this emotional card, go away. After Wenjun finished speaking, Wang Rong felt embarrassed. Oh, don't be like this, we're buddies after all. Can you say something nice about me to Xiaoxi? Wenjun decisively refused, don't even think about it. If you have the ability, go after her yourself. If you can't, then shut up. Don't use me as a shield. Besides, there are already many elders in Anqing proposing to my sister. My family is getting dazzled day by day. You can line up. Wenjun closed his eyes and started to rest, leaving Wang Rong looking puzzled. These guys deserve to die. No, I have to tell my parents too. Realizing this, Wang Rong started calling his parents. Of course, because Anqing was at the center of Manhwa, there were countless prestigious families, and these families couldn't possibly have only one child. They simply didn't lack the concept of marriage. They just needed to choose. Amusement park? Wu Chen looked at the huge Ferris wheel ahead, then turned to look at Wenxi with some confusion. Since you don't seem to have anything else to do, if you don't want to play, we can just sit here for a while. In the future, when you have to carry out tasks, you will definitely have to interact with many people. Wenxi appeared to be considering Wu Chen's feelings. Wu Chen looked at her with suspicion, feeling like this girl just wanted to play. What's wrong? Don't you like it here? Seeing Wu Chen's unhappy expression, Wenxi asked nervously. No, it's fine like this. It's pretty good. Since they were already here, Wu Chen didn't want to dampen anyone's spirits. Besides, what Wenxi said made sense, he really should interact with more people to avoid trouble during missions. After buying tickets, the two headed towards the amusement park. Aren't you going to play? Wu Chen and Wenxi had been wandering around the amusement park for about 10 minutes, and Wenxi didn't seem to have any plans. I brought you here to relax. How could I leave you alone? You're not saying anything, and I'm afraid you won't even ask for directions if you get lost later. Wenxi put her hands behind her back and smiled sweetly. I'm not that stupid. Whatever you want to play, I'll play with you. Wenxi gazed at Wu Chen, who turned his head and said directly, Wow, really? Are you going to play with me? Excited by Wu Chen's words, Wenxi moved closer involuntarily. Yes, since we're here, whoever it is, someone should be happy. Wu Chen said lightly. Wenxi immediately grabbed Wu Chen's hand and ran towards the roller coaster. Let's go, let's play on the roller coaster. Ha! This thing is all about excitement. Honestly, for an evolver like you, this shouldn't be able to stir up your emotions, right? Wu Chen's words made Wenxi pout. Yes, but I can watch others cry, which is much more exciting than being scared myself. Wenxi's words caught Wu Chen off guard, and he looked at her with surprise. He had always thought she was a very gentle and reserved girl. What's with that look? I'm not some ancient lady, why be reserved at a time like this? Wenxi seemed to have guessed Wu Chen's thoughts and spoke directly, then pulled him towards the roller coaster. Soon, the two arrived at the front of the roller coaster. They sat together, surrounded by couples. Wenxi was excited, occasionally looking back. Seeing many boys and girls showing fear, she couldn't help but feel a bit gleeful. Wu Chen was also surprised, as he had never seen her act so carefree before. Following the instructions of the staff, the car slowly started moving. At the highest point, many people exclaimed in excitement, while many others closed their eyes in fear. Wu Chen remained calm, while Wenxi gleefully watched the people behind them. Occasionally, she would pull Wu Chen to look together. After the ride, Wu Chen and Wenxi were fine, but they saw many people nearby feeling sick. You have a strange sense of humor. Wu Chen stood next to Wenxi, watching the joy on her face and teasing her. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just watching from the sidelines. Come on, let's go play something else. The two wandered around the amusement park from morning until evening. As night fell, due to the fireworks show, the park became even more crowded. Adults with children, couples taking photos of each other, it looks very warm. Of course, this is also because Wenxi and the others have finished playing. After all, queuing is not something that can make people feel happy. Let's go eat something, Wenxi said to Wu Chen. But it looks a bit strange over there. Wu Chen looked in the direction not far away. Wenxi was stunned, then followed Wu Chen's gaze. In front of them, a group of people were whispering, mostly young people, and even some arguing could be heard. Is there a conflict happening? When she asked curiously. Not sure, but I can feel a strange power, let's go check it out, Wu Chen said and walked towards the front. When she quickly followed. What's wrong with this little cat? Why are you like this? Whether it's a cat or a person, it has hurt someone. I'm not trying to kill it, just catch it and release it outside the park. Why are you like this, little girl? From afar, you could hear the amusement park staff arguing with a group of young people. There were both men and women among the young people, but most importantly, they were protecting several stray cats behind them. The pupils of those cats were tinged with a slight red color, quite beautiful. This cat is not right. Wu Chen frowned. He could clearly feel that the spiritual power was erupting from the cat, and the spiritual power of the three cats was exactly the same. This was very strange. Generally, when spiritual power enters a creature's body, it will be tainted with an aura that can be sensed at a glance and is different from ordinary spiritual power. But the spiritual power of these three cats was exactly the same, although not strong. It had reached the level of second evolution. Meanwhile, Wen Xi's gaze fell on a couple not far away. The girl in the couple was disinfecting herself at the moment, while the boy looked angry. Obviously, the couple were the victims. And from the blood flowing from the wound on the other person, the wound was not small, and it carried a strange energy. Wu Chen, look at her wound. Something's not right. Wu Chen also noticed, nodded, and then walked towards the group of young people, ready to deal with the three cats. The three cats seemed to have sensed something, instantly bristling, but there was a hint of human-like thought in their eyes. Then they shivered and hid in the arms of the people protecting them. This instantly sparked the protective instincts of the group. They stroked the cats, comforted them, and then looked angrily at the security personnel approaching. What are you doing? This cat is so well behaved. Who knows if there's some strange smell on that girl that's provoking it? Do you see any signs of it hurting people now? After the girl holding the kitten said this, the people around her also indignantly said, exactly, cats can tell who treats them well and who doesn't. These stray cats are already having a hard time, and you're driving them away like this. The boyfriend of the injured person not far away heard these people slandering his girlfriend and instantly got angry, rolled up his sleeves and prepared to step forward. But he was stopped by his girlfriend. Why are you stopping me? The boyfriend was angry. The girlfriend helplessly gestured to him. Look over there. The boyfriend followed the direction pointed by his girlfriend and saw that many people had already started filming with their phones, and some were angrily typing messages, sending voice messages. Words like abuse, bullying the weak, were coming out of their mouths. The boyfriend who saw the scene also understood, clenched his fists, and in the end could only helplessly release his fists. The pressure on the security personnel was also quite high, and many people had already started to blame them. Never mind, I'm fine, just consider myself unlucky. The girl was also very understanding. She walked up to the security personnel and said, and since the main person involved didn't pursue it, the security personnel reluctantly put away their nets and prepared to deal with it when the park closed today. There's no way around it. In this day and age, a random public opinion can attract millions of people to criticize you. He still wants to live well. Moreover, now there is a group of people called evolutionists appearing again. In case he really encounters someone with extraordinary powers to fight him, he really wouldn't dare to retaliate. The group of people protecting the cats also showed a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. Wu Chen frowned when he saw this scene. He wouldn't oppose kindness, but even if a person makes a mistake, they should be punished, let alone a cat. And even if the cat is forgiven, it shouldn't be in this way. It's like pushing the couple and the security personnel to the opposite side. It's as if they are all bad people about to bully the cats. But in fact, kindness is also in the couple, and the security personnel are also forced to work. There are not too many truly perverted people in this world. Hello, I need to take this cat away, please make way. Wu Chen walked up and said to the girl holding the cat in front of him. Why? Are you also planning to harm Mimi? You look so fierce, clearly not a good person. A boy beside her stepped forward and began to accuse him without hesitation. The people around also pointed their phone cameras at Wu Chen. What are you doing? This cat scratched someone for no reason. You don't understand the truth. You are not the victim, acting as if this cat is yours. When she stood in front of Wu Chen, looking around with a face full of indignation like a lioness protecting her cub. Who said it's not ours? I'm taking this cat home now. The boy, perhaps wanting to show off in front of the girl, or perhaps genuinely kind, picked up the cat and prepared to leave. Wen Xi's mouth curled up at his words. Since it's your cat, if it hurts someone, you have to compensate. Of course, we won't wrong you. We can go to the monitoring room to see if this cat scratched someone for no reason. When Wen Xi said this, the the boy in the couple instantly became excited. He stepped forward and shouted loudly, "This lady is right, since it's your cat, then come with us, let's go to the monitoring room to see if the cat scratched first or the person. If it turns out my girlfriend hurt the cat first, I'll apologize to the cat and you. If the cat scratched my girlfriend for no reason, then you compensate." The boy spoke very quickly and logically. It seemed like he had been holding back for a long time. After this statement, the boy instantly froze. He quickly put the cat down and then said in a manner that it's not his business, "What's this? This cat is not mine, it's just a poor little stray cat." Wu Chen was already tired of talking. There was no need to say so much to this kind of person. When she, "Call the people above to come and take this cat." "Okay." When she nodded, then took out her phone and walked aside. Wu Chen's pupils turned red. A terrifying killing intent directly locked onto the three cats. Meow. The cat seemed to sense some danger, let out a cry, and then a horrifying scene unfolded. The three cats instantly merged into one, turning into a three-tailed cat the size of a lion. Ah, a monster. The girl looked at the suddenly appearing huge three-tailed cat and scrambled to escape. The people around also scattered in an instant. Of course, there were some who stayed calm and prepared to watch the show from a safe distance. After all, the existence of evolvers is no longer a secret, and many people are still curious about this group. The guy with suddenly red hair, Wu Chen, is obviously an evolver. Wu Chen frowned as he looked at the three-tailed cat in front of him, grinning. The opponent's cultivation level after fusion is at the third stage, not strong, but very strange. "Can you speak?" Wu Chen said coldly. "Roar!" The response to Wu Chen was a piercing scream. The cat's pupils turned crimson, and the girl who was scratched nearby suddenly had dilated pupils and rushed straight towards Wu Chen. "Baby, what's wrong with you?" The boy tried to grab his girlfriend, but the girl who was scratched unexpectedly had unusually strong strength, rushing towards Wu Chen as if she was being controlled, asking for death. Seeing the other party still daring to attack, Wu Chen instantly disappeared from the spot, not even drawing his divine sword, directly clenched his fist and smashed it on the cat's head. By the time the cat reacted, Wu Chen's fist was about to strike its head. Meow! At the critical moment, the three tails of the cat suddenly enlarged to block its head. However, Wu Chen's power far exceeded its capacity to endure. Boom! A crack over a meter in diameter appeared on the cement ground, and the three-tailed cat was punched into the ground and instantly lost consciousness. After the three-tailed cat lost consciousness, the girl also instantly fell to the ground unconscious. Wu Chen grabbed the tail of the other party with one hand and looked around at the people. "Everyone, carry out your duties. Do not upload the video. Someone will come to delete the video from your phones later. If you upload it privately, you will bear the consequences. In fact, uploading the video is also understandable. After all, there are already many non-human videos on the internet now." The main reason is that Wu Chen does not want to expose himself, especially since his identity is sensitive. He does not know if the higher-ups will clear him or keep it confidential. Anyway, being exposed would be troublesome. As soon as the people around heard this, they immediately dared not upload the video. The main reason is that Wu Chen's appearance is too frightening. Full of killing intent, and a single punch cracked the ground, they do not think their bones are harder than the cement road. Soon, a group of people arrived at the amusement park. "Hello, Mouse team member, I am the newly appointed 12th Zodiac, also the new Zodiac of the ancient city district, codenamed Red Tiger." Wu Chen nodded. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, not weak in aura, at the 5th stage of evolution. It seems that the creatures appeared after the marking day, possibly evolving like the Marine clan after the spiritual energy revival. "Take it back, it's still alive." Wu Chen handed the barely alive three-tailed cat to the Red Tiger. Red Tiger looked serious when he saw the three-tailed cat in Wu Chen's hand, almost as tall as a person. After using his domain ring to take the three-tailed cat away, he saluted Wu Chen. "Thank you, we are teammates. This cat's ability should be related to illusion, and that girl seems to be affected. Please help check on her." Saying that, Wu Chen pointed to the girl not far away who was unconscious. Red Tiger nodded, then called his team members to take the couple away. The onlookers were warned that if they saw the video online without the consent of the parties involved, they would be held accountable. This farce finally came to an end. The young man and woman who had protected the three-tailed cat had long since disappeared. Kindness is not wrong among humans, but forcing victims to be as kind as oneself is not kindness, it is indulgence. After dealing with the matter, Wu Chen left the amusement park with Wenxi. The amusement park closed after this incident. When she walked on the street feeling a bit down, saying, "What a pity, we were going to watch a fireworks show together. Well, we'll have a chance in the future. You better not go back on your word." Wu Chen's casual remark was firmly seized by Wenxi. Wenxi's face was filled with joy, she seemed to enjoy smiling. Wu Chen nodded. Hee hee, next time we'll probably be in Ancheng, then you can take me to play in Ancheng. Wu Chen was taken aback, then somewhat puzzled. I've never been to Ancheng. I don't know what to do there. I don't care, this is only my second time in Sichuan, it's different to go out and play with you. When she pursed her lips, looking extremely cute. Okay. In the end, Wu Chen agreed, and when she seemed to have succeeded in her scheme, with a mischievous look on her face. After all, when you go to a new place and want to take someone to play, you definitely need sincerity. And to show sincerity, you need to know the other person's preferences. Do you need to investigate what fun places there are in Ancheng? So if Wu Chen wants to know these things, does he have to go to when she get to know her? It can only be said that this time when she is in control, when she had long seen through Wu Chen's character. Ice-cold face, everything else is made of tofu. People with this kind of character will never try to deceive others too much. These days, when she has also figured out Wu Chen's character. Wu Chen's character is difficult to figure out, but to get into his heart is very hard. The two walked side by side, and in the end, Wu Chen sent when she back to the hotel, then returned home. What's wrong with following along? Why can't we move to Wanqing together? Now Shaosheng is also successful, this family is almost falling apart. Why should we continue to suffer here? Why can't we start a new life in a different place? Jiangwo, I've really had enough of these years. Xiao Wei has to sneak around just to see her father. No matter how successful Shaosheng is, it's his own success. What does it have to do with us? I can't make that decision, neither can you. Hurry up and come back with me. What's the point of arguing in Xiaosheng's house? What if he suddenly comes back? Before reaching the door, Wu Chen heard the argument between Zhang Hua and Wu Jiangwo, and Wu Chen roughly understood the content he heard. Uncle, aunt, if you want to go to Wanqing, come with me. I have a lot of money on me, buying a house is no problem, and when I go home, I can go directly to your place. Wu Chen walked into the house and said, Really? That's great. Zhang Hua looked very happy. Wu Jiangwo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wu Chen. Uncle, stop talking, just come back during the holidays, there's no need to stay here all the time, my dad is gone, you don't have to stay here. After Wu Chen finished speaking, Wu Jiangwo also fell silent, just quietly lowering his head and smoking. Zhang Hua was very happy, she gave the prepared meal to Wu Chen and left, while Wu Jiangwo sat in the house looking at the memorial tablet in front of him. Shaosheng, there's really no need, you also have to live your life. Uncle, I've done a lot of tasks over the years, these tasks come with bonuses, I have a lot of money, don't worry, as long as I don't spend it recklessly, buying a house is still possible, then I can directly transfer Xiao Wei to study there. Wu Jiangwo didn't argue with Wu Chen's words, after a long silence, he could only say, don't blame your aunt. Why would I? Aunt is just a mother and a wife, and she has been very good to me, these years have not been easy for her, and Xiao Wei is now in her adolescence, you two taking care of her together will be better. Going to a big city will also broaden her horizons. Wu Chen had a slight smile on his face. Wu Jiangwo's eyes were already red. Family knows family matters. The simpler Wu Chen's words at this moment, the more it shows how hard he had been in the past years. After all, every battle with those monsters was on a knife's edge, and he couldn't reveal his identity. For a vibrant child, the loneliness is immense, let alone Wu Chen who grew up in solitude. In the end, Wu Jiangwo went home. Wu Chen let him go back. Tomorrow, Wu Chen is ready to go to Ancheng. After all, if uncle is going, he needs to arrange some things in advance. And Inhat also asked him to go to Ancheng early, saying there was something going on. He has no friends in Ancheng, and now there are few family members left, so there is no reluctance to leave early. Speaking of which, when she originally said she wanted to take the same flight with him, but for some reason, Wu Chen didn't want to cause trouble. After all, Wen Xi's identity is obviously either rich or noble. If he were to return with her, he would probably be thoroughly investigated as soon as he got off the plane. Early the next morning, Wu Chen sent a message to Wu Jiangwo. Wu Jiangwo asked him to stay safe, call him when he landed in Ancheng, and so on with a series of verbose yet warm words. Wu Chen also took a look at the former base. There have been significant changes, no longer needing things to be hidden as before. It's just a building now, with Zodiac headquarters written on it, along with a phone number marked on it, indicating that if there are any abnormal phenomena or creatures, you can call to report. Wu Chen also saw many enthusiastic people eagerly entering the building. The Zodiac organization can help test if one has the potential to become an evolver. This has given many people a new goal. That is, to become an evolver. Of course, these evolvers processed by the Zodiac organization need to be registered and controlled. There are also many people who suddenly awakened on the marking day and went into hiding. These are people who, after gaining power, become inflated and self-important. The immense power makes them desire freedom. And the so-called freedom is to be free from rules, and even to establish their own rules. These people will also be a major hidden danger in society. After packing up, Wu Chen arrived at the airport. No one saw him off, and not many people knew he was leaving. Wu Chen boarded the plane alone with his luggage heading towards Ancheng. A new journey is about to begin. Wu Chen turned off his phone and closed his eyes on the plane. There were no bloody hijacking incidents along the way. After all, there was no need. At this time, no one carries cash around, and except for those with a problem in their heads, basically no one would hijack a plane. At night, the plane successfully and safely arrived in Ancheng. Wu Chen walked off the plane in line. As soon as he got off the plane, Wu Chen sent a message to Wu Jiangwo to let him know he had arrived safely. Then he called Yin Hut. "I'm here. You go out of the airport first, I'll wait for you in the lobby." Yin Hut's voice came through the phone, and Wu Chen hung up after hearing that. Then carrying his luggage, he walked towards the location Yin Hut had given. "Hey, long time no see, how's the recovery?" Yin Hut, wearing sunglasses and dressed in all black, greeted Wu Chen with a wave when he saw him. "It's okay. Is there something you wanted me to come early for?" Wu Chen asked curiously. "Don't worry, let me take you to my office first, we'll talk there." After Yin Hut finished speaking, he led Wu Chen out of the airport. Wu Chen followed suit. Yin Hut drove himself, while Wu Chen gazed outside. The night in Anqing was still bustling with many busy people, moving in groups for their livelihoods, with their phones possibly being their only entertainment. Anqing was very prosperous, at least in Wu Chen's eyes. It was much more prosperous than Chuanshu, and one could see well-dressed people everywhere. The locals in Anqing were easily distinguished from non-locals. The locals had confident smiles on their faces, while those who came to work mostly kept their heads down. They hurried towards home, not wanting to waste too much time on the way. "So, what's the difference between Anqing and Chuanshu?" asked Yin Tiger with a smile on his face. "Not much difference, Anqing's pace might be a bit faster," Wu Chen said lightly, and then there was no more to say. Yin Tiger smiled slightly at the sight, then focused on driving. Soon, Yin Tiger brought Wu Chen to a place similar to a military factory. It was not far from the city center of Anqing, but there weren't many people there. Yin Tiger drove straight towards the inside, with no obstacles along the way. The gate was already open. "Don't worry, everyone inside is from our zodiac. This is not a secret base. As long as you want to investigate, you can find out. But there shouldn't be anyone so foolish as to directly attack the zodiac organization within Longwa's borders." Wu Chen nodded. It was true that it was difficult for dangerous individuals to enter Longwa's borders, and the strongest forces of Longwa were basically all within this organization. There weren't many people inside, or even none. At least Wu Chen didn't see any. Yin Tiger led Wu Chen into his office and poured him a glass of water. "Sit down, don't be too restrained, we are all on the same side," Yin Tiger said with a smile, and Wu Chen took the water and found a place to sit down. "Is there a mission?" Wu Chen asked curiously. "Yes, this mission is quite important." Yin Tiger's expression turned serious upon hearing Wu Chen's words, then nodded. "What mission? What is the specific content?" Wu Chen, seeing Yin Tiger's serious expression, also involuntarily became serious. "Do you remember the Hai you encountered in Sanya last time?" Wu Chen nodded. "Related to the Hai?" "More than that." Yin Tiger's expression became solemn, and he continued, "Since the last marking day, many evolvers have appeared worldwide, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the local creatures have also begun to awaken." "You mean the Hai?" Wu Chen frowned. "Not only them, but also birds and beasts, all have awakened. They are evolving towards the direction of the evolvers, and even some areas like the famous mountains and rivers have already appeared creatures beyond evolution. Kunlun Mountain, the 5 sacred mountains, and even the Yangtze River and Yellow River have seen some extremely powerful creatures." With these words, Wu Chen also understood the magnitude of the situation. "What is the mission? To kill? Or, no, this time the other party has come to us. During this time all of us top zodiacs have to leave. But the problem is that this time the selection at the Evolution Academy may have some danger. Many people there have extraordinary identities." Wu Chen frowned upon hearing this. "Protect those students? Then what's the point of this so-called training camp?" "We also know, but after all, their identities are special, and all their parents are upper-class people, although they have said that dying on the battlefield is deserved. But this is only a training camp, it wouldn't look good if there were casualties." Wu Chen nodded in understanding, but soon he was puzzled. "Isn't this not a big deal?" Yin Tiger shook his head. "This is just a side issue. The main issue is the security problem in Anqing during this time, because the main forces are all leaving, so by then your cultivation in Anqing will be the strongest. I will apply to give you the greatest authority. You need to maintain order in the city for at least a week." With these words, Wu Chen suddenly felt the pressure. "Anqing is so big, I'm afraid I can't handle it alone, right?" Don't worry, the spatial channels of the entrance in Anqing have all been locked down. Your responsibility is a specific area, including the ancient palace in the central area, the surrounding museums, and the convention center. This place is a tourist area, so it's a mixed bag of people. You will need to guard that area. Wu Chen nodded at the words. All right. Hearing Wu Chen's agreement, Inhu smiled and said, "You've been guarding that place in Chuanshu for over 10 years. If you had come to the Evolution Academy earlier, your realm might have increased a bit. Chuanshu has its advantages, and realm is not the standard to test strength," Wu Chen said lightly, and Inhu smiled at his words. "This is a reward from above for you, a private domain ring with many rewards inside, all yours. If there's nothing else, you can leave, or if you want to rest here for a night, you can." After finishing the task, Inhu's face showed a slight smile again. Wu Chen shook his head at the words. "No, I happen to want to take a stroll in Anqing, so I'll leave now. Stay safe on the road." Inhu didn't insist. After so many years, he knew Wu Chen's character very well. Okay. Wu Chen left the headquarters of the Zodiac organization and rode his domain ring towards the city center. He had booked a hotel and planned to drop off his luggage first. Soon, Wu Chen arrived at the hotel on his motorcycle. After putting his luggage in the room he had booked, Wu Chen left the hotel. It was 9 o'clock at night, and there were still many people outside. The night wind blew with a refreshing coolness on his body as Wu Chen walked alone on the road, looking for something to eat. Looking at the hotels and restaurants on both sides, Wu Chen frowned. He didn't like these formal places very much. Suddenly, Wu Chen seemed to think of something and took out his phone to make a call. "Hey, isn't this the busy person who just got off the plane?" A gentle and sweet voice sounded from the phone. Wu Chen didn't know many people in Anqing, only Wenxi and Wenjun. He wasn't very familiar with Wenjun, so it was better to call Wenxi. "Yes, I just got off the plane. I'm near the hotel in Anqing now. I wanted to ask if there's any night market or something nearby. I want to go for a walk." "Oh, I see. Send me your location, and I'll see where you are." Wenxi's voice came through the phone, and Wu Chen obediently sent his location to her. In a villa not far away, when she looked at the location sent by Wu Chen, and a smile curved her lips. "Hee, it's quite close." After saying that, when she got up and ran towards the villa. "Xiao Shi, where are you going?" Her mother at home saw when she rushed out and shouted, "Out to play with my classmates." When she responded from afar, and then ran towards Wu Chen without looking back. Wenxi's mother shook her head helplessly when she saw this scene. She wasn't worried about Wenxi's safety. After all, her daughter was very reliable. On the other side, Wu Chen was sitting on the roadside waiting for Wenxi to arrive. "Hey, have you been waiting long?" Wenxi appeared next to Wu Chen on an electric bike. She was still underage and couldn't drive a car. "Not too long. Have you eaten? If not, let's eat together." Wu Chen shook his head and said in a flat tone, "Are you inviting me?" Wenxi tilted her head and smiled. "Interpret it as you wish. If you find that wording enjoyable, then it is. All right, then I'll take it as you're inviting me," the girl said playfully, and Wu Chen didn't argue. "Where to?" Wu Chen steered the conversation back on track. "Wait a moment, I'll return the electric bike, and then we'll take the subway," when she said and rode off to return the bike to its original location. Then he walked towards the direction of the subway entrance with Wu Chen. "Have you found a place to stay?" when she asked curiously. "Yes, it's a hotel nearby, very close. I should find a place to stay in the next few days." "I see. When you find a place to stay, remember to let me know," when she said. Wu Chen was taken aback, then looked at Wenxi in surprise. "What are you looking at?" When she blushed as she saw Wu Chen staring at her intently. "It's nothing. I'm just staying for a few days. I should be staying with my uncle later." "Doesn't the Evolution Academy have dormitories?" "They should have, but I'm not sure. I haven't been there myself. Sometimes the Evolution Academy assigns tasks for us new students to carry out. The time you saved us was our first task, but..." When she suddenly lowered her head, her face falling. Wu Chen understood that she might be thinking about the others who were on the task with them. Everyone has their own fate, and luck is also part of life. Don't think too much. It's not your fault. You're not the team leader, and you're not obligated to protect them. It was good enough that you could protect yourself at that time. Wu Chen's tone was flat, and his words were harsh. "But it was because of our wrong judgment that they died. If my brother and I were stronger, less arrogant, maybe they wouldn't have died." "Maybe," Wu Chen said, and then the two fell into silence. Wu Chen was not good at comforting people, and he didn't like to do it either. When she remained silent, her eyes dim, as if she was blaming herself. What did their family say later? Suddenly, Wu Chen asked. When she was stunned, then blurted out, "They didn't say anything. The school handled it." When we entered the Evolution Academy, we were mentally prepared. The school also provides corresponding subsidies. What about you? Did you do anything? Wu Chen asked again. Yes, we found their families, gave them a large sum of money, and apologized to them. What about their families? Did they scold you or hit you? When she shook her head. They said they were mentally prepared, and the school also compensated them a lot. Since the school, the law, and the parents of the parties involved didn't blame you, why do you blame yourselves? With these words, when she was stunned, she blinked her eyes and looked at Wu Chen, who was looking at the subway platform. We're here, let's go. Wu Chen tugged at Wen Shi's clothes and then got off the train with her. Where to next? Wu Chen turned his head to look at Wen Shi. Go left. Wu Chen nodded and then walked to the left. Hey, do you think it's possible that they actually hate us, but because my family's power is too great, they dare not speak out? Wen Shi suddenly asked curiously. It's possible, but from my observations during this time, your family upbringing is top-notch. Your brother may be a bit arrogant, but he is fundamentally kind. If your family were really notorious in this era, they would have been wiped out by so-called justice enforcers long ago. Hearing Wu Chen's words, Wen Shi nodded and said, You're right. My family isn't a super villainous family after all. Obviously, her mood had improved a bit, at least her attention had been diverted by Wu Chen. Unfortunately, sometimes being a bit cruel is necessary. In fact, Wen Shi and the others did nothing wrong. But humans are emotional beings, so changing the subject is the best way. Once a person starts to doubt themselves or feel guilty about past events, no matter what others say, they will carry that emotion within them, only waiting for time to wear away and digest on its own. Wu Chen's only option was to change the subject, to keep her from thinking about these things. Indeed, he really didn't like comforting others. After they exited the subway, Wen Shi started leading the way. Soon, Wu Chen saw a university. Anqing University? Is there any food nearby? Silly, there must be a night market near the university, let's go, there are many tasty things here. Wu Chen nodded, and the two headed towards the night market near the university. The night market was crowded, probably with many university students who didn't return to their dorms playing outside. Wu Chen and Wen Shi also attracted a lot of attention. A handsome man and a beautiful woman were very eye-catching. Let's go buy some food, you treat. Wen Shi was not polite at all, pulling Wu Chen's clothes and heading towards the stalls. Then Wen Shi ordered food, and Wu Chen paid from behind, also ordering some food. Do you want to try mine? Wen Shi handed the skewer in her hand to Wu Chen. I don't eat spicy food. Wu Chen directly refused as he looked at the chili powder on top. Really? You, a child from Sichuan, don't eat spicy food? Wen Shi looked at Wu Chen curiously as if she had discovered a new continent. Well, I don't like spicy food. Saying that, he took out his own milk tea and some sweets like snow lotus to eat. Really? A boy likes sweet food? Wen Shi blinked her big eyes, looking amused. Is it not okay? Eating too much spicy food makes me thirsty, and I can't keep drinking water while on a mission. Sweet food can improve my mood a bit. Wu Chen explained why he liked sweet food. Of course, there was another reason. When he was in elementary school, he didn't have many friends, and once a girl gave him a spicy strip. In the end, he turned red from the spiciness, and the girl, along with a group of classmates, laughed at him. Since then, he never ate very spicy food again, gradually developing a liking for sweet food. I see, at what age did you evolve? I evolved at my first marking day. I remember I was 5 years old at that time. When she looked at Wu Chen curiously after finishing her story. I evolved at the age of 7, also on the marking day, and then was discovered by the tiger after becoming a member of the Zodiac organization. When she nodded. What level is your talent? Mine is S+, said to be the strongest batch. Not sure, but it should also be S. After the tiger and others tested my talent, they didn't tell me, saying it was confidential. I see. You must have suffered a lot, right? When she looked at Wu Chen with a heartache. Not really. After joining the Zodiac organization at the age of 7, I was basically not short of money, and didn't suffer much. The invaders at that time were not strong. Wu Chen shook his head, then continued to eat the sweets in his hand. Indeed, the heavens won't let good children suffer. When she finished eating her food, then tiptoed and patted Wu Chen's head. Finish what's in your mouth, I'm afraid you'll spit it on my face. When she's mouth was puffed up like a little hamster at the moment, with a slight oil stain at the corner of her mouth. Okay. When she had eaten too much and couldn't speak, so she just frowned at Wu Chen to express her dissatisfaction. Although she looked angry, she didn't seem much different from being coquettish. Wipe it. Wu Chen took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Wen Shi. When she took the tissue and wiped her mouth. I never spit out food when I eat. How could a boy talk to a girl like this? There are, like me, Wu Chen said lightly, then took a sip of milk tea, ready to finish the last snow lotus in his hand. Ah, you are really annoying, don't eat it. When she's little face became annoyed, she spat at the last snow begonia in Wu Chen's hand, as if a child deliberately dirted the food to prevent others from eating it. I'm not eating, you eat. Wu Chen frowned and looked at the snow begonia in his hand. He knew that no saliva had just sprayed out, but seeing the other party looking smug, and thinking about the chili the other party had just eaten, he directly stuffed the snow begonia in Wen Shi's mouth. Wen Shi's reaction was very quick. She opened her mouth when Wu Chen raised his hand and ate it in one bite. Mmm. Delicious. When she chewed the food in her mouth with a smile on her face, then walked to Wu Chen's side. At this moment, Wu Chen suddenly noticed that more people had gathered. A group of people in front stopped, and in front of them, a man holding a guitar was singing affectionately. The man sang very well. The people around listened happily. Of course, it's not necessarily because they were happy listening, but mainly because of who they were listening with. When she pulled Wu Chen to the side and found a place to sit, quietly listening to the man singing with the people around. As the song ended, the crowd applauded. The smile on Wen Shi's face did not fade. She sat down with Wu Chen. Do you have any plans for this period of time? Wen Shi asked. Yes, I need to find a place to stay these 2 days, arrange things for my uncle, and then I need to go to the ancient palace to guard for a week. I see, can I come find you to hang out then? Wen Shi looked at Wu Chen expectantly. It depends, because I'm not sure if someone will take advantage of the situation to cause chaos. That's true. Do you have any plans for the future? When she suddenly changed the topic. In the future? Not sure, maybe I'll stay in the Zodiac organization for the rest of my life. After all, there doesn't seem to be anything I really want to do. Wu Chen was stunned by Wen Shi's question, and after thinking for a moment, he answered truthfully. I see, then let me ask you, what kind of person do you think I am? A very good person, very gentle and kind, and very beautiful. Wu Chen's evaluation was very high, but he didn't see any shyness on his face, as if he was just stating a fact. Do you want to be friends with me? Ha! I thought we were already friends. Wen Shi's words puzzled Wu Chen. It's different, I mean, the kind of very good friends. Friends who can bring happiness to each other. Is there a difference? Wu Chen asked curiously. Of course, look at you, like a fool every day. You must not have many friends, no one to play with you, getting lonelier day by day. With me as a friend, you can come to me if you need anything, play with me, chat with me, anything. Your cultivation is not as strong as mine, so normally I shouldn't need your help. Wu Chen's words instantly made Wen Shi unhappy. She pouted her small face, looked at Wu Chen with a pretty frown, then turned her head to the side, hugging her chest and sulking. Oof. She was like a child, her emotions completely displayed on her face, whether happy or unhappy. Wu Chen looked at her and suddenly a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let's be friends. Wu Chen's voice was very soft, as if there was a hint of emotion, different from before. Okay. When she instantly became happy, and after seeing the smile on Wu Chen's face, she also reached out her small hand, her face slightly red, the delicate and beautiful smile of a young girl mixed with shyness under the street lamp, appearing so charming. Hello, I'm Wen Shi. Hello, I'm Wu Chen. Wu Chen saw her being so formal, and also reached out his hand. The hands of the young man and the girl intertwined at this moment, as if their destinies were intertwining at this moment. Nice to meet you, I'll treat you to candy in the future. Okay. After strolling through the night market, Wu Chen sent her back to the villa area. Wu Chen had some guesses about Wen Shi's family, but he was still somewhat surprised to see the villa of the other party. After being stunned for a few seconds, he left. And Wu Chen didn't know that the scene of him sending Wen Shi back was also seen by others. Back at the hotel, Wu Chen looked at the domain ring in his hand and took out everything inside. There were 4 things inside, not many. A gel the size of a thumb, a syringe with some pale blue liquid inside, a black metal mouse mask that looked lifelike when worn by Wu Chen, and a property certificate. When Wu Chen saw this, he was also stunned for a moment. After checking the address, he found that the address was right near the best high school in Ancheng. Obviously, someone had anticipated this. Wu Chen sent a message to Yin Hu with his phone. Thank you. You're welcome. It's what you deserve. The liquid in the syringe is something developed by Ouyang Botu that can block psychic transmission, used to deal with disobedient evolvers. The gel is also a new research by Botu, a psychic capsule that can enhance cultivation. There are only a few people in the Zodiac organization who have it. Rest well for 2 days, you can start work the day after tomorrow. Inhu sent a long paragraph, and Wu Chen replied with a simple okay. Wu Chen put on the mask. Only his eyes were exposed. With a dark texture, the mouse look was not good looking. But Wu Chen didn't mind, it suited him well. After putting everything back into the domain ring, Wu Chen went to sleep. In a house in a residential area in Anqing, 4 men were sitting around playing cards, each with a different appearance, especially one of them had a green lizard on his shoulder. Hey, we can act in these days. Anqing's strongest zodiac will need to leave Anqing in a few days to negotiate with the Yao and Hai tribes. Got it. Remember, once you get Ouyang Botu, you can leave. Absolutely do not harm the other party, and absolutely do not harm those high-ranking people. At worst, you must get a psychic containment liquid. Don't worry, with the 4 of us, what are you afraid of? After hanging up the phone, the 4 continued to play mahjong as if nothing had happened. The next day, Wu Chen checked out of the hotel early in the morning and headed towards the location of the house given to him by his superior. It was a coincidence that this house was near the villa area, considered a high-end neighborhood. When she was also in this villa area, Wu Chen took out the key from the domain ring and opened the door to look at the layout inside. The house was large, with 2 floors. The upper floor had 1 or 2 rooms, a bathroom, and a bedroom. The lower floor had 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Obviously, this arrangement was thought of in advance by Wu Chen's uncle. The interior decoration had also been taken care of. With everything like bedding provided, Wu Chen could move in directly. Wu Chen put his clothes and other belongings in the wardrobe and called his uncle. Hey, Xiaoshang, how is it over there? Well, it's okay. Uncle, I've bought a house here. It's a reward for completing the mission. The decoration is all done. You can move in and live comfortably. Everything is ready. I'll be going on a mission in a few days. You may need to handle the enrollment on your own. After telling everything, Wu Jianguo quickly said they would leave once Wu Wei's enrollment was sorted out. After hanging up the phone, Wu Chen locked the door and then swallowed the spiritual energy capsule in the domain ring. A powerful surge of spiritual energy began to flow through Wu Chen's limbs and body, as he closed his eyes and attempted to break through. On the other side, when she was being questioned by her parents early in the morning, "Tell me, who was the boy who brought you home last night? Which family is he from? What is his status?" When she's father looked serious with a stern face full of authority. Meanwhile, when she's mother gently interjected, all right, don't be so harsh. It's normal for a grown daughter to have someone she likes. It's normal to hang out with boys, as long as there's no staying out all night. Why are you so harsh?" When June, who was eating on the side, looked mischievous and almost burst out laughing. "What are you laughing at? You, with that smug face, don't even know where your sister goes. How can you be a good brother like this?" When she's father shifted his focus to Wen June, holding his chopsticks, Wen June looked puzzled. "Oh, Dad, he's just a friend. Why are you overreacting? We didn't do anything." When she coquettishly tried to divert attention, "What kind of friend hangs out late at night? It's one thing if it's a girl, but a boy? Do you know how these young boys can deceive people nowadays? Look at your brother, always deceiving young girls." When she's father then turned his accusations towards Wen June. When June immediately protested, "Dad, why are you accusing me? I'm not two-timing anyone, and I always have reasons for breaking up. I haven't slept with them, and I often spend money on them. Why are you accusing me like this?" When June's mother reached out and patted his head. "Don't talk nonsense, your sister is right here." Feeling unjustly hit for no reason, when June felt like this family didn't really need him. "Alright, Dad, don't blame my brother. He's the one who saved me last time. He just arrived in Anqing today, and I'm just showing him around. It's just a friendly meeting, stop assuming the worst about others." When she ended a bit upset. "You mean that magic rat? He's in Anqing?" When she's father frowned. "Yes." When she nodded. Suddenly, when she's mother smiled, "Since he saved our daughter, let's not dwell on it. It's not a big deal. Our daughter is not foolish. Little she, see if you can invite him over sometime, so your father and I can thank him in person." "Yes, find a time to invite him over, I want to meet him." When she's father suddenly became interested instead of angry. "Dad, you change your mind so quickly. Stop talking, from now on, don't go out late at night without reporting to me. You can only go out after I approve, and you must be home before 8 p.m. Otherwise, I won't let you go out in the future." When she's father pretended to be serious. "Blah blah blah, I'm not telling you, ban me if you can." Surprisingly, when she actually had this ability. "Alright, now you dare to talk back to your father." When she's words amused her father, but he still pretended to be annoyed. "Oh, Dad, I was just joking with you. How could I possibly be interested in someone else? There's a saying online that's popular, right? A woman protected by a tiger like me, how could she be interested in a cat?" When she mimicked perfectly, and her father, who wasn't very internet savvy, smiled confidently at his daughter's words. "That's right, a daughter protected by a tiger like me, how could she be interested in those silly boys?" Put. When June, who was drinking soup on the side, almost spit it out. A few days later, Wu Chen's uncle arrived and moved in with them. Wu Chen handed them the keys, accompanied them around Anqing for a day, and informed them of the tasks to be carried out in the following week. Wu Jiangwo asked him to pay attention to safety, and then began to deal with Wu Wei's student status issue in the class. Speaking of which, Wu Wei has been pestering Wu Chen these days to take her to Awaken every day, saying that high school is not fun. Wu Chen's response was, "If uncle and aunt both agree, then I agree, otherwise I can't make decisions for you." Obviously, in the end, it was of no use, as Zhang Hua simply could not agree. Wu Wei could only lie at home playing with her phone in a gloomy mood, occasionally being supervised to read, saying it was for early preview. "Uncle, I have a mission these days, if you have anything, call me. Try not to be near the ancient palace recently, there may be danger." That day, Wu Chen said to Wu Jiangwo in the early morning. Wu Jiangwo nodded, then said, "Understood, you also pay attention to safety. While the mission is important, protecting yourself is the priority." Wu Chen nodded, then pushed open the door and left. The day had not fully dawned, and the breakfast shop had already risen with a slight white mist, filled with warmth. Wu Chen bought some food and headed towards the ancient palace. He took out his phone and sent a message to Inhu. "Wu Chen, are there any specific things to pay attention to for this mission?" After a while, Inhu replied. "Inhu, there's nothing specific to pay attention to. This time, you have great authority, which is also a test of your achievements over the past decades. In these 7 days, you must eliminate all small fries and let the world know that the Dragon Zodiac organization is not only powerful with the leader. The most important thing is that there is an extremely important person in the place you are guarding. In these days, you must prevent any suspicious individuals from approaching that area." Wu Chen understood. Wu Chen walked step by step towards the front. More and more people were starting to work around. Everyone was either buying breakfast or making phone calls, busy with their own affairs. Wu Chen followed the crowd, and his pupils slowly turned crimson. He also had a black rat mask in his hand. Slowly, no one noticed that a thin teenager disappeared in the street, like the mouse on the street, hiding in the dark drain. Many tourists came to the ancient city, excitedly looking at the buildings inside, occasionally taking out their phones to take pictures. Suddenly, a child's eyes lit up with excitement. "Mom, look, Superman!" The child pointed to the roof. The family was stunned, then looked in the direction the child was pointing, but there was no one there. "Ha, there is no Superman in the world." The adults mercilessly shattered the child's dream, but Wu Chen had already appeared elsewhere. At this moment, he was a bit helpless, perhaps because the rat mask was too realistic. He was surrounded by several cats. The cat's eyes were full of curiosity. It seemed to say, "What a big rat." Wu Chen didn't drive them away, but found a place to sit down and took out the meat from the steamed bun. "Eat." These cats were not too hungry. After all, there was a considerable flow of people here, and there were even people who regularly fed them. However, cats as creatures had more interest in playing than eating. Speaking of which, the size of these cats was slightly larger than ordinary cats, and they looked more elegant, as if something had changed. Soon, perhaps because there was a big cat here, suddenly a group of small kitten cubs ran out from somewhere. They surrounded Wu Chen, meowing, and occasionally raising their paws to pounce on Wu Chen. Unfortunately, their strength was too weak, and their pounces only caught Wu Chen's clothes. "You've grown a lot. It seems you are also evolving." Wu Chen lifted a small kitten that was about to climb onto his shoulder and looked at it. After pinching the back of the kitten's neck, it immediately became docile, looking silly. Wu Chen under the mask smiled, then reached out and flicked its forehead. "Go play." Speaking, he placed the other party on the ground. The little cat became lively again as soon as it touched the ground, starting to bare its teeth and climb up Wu Chen's leg. Wu Chen smiled, then released a hint of killing intent. The cat instantly behaved. "Go play over there, I need to go check elsewhere," Wu Chen said to the little cat, then disappeared on the spot. This kind of guard duty is actually quite boring. At least for others, because you have to maintain a high level of concentration for 7 days, and you can't rest for too long. Wu Chen patrolled around and returned to the original place. He hid in a certain forest at the deepest part of the ancient palace, where the little cat in the forest seemed to be waiting for his return. Wu Chen picked up a little cat and started to pet it. The little cat stared straight at his face, as if ready to pounce and bite the metal mask in the next moment. Meow! The little cat pounced directly towards Wu Chen's mask, but Wu Chen quickly caught its nape. "You lose, get punished," Wu Chen said, then used a finger flick technique, and the cat instinctively covered its head with its paws, looking extremely cute. While there was nothing going on, Wu Chen took a look at his phone and found that when she had sent him a few messages, the earlier ones were morning greetings and such, while the latest one was a picture. The picture showed a sumptuous meal, accompanied by a message. "What did you have for lunch? Did it make you drool?" No, just had rice. After replying to each message one by one, Wu Chen continued to sit and watch the little cats fight in the same place. After a while, Wu Chen stood up and planned to go outside for another patrol. By this time, it was already noon. The temperature was slowly rising, and the scorching sun mercilessly shone on everyone, but some clever people opened umbrellas. Wu Chen stood on a vantage point, overlooking everyone below. Gradually, he noticed a problem. Among this group of people were evolvers. Although they were all weak, they were indeed evolvers. Some evolvers could be seen at a glance, because they were demonstrating various non-human powers in live performances. However, their destructive power was not great, and it was obvious that they were not villains. Some mingled in the crowd. Whether they were tourists or had other intentions was unknown. Wu Chen pondered for a moment, then sent a message to Yin Hu. I found many low-level evolvers in the crowd. Some can be distinguished, but some are not easy to discern. Should we clear them all out? After a while, Yin Hu replied, "It's up to you, use whatever method you see fit, as long as the task is completed and no panic is caused by you." Upon seeing this message, Wu Chen made his own plan. Soon after, a red-haired masked figure appeared in the crowd. The mouse mask paired with crimson pupils looked extremely terrifying. Wu Chen wandered in the sight of the evolvers hidden in the crowd. He occasionally appeared in a corner emitting a hint of killing intent, causing ordinary people to feel a slight chill in the air, while low-level evolvers instantly felt their hair stand on end. They looked around and saw a masked figure with a mouse head not far away, looking extremely terrifying. Thinking of some legends of the ancient palace, they became even more panicked and quickly left. After all, they all had access to non-human powers, so the appearance of non-human creatures was not impossible. If a mouse-headed person suddenly appeared staring at you for no reason, anyone would panic. Throughout the day, Wu Chen expelled all the evolvers hidden in the crowd. There was no choice. In special times, Wu Chen had to eliminate all risks. At night, Wu Chen sat in the ancient palace, watching a circle of small cats, occasionally throwing out a piece of dried fish. The fish was bought on the way. After all, these 7 days were only accompanied by this group of little cats. "How did your mission go today? Was it dangerous?" Taking out his phone, Wen Shi's message appeared. "Wu Chen, it's okay, not dangerous, maybe because it's the first day." Wen Shi, "Oh, let me tell you, we came to the Evolution Academy today because the instructor hasn't arrived yet. For these 7 days, we are getting to know each other and adapting on our own, learning some knowledge along the way. Today, the teachers at the Evolution Academy told us some things about the exotic lands." Wu Chen, "That's good. It's good to know about the exotic lands early." Wen Shi, "Yes, the mentors here said that in a while, a group of strong individuals will come to the academy to teach us about combat and cooperation. They also mentioned that in the future, we may have to venture into the exotic lands. After all, we can't always be passive." Wu Chen, "I know, Yin Hu told me." Wen Shi, "By the way, I have to tell you, our team has a total of 30 people. I also saw your younger brother and sister, Shangguan Zhan. They asked me where you went, saying you never replied to their messages." Wu Chen, "I've been too busy these days, didn't check my phone much. If they want to know, just tell them." Wen Shi, "Okay, and there are quite a few arrogant guys in our class. Be careful when you arrive, especially annoying. They even made some kind of combat power ranking list." Wu Chen, "Got it." After chatting a bit more, Wu Chen stopped replying. In a dormitory in the Evolution Academy, a girl was lying on the bed waiting for a message from a boy. At that moment, her roommate suddenly walked over. "Hey, Xiaoxi, who are you chatting with?" A short-haired girl looked mischievously at Wen Shi. "Just a friend. What's with that look of yours?" Wen Shi replied without hesitation. "Oh, look at you smiling like a flower when chatting with a friend. Could it be a lover?" Another girl said with a smile. "Oh, Xiao Shuang, what are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense." Wen Shi blushed and scolded. Wen Shi had a mischievous smile on her face. The dormitories at the Evolution Academy were not single rooms but 4-person rooms. After all, they would need to go out to battle in the future, so teamwork was essential. All future missions would be dangerous, and not having a trustworthy teammate could be fatal. On the other side, where Wu Chen was, only a group of small cats remained eating the dried fish, while Wu Chen had long disappeared. There weren't many people in the ancient palace at night. In a building near the palace, a group of people in white coats were researching something. Outside their building, a green lizard was sticking out its tongue and watching. Its pupils moved in its eye sockets, revealing a human-like joy. "Found it." The lizard spoke in a human voice, a man's voice. "Found what?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and the lizard seemed to sense something, leaping away. Swish! A half-meter-high blade aura passed through where the lizard had just been, and Wu Chen's figure appeared there. With crimson pupils, he looked at the small lizard in front of him, raising his right hand with the executioner's blade. blocking the entrance of the building. This building was not only where Ouyang Boda conducted research, but also a symbolic building of the Dragon Nation, where many important figures usually held meetings. Although there weren't many people inside now, anyone inside was the backbone of the Dragon Nation, and there could be no room for error. Thinking of this, Wu Chen looked at the lizard with even more intense killing intent. "Oh, a guy with such a strong killing intent, state your name." The lizard, seeing Wu Chen not afraid, spoke in a playful tone. Obviously, this lizard was being controlled by someone. "The 12 zodiac signs, the demon rat, who goes there? I am one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the heavenly court, the wide-eyed heavenly king." The lizard's tone was full of arrogance. Wu Chen frowned. He had never heard of this heavenly court organization. As for the abilities of this wide-eyed heavenly king, he could also guess a thing or two. It was probably related to controlling beasts. Indeed, there were abilities recorded in controlling beasts, but they wouldn't be too strong. After all, the animals at that time were not powerful, but the lizard in front of him had the cultivation of the 7th stage of evolution, which was truly puzzling. Never heard of it? It seems like a change of name is needed. Natural organization, how about that? Have you heard of it? The lizard saw Wu Chen not speaking and guessed what the other party was thinking, so he told Wu Chen about the predecessor of the heavenly court. So it was a group of riffraff, a bunch of garbage gathered together claiming to be the heavenly court? Wu Chen's tone was full of disdain, and the wide-eyed heavenly king was instantly enraged. "Arrogant brat, besides the leader of your 12 zodiac signs, I really don't even bother with you low-level trash." Roar! With a roar from the lizard, its body rapidly expanded, slowly turning into a creature over 4 meters tall, resembling a western dragon. The 2 huge bat wings behind it looked extremely domineering. The sturdy 2 thighs and front claws were full of power, with green liquid dripping from the corners of its mouth, the liquid dripping on the ground making a sizzling sound as if entering a hot oil pan. Soon, a small pit was corroded. "Humph, a lizard with a head calling itself a king? Then I can call myself the great sage equal to heaven with a stick." Wu Chen mocked, then a red light flashed in his eyes. Die! Bang! The marble underfoot cracked as Wu Chen's figure rushed forward, slashing at the opponent's head. Seeking death. The giant lizard spat out human words in a furious roar, then reached out its claws towards Wu Chen. Poochie! The previously invincible scales were directly cut through like tofu under Wu Chen's divine slayer, the sharp blade cutting a wound. In pain, the lizard also realized something was wrong, quickly spitting out a large puddle of venom towards a nearby building. It was smart, knowing that attacking Wu Chen would be ineffective, so it chose to attack the nearby structure. Poof! Wu Chen snorted coldly, pulled out the divine slayer and chased after the venom. A large puddle of venom capable of melting flesh was dispersed by Wu Chen's slash, then a demonic flame rose, evaporating it completely. Looking back at where the lizard had been, it had already disappeared, leaving only a pool of red blood on the blue stone slab. At this moment, in a certain hotel, 4 men were looking grim, one of them looking at the lizard's wound in his hand with heartache. "I didn't expect the 12 zodiac signs to leave such a despicable little rat in the ancient city." One man holding an arrow said angrily. The man with a long sword also had a gloomy expression. "Fourth brother, how strong is that guy?" As they spoke, the 3 men turned their gaze to the man treating the lizard not far away. Evolved to the 8th stage, the sword in his hand is probably not simple. Normally, even my treasure, if a 9th stage evolution person came, might not be able to cut through its scales with one slash. That guy's sword is extraordinary. The man's words were full of fear. The man holding the sword stroked his chin beard. "Let's observe for a while first, plan carefully how to deal with that guy to ensure nothing goes wrong." On the other side, Wu Chen stayed in place for over an hour before leaving. He retrieved the divine slayer when he returned to a distance. The spiritual energy capsules from the previous period had allowed him to break through to the 8th stage, which was why he could cut through the opponent's defense with one slash. In fact, even without breaking through to the 8th stage, he could still cut through, but the wound wouldn't be too severe. Wu Chen reported the message to Yin Hu, who did not respond, indicating that he was busy. Wu Chen suddenly had an idea while watching a cat biting his pants leg. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Wu Chen squatted down and asked the group of cats. As Wu Chen squatted down, the cats obediently sat on the ground and nodded together. This scene would be quite eerie to an outsider. A red-eyed rat-headed man was having a conversation with a group of cats. "Can you help me out? I'll buy you lots of fish snacks." Wu Chen tempted the group of cats with fish snacks. Meow. The cats all nodded in unison. So obedient. Wu Chen's face under the mask revealed a smile. He actually liked small animals because they wouldn't argue with him or criticize him. Even if they did, he wouldn't understand. Wu Chen said to the cats, "You are familiar with this place, Can you call more small animals to help me check if there will be any scary people around here, like me? If they appear, you can notify me. Wu Chen planned to take the initiative, as his perception range was limited, and moving at full speed would consume too much spiritual energy. He was not sure how many people were on the other side, but there shouldn't be too many. Meow. The cats all meowed in unison, and although Wu Chen couldn't understand, he could grasp some meaning. One of the cats opened its mouth and then pointed to its mouth with its paw. Do you want to eat now? Let me go find some. Understanding the meaning, Wu Chen went to a 24-hour convenience store and packed all kinds of fish snacks and ham sausages. After unpacking the bags, he placed everything in the domain ring and headed back the same way. Upon returning, he distributed the food to them all. After eating, the cats rested for a while before going out. After evolving, these cats raised by humans were indeed very sensible. Wu Chen smiled slightly and found a place to sit down. The next day, there were fewer people around, but because it was a holiday, there were still many people. Wu Chen roamed in the corners, moving stealthily and swiftly like a mouse. There were still evolvers today, all low-level evolvers, and Wu Chen drove them away as usual. Yesterday's events had made him more vigilant. There were no dangers throughout the day. At night, the lizard from yesterday did not appear, and Wu Chen felt that the other party might be plotting something. At that moment, he opened his phone and saw a message from Inhu, in addition to one from Wenxi. Inhu's message read, "We are very busy here. I have transferred the authority to you. If something happens, I will take full responsibility. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, kill them." Wu Chen's eyes turned colder upon reading this message. Meanwhile, members of the Heavenly Court organization were currently in a family's home. They looked at a man full of anger and despair and said, "So, do you agree to this matter or not? As an evolver, you should understand the gap between us, right? Agree, and we'll leave. Disagree, and your wife and child will suffer today." The man, looking at his terrified wife and child, eventually agreed to the conditions. "Smart move. We have poisoned your wife and child. Behave, and we will give them the antidote. Misbehave, and they will die from poisoning in a few days. Of course, you can also report us to the Zodiac organization, but then your wife and child will die now." After speaking, the four people left his home. The man quickly hugged his wife and child to comfort them. "Wah, honey, I'm scared. Daddy, wah." The man, hearing the cries of his wife and child, became even more determined. "Rest assured, I will definitely protect you well." The same thing happened many times in the following nights. And these people, without exception, were awakeners who had awakened on the second marking day. Their cultivation was low, but they possessed powers beyond ordinary people, which were also the best weapons. As Wu Chen expected, a conspiracy against Wu Chen gradually unfolded. A few more days passed, and finally the weekend arrived. Saturday and Sunday were the 2 days that Wu Chen needed to be most vigilant. The cats were very well behaved these days, sleeping during the day and patrolling at night, also giving Wu Chen a little bit of rest time. The weather on the weekend was still hot. Wu Chen stood on the rooftop overlooking the crowd below. The crowd below was bustling, and he had no intention of going down to stroll around. There were too many people, it was simply overcrowded, not even the cats wanted to come out. Wu Chen had to admire the perseverance of these people. There were so many people, and the weather was so hot, yet they still came to visit the scenic area. There were still awakeners around, but Wu Chen had no intention of going down to drive them away. There were too many people this time, so he opted for a more direct and simple method. Holding the executioner god in his hand, he looked down at the awakeners below, while the corner of his eye watched the area near the laboratory on the right. As long as someone had the intention to make a move, his executioner god would appear above their head the next second. Wu Chen stood at the highest point like a grim reaper, holding a long knife in his hand, his crimson pupils staring at the dense crowd below. Because Wu Chen had his back to the sun, no one would stare up at him in this super hot weather. Time passed slowly, and night gradually arrived. The whole day was calm, as if the people from the heavenly court who had come before had all disappeared on this day. But Wu Chen was clear that these guys were definitely plotting something. After the sun set at the end of a day's work, the moon did not appear in the sky. Wu Chen returned to his original place. After feeding the cats some dried fish and snacks, he let them all out. Wu Chen's focus was still on the night. He felt that these guys probably wouldn't dare to come out and fight directly in broad daylight. The target was too big, and it was obviously a provocation to a country. Wu Chen thought this kind of crazy behavior was not very realistic. After releasing all the cats, Wu Chen went alone to the place where he had fought with the broad-eyed Heavenly King a few days ago to stand guard. Because the enemy had appeared, after reporting to Yin Hudiger, he had basically not touched his phone. He focused all his attention on guarding. And tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. In the darkness, 4 tall men walked step by step into the square. Wu Chen frowned as he looked at the 4 men in front of him. Heavenly Court? That's right. The 4 men approached Wu Chen step by step, their faces full of arrogant smiles. From left to right, the 4 men stood out one by one. I am the growing Heavenly King. After the man finished speaking, a sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 3 feet long, emitting a bit of sword energy, looking extremely sharp. The Holding Country Heavenly King. The second man sat down holding an arrow, as if he could play a tune at any time. The knowledgeable Heavenly King. The third man walked out holding a pagoda. The pagoda shimmered with golden light, looking extremely sturdy. Kid, you should know me. I am the broad-eyed Heavenly King from a few days ago. Today you must die. The man holding the lizard looked at Wu Chen angrily, and with his lizard transforming into a venomous dragon again, the other 3 men also burst out with strong momentum. Wu Chen looked at these so-called 4 Heavenly Kings, his crimson pupils filled with disdain. What a bunch of fake Heavenly Kings, and the Heavenly Court, take this. After Wu Chen finished speaking, the executioner god in his hand flashed red again. 7 cuts of the demon blade, dismemberment. Familiar knife energy erupted once again, rushing towards the 4 people ahead. Well done, golden pagoda technique. Clang! The pagoda in the hands of the Heavenly King began to enlarge, rising dozens of meters high to protect the 4 people, but he was only at the 7th level of cultivation. How could he possibly withstand Wu Chen's attack? The area of the pagoda under attack cracked, as if it would shatter in the next moment. Retreat! The Heavenly King's expression changed, roaring loudly, and the 4 people instantly retreated backwards. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the pagoda shattered like glass, with Wu Chen standing in place amidst the debris, the rat mask paired with crimson pupils exuding a strong sense of oppression at that moment. The Heavenly King's face turned red, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, that last strike had caused him some injuries. Wu Chen pointed the Godslayer towards the 4 people in front, his tone cold. The 4 Heavenly Kings? Why retreat, afraid? Arrogant! The Heavenly King of Growth roared, then slashed at Wu Chen with a sword. Wu Chen met him head-on. Meanwhile, the Heavenly King retreated to the back and did not make a move. The Heavenly King of the nation held a 2-stringed instrument and began to play, a tune to transcend immortals, Buddhas, and men. With his words, a powerful and rhythmic melody echoed through the battlefield. At the moment the music started, Wu Chen also felt a sense of irritation, his killing intent unconsciously surging. The Heavenly King of Growth also swung his sword at him. Clang! The Godslayer clashed with the opponent's long sword, the sound of metal colliding, sparks flying. Under the mask, Wu Chen furrowed his brow. The opponent's strength felt off, completely unlike the power that a 7th-level evolution could unleash. It's the music's fault. Wu Chen instantly thought of the guy playing the 2-stringed instrument, his eyes locking onto him with killing intent. Get lost! A slash forced the opponent back, and Wu Chen instantly moved towards the Heavenly King of the nation. Sizzle! At this moment, a large puddle of venom appeared in front of Wu Chen like a waterfall, its foul smell making him extremely uncomfortable. The venom splattered on the ground, corroding the blue stone slabs. Kid, today you will rest under the combined force of our 4 Heavenly Kings. In the underworld, I will play a tune for you. Seeing Wu Chen halted by the Heavenly King of the nation, who then distanced himself again, speaking with great satisfaction, as if victory was assured. Leave it to you 4 brothers. After Wu Chen finished speaking, the red light in his hand flashed again. Dismemberment. This time, Wu Chen did not attack the Heavenly King of the nation, but turned towards Growth, who was trying to ambush him from behind. The Heavenly King of Growth seemed surprised that Wu Chen would attack him instead, hastily using all his strength to defend. His sword instantly extended, sword energy extending several meters from the tip directly towards Wu Chen. However, even his defensive brother couldn't block the attack. How could he possibly confront it head-on? The sword energy was shattered in an instant. Wu Chen's crimson knife energy continued to surge towards the Heavenly King of Growth. Brother, save me! The Heavenly King of Growth shouted towards the Heavenly King of Broad Vision not far away, and the poisonous dragon beside Broad Vision also spewed a large amount of venom towards Wu Chen. The range covered by the venom was wide, even including the Heavenly King of Growth. Wu Chen furrowed his brow, then directed his knife energy towards the airborne venom. The venom scattered around Wu Chen, even falling on the Heavenly King of Growth. Accompanied by his screams, the poisonous dragon soared into the air. The Heavenly King of Growth leaped with all his might onto the head of the poisonous dragon. Looking around, all the people from the Heavenly Court on the square had left. Wu Chen furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with puzzlement. What are these guys plotting? Wu Chen felt a third of his spiritual energy missing from his body. He could sense the killing intent of the 4 people, but it wasn't strong, as if they weren't here to fight, but to test Wu Chen. It was even possible that they wanted to wear down Wu Chen. For a moment, Wu Chen felt a slight sense of unease. The coordination of these four people was extremely tacit, as if everything was planned. They fought with Wu Chen and then retreated. There was no hesitation in their retreat, it was very decisive, and Wu Chen didn't dare to follow hastily. He wasn't sure what these four people were up to, and if he ran around recklessly, it could lead to a failure of his mission if they were ambushed here. Wu Chen looked around at the bluestone slabs with some helplessness. Every battle would inevitably cause some destruction. The domain ring required spatial nodes to create and pull the opponent into it. In a place where the space was intact, the domain ring couldn't be used, and the domain couldn't be opened. Helplessly shaking his head, Wu Chen had no choice. On the other side, the four great kings who had already escaped arrived at a household. The person they chose was also an evolver, but one who had just awakened. Without a word, they directly killed him. After the kill, the expression on the face of the Growth King improved slightly. Killing an evolver could plunder the spiritual energy inside the opponent's body. For low-level evolvers like this, it might not be of much help in cultivation, but the extra spiritual energy could still be used to heal injuries. The venom on the Growth King's body had already been neutralized by the poison lizard. After all, it was his venom, so he definitely knew how to deal with it. This Chinese zodiac is very powerful. I originally wanted to wear him down and test his strength, but almost fell into his hands, the Growth King said with lingering fear. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the strength of this demon rat is truly terrifying, especially the aura of killing intent, which is chilling. But from his voice, he seems young. So, tomorrow's plan will probably succeed. I also noticed that this guy is young. He probably won't be able to handle the situation tomorrow. When the time comes, big brother, you go and capture Ouyang Botu. Third and fourth brother and I will block that guy outside. The National King's words were full of confidence, as if the plan had already succeeded. Alright, let those guys be ready tomorrow. We'll act at noon tomorrow, at the busiest time, to force him out. I want to see how he handles it. Okay, the other three said in unison. At their feet, there was still a dead body with eyes wide open. Wu Chen waited all night but found that the other party did not show up, so he returned to the original place. The cats also all came back one by one. Seeing this, Wu Chen took out all the dried fish from the domain ring. Help me out. I'll patrol all day today, and I'll be leaving tomorrow. The cats all understood and ate all the dried fish before going out again. It had to be said that these cats were quite trustworthy. They ate and then got to work. A smile appeared on Wu Chen's face, although it couldn't be seen behind the mask. Wu Chen touched his chest and, for some reason, still felt a bit uneasy, feeling that something big would happen at noon today. At noon, there were still many people around, and Wu Chen frowned because he suddenly noticed many low-level evolvers appearing. Suddenly, with a scream, dozens of low-level evolvers displayed their abilities. Some held flames, while others used some low-level abilities that had not been recorded to grab people in front of them and then grabbed their necks. Don't move, where's the demon rat? Bring out the demon rat! Accompanied by angry shouts, the square erupted into chaos. Countless people started running around, screaming, and some even fell to the ground and were trampled. The hostages were initially confused, but soon turned to fear, their bodies trembling. This group of evolutionists is holding ordinary people hostage, shouting Wu Chen's code name. Let the demon rat come out. Yes, the demon rat better come out, or I'll kill them. Roars echoed, and Wu Chen frowned on top of the high-rise building. Everyone, stop. Wu Chen roared with psychic energy, his voice spreading far and wide, and everyone looked up. Above, a slender figure with a rat head stood there, holding a long knife. I am one of the 12 zodiac signs of the Zodiac Organization, codenamed the Demon Rat. What do you want? Do you know what you are doing now? Do you want to be enemies with the Dragon Kingdom? Wu Chen's tone was filled with coldness as he looked down at the evolutionists below, some looking puzzled and others angry. What enemies with the Dragon Kingdom? My wife and children are about to die, I don't care. I just need you to stay here for a while. As long as they take away the damn Botu, we will let them go. After that, whether to kill or cut is up to you, but if you dare to disappear from my sight now, I will kill them. The man's face was filled with madness, tears in his eyes. There was a space of several meters around them, and Wu Chen understood what he meant. The people of the Heavenly Court have taken your family hostage? Yes, the lives of my whole family are in their hands. You can't leave, otherwise this person will die. With that, the power in his hand increased slightly, and the hostage's face instantly contorted in pain. Demon rat, behave yourself. We have taken Ouyang Botu away. Don't worry, we won't harm anyone else. At this moment, the four heavenly kings appeared in the sky again, rushing towards the square, wanting to enter the building. Courting death. Wu Chen leaped up, slashing his sword chi with the long knife in his hand. "Stop him, or your family will die." The poison dragon dodged the sword chi, and the heavenly king above shouted at the people below. "Demon rat, don't move, let them pass. It's just one life, but the wives and children of our dozens of people are also lives. You can't leave." The man's hysterical shouting prevented Wu Chen from passing. "Do you know what Ouyang Bota means to us in the Dragon Kingdom? What does it have to do with me? I only know that my family is in danger, and he is just one life. Is he nobler than us? Aren't the lives of ordinary people lives? Are you guys really protecting us, or are you protecting those high-ranking people? Is it all a lie to protect the lives of ordinary people? Isn't the Dragon Kingdom supposed to protect ordinary people from harm by evolutionists?" As soon as these words were spoken, tens of thousands of people present turned their eyes to Wu Chen. Wu Chen's pupils contracted. He didn't expect the other party to say such things, and his next answer might involve not just one person's fate. "Is your Zodiac organization just a group of people who protect whoever benefits them?" After the man's grim words, the whole scene fell silent. Wu Chen looked at the man in front of him and then at the people from the heavenly court about to enter the building behind him. He said coldly, "I know, no matter what I say, you won't accept it, because now it's your family facing danger, and you may think I can't empathize with you, so I won't say anything. I just want to tell you that I am one of the 12 zodiac signs of the former Chuanshu, codenamed the Demon Rat. So what? Today, as long as you dare to leave, I will kill them. Are your organizations disregarding human life? Today it's me, tomorrow it could be any other ordinary person here." After the man finished speaking, the people around him also looked at Wu Chen with strange eyes. That's how people are. When there is no danger, they can empathize in various ways. The Sichuan 12 zodiac signs, now only the Demon Rat remains, all others have perished. "I know what you want to say, but there is something I must tell you." Wu Chen turned around and leaped up. "When you threaten me for your family, have you ever thought, without the Dragon Kingdom, where would your so-called family be? Would you know how many people like your family would be threatened if Ouyang Bota fell into the hands of the enemy? How many would die? I cannot empathize with you, but this time my only mission is to protect Ouyang Bota." After Wu Chen finished speaking, his figure disappeared on the spot, leaving the crowd stunned. The man, initially confused by Wu Chen's disappearance, soon went berserk. The power in his hands became more terrifying, and he roared towards the direction where Wu Chen was, trying to stop him. "If they die, you will also die here, mark my words." Wu Chen's tone was full of killing intent, making the man holding the hostage feel a chill in his heart. Unconsciously, the power in their hands weakened, fear once again visible in their eyes. There was no way, humans will always fear the passing of life and the threat of the strong. And Wu Chen seemed to be verifying his own killing power, as a sword aura over 4 meters high slashed towards the Heavenly Court Organization building. Dismember. The crimson sword aura with dark red flames left a mark in the sky, shocking everyone with this inhuman power, and of course, fear in their eyes. Those who threatened Wu Chen were also stunned by the sword aura. Meow. Suddenly, meowing sounds rang out, accompanied by a sharp pain in the hands of the evolutionists, causing them to instantly release their grip on the hostage's neck. The hostages took the opportunity to escape, their strong survival instinct driving them into the crowd. Soon, cats emerged from somewhere, their fur bristling, baring their teeth at the evolutionists. Where did these cats come from? Some were surprised by the appearance of the cats, while others seemed to realize something and retreated. After all, these guys would surely capture more people if they lost their hostages, and if caught, it would be a death sentence. "You beasts, go to hell." Extreme despair bred extreme cruelty in some. A man rushed forward, throwing a punch at the cats. The cats were also fast, scattering away and using their sharp claws to scratch at the man's body. On the other side, Wu Chen blocked the poison dragon and the 4 heavenly kings outside the door with his sword aura. In the terrifying flames, Wu Chen stepped out step by step. "Kid, don't you care about the lives of those ordinary people anymore?" The growing Heaven King shouted sternly. Wu Chen's tone was full of chilling killing intent. "In my position, doing my duty, my mission is to protect Ouyang Bota and defend the entire Dragon Kingdom. And you will become the souls under my blade. Then let's fight." The growing Heaven King roared, extending sword energy from his long sword, directly slashing towards Wu Chen. The other heavenly kings also displayed their ultimate skills. For a moment, on the battlefield, the sound of an arrow rang out, and the poison dragon joined the battle, spewing poison towards Wu Chen. Ha! The demonic flames rose like a fountain, evaporating the venom in an instant. Wu Chen shattered the sword energy with a single slash, then turned towards the holding country king in the distance. Dismember. This time, Wu Chen turned into a sword aura, charging towards the holding country king. "Block it for me." The broad vision king tried his best to block the sword, but this time the sword aura was unstoppable, directly shattering the pagoda as if cutting tofu. At that moment, the broad-vision king spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Why do you think I used all my strength yesterday? Wu Chen's voice was full of sarcasm as his blade slashed towards Holdgui in the blink of an eye. Poochie! With a spurt of blood, the heavenly king of Holdgui looked in pain at his right hand not far away, let out a miserable cry, and then fainted. Second brother, second brother. The tone of the other three was full of worry and shock. But Wu Chen's figure had already disappeared from the spot. Where are you looking? You! The heavenly king of Duoan heard the cold voice and his pupils dilated instantly, his body hair standing on end. Big! Before the heavenly king of Duoan could finish his words, his head had already flown high, his eyes wide open, filled with fear and regret. Little brother! Accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams of the remaining two, Wu Chen gathered his spiritual power again. Don't make noise, I'll send you all off together. 7 cuts of the demon blade, dismemberment. The red spiritual power was still gathering, and the executioner in his hand seemed to be excited by the blood it had touched, the blade trembling slightly. Kid, let's wait and see, we'll settle this score later. The growing king saw Wu Chen effortlessly kill 2 people, knowing that he and Guangmu were no match at all. A white ring appeared on his wrist, and not far away, the 3 injured and dead also had the same ring on their hands. With a twist in space, the 4 of them disappeared instantly from the spot. And Wu Chen, seeing this scene, also retracted his spiritual power, his brows furrowed tightly. Domain ring? There was only a head and a green lizard left on the field, but the lizard was already dead. The 4 of them disappeared into thin air without a trace, not even a trace left. This time, the 4 of them were crushed because they were not clear about the strength of the enemy and us, of course, also because this guy Wu Chen was too powerful. And at this moment, in the building behind Wu Chen, a group of researchers in white coats were recording something. The large screen in front of them displayed the scene outside. The 4 heavenly kings, innate evolutionists, supernatural types, control objects, normal strength. The researcher's tone was very low, and after he finished speaking, a white-haired young man beside him also spoke. How is the data on the demon blade? Sequence 004, Demon Blade, acquired evolutionist, said to contain a demonic soul inside the blade, cultivation at the 8th stage of evolution, but the eruptive power is enough to compete with a new 9th stage but unstable expert. According to the analysis of the Chuanshu battle, after the demonic soul possession, it has the strength to kill all ordinary evolutionists below the shedding realm, but it will consume the flesh and blood in the body, seriously endangering life. Well, let's continue the research. It seems there is no danger outside. After the white-haired young man finished speaking, he sat in front of the computer and a pile of equipment calculating something. In this independent laboratory, there was also a small room in which a huge stone monument-like object was placed. The stone monument was large, as tall as a floor, and the top of the stone monument was densely covered with words. Sequence 222. AO. Accompanied by a sharp scream. The cat in the man's hand was squeezed to death alive. After his anger subsided, the man seemed to realize something. He let go of the limp cat, his eyes full of horror. The other cats also showed fierce eyes looking at the surrounding evolutionists. A big cat rushed forward, picked up the body of the kitten, and then placed it on the ground, ready to attack. That's enough. Suddenly, Wu Chen's figure appeared in the middle of the cat and the evolutionists. He carried a strong smell of blood, and the evolutionists behind him were startled when they saw him, retreating one after another. Go back, I have transferred all the remaining spiritual power into its body. I don't know if it can survive, sorry. Wu Chen looked at the cat on the ground and apologized. The leading cat looked at Wu Chen's appearance, then glanced at the person behind him, its humane eyes filled with a hint of pain, but it still turned around and called out to the cats behind. The cats seemed to have received some signal and left with the cat in their mouths. Where are they? Those 4 guys? After the cat left, these evolvers rushed to Wu Chen and asked loudly. 1 is dead, the remaining 3 ran away, Wu Chen said calmly, without much emotion. What? How could you let them go? Why couldn't you keep them here? What about my family if they ran away? What if they died? Tell me, tell me. The man yelled hysterically at Wu Chen. Some of the evolvers around him had already collapsed weakly to the ground, their eyes full of despair. Go to the hospital, I can't control fate. My only task is to protect Ouyang Botu. If they really died, then I can only apologize. You bastard, can an apology exchange a life? If I kill you, can I apologize to you? The man's neck veins bulged, although his tone was very angry, his eyes were full of despair. What kind of dragon country organization are you? You guys should be serving us, sacrificing lives. I want you to pay with your life. Perhaps because the danger had passed, or perhaps because he was truly too angry. The man swung his fist towards Wu Chen. Bang! The man's fist hit Wu Chen's mask, not moving a bit, but a trace of blood flowed down from Wu Chen's mask. Why? Why? Is his life worth more, and our ordinary lives are not worth anything? The man's hand weakly dropped, his voice choked, filled with pain and despair, his hand oozing with blood, looking extremely miserable. And the other revolvers seemed to be infected as well, one by one kneeling weakly on the ground. And the people around seemed to be touched by the man's words, maybe because the man's desperate appearance awakened the kindness in their hearts. They began to whisper, "So pitiful." Exactly, these people from the Zodiac organization clearly could save people, but had to take action. Will Bota die? Even if he was abducted, he could be found. What if they never intended to take Bota's life? Exactly. At this moment, a different voice suddenly appeared in the crowd. But these uncles almost killed other people, they should be bad people. The innocent voice sounded particularly harsh here. The victims had long since left the scene of right and wrong, and no one agreed with the child's words. No one died, maybe they didn't intend to kill anyone. Look how pitiful he is, he doesn't look like someone who would kill. That's right, how can we trust such an organization to protect us? Exactly, file a complaint against him. Wu Chen listened to the discussions of the people around him. He looked at the evolvers kneeling in front of him, the mouth under the mask slightly opened as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he remained silent and closed it. After a while, Wu Chen spoke, "The lives of the masses are also lives, but my task is not to protect the masses. I am not a deity, I cannot predict all misfortunes. If you must attribute hatred to me, I can give you a chance, fight me. If you win, I will commit suicide here." How can you be like this? How could they possibly beat you? They are already so miserable and you still sacrifice lives like this. Exactly, wearing an old mouse mask is bad enough, speaking like a mouse is also annoying. Exactly. The surrounding crowd seemed to be ignited by Wu Chen's words, one by one speaking out in accusation. Is the mission more important than human lives? The man's voice choked as he questioned Wu Chen, but he did not intend to act. You also know that human lives are important. After saying this, Wu Chen patted the man's shoulder. Go back, whether you hate me or blame me, please remember one thing, the concept of home can only be truly owned in a safe place. Do not forget how your safety was once ensured. Without the Dragon Kingdom, beings like me would not be wasting time talking to you. It's cruel, but it's the truth. After speaking, Wu Chen left. He didn't know if his words had any effect, and the pat on the man's shoulder only left a trace of spiritual energy. Of course, he marked all the evolutionists who had just tried to act. Sympathy is one thing, but the other party's actions had already endangered others, and their emotions were unstable. If something were to happen, Wu Chen could intervene immediately. It's cruel, but for the safety of others, Wu Chen had to do it. Wu Chen returned to where the cats were. The cats had also disappeared, leaving only him. The outside world was still discussing what was happening. Some were angry, some sympathetic, and some were cursing Wu Chen. Wu Chen remained emotionally unaffected. He didn't feel wronged or sad. He knew very well that what the world needed was not the truth, but suffering. Suffering was the only way for humans to empathize. Happiness was the first step to becoming a villain in the eyes of others. As for doubting whether he was right, Wu Chen had never doubted the path he had chosen. For him, protecting the Dragon Kingdom was the right thing to do. From the moment he joined, he understood that society could be dark, unfair, and anger-inducing. But please remember, only in a safe enough situation can humans contemplate these things. Humans have good and bad sides, but please do not blame the country. Isn't it enough to enjoy peace in an era of unrest? Just as Wu Chen said, without the Dragon Kingdom, the strong would never bother talking to you. Without a country, where is home? And those evolutionists who returned home, watching their lively families, were also moved to tears. Did the four heavenly kings really poison them? Perhaps it didn't matter at all. Because they knew very well that as the strong, whether they poison or not, this group of people would accept their conditions. Was poisoning them just a trick? Of course not. If successful, these assisting evolutionists would be accomplices and most likely not survive. Their families would either suffer greatly or remarry. If failed, these people would still threaten the lives of others, and imprisonment was inevitable. Their families would still suffer. On the contrary, poisoning them might make these evolutionists become targets of certain weapons due to understandable reasons, creating more enemies. Now, without poisoning, all these people would end up in prison. Even if they didn't, their hatred towards them would be minimal, and they would not become enemies. Why? Those who could become enemies had already been eliminated long ago. And as the family embraced each other, the news on TV was also broadcasting something. Last night, a family of 4 was murdered, wiped out. Some people with courage resisted on the spot. After all, handing over their own and their family's fate to the bad guys was no different from making a deal with the Grim Reaper. People are always afraid of death, on one hand, resisting against the strong, but it's a certain death. On one hand, you can strike at the more innocent and weaker ones, but it may bring a glimmer of hope. How many people would choose the first option? On Wu Chen's side, the cats came out one by one, and one of the kittens caught Wu Chen's attention. As long as you're alive. Wu Chen smiled under the mask, then reached out to rub the kitten's head. The kitten enjoyed it, using its paws to rub Wu Chen's palm. The task needed to be carried out until Yinghu and the others returned, so Wu Chen had to stay until tomorrow. He could leave once Yinghu called him. He didn't go out to patrol with the cat in his arms. According to his calculations, there shouldn't be any more suspicious people appearing. Wu Chen took out his phone, which had many messages. Some were from Wen Shi, while others were from Wu Wei and Shangguan's siblings. Yinghu still hadn't replied to him, seeming very busy. Wen Shi's message was about daily life, with the last sentence saying, "Send me a message when you're free to let me know you're safe." Wu Chen replied to each message and then closed his phone. Time passed bit by bit, and the last day quietly slipped away. Buzz. Accompanied by the vibration of his phone, Wu Chen answered the call. "Hello? The mission is over, you can leave now. Rest for a day, and someone will take you to the Evolution Academy tomorrow. You did a great job on the mission, don't mind what those people said, as long as you're true to yourself." Yinghu quickly hung up after speaking, sounding busy on the other end, with many voices discussing something. "I'm leaving, you guys stay here and behave, don't run around." Wu Chen patted the cat in his arms, then took off his mask. His handsome face lacked color, perhaps due to always wearing a mask. His red long hair turned back into short black hair. "Farewell if fate allows." After saying this, Wu Chen walked towards the ancient palace without any nostalgia. Walking on the main street, Wu Chen entered various snack shops along the way. "Hello, I'd like this cake." Wu Chen bought a lot of sweets and sat on the roadside to eat. The sweet taste spread in his mouth, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Perhaps sweets really can make people happy, at least that's what Wu Chen thought. On the bustling street, people came and went, some with happy smiles on their faces, while others wore expressions of worry. After finishing the sweets, Wu Chen stood up and walked back home. Despite his outstanding appearance, he didn't attract much attention, blending in with the crowd like an ordinary person. Wu Chen took out his keys and opened the door, leaving uncle and auntie looking surprised. But soon, Wu Jiangwo's face lit up with a smile. "You're back? Are you injured?" Wu Jiangwo approached with joy and a hint of worry on his face. Joy that Wu Chen had returned safely, worry that he might have been injured during the mission. "I'm not injured. Where's Xiao Wei? Is she at school?" Wu Chen shook his head, then curiously asked. "Brother, it's summer vacation now. Are you trying to kill me?" Wu Wei walked out of the room and said to Wu Chen with a hint of annoyance. "How can you talk to your brother like that? Your brother is just concerned about you." Zhang Hua looked a bit reproachful at her daughter, but her smile couldn't be hidden. All right, just came back, let him rest well. Go out and buy some good food, make more delicious dishes for him." Zhang Hua saw that Wu Jiangwo still wanted to say something to Wu Chen, so she pushed him out and let Wu Chen go upstairs to rest. "Thank you, auntie." Wu Chen thanked Zhang Hua, who then playfully patted Wu Chen's head with a hint of displeasure. "What's the point of saying thank you, we're all family here. Go rest now, if you're hungry, call your sister to bring you something to eat." "Mom, how can you take credit for others' generosity? Even if something needs to be delivered, I can handle it. You make it sound like it's all because of you. Go study." Wu Wei's protest was mercilessly suppressed, and then Wu Chen smiled and went back upstairs. Once upstairs, he lay directly on the bed and closed his eyes. He hadn't really slept in the past 7 days, feeling a bit exhausted. A little rest would be good. After a while, Wu Jiangwo returned home with a bunch of groceries. "Where's Xiaoshang?" Wu Jiangwo asked curiously. Xiaoshang must be tired. Let him rest properly. We'll eat when he wakes up." Zhang Hua's voice was soft, and Wu Jiangwo, upon hearing it, glanced upstairs with a hint of pity in his eyes. "Ah, it's useless of me as the eldest uncle." Wu Jiangwo murmured softly. "It's not your fault. We are just ordinary people. Xiaosheng's extraordinary nature is what he deserves. He has his rewards, but the pressure will only increase. When you have time, talk to him. The money at home is enough. If the task is for money, do less of it. If it's for the country, do it well." Zhang Hua's words made Wu Jiangwo sigh, but also feel fortunate. He married a good wife. As the sky gradually darkened, Wu Chen opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. "It's so late." Wu Chen glanced at the time on his phone and then went downstairs. Downstairs, Wu Jiangwo was sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Awake? Come eat." Wu Jiangwo greeted Wu Chen to eat when he saw him. Wu Chen was taken aback, then nodded. "Haven't you eaten yet?" Wu Chen asked curiously. Not yet, it's being prepared. You should be waking up around this time. If you don't wake up soon, I'll have to come up and call you, Wu Jiangwo said with a smile. He then went into the kitchen and brought out all the dishes. Eat up, then take a shower and go to bed early. Are you going to school tomorrow? Zhang Hua asked curiously. No need, I can rest for a day tomorrow and go the day after. Then rest well, recharge your energy. If you want to eat something, just tell me, I'll make it for you. Wu Chen nodded as he listened to Zhang Hua. After dinner, Wu Chen took a shower, said goodnight to Wenxi, and went to bed. On the other side, Wenxi, watching Wu Chen go to bed so early, also felt worried about him. Seems like he's really working hard. Wenxi muttered to herself, who's working so hard? Suddenly, a playful voice appeared next to Wenxi. At this remark, Wenxi's ears turned red instantly, then she turned around and started playfully wrestling with the other person. Everything seemed to settle down, the night was calm, but above Ansheng, a figure moved through the city. The person was tall and slender, dressed in loose black robes. It was impossible to tell if they were male or female, but the yellow rat mask they wore reflected their identity. One of the 12 zodiac signs, the rat. In the room, Wu Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the figure outside with alertness in his eyes. The rat looked at Wu Chen, extended a hand wearing black gloves, and beckoned to him. I am one of the leaders of the zodiac organization, the rat. Come with me. The voice was strange, gender-neutral, as if using a voice changer, mechanical and stiff. After the rat finished speaking, he turned and left, and Wu Chen opened the window and rushed into the night. The two of them leaped through the city, with Wu Chen using all his strength, while the rat seemed to effortlessly keep up. Soon, the rat stopped in a deserted place. Is there anything you need, Lord Rat? Wu Chen's tone carried a hint of respect, as he was quite familiar with Yin Hu and did not add the title of Lord. Tisk, are you the demon rat who has been guarding the ancient palace for the past 7 days? Yes, Wu Chen nodded. I've heard all about the ancient palace incident. You did well, but not well enough. Lord Rat spoke somewhat cryptically, and Wu Chen did not argue. Do you have any tasks, Lord Rat? No tasks, I came to ask you a few questions. Wu Chen was taken aback, then furrowed his brow. What questions? Lord Rat turned around, the two standing on the rooftop under the full moon. As a member of the Zodiac organization, are you protecting the country or these living beings? Among the Zodiac organization, only the rat is unique. You should also be aware. Tell me why you chose the rat. Although Lord Rat's tone was somewhat cold, Wu Chen could sense a hint of curiosity in it. Protecting the Dragon Kingdom is to protect the living beings. The country is innocent, it's the people who are guilty. Killing a person does not harm the country. As for why I chose the rat, because I am a rat by nature. I am only suited to walk in the darkness. The demon blade chose me, and I will not disappoint the demon blade. Those stained with blood are not fit to be heroes. Wu Chen calmly answered the two questions. Around him was the city, clearly night, yet the city was illuminated brightly by lights. The natural light was insufficient to dispel all darkness, but humans could drive away the darkness. How miraculous. Your answers are interesting. The title of Demon Rat suits you well. Lord Rat fell silent for a moment before speaking again. The Demon Rat is a person, not just a title. After saying this, Wu Chen prepared to leave. You are very good, rational enough, but as a senior, I must also advise you. Wu Chen, who had turned around, was taken aback. He was about to listen to what the other had to say, but by then, Lord Rat had already disappeared, leaving only the cold mechanical sound behind. Thinking too clearly will bring much pain. Lord Rat's voice echoed in Wu Chen's ears. Wu Chen looked at the empty rooftop, lost in thought for a moment. After a while, Wu Chen also left. The arrival of Lord Rat was unexpected, but he didn't dwell on it. Perhaps it was just a test for him. On the other side, Lord Rat returned to his office. There were many people in the office, currently in a meeting. Lord Rat, where did you go? Someone curiously asked. Nowhere, Lord Rat replied indifferently, then found a seat. On the large screen at the front of the meeting, a huge title appeared. Cooperation with the Sea Clan and Demon Clan to protect Blue Star. Back at home, Wu Chen went back to sleep. This continued until the next day at noon when he opened his eyes. Sitting up from the bed, he stretched lazily, his eyes filled with confusion. After getting up, brushing his teeth and washing his face, Wu Chen ate something pulled by Wu Jiangwo before returning to his room. Suddenly finding himself so idle, he didn't know what to do. Wu Chen took out his phone, and Wenxi's message unsurprisingly appeared in the chat box. Wenxi, the coach came today, said to be in the shell-shedding realm, looks very strong. He said we will rest today and start team training for a month tomorrow. Wu Chen, shell-shedding realm. Such high cultivation level, what does team training mean? Wenxi, I'm not sure either. the coach didn't say. How are you feeling? Any issues with your body? Wu Chen, no issues, just maybe too tired, slept and felt better. The two chatted a bit more, and when she went for training, Wu Chen lay alone on the bed not knowing what to do, eventually taking out his phone to watch videos. There have been many evolvers on the internet, and the official has not covered it up. Even foreign videos have appeared. All kinds of strange evolvers excitedly post their abilities on the internet. Many evolvers envy and jealous. Wu Chen suddenly thought of something and searched for the words ancient palace. The videos that came out were all about landscapes or travel thoughts, and there was no mention of what happened to Wu Chen 2 days ago. Wu Chen understood that someone above had intervened. And so, Wu Chen watched videos, feeling bored as time passed by, and a day passed like this. Eating, washing up, sleeping. The next day, Wu Chen was awakened by his phone ringing. He got up from bed, washed up, and bid farewell to Wu Jiangwo. Uncle, I'm going to school, call me if you need anything. Wu Jiangwo nodded and said, don't worry, your uncle and I are here at home, take care of yourself and don't get hurt. At this time, Wu Wei also ran out of the room. Big brother, come on, you must be fine, bring me back to play when you come back. Wu Wei reached out her hand to cheer Wu Chen. Wu Chen smiled, then rubbed her head. Behave at home, study well, and when big brother comes back, I'll bring you a gift. After that, Wu Chen walked out of the house. Outside, Inhu had been waiting for him downstairs. Let's go, I'll take you to the college, next time you'll go by yourself. Inhu said with a smile, then got on the car. Wu Chen also took out his motorcycle from the domain ring and followed him. The two of them rushed out of the neighborhood, while upstairs, Wu Jiangwo watched Wu Chen leave, his eyes full of worry. You must be fine. Wu Jiangwo silently blessed Wu Chen. Following Inhu, Wu Chen arrived at the entrance of a university after half an hour of riding. The Evolutionary Academy is here? Wu Chen frowned and asked, looking at the building in front that looked like a university. Of course, what did you expect? It's originally a place similar to a university, not that mysterious. Let's go, I'll take you to register. Inhu said, leading Wu Chen towards the school. Wu Chen also put away his motorcycle and followed behind Inhu. The young man will write a new chapter here. Inhu led Wu Chen into the school. After walking for more than 10 minutes and not seeing many people, Wu Chen frowned in confusion. Why are there so few people? It's not that there are few people, but if you're here, you actually won't have much time to play around, and everyone basically has to stay together to cultivate tacit understanding. After all, you will have to execute missions together in the future. I see. By the way, I want to ask you something. Inhu was surprised and turned to look at Wu Chen. Oh, it's rare for you to ask me a question. Go ahead, what is it? Wu Chen extended his right hand, and a white long knife appeared in his hand. I killed one of the 4 great heavenly kings of the heavenly court, and the ability and spiritual power I plundered from him are very weak, or not very weak, it's just that their spiritual power seems completely different from the ones I killed before. The abilities I inherited before would grow with my own abilities, but this time its strength is fixed at the 7th stage of evolution. Saying that, Wu Chen dispersed the white long knife in his hand. You see, that's because their strength is only at the 7th stage of evolution, which is what they cultivated themselves. Inhu smiled and said after hearing Wu Chen's words, what do you mean by cultivating themselves? Come to think of it, I don't think I've told you about it. The tiger smiled and explained, evolutionists are divided into congenital and acquired. We belong to the acquired, with psychic abilities since awakening, even like you, who have cultivation upon awakening. There is also the congenital, whose abilities are unique to them. They start from 0 upon awakening, that's where the 4 great kings come in. Wu Chen nodded as he listened. He probably understood that those like Shanhai whom he had defeated before were acquired evolutionists, inheriting the power of ancient people. Their power was actually much greater, but their bodies couldn't fully unleash that power. This was also why the 4 great kings showed no change after using their abilities. By the way, make friends in school. You are no longer part of the Zodiac organization, and you might find teammates here in the future, the tiger said, winking at Wu Chen. Don't be so disgusting, Wu Chen said expressionlessly. It took a strong mental fortitude to watch a nearly 40-year-old man making faces in front of him. Go over there. The principal is inside. Let him take you to your classroom. The tiger rolled his eyes and then dragged Wu Chen inside. Chen Long, someone brought him here. Remember to take him to the classroom. Inside, a middle-aged man was dealing with documents. He frowned at the sight of the tiger and said sternly, knock next time you come in. The tiger sat down nonchalantly, saying, we are all on the same side. Why so many rules? Hurry and take this kid to the classroom. Chen Long's gaze fell on Wu Chen, and his frown eased. Mo Shu? Wu Chen was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, indeed a talent. Let's go, I'll take you to your classroom. Chen Long's attitude towards Wu Chen improved significantly, perhaps because he had heard of Wu Chen's name early on, or maybe because Wu Chen was indeed very disciplined. Along the way, Wu Chen was amazed by the classrooms. The floors were fine, but the entrance to the classrooms was strange. Looking through the windows, it was pitch black inside. Curious, Wu Chen asked, "What's this?" Chen Long chuckled, "Ouyang Bo to develop these virtual classrooms, similar to our territories. Inside is a space resembling a territory, suitable for your training and sparring." With that, he led Wu Chen to a classroom door. "By the way, your sequence is 004, right?" Chen Long suddenly asked. "Yes, Mo Dao. All your teammates are acquired evolutionists, a total of 30, quite proud individuals. In the future, your team will grow, and being at the forefront, you may encounter challenges. Be gentle in your actions." Wu Chen was surprised but nodded. "Don't worry, I know my limits." "Good, I have high hopes for you." Chen Long patted Wu Chen's shoulder and opened the door. Inside, a white vortex appeared before Wu Chen's eyes, and he walked straight in. "Everyone, gather." The moment he entered, Wu Chen heard a voice full of vigor, followed by several voices filled with joy. "Big brother? Wu Chen." Wu Chen first saw Wen Shi and Shangguan Qingrong standing at the front, along with several girls. Behind them was Shangguan Zhan, and of course, a few other notable individuals. The space around them was no different from a territory, just an open area with blue skies and white clouds, resembling a school playground. "Are you the new student today?" A middle-aged man in a black combat suit at the front asked Wu Chen with a serious expression. "Well, my name is Wu Chen, I came to report for some things today, sorry." The instructor nodded, satisfied with Wu Chen's attitude. He had heard of Wu Chen's deeds and had originally thought he was a proud guy, but now it seemed that Wu Chen was very courteous. "My name is Shi Long, you came at the right time. Today is the first training for your team. I need your team to show your expertise and then assign your tasks. It's good that you're here, there's someone waiting for you here for a long time." Upon hearing Shi Long's words, Wu Chen frowned and then looked at Wen Shi. When she saw Wu Chen looking at him, with a hint of helplessness on his face, and then pointed to a person behind her. Wu Chen followed her finger and looked behind her. There were many people behind Wen Shi, but Wu Chen locked onto a young man at a glance. The young man was handsome and dignified, yes, dignified. He exuded an aura as if he were a natural leader, looking extremely domineering. As Wu Chen's gaze fell on the young man's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. He smiled confidently, as if he were the center of the world. "Instructor, can I come out?" The young man's voice was magnetic and deep. "Come out, let's see who's stronger between you two." Shi Long smiled slightly, curious about the difference between the first and fourth in the sequence. With that, a platform suddenly rose under Shi Long's feet. The platform was about 20 meters in diameter, square in shape. Shi Long waved towards Wu Chen. "Come up, this guy has been waiting for you for a long time. He said that no matter what, there must be a winner." Wu Chen was stunned, then looked at the young man walking towards him, full of doubt. He didn't recognize this young man in his memory. The young man's face was full of smiles as he walked up to Wu Chen. "Hello, I know you may be confused, but because we will be comrades in the future, there must be someone giving orders. Many people have told me that you are stronger than me, but I don't agree." Wu Chen frowned, but did not refuse, because he knew what the other person said was true. In a team, there must be a leader, otherwise there would be problems with executing tasks if opinions clashed later on. "Okay." Wu Chen nodded, then walked up to the platform. The young man looked at Wu Chen and smiled. The two stood on the platform, and the people below watched with excitement. Wen Shi and Shangguan Qingrong had a hint of worry in their eyes. Because they had been here for a long time, they were very aware of the young man's abilities. "My name is Wu Chen, sequence 004, supernatural magic blade. If I were to develop in a certain direction." Wu Chen paused, then said, "Strong combat ability, calm mind." As he spoke, the god-slaying sword appeared in Wu Chen's right hand, his hair also began to turn red, and his crimson pupils were filled with killing intent. Magic blade, worthy of the name, very imposing. Next, please listen to my title. The young man was very confident, different from Wen Jun's arrogance. His confidence radiated from within, as if he firmly believed in everything about himself. "My name is Xian Yuan Tian Jiao, sequence 001, supernatural." The young man paused, then a golden token appeared in front of him. His hair and pupils remained unchanged, a deep black. "Emperor of Man." As the words fell, the young man's body slightly levitated, a golden dragon appeared beside him. Wu Chen looked at the young man in front of him, finally understanding where that sense of dignity came from. The abilities of sequence evolvers were not divided into strong or weak, only the strength of their talents. but there were some things that had to be acknowledged. The further up the sequence of abilities, the stronger the talent becomes. However, this does not mean that those lower in the sequence have weak talents. Seeing the other party being so cool, Wu Chen's heart did not fluctuate much. He had heard of sequence 001 before, but had never really seen it. However, being able to spar with a strong opponent was not a bad thing. Just then, a voice of excitement suddenly came to Wu Chen's mind. Wow, so handsome. Look at how he uses his abilities. This level of coolness, you better show me something cool too, can't let him outshine me. The voice in his mind was very excited, urging Wu Chen to be more stylish. Wu Chen frowned slightly, but did not refuse. After all, the other party had been with him for so many years, and he would try to meet some of their requests. I can tell you're not using your full strength. Show me the strongest state of your magic sword. I want to see what's so special about the magic sword that my family has praised since I was a child, calling it the strongest ability in the world. Xian Yuan Tianjiao said loudly, with a continuous stream of golden energy swirling around him, looking sacred and majestic. Wu Chen smiled at the sight. Deep down, he was someone who enjoyed fighting very much. Otherwise, the magic sword would not have chosen him. He just usually suppressed his negative emotions and did not let them explode. Unleash the magic soul. Wu Chen's voice was like the voice of the underworld reaching the mortal world, full of fierceness and killing intent. With terrifying red mist shimmering around him, powerful energy dyed Wu Chen's eyes red. However, he did not fully unleash it, stopping at a rational threshold. Wu Chen pointed his long knife at Xian Yuan Tianjiao and said, Emperor of the people, the Emperor of humanity. Unfortunately, the magic sword slays gods, cutting down the divine. After Wu Chen finished speaking, an excited voice sounded in his mind. Yes, that's it, defeat him, introduce me like that. Xian Yuan Tianjiao also looked excited as he watched Wu Chen. Come on, let's determine the winner with one move. With that, the golden token in front of him appeared, and the golden dragon began to swirl around him. The Emperor, the leader of all beings. The Emperor of humanity, the Emperor of the human race. All spirits obey. As Xian Yuan Tianjiao's voice fell, the golden dragon beside him gathered its strength, and the token began to rise with various elements: fire, thunder, hurricane, sand, water, forming a circle in front of Xian Yuan Tianjiao, as if a general about to go to war, waiting for the opponent's command. Go! Xian Yuan Tianjiao pointed with one hand, and the golden dragon with various elements rushed towards Wu Chen, while Xian Yuan Tianjiao watched from behind, like an ancient emperor giving orders. Magic sword 7 cuts, dismemberment. Wu Chen's move was simple: one cut to dismember and destroy everything. The red mist condensed into the sword, the energy reached its peak, and Wu Chen swung the sword with all his might. A sword aura several meters high rushed towards the golden dragon, and after Wu Chen made this cut, his eyes gradually cleared, no longer exuding the intense hostility from before. Boom! With a loud explosion, the sword aura shattered the golden dragon like dry wood, heading straight for Xian Yuan Tianjiao. Xian Yuan Tianjiao did not show any disbelief in his eyes. He directed the Emperor's seal in his hand towards the weakened sword aura, and the golden dragon reappeared around him, blocking the attack. His face showed a hint of paleness, indicating that he had consumed too much spiritual energy. On the other hand, Wu Chen did not show any discomfort. Xian Yuan Tianjiao did not mind losing at all. He smiled and said, You win. From now on, your orders come first in this team. But if I surpass you in the future, I will take back the command. Xian Yuan Tianjiao finished speaking and walked off the stage very happily. Big brother Tianjiao, you lost to him like that? Some young people below were somewhat incredulous. So what if I lost? People can't always win. It's refreshing to lose. If there's a problem, just make changes. I'm just a person with extraordinary abilities, not a real emperor. I can't change the rules. The young man's face was full of freedom and confidence, as if losing was not a big deal for him, and besides, his strongest point was not his combat power. It was just the young man's pride that made him curious as to why Wu Chen could be called the strongest in terms of combat power. Now it seems that in terms of combat power alone, no one here is a match for Wu Chen. Being so strong at the same level, truly worthy of the name of the god of slaughter. Xian Yuan Tianjiao did not hesitate to praise and admire himself. At this time, Shi Long walked over. A touch of admiration appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well done, I can't beat you even at the same level. You have extraordinary talent and no one to hold back. How about it, anyone not convinced? Shi Long praised Wu Chen, then turned his gaze to the young man below. Seeing no one speaking, Shi Long turned to Wu Chen and said, You have completed many tasks, I trust your judgment. I hope this team will not lose anyone under your leadership. Shi Long patted Wu Chen on the shoulder, and when Wu Chen heard this, he felt as if his shoulder had become heavier. Alright, find a place to stay, don't overshadow the achievements of other students. Shilong suddenly changed the subject and sent Wu Chen away. Wu Chen nodded, then found a place to stand. When she looked at him with a smile on her face, and also gave him a thumbs up. Upon seeing Wu Chen, Shang Guanzhan quickly raised his hand towards him. Big brother, this. Since the other party was so high profile, Wu Chen didn't want to make him too embarrassed, so he walked over. Big brother, you're so strong. Shang Guanzhan praised excitedly, as if he himself were that strong. Wu Chen looked at him. Shang Guanzhan hadn't changed much, not sure if it was due to cultivation here. His cultivation had risen quite fast, reaching the 5th rank. And the weakest person here had also reached the 5th rank. The strongest were Wu Chen and Shenyuan Tianjiao, both at the 8th rank. The rest were a group of 6th and 7th ranks. There were quite a few 5th ranks as well. Afterwards, everyone showed their extraordinary abilities. Shangguan Xingrong's main ability was the Heavenly Palace, where her recovery ability and defense were enhanced inside, and her followers could also receive protection when they entered. As for attack power, there wasn't much, it was more of a supportive ability. Of course, this didn't mean she couldn't fight, it's just that her talent leaned towards support, but her physical strength was not low. Shang Guanzhan's abilities were quite interesting. He was full of spells, but it depended a lot on the geographical location. The spells were stronger in certain locations, a very spiritual ability that required judgment and a calm mind. Wu Chen roughly understood the abilities of the others, all within the sequence, and they might all be revealed in future battles. Well done, you are all the pride of this generation. During this time, everyone should get to know each other, practice well, and find teammates that suit you best. After everyone introduced themselves, Shilong clapped his hands in satisfaction. Great, great. When she clapped her hands, her eyes full of excitement. She suddenly became so excited that the people around her were confused, looking at her in bewilderment. When she may have realized that she was getting too excited, and felt a bit embarrassed, so she awkwardly shrunk her neck. The short-haired girl next to her squinted at her, with a playful look on her face. Meanwhile, Wu Chen was chatting with Shang Guanzhan. Brother, how long have you been in Ancheng? Mom said she misses you and wants to see you. Well, I'll go once this break is over. I was on a mission the past few days, and I came here right after completing it. Wu Chen nodded, not refusing the matter. It's not meaningful to refuse back and forth. Being compliant will always lead to fewer troubles. Upon hearing Wu Chen's agreement, Shang Guanzhan instantly became happy and sent a message to Shang Guanzi. Shangguan Xingrong, who had been eavesdropping, also became happy. Wu Chen looked at Shilong with some curiosity, wondering what kind of training methods he had. After all, everyone present was quite talented individuals. As for you all, I don't actually have a so-called teaching plan because you will be going on a mission tomorrow. So today, all you need to do is to have a basic understanding. Starting tomorrow, I will take you all around the country and even abroad, and our first stop tomorrow will be the southern border of Nanjiang. Shilong's words stunned everyone, and excitement flashed in their eyes. Of course, they were not just excited, they had some dealings with exotic tribes to some extent, but always under the supervision of their elders, so they hadn't experienced much danger. People discussed and debated on who to team up with. Xiaoxi, let's team up, along with your big brother in Tianjiao. Wang Rong, who was also in the same class, said as he walked up to Wenxi. I don't want to. When she bluntly rejected Wang Rong's invitation and then walked over to Wu Chen. Do you want to invite me too? I can be very useful. When she said with a smile, a hint of pride in her words. Then let's team up, but the specifics will be decided on site because we are not very clear about each other's strength and abilities. Wu Chen agreed as he watched when she approached. At this moment, Shilong clapped his hands. You should be aware of the marking day, right? Everyone nodded. Good, the time is shortened since the last appearance of the marking day. According to calculations, by next year, the marking day will reappear, and by then, our space will be even weaker, and even stronger opponents may appear. So, during this time, you must train well and understand the current situation. The group of evolvers is very cruel to each other. Shilong began to explain to everyone, and Wu Chen also knew about the marking day. This time it was the shedding realm, and the subsequent appearances might be individuals of even higher realms. And Yin Hutager had also mentioned that they might need to go to exotic lands to gather intelligence during missions. The higher-ups have already started planning to take the initiative. At this point, Shilong continued, remember, when encountering unfamiliar evolvers, your first thought in your mind should be to kill the other party, not to treat them as fellow beings. Shilong's tone gradually became serious, and the people involuntarily put away their smiles and listened attentively. Shilong talked about many things, allowing everyone to understand each other better. Finally, Shilong spoke again. Oh, there is one thing you must know. Because animals have also started to evolve, if you encounter a talking, powerful monster, you must not attack first unless they harm or eat people, understand? Why? When June asked, still holding a grudge about the incident where a teammate from the Sea Clan killed himself during a mission. Because of the agreement signed between the Human Clan, Sea Clan, and Monster Clan. Before resolving matters in the exotic lands, the three parties cannot attack each other's people without reason. Unfortunately, our overall strength is currently inferior to the exotic lands, so we can only cooperate. This is a common understanding among all countries, so when you see talking or strange-looking creatures, don't get too excited. After Long finished speaking, everyone obediently nodded. Only when June's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness, while when Shi's eyes revealed a touch of sadness. When June was proud and displeased with the murderous High Clan, while when she felt sorrowful and self-blaming, understanding that it was a matter of kill or be killed. Wu Chen didn't say anything upon witnessing this scene. Some things cannot be escaped from, only covered up with other matters. Long mentioned a few things before dismissing everyone. In truth, there was not much for him to teach these students, as they were all evolved individuals. Wu Chen had always been at the forefront, though he didn't kill much. He was among the first to interact with people from different regions. The remaining people in Anqing progressed quickly due to available resources and the increasing concentration of spiritual energy. Additionally, the Evolution Academy intentionally directed more resources towards those who were falling behind in their cultivation levels. For example, the Shangwan siblings were provided with resources upon arriving in Anqing to aid their cultivation, and with their talents and the spiritual energy, their progress was normal. Currently, the country's resources were mainly directed towards two places, the Evolution Academy and the Zodiac Organization. During Wu Chen's class, Inhut returned to the Zodiac Organization. Inhut looked at the white-haired man in the office and asked, "Ouyang Botu, why are you here?" Ouyang Botu stood up and explained, "I came to collect something and to understand Wu Chen's situation." Inhut nodded and said, "They will go to southern Xinjiang tomorrow, and they will probably encounter each other." Ouyang Botu nodded. "How is the distribution of resources?" "Everything is arranged. Except for when he is about to break through, Qianlong will give him resources, the rest of the time, resources will be concentrated on others." Ouyang Botu nodded and then left. Their conversation left people puzzled. Inhut watched Ouyang Botu leave and a hint of complexity appeared in his eyes. "Is this not too good? We are both in the game, we have included ourselves, why care about these things? Success or failure, heaven will arrange it." After Ouyang Botu finished speaking, he left, appearing mysterious. Inhut sighed helplessly and then attended to his own matters. Meanwhile, in a jungle in the Kunlun Mountains, several giant figures were discussing something. "Have you found it?" "Yes, in southern Xinjiang. Leave Qianqi in the mountains, the rest of the demon clan will follow me." After these figures spoke, they flew into the sky and rushed towards a certain direction. On the other side, Wu Chen finished his first day of classes. After having dinner with Wenxi, he was taken away by Qianlong. "I'll take you to the dormitory. You will have to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to go to southern Xinjiang. There aren't many markers in southern Xinjiang this time, but it will be your first time cooperating to face the enemy. You, the old hand, have to guide them well." Qianlong half-jokingly and half-seriously said, "Yes, as long as they follow the arrangements, I will do my best to keep them alive." Wu Chen nodded. Qianlong's words were, in a way, a kind of task. "Ha, no need to be so nervous. Go back to the dormitory. You don't have a roommate, I know you don't like being with others." Qianlong patted Wu Chen's shoulder and led him to a door. "Rest well." After handing the key to Wu Chen, he left. Wu Chen opened the door and entered the room. The room was just as he had expected, with a bed, a table, and a bathroom, a typical room. Wu Chen took out his belongings from the domain ring and placed them in the cabinet. On the other side, when she also returned to her room, and her roommate kept asking her about Wu Chen. "Xiaoxi, do you know that Wu Chen? He's even more powerful than brother Tianjiao." "Yes, I've only heard that there's a very strong guy among the evolvers, and seeing him for the first time, he lives up to his reputation, but he's a bit cold in temperament, not as cheerful as my brother." Xian Yuanrong and Wang Bing sandwiched when Xian asked. "Yeah, he saved me and my brother before, so we're quite familiar." When she nodded and then went back to her bed. "Wow, a hero saving a beauty, have you been chatting with him these days?" Lu Ling teased with a smile. "Yeah, Xiaoxi, have you given yourself to him?" The teasing from her roommates made when she blushed instantly, she turned her head and ignored them completely. Maybe it's because of school. Wu Chen fell asleep as soon as he got into bed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At 6 o'clock, everyone got up on time, walked out of the school gate on time, their faces filled with excitement. It seemed that they were very excited for their first mission. People were talking excitedly, while Shang Wanzhan was following beside Wu Chen. Because there were only boys around Wu Chen, Shangwan Xingrong didn't feel comfortable coming over, and she had been quite annoyed recently. "Classmate Shangwan, I've prepared some food for you, would you like to try it?" The young man's face was filled with a puppy-like smile, and Shangwan Xingru politely said, "I'm sorry, I don't eat much in the morning, I'm on a diet." After saying that, she walked towards the line of girls. There was a hint of disappointment in the young man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Love is never smooth sailing. Xian Yuan Tianjia walked up to Wu Chen with a smile on his face. "Brother Wu Chen, this is our first mission, I hope you can lead us in the right direction. After all, it's not easy to lead a team of 30 people, but rest assured, I will help you." When Wu Chen heard Xian Yuan Tianjia's words, he also smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, as the team leader, if we really encounter a life-threatening situation, at least before I die, I won't let you die." Wu Chen also made his promise. "Alright, if it really comes to that, Xian Yuan Tianjia will definitely follow you." Xian Yuan Tianjia smiled confidently, full of self-assurance. "Alright guys, stop chatting, let's make it clear, the school's plane takes off at 7 o'clock. We don't have money to arrange transportation for you, I believe you guys have enough money, figure out a way to keep up with me." Shilong shouted loudly from the front, and then the domain ring on his arm shimmered, and a motorcycle appeared in front of him. The motorcycle was the same as Wu Chen's, but with a different color. It was gray. Wu Chen's was dark red. "Let's go guys." Shilong got on the motorcycle, revved the engine, and rode off. Seeing this, Wu Chen also took out his own motorcycle from the domain ring. "Do you two want to follow me?" Wu Chen asked Shang Wanzhan. "No need, bro, this is a task assigned by the teacher, we can't always hide behind you." Shang Wanzhan smiled and declined, then he went to the side of the road and found an electric bike. The airport wasn't far, there was enough time. Wu Chen nodded, it seemed that Shang Wanzhan and the others had matured a bit, at least they weren't as delicate as before. Wu Chen twisted the throttle and followed the direction Shilong had left in. Then it was time for the rich second generation to show off their financial power. One by one, they took out their phones to call for a driver, and some even directly summoned a car from the domain ring. Yes, the most outrageous one was Wenjun. Speaking of which, the school provided everyone with domain rings, but only with storage capacity, not the ability to expand domains like Wu Chen. Wu Chen also felt strange. It is said that when the domain rings were distributed, there were exactly 29 prepared, but it is unknown whether they forgot to give him one or knew he already had one. Wu Chen leaned towards the latter. As everyone left the school, Chen Long stood at the window watching the departing youths with a hint of complexity in his eyes. "The future belongs to you young people. Keep it up." Heavenly Emperor, according to the news, all the evolvers from the Evolution Academy will head to the southern frontier the day after tomorrow, including the magic sword. In a desert, a white jade celestial palace appeared out of nowhere, covering thousands of square meters and enveloped by a strange barrier. Inside were many people, including the previous 4 great heavenly kings, but now only 3 remained. At the top, a man sat high on the throne, looking down at the crowd below. The demon clan has also set off. 3 kings, go meet your old friend and bring the giant spirit god along. Yes, this time we must make sure the damn magic sword has no chance to return. Go, help the demon clan." The so-called heavenly emperor waved his hand, his pitch-black pupils seemingly filled with countless thoughts. Magic sword. Is a life arranged by others ultimately pitiful or joyful? The group arrived at the airport on time and boarded the plane specially arranged by the school for them. Anqing was quite far from the southern frontier, so they would have to spend half a day on the plane. Everyone found their seats, and when she did not actively seek out Wu Chen but sat with her friends, Wu Chen found a corner to sit in. The seats on the plane were ample, and Wu Chen felt at ease sitting alone in the corner. Shang Wanzhan originally wanted to go over and follow Wu Chen, but seeing Wu Chen close his eyes directly, he thought better of it. Time passed bit by bit, and Wu Chen was also enduring the torment of the sword spirit. "I've finished reading the comic books. Read a few more so I can copy them from your memory." The god of slaughter clamored while clinging to Wu Chen's thigh. "Didn't you read a lot before? Why do you need to read more?" Wu Chen felt a headache. He really didn't like reading those comic books, but the god of slaughter enjoyed them. Extracted from his memory, once he got tired of reading, he would make a fuss. I don't care. Your cultivation progress is too slow. Also, eat more delicious food. I'm tired of potato chips. I want something spicy. I don't want it. I don't like spicy food." Wu Chen flatly rejected the god of slaughter. I don't care. You have to feed me. I want to eat." The god of slaughter rolled on the ground. Wu Chen looked at the sword spirit, who was exactly like him, feeling particularly helpless. You old thing who knows nothing about age, why are you acting like a child? Besides throwing a tantrum, what else can I do besides rolling on the ground? The god of slaughter justified himself. Wu Chen was speechless. Alright, I'll read in a while. No spicy food, you can have something sweet. A sword spirit has so many demands. What do you mean? Are you looking down on sword spirits? Do you look down on me? I challenge you to a duel. The god of slaughter instantly got up from the ground, pointing at Wu Chen with his finger. If you keep talking, I'll go out and use the slaughter sword to chop stinky tofu. Wu Chen said indifferently, and the god of slaughter's face changed instantly upon hearing Wu Chen's words. Oh, how could you say that? That stinky tofu stinks so much. I am a divine weapon, how can you let me cut such filthy things? Behave, I'll read when I have time, don't rush me. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he left the space of the sword spirit, and the god of slaughter, seeing Wu Chen leave, sulkily took out a comic book and lay on the ground to read. Beside him were milk tea and various foods. He was a real otaku. And the outsider Wu Chen also opened his eyes. He somewhat helplessly took out his phone and searched for some comics online. Dao Ling is a two-dimensional character and he is also very helpless. Many times this guy saw an unsatisfactory ending and threatened to go to Sakura Country and the Bat Country to kill the author. Wu Chen quickly flipped through many comics and then closed his eyes. He originally wanted to sleep, but was awakened by Jushin. They spent a few hours quietly, and finally arrived in the southern Xinjiang region. By this time, it was already night. Wu Chen looked at the dark sky and then focused on the stone dragon. Don't look at me, in the southern Xinjiang region, there are 12 zodiac signs. The place you are going to is not far. I have marked the location for you on the phone. Whether you want to go directly or wait, it's up to you. The next action is up to you to command, whether to listen to Wu Chen or whatever, it's up to you. After Stone Dragon finished speaking, he left, and Wu Chen looked at the 29 young people with a headache. He didn't expect the Stone Dragon to be so hands-off. Let's go directly. I can open the domain. This time, with 30 of us, we can prove that the strength of this marked point is not weak. Let's go directly and guard it. What do you think? Wu Chen asked. I have no objection. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Maybe we can take a day off. I haven't been to southern Xinjiang yet. Xian Yuan Tianjiao agreed to Wu Chen's proposal. Most of the people here are mainly following Xian Yuan Tianjiao, with only a few listening to Wu Chen. Seeing this, Wu Chen didn't say anything and walked in a certain direction with his phone. At this time, in a village in southern Xinjiang backed by a mountain, a young man knelt in front of a wooden grave with a sad face. After staying at the grave for a while, the young man put away the sadness on his face and walked towards the village. On the other side, Wu Chen looked at the distorted space ahead, his face turning cold. We're here. With that, Wu Chen unfolded the domain of the domain ring. Accompanied by a crimson space appearing, everyone was pulled into the domain. Many people looked around in amazement at the space burning with flames, seemingly seeing it for the first time. Everyone, the strength of this marked point is not weak, so be extra careful. Try to have one main attack and one cover, and avoid getting hurt. Wu Chen loudly instructed, then summoned Jushin. Everyone also displayed their sequence abilities, looking at the space channel ahead with determination. As time passed, accompanied by a roar, Wu Chen shouted, "They're here, prepare for battle." With Wu Chen's words, huge figures appeared in front of them. Blue Star people? The leader was a werewolf. They were all dark blue, with extremely sharp claws in their hands, ranging from 2 to 4 meters tall, and their cultivation levels were generally in the 5th evolution, with the strongest one at the 7th evolution. Their overall strength was not as good as Wu Chen's group, but there were many of them, numbering more than 50. Stop the nonsense and just eat my blade. Wu Chen didn't waste any words and leaped forward. Dissect. The chilling killing intent pervaded the space, making everyone shudder, but also starting to boil with blood. For the alien domain, for the Howling Moon Clan, for the creatures of the alien domain, kill. Oh whoa! With the howls of wolves, the leading werewolves charged straight towards Wu Chen. Brothers, since the other party is so enthusiastic, how can we not reciprocate the hospitality? All beings obey. Xian Yuan Tianjiao's momentum was very high. He floated in the air, raised his hand forward, as if giving orders like an emperor. Flames and thunder began to appear around him, and the golden dragon roared as it rushed forward. Bro, I've got your back. Shangwan Xingron shouted towards the eager Shangwan Zhan. Good. Shangwan Zhan nodded, a quaint book appeared in his hand, and as the pages turned, he activated his own abilities. 8 trigrams art. Li position. Fire dragon twister. With Shangwan Zhan's raised hand, a several-meter-high flame dragon twister roared forward, causing the werewolf caught in the flames to howl in pain. Moon goddess. Tidal wave. Not far away, when she, with her long silver-white hair, held a round fan embroidered with a moon, and with a casual wave of her hand, a waterfall-like stream of silver-white particles blew forward. The werewolf touched by it seemed to be struck by a heavy object, clutching the touched area in pain. Sequence 014, Moon Goddess when she. On the other side, when June, with his golden hair resembling a fire god, soared into the air, the golden flames in his hand burning the two exotic beings he was fighting to a miserable state. The werewolf fighting Wu Chen also had an unpleasant expression, looking quite battered with knife wounds all over and his claws somewhat dulled. Still worried about others? Wu Chen instantly moved forward, his long blade slashing directly at the opponent. How about it? Want to give me some information? I might consider sparing you. Wu Chen's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't exerted any force at all, firmly suppressing the opponent with his divine executioner. Sure, the information is, the next marking day will be the day of your Blue Star people's downfall. The werewolf was also very tough, roaring loudly. Is that so? Regardless of who falls, you won't see it, because you're about to die now. With that, Wu Chen's face instantly turned cold, the divine executioner glowing red. Dismemberment. Another slash, Wu Chen's figure turned into a blade of air piercing through the opponent's body. As the werewolf was split in half, Wu Chen turned to attack the other exotic beings. With everyone charging forward, over 50 werewolves were quickly killed by the group. The most serious injuries among the group were only minor. Watching the satisfaction on everyone's faces, Wu Chen also nodded. It had to be said that the post-evolutionists in a sense completely overwhelmed these pre-natural ability users. Speaking of which, Wu Chen was also quite curious whether the exotic realm also had so-called post-natural ability users. Wu Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Shilong. It's done, what's next? Shilong quickly replied to Wu Chen. Rest for a night, then go to a farmhouse called Fish and Rice Village, where it is said that there are demons appearing. You guys go figure out a way to drive away those demons, and also confirm whether those demons have killed anyone. If they have, you can execute them on the spot. Wu Chen looked at Shilong's message and then relayed it to the others. The group nodded and then left the area. Let's disband, meet at Fish and Rice Village tomorrow, find a place to stay on your own. After saying that, Wu Chen opened the map, found a nearby hotel, and then rode his motorcycle there. The others also set off in groups, with Shang Guanzhan leaving with his sister. Wu Chen found a hotel, booked a room, took a shower, and then went back to bed. He opened his phone, and when Xi's messages were still at the top, with several messages sent. How was it? Did you see how I fought? Wasn't it heroic? Wu Chen smiled at this message and replied. I saw it, very heroic and impressive. Hee, you're impressive too, go to bed early, I'm going to take a shower. Okay, good night. After bidding good night to her, Wu Chen saw a message from In Hu. Where are you now? Have you dealt with the entrance from southern frontier? Has your cultivation improved? Done, first in the southern Xinjiang. Tomorrow it is said that we are going to a farmhouse called Fish and Rice Homeland. In terms of cultivation, there needs to be a turning point, or to kill someone at the same level. Inhot quickly replied. There is reliable information, there are people from the heavenly court on your side, and they are also going to that Fish and Rice Homeland of yours. Be careful, intelligence shows that it is the 3 heavenly kings who escaped last time, and a future evolver, sequence 200, with extraordinary spiritual power, cultivation at the 8th evolution level. Okay. In the office, Inhot looked at the message Wu Chen replied with, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. The bright computer screen illuminated his face, displaying some information. Sequence 200, extraordinary spiritual power, and sequence 003. Seeing that Inhot did not reply, Wu Chen closed his phone and then closed his eyes to sleep. Speaking of which, he has been sleeping more frequently recently. But there is nothing he can do, he doesn't sleep soundly, no matter how he sleeps, he feels uncomfortable, so the frequency of his sleep has increased. The next day, Wu Chen frowned at the few people in front of him. Where are the others? When Xi and Shangguan Qingrong looked a bit embarrassed, My roommate said that the Yao tribe had formed an alliance, they didn't think there would be any problem, so they went shopping. When Jun and Shangguanzhan also felt awkward, they said the beauties in southern Xinjiang are very beautiful, so they wanted to see. Xian Yuan Tianjia didn't pay much attention. Alright, since these people are here, let's use them first. After the task is completed, we will find them. After all, both of us are here. If even we are in danger, there is a high probability that they will also be in trouble. Wu Chen nodded, then his tone turned slightly cold. Anyway, let's settle the score when we get back. No matter what, I am at least their teammate. Ignoring the safety of teammates, I think it may require a different way to establish authority. Xian Yuan Tianjia shrugged, it's up to you, anyway, I'm here. In the end, a total of 6 people came. Shangguan siblings, 1 siblings, as well as Wu Chen and Xian Yuan Tianjiao, 6 people in total. In fact, Wu Chen felt that Xian Yuan Tianjiao probably tricked his roommate. After all, from yesterday's observation, the people around him still listened to him. How could he come without that group of people? Either Xian Yuan Tianjiao forgot to tell them, or it was intentional. The abilities of the human emperor, but no sense of responsibility like a human emperor. Wu Chen thought silently in his heart. He seemed to understand why these future evolvers were put together. At present, it seems that these people all have some flaws in their characters. Let's go, the fish and rice homeland is not far away. Soon, the 6 of them arrived at the so-called fish and rice homeland. Looking at the village back by the mountains in front of them, Wu Chen's eyes were filled with some doubts. This village. Big brother, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Shang Guanzhan asked curiously. The village is so prosperous. Wen Shi sighed. Indeed, at least in Wu Chen's current line of sight, all these people were well-fed and well-dressed, like carnivores who had been eating well for years. Their faces were rosy, looking very happy. There were no thatched cottages, only several multi-story small buildings, with good cars parked at the door, people coming and going wearing gold necklaces, watches, looking very wealthy. And in the front was a huge manor, with the words written on it. Fish and Rice Homeland Farmhouse. And at this moment, in the mountains, a hoarse voice echoed in the forest. Evolver. A young man seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze fell on the village entrance. Strange. Wu Chen was immediately drawn to the conversations happening around him as he entered the village. I heard there's a special nourishing soup to drink today, priced at 9,999 yuan per bowl. Yes, Boss Yu, are you here for that too? Yes, after all, it's only once a month. Xian Yuan Tianjiao's lips curled up into a smile. This place is really interesting. The fact that the nourishing soup is sold at such a high price and yet there are so many people here, it seems that this place's prosperity is not without reason. Next to him, when Jun also nodded, I think so too. Let's go take a look. I also want to see what this 9,999 yuan nourishing soup looks like. With that, the 6 of them followed the crowd towards the villa. At the entrance of the villa, beautiful women dressed in gorgeous attire welcomed the guests. Wu Chen also found a waiter and asked, "Hello, what do you have to eat here? And what ingredients are used in that nourishing soup?" The waiter, seeing that Wu Chen and his companions were of extraordinary demeanor, thought they were young masters from a wealthy family who had come to visit out of curiosity, so he smiled and introduced, "Our most famous dishes here are rabbit, mountain chicken, and fish, all raised in the mountains behind us, and the feed they eat is also made of medicinal herbs. The nourishing soup is made with wild ginseng and various precious medicinal herbs." Wu Chen nodded and thanked the waiter. "Let's go inside and take a look." Wu Chen led his companions into the crowd. At this moment, in the lobby, a well-fed chef stood smiling in the middle. In front of him was a huge pot filled with a large basin of golden thick soup, with various meats and medicinal herbs mixed in, including ginseng. The people around greedily eyed the pot of soup, their eyes full of desire. "Gentlemen, don't be impatient. As before, the rule remains the same, 1 bowl per person, 9,999 per bowl, nourishing soup. After drinking it, you'll be strong and healthy, and live a long life." The chef enthusiastically promoted the pot of fragrant and rich soup as if it were some kind of miraculous elixir. When she whispered to Wu Chen, "It smells good, but isn't this a bit exaggerated?" Wu Chen also nodded. "Indeed, it's a bit much." At this moment, a boss nearby seemed to overhear their conversation. Young man, the effects may indeed be a bit exaggerated, but the people who come here are not here for its effects. Let me tell you, the taste is extremely delicious, rare in the world. I, Old Zhu, am also a gourmet, but I rely on this every month." Boss Zhu smiled, and even drooled as he spoke. "Oh, then I'm interested in trying it." When Jun's face showed a hint of interest, then he shouted ahead, "When will this soup be ready for sale?" The chef, upon hearing Wen Jun's voice, also laughed and said, It seems that this young man is a bit impatient, but don't worry, it will be ready in half an hour." Young man, this soup is limited in quantity, you can't even reserve it, let alone you newcomers." Boss Zhu laughed on the side. At this moment, Wu Chen's gaze fell on the crowd. His pupils slightly glowed red, and others also noticed Wu Chen's anomaly. "Big brother, what's wrong?" Shang Guanzhan asked curiously. "People from the heavenly court," Wu Chen said, and everyone instantly followed his gaze towards a group of people not far away. Among the crowd, 4 men were glaring at Wu Chen with murderous intent. The 3 great kings and a 2-meter-tall burly man stood out. "We can't act here." When she grabbed Wu Chen's arm and said, "I know." At this moment, a commotion came from the manor, accompanied by exclamations from the crowd. A rich and intoxicating aroma filled the air, enchanting everyone present. I have to say, the fragrance of this medicinal soup is truly rare. I've never smelled such a delightful scent before in my life. When June took a deep breath and sincerely praised, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, this manner is quite impressive. Glancing at the time, Wu Chen then turned to the group and said, "Let's have something to eat first, and then ask the locals how to enter the mountains." All right. The group returned to the manor, marveling at the small bowl of soup in front of each person. I have to say, they really have some skills. It's amazing how this seemingly ordinary manor can produce such exquisite cuisine. Meanwhile, when she approached Wu Chen and curiously asked, "Do you know anyone from the celestial court?" Wu Chen was taken aback, looking at the girl in confusion. "Why do you ask?" "Because he seems to have come straight to you. The target is too clear, isn't it?" Hearing Wen Shi's words, everyone also looked at Wu Chen with curiosity. The Celestial Court was formerly a natural organization, which is a group of evolutionists from various countries. Each country has several postnatal evolutionists who enter it. Many of the first batch of postnatal evolutionists trained here in Manhwa have also entered. They know me. Wu Chen's explanation made everyone suddenly understand. "I see, there's a spot over there, let's go sit there and gather some information." As the dishes were served, Wu Chen and his group looked at the dishes in front of them with some doubt. "It looks like just ordinary stir-fried bamboo shoots with chicken. Why is it so expensive?" "Try it, maybe it tastes really good," Wu Chen said, picking up his bowl to start eating. The others followed suit and began to eat. However, as a few people entered the place, they frowned. "It's average, quite average. The meat is surprisingly good, but the craftsmanship is average. It's a bit sloppy, and there are salt grains?" When June looked somewhat speechless at the salt grains on the dried bamboo shoots, and Shangguan Xingrong also spoke up, "Yes, the soup is so fragrant, but this tastes like nothing." But Wu Chen didn't pay much attention, as he wasn't primarily there to eat. "Excuse me, can I ask you something?" Wu Chen called the waiter over. "Hello, how can I help you?" "We want to ask, can we go into the mountains behind you?" The waiter nodded and smiled, "Yes, but it will be a bit expensive, 5,000 yuan a day, and you can take the game inside with you." Everyone was stunned. "Wow, you guys are making quite a profit with this farmhouse," Wen Jun said in surprise. He really didn't expect a place for leisure to have a 5,000 yuan entrance fee, and it's not even a famous place. "Not really, because there are also many medicinal herbs in the mountains. Maybe you can dig up some precious medicinal herbs like ginseng inside." The waiter chuckled, Wu Chen nodded, and then thanked the waiter. "Bro, look over there, it's huge." Shangguan Xingrong suddenly said to Wu Chen and Shangguan Zhan, then looked in a certain direction with a surprised expression. Wu Chen was taken aback and turned to look. He saw a man gnawing on a large chicken leg, which was taken out of the soup and still had some golden soup drops on it, looking very beautiful. Most importantly, the size of the chicken leg was much larger than a turkey leg. "What's so surprising? Maybe it's a goose leg." Shangguan Zhan looked somewhat helpless at his sister. "What, isn't it said that there are only chicken, fish, and rabbit here? Where did the goose come from?" Shangguan Xingrong said somewhat unhappily. All right, you're right." But Wu Chen frowned as he watched the man tearing at the chicken leg, feeling somewhat uncomfortable for some reason. "Kid, it's resentment, be careful, there's a lot of resentment in this mountain village." Suddenly, the voice of the god of slaughter sounded in Wu Chen's mind. "Resentment? Ghosts? You've watched too many TV dramas, where are the ghosts?" "I'm just saying there's resentment, like the negative emotion sealed in you. It can make people uncomfortable and unlucky, but it won't be a big problem. But with so much resentment in this village, you have to be careful, don't end up eating blood man too." The god of slaughter said somewhat helplessly, and then fell silent. "How was your meal?" After finishing the conversation with the god of slaughter, Wu Chen looked at the others and asked. "I'm done, the taste is too average, I have no appetite." When Jun put down his chopsticks, when she and the others also put down their chopsticks, waiting for Wu Chen to continue. "Let's take a trip to the mountain, something's not right about this village." Wu Chen stood up and said, and the others were a bit puzzled at his words but still followed him. "Brother, what's strange about this village?" Shangguan Zhan curiously asked. As they walked out of the village, Wu Chen also spoke up. The god of slaughter sensed a very strong resentment, as if cursed, but it won't endanger lives. Wu Chen's words stunned everyone, and when she suddenly thought of various plotlines from TV dramas. Could this be a village involved in abduction? Or have they committed murder? Everyone looked at her strangely at her words. Sometimes when watching short videos recently, I come across these. When she blushed, feeling embarrassed. "Not sure, but let's go into the mountains first, drive away the evil spirits, and then figure out a way to investigate." "I think so too, and there may be conflicts with the Tian Ting organization." Xian Yuan Tian Jiao also strongly agreed with Wu Chen's idea, and the group walked towards the mountain like this. Soon, several people arrived at a small road and looked strangely at the security gate in front of them. Damn! So professional. Shang Wanzhan couldn't help but curse. This is not a farmhouse, but a tourist attraction. Let's go in and take a look first. Wu Chen led the group towards the entrance. Hello, the ticket is 5,000, how would you like to pay? The security guard's smiling face was intimidating. Everyone took out their phones to pay, and then passed through security. What is the security check for? To prevent people from bringing weapons? Wen Jun couldn't help but ask. On one hand, the main purpose is to prevent people from bringing chemical substances like poisons into the mountains to pollute the environment. The security guard explained with a smile. Everyone nodded. Walking into the mountains, many people were busy searching for things, while others entered the forest hoping to hunt for some wild game. There are so many people in the mountains, how do we handle this? Xian Yuan Tianjiao asked Wu Chen. I didn't sense anything strange in the mountains. Let's split up. I'll go alone, you go alone, Wen Jun and Wen Shi, you two go together. Shang Wanzhan and Shang Wanqingron, you two go together. Okay. Wu Chen's allocation was reasonable. Wu Chen and Xian Yuan Tianjiao were the strongest and acted alone, while the other four went in different directions. 1 hour later, whether we find anything or not, we'll meet back here first. Wu Chen instructed, then headed in a certain direction. The group dispersed in this way. At this moment, in a cave in the mountains, several animals were gathered. Old Wolf, the evolvers are here, and their strength is very strong. We are no match for them. What should we do? A white-haired monkey nearly 3 meters tall looked solemnly at the giant wolf crawling on the ground beside it. Follow the plan, we must succeed this time, and we must delay them. Old fox, how long can you hold on? If we are not discovered, 3 days. The gray fur fox spoke. Okay, hide in the old turtle's shell for these few days. As long as you hold on for 3 days, the plan will succeed. After the giant wolf finished speaking, it got up from the ground and walked towards the cave outside. Fellows, goodbye. The giant wolf walked step by step out of the cave, the sunlight shining on its face, with one less eye and one less ear on its wolf head. After separating from the others, Wu Chen walked towards the forest, his eyes showing some seriousness as he looked at the dense forest ahead. For some reason, he felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, a rustling sound came from the front, as if someone was stepping on dry branches and approaching Wu Chen. Then, a black giant wolf over 2 meters tall and over 4 meters long appeared in front of Wu Chen. Wu Chen frowned at the wolf with only one eye and one ear in front of him, emitting a murderous aura unconsciously. Evolver, hello. The giant wolf spoke human language, with a playful tone. Monster race? Are you the monster in the mountains? In his words, Wu Chen's pupils turned crimson, and he condensed the blade of annihilation in his right hand. Are you going to kill me? I haven't eaten anyone. Are you going to break the agreement between the monster race and the human race? The giant wolf's tone was somewhat playful, but its huge tail had already curled under its belly at some point. Wu Chen didn't pay attention to these details, but instead put away his long knife after hearing the other party's words. Since you don't eat people, why are you staying here? Are you brain dead? My family lives here. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Coming out to find food and running into a brain dead, what bad luck. The giant wolf's remaining pupils revealed a hint of disdain, and Wu Chen really couldn't argue with it. Wu Chen, by the way, have you seen a skinny teenager about your age? Suddenly, the giant wolf changed the subject and threw a question at Wu Chen. Huh? What teenager? Wu Chen was puzzled, and then asked curiously. Forget it, go find food. The giant wolf sneered, then turned and left. Wu Chen watched the giant wolf's figure disappear into the distance and fell into contemplation. Encountering a wolf that curses at people for the first time left him bewildered. On the other side, Wen Shi and Wen Jun were currently fighting with a white monkey. The huge white monkey wielded a wooden stick and smashed it towards Wen Jun. Golden Crow Sword. A golden long sword condensed in Wen Jun's hand, accompanied by a sword chi slash. The wooden stick was directly split in half. The giant monkey, seeing this, clasped its hands together in an attempt to block the sword chi. Bang! The impact of the sword chi directly sent it flying several meters away. The giant monkey stared fiercely at the teenager hiding behind Wen Shi, its eyes full of killing intent. Kid, you wait for me. After saying that, it ran towards the depths of the jungle. Wen Jun did not pursue, but instead looked at his sister and the teenager behind him, asking, Are you okay? Wen Shi shook her head. I'm fine. Then she turned to look at the teenager behind her. The teenager was dressed in a gray tracksuit, black sports shoes, and looked very handsome. Yes, handsome. It was obvious that he was a boy, but his pair of phoenix eyes matched with thin lips looked extremely charming, while his pitch-black pupils were deep and captivating. "Are you okay?" Wen Shi asked. "I'm fine, thank you." The teenager's voice was slightly hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time, but very polite. Wen Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. She had just arrived with Wen Jun when she noticed that the white monkey was chasing after the teenager, almost killing him. "What's your name?" Wen Shi asked curiously. "Wang Ergu." When she looked at the teenager strangely, finding it hard to imagine such a handsome child with such an absurd name. "Little sister, let's go back first. I'm afraid that monster will come out again." Wen Jun looked around vigilantly, then said to Wen Shi, "Okay, let's take him back first." With that, the two of them led Wang Ergu down the mountain. By this time, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After a while, Wu Chen saw that it was almost time and headed back the way he came. "Who is this?" Wu Chen looked at the handsome teenager next to Wen Shi with some confusion. A teenager being chased by monsters. "We saved him on the way, intending to send him down, but he refused to go, as if he was scared." Wen Jun was somewhat helpless. After the teenager said his name, he remained silent, following the two of them wherever they went. Chased by monsters? Wu Chen was taken aback, suddenly recalling the words of the giant wolf, and then carefully scrutinized the teenager. He noticed that the teenager was indeed very thin. "Why were you being chased by those monkeys?" Wu Chen asked as he approached. Perhaps Wu Chen's tone was too cold, or perhaps he was frightened. The teenager's face suddenly showed a look of fear, then rushed off in a certain direction. "Hey, where are you going?" When she hurriedly chased after him, Wen Jun and Wu Chen exchanged a glance, then quickly followed. Soon, they arrived at a huge waterfall. In the waterfall, many people were gathered together, discussing something angrily. "This damn turtle almost made me die in the river. I'll stew it when I get back." The man was soaked, his clothes tattered, covered in wounds, with a large bite mark on his leg, though not deep, just oozing a little blood. Shen Yuan Tianjiao and Shan Guanzhan's siblings were watching from the side. It seemed like they had been watching for a long time. When she also breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the boy stop. "Don't run around, it's dangerous here," When she said gently. The child in front of her looked about 15 or 16 years old, similar in age to her, but she still had to protect him because she was an evolver. Wu Chen and Wen Jun also arrived at the scene. They were the first to look at Shen Yuan Tianjiao and the others ahead. "What are you doing here?" Wen Jun asked curiously. "Oh, this is a fishing spot. Someone caught a huge turtle and dragged the fisherman into the water, almost killing him," Shen Yuan Tianjiao said, pointing to the people watching ahead. Wu Chen and Wen Jun were also stunned. The turtle was indeed incredibly huge, but now it was dead, over a meter long, but the shell was a bit small, feeling somewhat mismatched. "So big, what kind of 100-year-old turtle is this? Not even a monster, this is too rare." Wen Jun also quickly joined in, looking surprised. The man dragged down by the turtle was still kicking the already dead turtle head. Wu Chen frowned and walked up to the man, asking, "Are you selling this turtle?" "No, I'm not short of money. I won't eat this damn turtle to ease my anger." After the man finished speaking, he had people carry away the huge turtle, cursing all the way. On Wen Shi's side, the boy watching the taken turtle suddenly spoke up. "Sister, can I ask you a question?" When she was taken aback, then smiled, "Of course. Was the turtle wrong?" "Ha?" When she was puzzled, not understanding what the other meant. If the turtle dragged that person into the water to eat him, is it the turtle's fault? "It should be, right," When she said uncertainly. "But, fish eat because they are hungry, it's natural. What about people? Why do they fish?" Listening to the boy's words, when she stared blankly at the boy's profile, wanting to say something but unable to speak. Was the turtle wrong? It eats fish bait to survive, eats fish, eats people. If it doesn't eat, it will starve to death. This is the law of nature. Why do people fish? Just for fun? Just because the turtle made people unhappy, does that make it wrong? Should it die? When she's pupils dilated, feeling her heart skip a beat after the boy's words, she opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. At this moment, a thick fog suddenly rose from the mountains, spreading outward, gradually enveloping the entire village. "Move aside." While when she was still immersed in the boy's words, Wu Chen rushed over, pushing Wen Shi and the boy away, then conjured the execution god in his hand to block above. Bang! Accompanied by a huge roar, the entire mountain seemed to tremble, the smoke cleared, and Guan Li's body over 5 meters high was now holding a 3-meter-long axe and smashing it towards Wu Chen. The two figures were completely disproportionate, the slender blade of the execution god intercepting the huge axe blade, cracking under the immense force. Good skill, worthy of the name of the demon blade. Guan Li smirked, then swung the giant axe again. Attack! With the sound of Guan Li's voice, behind him, the three great kings once again made their move. The Growth King wielded a long sword and thrust it towards Wu Chen. Kid, today I will avenge my brother. Your opponent is me, the human Emperor Dao. Xian Yuan Tianjiao quickly reacted, standing directly in front of Wu Chen, the golden dragon roaring at this moment, his body slightly floating, like an emperor. Don't be impulsive, this guy is the human emperor, you innate evolutionists will be naturally suppressed. Guanli saw the Growth King charging towards Xian Yuan Tianjiao and reprimanded. I know a lot, but unfortunately, it's too late. Xian Yuan Tianjiao said, raising his hand, and the heads of the three kings were instantly enveloped in golden light. Under the suppression of the golden light, their cultivation was suppressed to the 6th stage of evolution. The human Emperor Dao suppresses all innate ability users, ignoring cultivation levels and directly suppressing by a small stage, with the suppression range increasing based on the human Emperor's own cultivation. 8 trigrams art. Can position. Torrent. On the other side, Shang Wanzhan held the 8 trigrams book in front of the waterfall, and the waterfall seemed to receive some command, directly rushing towards the direction of the three kings. The waterfall surrounded the three of them, its terrifying flow speed making it impossible for them to break free for a while. Wenjun, let's go together. Xian Yuan Tianjiao called out, then took the lead. Thunder Spirit, follow orders. Divine Skill. Emperor Flame Feather. With the infusion of thunder and flames, the bodies of the three great kings were completely submerged. On the other side, Wu Chen was pressing Guanli. Due to the issue of his large size, Guanli's speed was too slow compared to Wu Chen, and coupled with the inability to suppress Wu Chen's strength, he was being played like a piglet by Wu Chen. Dismember. Wu Chen, seeing that the battle on the other side was coming to an end, also made a dismembering strike. Magic Sword, until next time. Guanli did not stay, the bracelet in his hand flickered with a little light, and then with a twist in space, Guanli's figure disappeared directly on the spot. In another battlefield, Xian Yuan Tianjiao looked at the burnt black ground, his eyes showing a hint of doubt. Power of space? Wu Chen sheathed his long knife, and at this moment he also suddenly realized that the mountain was enveloped in thick fog, and the entire forest had fallen into silence. Xing Rong? When she is also missing? Suddenly, Shang Wanzhan shouted, and then anxiously ran towards Wu Chen. Big brother, Xiao Rong is missing. Don't panic, make a call first. Wu Chen remained very calm, then took out his phone and handed it to Shang Wanzhan. Okay. Perhaps because the battle happened too suddenly, Shang Wanzhan's mind was a bit confused for a moment. On the other side, when Jun, who was about to speak, silently took out his own phone. Hello, little sister, where are you? Shang Wanzhan, seeing the call connected, hurriedly spoke, brother, this village is blocked by fog, we can't get out, and some villagers have been killed. Shang Wanqing Rong's tone was somewhat anxious, and Shang Wanzhan quickly asked, what about you? Are you okay? When she and I are both here. We saw that you were gaining the upper hand in the battle, so we went down the mountain to evacuate the people, but the situation here is very complicated now. A chaotic and fearful voice faintly came from the other end of the phone. Brother, let's go down the mountain first. Xiao Rong is at the foot of the mountain, saying that some villagers have died. Hearing that lives were lost, everyone was instantly shocked. Wu Chen frowned, turned his head to look at the deep mountains shrouded in thick fog, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. Strange. The four of them ran towards the foot of the mountain, and in a cave on this mountain, a fox curled up in a tortoise shell was emitting a strong spiritual energy at this moment. The originally gray-yellow fur seemed to be changing towards another color at this moment. Old fox, the old tortoise has left, the old wolf has also gone down the mountain, I should leave too. The monkey looked at the tortoise shell behind him and spoke. 3 days. And at this moment, several huge figures were flying high in the sky. We should arrive in a few days. 3 days. On the other side, Wu Chen arrived at the village. The village was shrouded in thick fog at the moment, with a group of people angrily shouting and occasionally taking out their phones to send messages and call for help. Wu Chen frowned as he looked at the dead bodies on the ground, then turned to look at Wenxi and Shang Wanqingrong who were maintaining order not far away. What's going on? When she saw Wu Chen and quickly walked over with a serious expression, a giant wolf suddenly appeared, killing about 10 villagers and tourists. Xiao Rong and I couldn't protect them all. As when she spoke, both he and Shang Wanqingrong lowered their heads, feeling somewhat guilty. It's okay, it's not your fault. No one expected something like this to happen. Can we contact the outside world? Yes, I contacted the mentor. He said this fog is condensed from life energy and will automatically dissipate in 3 days. It's not dangerous, but it will make us lose our way inside for 3 days. When she relayed Stone Dragon's words to Wu Chen frowned at the mention, knowing that some abilities of evolutionists were powerful, but the side effects could be terrifying, especially mist created at the cost of life energy. By the way, you mentioned a giant wolf? What does it look like? Wu Chen asked when she. It has one eye and one ear, at the 6th stage of evolution. After killing people, it hides in the fog. It doesn't seem like hunting, more like intentionally killing people. When she informed Wu Chen of all the intelligence, suddenly, a huge rock fell from the sky towards Wu Chen's group, or rather towards Wang Ergo behind them. Bang! Xian Yuan Tianzhao raised his hand, a similarly large rock blocking the falling one, then pushed it away to a distance. The people around looked at Xian Yuan Tianzhao in shock. Are you evolutionists? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Yes, don't panic, this barrier will automatically disappear in 3 days. The creatures inside are not strong. You can hide first. As long as there is enough food and water, we will ensure your safety. Xian Yuan Tianzhao's words had an effect. Perhaps due to the abilities, the people were very trusting and did not cause much commotion. At that moment, a voice rose from the mist. Evolutionists, hand over the child behind you, or I will kill everyone here in these 3 days. Wu Chen was stunned. The voice was familiar. It was the voice of that wolf. Child? Who? The one behind you. Wu Chen turned to look at Wang Erge, then pointed and asked, him? Yes, hand him over, or I will kill more villagers. Although I can't beat you, I can easily kill these unarmed people with the mist. With these words, many people who had just witnessed the giant wolf killing people instantly panicked. After the giant wolf finished speaking, Wang Ergo suddenly looked terrified, then crouched on the ground, trembling with fear. The crowd frowned as they watched the trembling teenager. Wu Chen took a step forward and shouted, hand over the person? No problem, but since you have violated the contract between the Yao and human races, you won't survive either. Tell me why you want to harm this person, and I will consider handing him over to you. Many villagers behind were originally planning to go home and hide, but their faces changed instantly when they heard Wu Chen say he would hand Ergu over. They glanced at each other, and then an old man nodded, and a group of villagers instantly rushed to Ergu's side. No, we can't hand Ergu over to the beasts in the mountains. Yes, we can't hand Ergo over to them. The villagers stood in front of Ergo, their faces determined. When June and others were somewhat surprised to see the unity among the villagers here. Just send him away. Do you want to exchange this little fool's life for our safety? A frequent traveler spoke up. Nonsense, say it again and I'll kill you. At this moment, the chef in the village glared at the speaker, his face full of oppression. Ernyo, what nonsense are you talking about? An elderly man with white hair scolded, then slowly walked to Wu Chen and said, young man, I also know about the evolvers. This child really can't be handed over to them. Please save us. As he spoke, the old man was about to kneel down, but Wu Chen reached out his hand and grabbed him. Don't worry, as a person from the Dragon Kingdom, I will definitely save him, rest assured. Their strength is not as good as ours, there shouldn't be a big problem. Wu Chen comforted the old man, then continued to shout into the thick fog, since you are a demon, you should understand the gap in strength between us. Are you confident enough to kill in front of me? With that, Wu Chen condensed the executioner in his hand, and a murderous aura began to emanate from him. Humph, then let's try. Along with a cold snort from the thick fog, followed by large trees and rocks falling from the sky. Heavenly Palace. Seeing the giant rocks attacking towards them, Shangguan Xingrong quickly ran to the villagers and condensed an illusion of a palace over 3 meters high. Just as Wu Chen was about to strike upwards, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Mountain formation. The voice appeared followed by a giant axe attacking. Wu Chen raised the executioner to block. It's from the heavenly court. Xian Yuan Tianzhao shouted, then leaped up, ready to launch an attack. Be careful. When Jun shouted to Xian Yuan Tianzhao in midair, then flames condensed behind him and blasted towards a certain direction. Bang! Suddenly, a scream rang out, when she turned to look at the residential area behind him, where a giant wolf was now carrying a villager. When she's eyes flashed with a hint of horror, why did the voice come from the front? How did it appear behind them? The wolf's teeth were stained with blood, its eyes filled with killing intent. Asterisk crack. Asterisk sharp teeth pierced through the villager's body, screams rang out, and the giant wolf disappeared into the thick fog. Mo Dao, how does the spatial power of the Heavenly Emperor feel? How many more times do you think it can be used? Guanli looked towards Wu Chen, who was full of killing intent not far away, taunting, then disappeared again. On the other side, when Jun also looked angry at the disappearing Zhang Zheng Tian Wang. What's going on? Xian Yuan Tianjiao also landed from the sky, his eyes filled with seriousness. Spatial power, very strong spatial power, but what are these heavenly court people up to? Helping the demon race? Wu Chen put away his long knife with a grim expression. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. He turned to look at the young man surrounded by many villagers. What's going on? What happened in this village? Wu Chen's tone was very cold. He had to find out the truth of the matter, otherwise more people would die. if these people really didn't speak, Wu Chen would throw that young man to the wolf. Without a reason, everyone is equal. Wu Chen couldn't let others be scapegoats for this young man. This. Nyo at the front hesitated. He looked at the village chief behind him. If you don't speak, I will throw him out. I can't use his life to exchange for others. Wu Chen said coldly. Others also expressed their support when they heard Wu Chen's words, and when she and others did not stop Wu Chen's intention. They had no right to speak until they could come up with another solution. Sigh. Follow me, let's go inside and talk. The village chief sighed and then led everyone back to the village. I'll listen, you guys stay here, shout if anything happens. Wu Chen looked at Xian Yuan Tianzhao and others. Alright, you go, I'll watch outside, there shouldn't be any problem. Xian Yuan Tianzhao nodded. When she and others scattered around the entrance of the village, preventing the giant wolf from attacking the village, Wu Chen sat on a chair, waiting for the old man in front to speak, while Wang Ergo squatted in a corner, laughing and crying like a fool. This is a long story. The village chief slowly began to speak, recounting the history of the village. Our village used to be very poor because it was backed by a mountain. The people in the village didn't like farming, they preferred hunting in the mountains or looking for valuable medicinal herbs, hoping to get rich overnight. But how could such wealth appear? Until later, Ergo was born. The village chief's gaze shifted to Ergo. What does this have to do with him? Originally, it had nothing to do with him, until one day, the moon in the sky turned blood red. I remember it vividly. After that day, many valuable medicinal herbs suddenly appeared in the mountains, and the men and women in the village went to pick them. Until one day, they encountered a pack of wolves in the mountains. At this point, the old man's face suddenly showed a painful expression, which surprised Wu Chen. That time, many people in the village were surrounded by the wolves. Only a few managed to escape. Those wolves inexplicably grew larger in size and became more ferocious, like tigers. Many men and women were injured or killed. Later, Ergo's mother learned about this and took Ergo up the mountain overnight, saying she wanted to find her husband, even if it was just his body. Wu Chen frowned slightly. What the other party said made sense. Indeed, after the marking day, psychic energy began to slowly recover, and it was normal for many plants to grow faster, especially in such an excellent mountain forest environment. And then? Later, the people in the village told me about this. Usually, the village was very peaceful, although people were lazy, the relationships were very good. This time when they heard that women and children from the village went up the mountain, everyone picked up their weapons without hesitation and rushed up the mountain. What they saw was an incredible scene. A hint of reminiscence flashed across the village chief's face. Ergo's mother was lying in a pool of blood, eaten by those beasts, but Ergo was unharmed. I will never forget that day. The wolves were tearing at the air around Ergo, as if something was blocking them. The people in the village were instantly furious and fought with the wolves. In the end, only the one-eyed, one-eared wolf was left. The village chief finished the story slowly and then looked at Ergo squatting on the ground. His beautiful face looked very dull at this moment, like a fool. After that, we buried Ergo's parents in the mountains and buried the bodies of those evil wolves underground in this village, so that these beasts could never reincarnate. Wu Chen's eyes flashed with understanding. So the underground resentment was from the wolf pack. But soon he had some doubts. If that's the case, why did that wolf bother him? No two dogs, we can't beat that group of wolves, so we absolutely cannot let those damn beasts take 2 dogs back. At this moment, Chef Tuox suddenly spoke up. Ahem. The village chief suddenly cleared his throat, and Tuox also closed his mouth. What does this have to do with 2 dogs? Because those evil wolves wanted to eat 2 dogs at the time, so we successfully ambushed them, the village chief said succinctly. After listening to the village chief's story, Wu Chen shifted his gaze to the young man crouching on the ground. Wu Chen stood up and walked to the young man's side, whispering, "Hold out your hand." 2 dogs timidly looked at Wu Chen, then tremblingly stretched out his extremely thin hand. Wu Chen grabbed the other's wrist and then let go. I need to consult with the higher-ups. After that, Wu Chen took out his phone and called In Hu. Hello? Something happened on your end? In Hu seemed to know everything and asked. Yes, there's a multiple-choice question now. There's a child here with high talent, an evolver, but may have some mental issues. The demon in the mountains wants to kill him, threatening the lives of the villagers. What should we do now? You decide for yourself. If he has mental issues, bringing him back to Ouyang Boto can be treated. You decide. Okay. Wu Chen hung up the phone and then looked at the village chief, saying, 2 choices, see which one you can accept. The village chief was stunned, then asked in confusion, what choices? First, I'll throw him to the wolves in exchange for everyone's lives. No, absolutely not. If it weren't for 2 dogs helping us kill those beasts back then, how could we have lived so well? This is absolutely not acceptable. Tuox stood up, Very emotional. Then the second choice is to separate the villagers and innocent travelers. The affairs of your village will be borne by your own people. We have 6 people here. I will send out 4 to protect the innocent travelers, 2 to protect you and this child, but the danger to your villagers will increase significantly. In simple terms, since you want his life, then exchange it for your own lives. The village chief hesitated, looking at the villagers. The villagers all lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact. I will protect this child, he will absolutely not be harmed, but I will entrust your safety to another person. There will be a certain level of danger. I cannot guarantee that all of you will survive. Can you accept this? Young man, can we discuss this? The village chief hesitated. Yes, I'll wait outside for you. With that, Wu Chen walked out of the room. The people outside also inquired upon seeing Wu Chen. Wu Chen told them everything, and the crowd fell silent. I didn't expect that. Although this village kills people, they are so loyal. Wen Jun sighed. When she indeed had a hint of doubt in her eyes, she looked at Wu Chen, wanting to say something, but seeing the people around her, seemed to think of something, and ultimately did not speak. What do you think they will choose? Wen Jun curiously asked. It should be the first one. How could anyone value their own life more than others? Shang Guanzhan said. The others also nodded in agreement. At this moment, the village chief and the others walked out of the room. Can I ask you a few questions? Wu Chen nodded. Go ahead. If you take 2 dogs away, can he be cured? Wu Chen was taken aback, about to say something, but when she spoke up, not necessarily, this kind of mental problem is not easy to treat. Even if it can be cured, there will be memory loss. Then how will the wolf demon be dealt with? The village chief asked. Killed, Wu Chen said lightly. Hearing Wu Chen's answer, the others glanced at each other, then nodded and said, Brother, we are willing to exchange. We choose the second one. Ergo is unlucky. Our village's wealth is half related to him. This is what we owe him. After the village chief finished speaking, the villagers also nodded in unison. Okay, you guys go to that mansion, Tianjiao. You comfort the tourists. Next, you take care of one. Wu Chen was about to assign tasks when she interrupted him. I will protect the villagers with you. Wu Chen was taken aback, looking at Wen Shi with some confusion, while Wen Shi blinked at him. That's how it's arranged. Wu Chen agreed. Next, Xian Yuan Tianjiao fully displayed his imperial attributes. The surrounding tourists fell silent instantly, showing understanding, and some even shed tears saying, these villagers are really loyal. Everyone started to act. Wu Chen stood at the door exuding a strong killing intent, his eyes occasionally filled with red light, as if he would strike in a certain direction in the next moment. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Zhengzheng Tianwang looked at Guanli and asked, Sir, why don't we go now? Guanli glanced at him, then said lightly, Did you see that kid's eyes? Zhengzheng Tianwang glanced at Wu Chen's pupils. Those eyes had turned bloodshot at the moment, like a wild beast, full of oppression. Zhengzheng Tianwang swallowed his saliva and nodded. That's his demonic state. He used this state to kill a 9th Order intruder when he was at the 7th Order. How about it? Do you think it's faster for his blade to strike now, or for us to use the life-saving bracelet given by the Heavenly Emperor? And there are only 2 uses left for the bracelet. It will be scrapped after that. After hearing Guan Li's words, Zhengzheng Tianwang looked at the figure holding a long knife in the distance with some fear. They didn't expect that last time, Wu Chen, and they hadn't used their full strength. The other 2 heavenly kings also instantly dispelled their urge to act. After a while, all the tourists were arranged in the mansion, while Ergo stayed in a house with a few villagers, and the rest of the villagers went back to their homes, praying that they wouldn't be so unlucky. Wu Chen also came out of the demonic state and walked towards Wen Shi not far away. What's wrong? Wu Chen asked with some confusion. Wen Shi's expression just now clearly indicated that there was something to say. I suspect these villagers are lying. When she looked around, then leaned close to Wu Chen's ear and whispered softly, What's going on? Why do you say that? Wu Chen frowned as soon as he heard this. Because I feel that the child named Ergo is not a fool. After when she finished speaking, she recounted the conversation she had with Ergo by the waterfall. After listening to Wen Shi's words, Wu Chen also found it strange. He looked towards the house where the village chief was staying, then glanced at the sky. At this moment, the sky was dimming, and night was approaching. So, tonight you go to the village chief's house and see if you can hear anything. I'll go see what's buried under the mansion below. When she nodded, and the 2 separated. In the thick fog, a pair of eerie green eyes were staring at the village, not at Ergo's location, but at the mansion. Village chief, the wolves in the mountains can talk now. Do you think they know about what happened back then? In a room, Ernyo sounded worried, but the village chief glanced at him and said, They probably don't know. Alright, let's not talk about the past. When they kill that beast, I'll throw a tantrum. You guys remember to record it. I've enjoyed this old life for so many years, can't let them take go away, even if. The village chief's eyes flashed with determination. He had lived long enough and enjoyed enough blessings over the years. It was time for his old bones to make a final contribution to the village. Chief, it's all up to you. Ernyo also expressed his gratitude. I have enjoyed enough blessings over the years. Take good care of my grandchildren. The village chief stood up and said. Ernyo watched the venerable old man leave, then glanced fearfully at the white mist outside. Meanwhile, when she was leaning against the wall of the house, having heard the conversation inside clearly, she had guessed right, there was indeed a hidden truth here. On the other side of the village, accompanied by a golden flame, a giant wolf howled and carried something into the thick fog. When Jun, watching the disappearing wolf, had a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had just been on patrol and saw the other party digging something here. What's wrong? Wu Chen walked over and asked Wen Jun. It seems like that wolf has come out, not sure what it's digging for. Wu Chen looked towards the dark dense forest, lost in thought. You go back first, I'll go check it out. Wen Jun hesitated for a moment, then said, or I'll go with you, so we can watch out for each other. Wu Chen shook his head. The people from the heavenly court might appear at any time. It's better for me to fight alone. Alright, be careful then. Wen Jun didn't argue, knowing that what Wu Chen said was true, and if he ran away, it would be troublesome to be attacked here. Yeah, you too. After that, Wu Chen looked towards the back of the village. At this moment, a huge cave appeared in front of Wu Chen at the back of the village. He looked at the fresh soil, then lit a flame in his hand and walked towards the cave. What's this? Wu Chen squatted down, looking at the white bones in front of him, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Wolf bones? Wu Chen speculated uncertainly. Looking at the appearance of the skull, Wu Chen turned his gaze towards outside the cave. There were footprints on the soil, obviously from a wolf. Strange. Things became more and more mysterious. If the bones inside the village were really wolf bones, it would prove that the village chief was at least partially telling the truth. Wu Chen returned to the original place, where Wen Shi was waiting for him. What did you hear? Seeing the expression on Wen Shi's face, Wu Chen guessed that she had heard something. Well, that village chief is suspicious, seems to be hiding something. When she told Wu Chen everything she had heard, and Wu Chen then focused his gaze on the house where Ergo was. There's nothing wrong inside the village, indeed it's wolf bones. I dug a bit inside, found quite a few bones, no human bones. Go call Shangguan Zhan for me, his divination technique should be able to help the villagers sleep for a while. Wu Chen thought of Shangguan Zhan. Since there was a problem, Wu Chen thought it would be best to ask the expert. Okay. When she nodded, then walked towards the direction of the village. Big brother, did you call me? After a while, Shangguan Zhan ran over. Yes, do you have any spells that can make people unconscious or enter a certain illusion? If you do, I might need your help. Shangguan Zhan nodded. Yes. Then go with Wen Shi, follow her lead. I can't leave right now. Wu Chen was afraid of being ambushed if too many people left, so he sent the two of them to inquire, while he waited for news here. Okay. Shangguan Zhan nodded, then walked with Wen Shi towards the house where Ergo was. In the deep mountains on the other side, a giant wolf is licking the wound on its leg, which has been charred by flames. The lone eye of the giant wolf shows a look of pain as it licks the wound and then the wolf bones beside it. After about half an hour, Wen Shi and Shangguan Zhan walked out of the house with a sad expression on their faces. It seems that the two of them have received some news. How is it? Wu Chen asked. When she did not speak, then walked up to Wu Chen with a look of sadness in her eyes, tears in her eyes, seeming to be in pain. What's going on? Wu Chen looked at Shangguan Zhan. Brother, the villagers in there deserve to die. Shangguan Zhan said through gritted teeth. Wu Chen's face darkened. This is not something you should say in your current identity. What exactly happened? After being reprimanded by Wu Chen, Shangguan Zhan also restrained the ferocity on his face, forced himself to calm down, and tremblingly recounted the story told by Wang Ergu. This village is indeed, as the villagers said, a village where everyone hopes to find medicinal herbs to become rich. But there are many wild beasts in this mountain, among which the wolf pack is the most ferocious, so everyone is cautious. Until the appearance of the marked day, everything changed. Ergu's awakened ability is not a so-called barrier-type ability at all, but a kind of ability to confuse animals. Although he has no cultivation, he can still confuse the animals in the mountains that have not reached the level of intelligence. Because of this ability, his family quickly found many medicinal herbs and became rich. Shangguan Zhan said word by word, his expression becoming more and more angry, veins popping on his forehead. Hearing this, Wu Chen probably also understood the rest of the story. The innocent suffer for the guilty, the flow of information in a village is too simple, and the isolation from the outside world is too strong. Later, they wanted Ergo to use his ability to help them get rich, and some even thought of hunting wild animals to sell for money, so they could keep getting rich, because there are many animals in the mountains. As long as they control the quantity, they can always make money. But Ergu's parents did not agree, they just wanted medicinal herbs and did not want to do illegal things. The following does not need to be said, Wu Chen also understood. These guys killed people, controlled children, and may have abused them. This child is smart, pretending to be foolish and has value to be used, that's why he survived until now. When she and Shangguan Zhan, one with a sad face, the other full of anger. Revenge? Wu Chen looked towards the dense forest, feeling that something was not right, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. At this moment, several huge trees in the air were once again smashed towards Wu Chen's direction. Wu Chen raised his hand, and the magic flames devoured the trees, turning them into ashes. Big brother. All these people. Wu Chen glanced at Shangguan Zhan. Your identity as a student, it's not your turn to enforce the law. Wu Chen also did not expect that Shangguan Zhan, who seemed very introverted, had such a violent temper. You two go back first, I will handle this matter. Wu Chen told them to go back. When she and Shangguan Zhan nodded, then left the place. Wu Chen's gaze fell on the village chief's house, wondering what he was thinking. Forget it, just ask directly. Wu Chen muttered, then drew out the Jusin and walked towards the house. What are you going to do? Shangguan Zhan can't kill, and you can't either, you are a student now. When she, who was still sad, saw Wu Chen drawing his sword towards the village chief's house and thought he was going to attack someone. No, I'm planning to go and threaten them. Drawing his sword gives a stronger sense of oppression, right? Wu Chen had no intention of taking action against these ordinary people. He didn't have the authority to enforce the law at the moment, he just wanted to scare them. When she also breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine, you be fierce, scare these villains away, and when the fog clears, send them all to the prison. Wu Chen nodded, then walked step by step towards the village chief's house. Roar! Just then, a roar echoed through the entire valley. Wu Chen looked at the white monkey in front of him and shouted to Wen Shi, watch them. With that, Wu Chen stomped his foot, shot out, and directly slashed at the white giant monkey. Aoo! Accompanied by the giant monkey's wail, a huge knife mark was directly cut on its chest. The giant monkey looked at Wu Chen, then grabbed a pile of stones from the ground and threw them at the house behind him. These people all deserve to die. After throwing the stones, it turned and ran towards the forest, wanting to escape. Don't run! The giant monkey's speed was not fast, maybe because of the injury. Wu Chen caught up with it as it rushed into the thick fog. How long have you been practicing here? How much do you know? What does it matter if I know? Can it change the outcome? These people must die, especially that damn kid. I must kill him. Because of him, how could our tribe be taken away by those humans to be eaten? The monkey roared at Wu Chen, its sharp teeth gleaming with a cold light, its face sad, as if it were a person who had lost a loved one. Wu Chen looked at its appearance with a hint of confusion in his eyes, but quickly suppressed that stray thought. Regardless, if you kill someone, you must die. Tell me the truth. I can make sure those people receive the punishment they deserve. Punishment? What punishment? Go to jail? Is that useful? If they go to jail, can my people survive? We are weaker than you humans, that is an indisputable fact. We accept it, we die, we also accept it. But why do you have the right to use such self-righteous words to judge me? If you want to kill, then kill. From my standpoint, I am not wrong. The white monkey's tone was extremely agitated, and the blood from its chest was becoming more terrifying. Alright, you are right, I won't argue, I won't use those self-righteous words to talk to you. I am stronger than you. The moment you kill someone, you must die. They killed your people, and if you kill them, I won't investigate who is right or wrong. I may not have the responsibility to protect them, but I must kill you. Wu Chen's tone was cold, he understood that after the other party said these words, there was no turning back. When the creatures in the world have intelligence and language, animals will become a thing of the past, replaced by a group called the Yao tribe. Between races, it's not about right or wrong, only positions. 7 cuts of the demon blade. Dismemberment. The crimson blade aura pierced through the white monkey's body, accompanied by splattering blood. Wu Chen turned and left. Back in the village, Wu Chen looked at the terrified villagers and the bodies on the ground, his face instantly turned cold. Shangguan Zhan was standing in front of the bodies at this moment, with no trace of guilt on his face. Xian Yuan Tianzhao and others were panting, it seemed they had experienced a battle, and Shangguan Xingrong's face was pale, as if her spiritual power had been exhausted. What's going on? Wu Chen's tone was extremely cold, making people feel as if they were in an ice cellar. The people noticed that Wu Chen's tone was off, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly cooled down. Xian Yuan Tianzhao walked up with some guilt and said, "It's my fault. After you went to chase the monkey, the wolf demon with the people from the heavenly court came out again. I took Wen Jun, and Shangguan to confront the enemy, letting Qingrong protect the villagers, but unexpectedly, the giant wolf also took the opportunity to rush out. Qingrong's cultivation was not enough, and she was injured. With your strength, it's impossible for all four of you to be restrained by the heavenly court. What's going on? Big brother, it's my fault for not protecting those people. At this moment, Qingrong's tone sounded somewhat weak, but Wu Chen locked his gaze firmly on Shangguan. Among all present, only Shangguan's breath was steady. Obviously, he was holding back. Wu Chen didn't speak, he looked at the brightly lit village, then back at Shangguan. Put the villagers to sleep. Shangguan nodded at the words, then released the Bagua technique. Bagua technique. DUI position. Confused the soul with closed eyes. Accompanied by a white mist rising, the villagers fell to the ground one by one. After Wu Chen saw him finish this, he went up and slapped him. Smack! Big brother. Shangguan covered his face, looking at Wu Chen incredulously. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he closed it. Do you think you are righteous? Are you kind? Wu Chen rebuked angrily. When she and others were also stunned, Qingrong looked at Wu Chen with her mouth wide open. It was the first time she had seen Wu Chen angry. But big brother, these people really don't deserve to be saved. Not deserving to be saved and being killed by outsiders are two different things. They killed people, even if seeking revenge, it should be that child, not you. They killed animals, the law will punish them, not you. Kindness, indignation towards those who do wrong is a good quality, but that is for human society. Kindness, helping others, compassion, innocence, these qualities are good qualities, but they all have a premise, that is, you are not in any danger yourself. Can these qualities save your life in the wild? If it were peacetime, these qualities would be good, but it's not now. They have intelligence, can speak, in a sense, they are a different race. Can humans stand out from the various races because they are kind? Go find a tiger in the wild, be kind, feed it with your flesh, see if it will be grateful to you. Let me tell you, do you know why human nature is inherently evil? It's because only bad people, ruthless people, can survive in the wild. Did our ancestors stand out from the various creatures and become the top of the food chain because they were kind? No, it's because they were evil. They knew how to best kill those wild animals, so they could survive. But, no matter what, these people really did wrong. Shangguan wanted to struggle, but Wu Chen looked at him with disappointment. Then I ask you, if these monsters evolve first, can the people in this village still survive? Why don't they dare to go up the mountain to pick herbs? Is it because they don't want to, or because there are wolves on the mountain? With these words, Shangguan instantly froze. It's not you who's being eaten, so you feel sorry for the wolves. They are indeed wrong, but their mistake is killing people, killing protected animals, violating the rules set by humans, not killing monsters. From the perspective of monsters, it's not wrong for them to kill and eat people. From the perspective of humans, it's not wrong for us to kill monsters to protect people. But we are humans, not monsters. Kindness is a good quality. It's our own rule as humans. It only applies to ourselves and our companions. It doesn't apply to monsters who kill people. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. Behind him, Shangguan stood blankly in place, his eyes unfocused. And when Jun and others watched Wu Chen leave, not knowing what to say. Happy New Year, wishing everyone a smooth New Year. Brother, don't be sad. Qingrong reached out to comfort Shangguan, who looked lost. Shangguan didn't answer. He looked at the several bodies on the ground. At this moment, he suddenly felt like the murderer. When she stepped forward and said, if you know you're wrong, find a way to make it right. Let's focus on the task at hand for now. Pull yourself together, we can't let your big brother handle everything alone. These words did have an effect. Shangguan's pupils gradually focused, and he reluctantly said, thank you, Shijie, I will go bury these villagers. With that, Shangguan reached out, and green plants wrapped around the bodies. Then he carried the bodies towards the mountains. Will it be dangerous? Qingrong asked with concern. It's fine, nothing will happen. Let him have some quiet time alone. When she helped Qingrong up and found a place for them to sit. Brother, you guys stay here and watch, I'll go check on him, when she said to the still-dazed Wen Jun. Oh, you go, I'll stay here. Wen Jun shook himself and nodded after realizing it was his sister. When she walked towards the direction where Wu Chen had left. At this moment, Wu Chen frowned as he looked at the ground stained with blood. The bodies were gone, leaving only drops of blood pointing towards the dense fog in the mountains. Wu Chen, are you okay? When she asked as she approached. I'm fine, just a strange feeling. Wu Chen paused, then looked puzzled. Did you notice something? When she nodded. According to the village chief, everything seems reasonable, and according to Ergo's words, it also makes sense. But there is a big question, why wait until now? When she instantly understood what Wu Chen meant. Both sides make sense, but the timing is off, is that what you mean? Wu Chen nodded. Ergo's cultivation is too low, not even enough to evolve to the first level. Unless there is a terrifying side effect of the ability to suppress the giant wolf, but I didn't see any strange negative effects from him, except for a bit of malnutrition, everything else is normal. After Wu Chen's analysis, when she also felt puzzled. Indeed, with the strength of the giant wolf, wiping out all the villagers would have been an easy task. Could Ergo also be lying? When she speculated, but soon her expression turned puzzled again. But what's the point of him lying? Wu Chen shook his head. Not sure, it just feels strange. It seems like the people from the heavenly court are helping those monsters, as if they are providing cover for them. Wu Chen said, then looked towards the dense forest. I plan to go inside the forest to take a look, you guys stay outside. Currently, there are at least 3 monsters inside, the white monkey, the one-eyed wolf, and the monster maintaining the thick fog. Be careful when you go in, I'll go ask Ergo, when she nodded, and then walked into the thick fog. On the other side, the giant wolf looked at the body of the white monkey with a hint of sadness in its eyes. It's just us now, as long as we make it through tomorrow, everything will be fine. The giant wolf said to the tortoise shell in the cave. Yes, we've planned for so long, there's no reason we should lose. In the tortoise shell, a half-white fox spoke weakly, its eyes gradually losing their luster. The giant wolf nodded, then picked up the body and headed deep into the mountains. It couldn't leave the body here, in case something went wrong and affected the plan. Indeed, at this moment, Wu Chen was following the blood towards this place, daring to walk alone into this mist, then die here. Guanli appeared out of nowhere, wielding a giant axe and striking down towards Wu Chen. Boom! The mountain forest shook again, and the trees beside the two were broken by a powerful force. Wu Chen's pupils flickered with red light as he looked at Guanli and asked coldly, "What are you planning?" He, want to know? Defeat me and I'll tell you. Then start by taking my sword and be dismembered. Seeing Wu Chen instantly strike a move, Guanli's face also changed, wielding his giant axe and chopping towards Wu Chen. Mountain shield. At this moment, Guanli seemed to be wielding not an axe, but a mountain, as the axe smashed into the sword energy, erupting with a strong impact. The impact stirred up a strong wind, and Wu Chen's red long hair danced wildly in the wind, showing a sense of madness. Prepare to die. Wu Chen stomped on the ground and raised his sword to attack, while Guanli, seeing this, gritted his teeth and forcibly took on the sword energy that had already consumed most of his own energy. The sharp sword energy slashed above his left shoulder, blood splattering. Guanli's face twisted in pain as he turned and fled into the deep mountains, and Wu Chen followed closely behind. After chasing for a while, Wu Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as he watched the disappearing Guanli. The white mist was too thick for him to chase too closely, or he might get lost in the mountains, and he couldn't stay away from the village for too long. After weighing the pros and cons, Wu Chen decided to return the way he came. However, Wu Chen also paid attention to the ground. The blood on the ground had disappeared almost completely, leaving only the path he had taken. Damn it! Wu Chen instantly thought of what the other party was covering for, but he had no way to deal with it. Wu Chen sheathed his long sword and started to descend the mountain. On the other side, Guanli, hiding in a cave, grimaced in pain as he covered the wound on his left shoulder. Wu Chen's sword energy was too sharp, cutting a wound deep enough to see the bone, and he hadn't expected the gap to be so wide. What a freak! Guanli muttered, then reproached, "You guys are too careless. My spatial transfer ability is only left with one chance. If you are so careless next time, I won't bother with you anymore." In the cave, the one-eyed wolf was also somewhat frightened. The death of its companion made it too sad, and for a moment it forgot to conceal the blood. "Thank you." Hearing the other party's thanks, Guanli snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the agreement between the Celestial Emperor and them, I wouldn't bother with you." The one-eyed wolf did not retort. It understood that without the people from the heavenly court, even if they were accurate and knew a lot, they could not execute the plan perfectly. Back in the village, Wu Chen saw that everyone was patrolling and didn't want to disturb them, so he went to the mountain village instead. Looking at the white bones in the cave, the god slayer in his hand faintly visible. Forget it. Looking at the sleeping travelers in the mountain village, he decided not to open the deep pit. There might be treasures or some unknown secrets inside the pit, but digging it up would surely cause the collapse of the village above, and it was not good to expose these innocent travelers to danger at night. Let's wait until tomorrow. Early the next morning, Wu Chen found Xian Yuan Tianzhao and told him about the plan ahead. Get the guests out of the mountain village and protect them well. I suspect there are many things buried beneath the village. Xian Yuan Tianzhao nodded, realizing that things had already exceeded expectations. They had originally thought it was just about expelling demons, but now lives had been lost. Following that, the people in the village were called out by Xian Yuan Tianjiao, and they did not show any dissatisfaction, just looking fearfully at the misty forest. Xian Yuan Tianjiao smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, we will protect you," then glanced at Wen Jun and others. Wen Jun and the others understood immediately, using their abilities to surround the travelers, providing them with a sense of security. On the other side, when she found Wu Chen, her face looking a bit unpleasant as she said, "Ergo doesn't speak, and I don't know if he's really stupid or pretending to be. No matter how you ask, he either cries or laughs. I understand. You go protect the passengers first, I'll see what's really under this manor," Wu Chen said as he prepared to take action. "What are you trying to do?" Niu led a large group of villagers charging towards Wu Chen, blocking the way to the manor. The village chief, trembling, also walked over with the support of the villagers. Young man, what are you trying to do?" Wu Chen didn't waste words and said directly, "I suspect there is something under the manor, I need to dig and see. This manor will be destroyed, but rest assured, I will compensate you double. No, this manor is the foundation of our village, it's not something that can be measured with money. If you destroy it, what will we do in the future?" Niu was extremely emotional, as well as some other villagers. They stood in front of Wu Chen, showing a determined look. "Young man, under the manor are some animal heads or fur. Our village used to have a habit of hunting wild animals in the earlier years, but we haven't done it since the founding of the country. The nearby police station can testify to this." The village chief stepped forward and said, taking out his phone from his pocket and dialing 110. "This matter is not under the jurisdiction of the police station now, it's under my control. I said I will compensate double for the manor. Once the fog clears, you can rebuild another one, and before it's rebuilt, I will provide double the daily turnover according to your usual business," Wu Chen said, preparing to move forward. "No, this manor was built by the older generation, it's our dream, it can't be demolished." "That's right, it can't be demolished. Can't be demolished." The villagers were very united, showing strong emotions. Wu Chen looked at them, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. "What you say now doesn't count. Last night, Ergo said you killed his parents and buried their bodies here. I can't prove if what he said is true, or prove your innocence. I need evidence. With your reaction, it's hard for me not to doubt the truth of what the village chief said yesterday." Wu Chen's pupils turned crimson, filled with oppression. The villagers were stunned, their eyes showing a hint of confusion, as if they didn't know about this matter. But Niu quickly reacted, "Ergo doesn't even have parents, do you believe the words of a fool like him? Whether you believe it or not, step aside now. I don't want to use special means," Wu Chen said, shifting his gaze to the official Shanjian observing from a distance. Shanjian instantly understood and pointed towards the area. The village chief, seeing this scene, gritted his teeth and rushed towards Wu Chen. "Village chief!" Everyone shouted, and Wu Chen, standing sideways, frowned as he watched the old man hit the stone. "You murderer!" Niu turned the spear towards Wu Chen, full of anger in his words. "Everyone, record it, the evolver is killing people." Someone shouted, and the villagers took out their phones to take pictures. Bang! A powerful aura erupted from Wu Chen, sending the villagers flying. Wu Chen leaped up, ready to forcibly dismantle. Roar! Suddenly, a wolf howl sounded, accompanied by a black shadow rushing out of the thick fog, crashing into the house where Ergo was. Seeking death. Already annoyed, Wu Chen turned the long knife and directly attacked the giant wolf. With a spurt of blood, the giant wolf howled and returned to the thick fog. "Shanjian, go rescue Ergo!" Wu Chen shouted at Shanjian, then struck down towards the manor once again. Today is the day when the king comes, and he also needs to see what is hidden beneath this village. With a slash of his sword, the village was destroyed, leaving the villagers stunned. They watched in fear as smoke rose from the village, a hint of panic in their eyes. On the ground, the village chief, who had been pretending to be dead, whispered to Ernia, "No matter what, we'll claim that these are the bodies of the villagers. As for the animal bones, find someone to identify them, and the people in the village will help take care of his family." Wu Chen had no idea what the village chief was talking about. At this moment, he stood above the sword marks, looking down at the stark white bones below, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. The bones took various forms, some were animal bones, and some were human. The crimson intent in Wu Chen's eyes reached its peak at this moment, as he turned to look at the villagers not far away. "I need an explanation." The villagers, seeing Wu Chen's murderous look, swallowed nervously, their eyes filled with fear. On the other side, Shang Wanzhan pulled Ergo out of the ruins, relieved to see only minor scratches on him. "You're really lucky, these are just minor injuries." Although it was not appropriate to say so, Shang Wanzhan couldn't help but marvel at Ergo's luck. The house collapsed, yet he only had minor injuries. On the other side, Ernyo stuttered, those bones belong to the elders in our village. Those animals. Indeed, someone went up the mountain to hunt wild animals. You're running a business on your elders' graves? Do I look like a fool to you? Wu Chen clearly didn't believe it, feeling like they were treating him like a fool. Running a rural tourism business on your elders' graves, how is that any different from dancing on your father's grave? It's our village custom, what's it to you? Ernyo retorted stubbornly. Wu Chen fixed his gaze on him, causing him to shrink his neck instantly. Alright, then whose elders are these bones from, male or female? How old were they when they died? And tell me, why are there children's skulls and young women's clothes here? Wu Chen looked down at the tattered dress and the tiny bones, his eyes filled with questioning and killing intent. This. Ernyo was speechless for a moment, looking at the ground, preparing to act dumb. Not talking? No problem, then good luck to all of you. After saying that, Wu Chen sheathed his long sword and turned to leave. Wu Chen wouldn't waste his energy protecting someone who knew but refused to speak. The villagers watched as Wu Chen left, unsure of what to do. What should we do, village chief? Ernyo asked anxiously. The village chief remained calm, saying in a deep voice, no matter what, we can't admit to that matter. Tomorrow is the third day, even if a few people die, gather all the villagers in one house. Alright, I'll do that. Ernyo wanted to say more, but saw Wu Chen had already smashed all the villagers' houses. Wu Chen, what are you doing? When she stepped forward to try to stop him. Don't worry, I have my own way. Since they won't talk, we'll find another way to get the truth out. When she wanted to say more, but after all, Wu Chen was just a student and had no authority. I'll take full responsibility. Wu Chen said loudly, then unleashed several slashes of his sword to destroy all the houses. Since the truth won't come out, we'll find another way to reveal it. If you won't speak, there are others who will. After saying that, Wu Chen returned to the side of the tourists. Regardless, these tourists were innocent, and their safety must be ensured. As for the villagers, Wu Chen had no obligation to protect them. His task is to drive away monsters. It is best if there are no casualties, but if someone does not cooperate, Wu Chen will not waste his life and time on them. Why do you have the right to destroy our houses? The villagers were furious, shouting angrily at Wu Chen. Without houses, casualties in the wilderness would greatly increase. I am now requisitioning your houses in the name of the Dragon Zodiac organization, and you can go to the government to collect money when the time is up. Wu Chen took out his credentials from the domain ring and said without looking back. Ernyo and the others looked at Wu Chen's credentials, and at that moment they finally understood that the evolutionist in front of them was not someone to be trifled with. What should we do, village chief? If we don't have houses, won't we be doomed when the wolves come out? Why are you panicking? His task is to drive away that beast. How could he ignore us? He must be bluffing, and he is also a government official. Do you want the whole village to go in? The village chief scolded, then looked towards the direction of the tourists. Let everyone move towards that group of people. Try to blend in. Even if a few people die, we absolutely cannot let it leak out. After the village chief finished speaking, Ernyo calmed down as well. He looked at the panicked villagers and quickly began to organize them, passing on certain information. Soon, a group of villagers arrived near the tourists, sitting on the ground looking uneasy. What are you going to do? Xian Yuan Tianjiao looked at Wu Chen, his eyes no longer filled with the confidence and ease of the past. Since its target is the villagers in Ergo, then release them all. I want to see how many times it can escape from me. Since these villagers are not talking, let's see if that wolf monster will. Wu Chen's tone was cold. Xian Yuan Tianjiao wanted to say something looking at his appearance, but in the end, he closed his mouth. The current situation was beyond his control. Mass graves, suspected animal bones, monsters, villagers, these things were completely connected. On the other side, the wolf monster in the mist also looked restless at the villagers outside, but at this moment its condition was not good either. Although the wound behind it had stopped bleeding, once it engaged in battle again, it would definitely not be able to escape from Wu Chen. Tomorrow, as long as you can hold on until tomorrow, everything will be over. The wolf monster focused its gaze on the villagers, its eyes full of hatred and killing intent, of course, with a hint of mockery. As time passed, Wu Chen watched as the sky gradually darkened, his vigilance reaching its peak. If he were to act, he would definitely choose the night. Wu Chen closed his eyes, pondering over certain issues. For some reason, the unease in his heart grew stronger. As time passed, night gradually brought a faint light. Outside the white mist, it seemed as if the sun had already risen. Throughout the night, Wu Chen had not figured out what he had overlooked. He still did not know what the other party's purpose was. There were bones under the manor. If it was for revenge, why wait until now? What are you thinking? Have something to eat. You haven't eaten anything for a day and night. When she walked over, then took out a compressed biscuit from somewhere. Where did you get this? Wu Chen looked somewhat surprised at the biscuit in his hand. It was given to us by tourists. They are quite obedient, and they understand us. They didn't make a fuss, and even voluntarily gave us some food. When she had a smile on her face, receiving food from the other party indeed made her happy. At least they were not protecting ungrateful people. I'm thinking, if it's just for revenge, why wait until now? Is it because something happened in the mountains? When she heard Wu Chen's words and also turned his gaze to the villagers, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. I don't know, there's no way to make these guys talk, but Ergo's condition is a bit strange. Wu Chen was taken aback, as he hadn't paid attention to Ergo since he fell into a coma yesterday. What's wrong with him? Take a look. When she pointed in a certain direction, Ergo was seen at the moment playing with something on the mass grave of the manor, with Shang Wanzhan looking on, full of doubt. What is he doing? Wu Chen asked. Digging bones. Bones? What bones? I didn't pay attention, but maybe his dazed look can see something that others can't. When she looked at Ergo with some sympathy, then said somewhat displeased, really, these villagers must have done something unspeakable, worse than monsters. This wolf demon is really something. Why did they still attack the human race after signing a covenant? Couldn't they just come directly to us? As when she spoke, Wu Chen's pupils dilated instantly. Covenant. Yes, covenant. Covenant between human, demon, and sea tribes. Suddenly, Wu Chen remembered the scene of meeting the wolf for the first time, a detail he had not paid attention to. That was when the wolf, while asking about the covenant, had its tail guarding its belly, a very nervous behavior for a wolf. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the covenant? When she saw Wu Chen's expression change and quickly asked. Something happened recently, a covenant was signed between the human, demon, and sea tribes, but how could the demons here in Nanjiang know about it? That wolf was probing, it was probing me. They are waiting for the birth of the covenant. Shang Wanzhan, catch that child. Wu Chen suddenly stood up, a terrifying aura bursting out of him. He had been ignoring one thing all along, why this child came out of the mountains and happened to run into Wenxi. It wasn't a coincidence, it was intentional. Even the attack on this child was intentional, just to make them ignore this child. Those demons didn't want to kill this child, and might even be protecting him. Shang Wanzhan was taken aback, but quickly reacted and cast a spell towards the youth. At that moment, the space around him began to distort, and Duo Wen Tianwang suddenly appeared, grabbing Ergo who was about to be trapped by the spell, and then fleeing into the distance. Dissect. Wu Chen reacted quickly, his body turning into a blade of qi slashing towards the appearing Duo Wen Tianwang. Everything erupted in an instant. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Ouyang Botu was watching a screen, where Wu Chen and the others were displayed. Botu, I don't understand, why do we have to release this child? Wouldn't it be better for us to use him? A researcher looked at Wu Chen wielding a long knife and rushing out with a puzzled expression. It's different, the demons need a leader, only then can they exert their maximum combat power, only then can they jointly deal with our enemies from other realms. If that child is from our side, then the demons won't exert too much effort. The researchers still looked puzzled at Ouyang Botu's words. But if this solves the trouble from the other realms, wouldn't these demons be a trouble as well? Ouyang Botu smiled at the question. No, even if the demons put all their efforts into nurturing him, they won't be our opponents. Why? The researcher asked curiously. How could a sharp knife lose to a seedling forcibly raised high? No matter how strong the talent is, it needs to be honed, and here, we have a magic sword that has been tempered 1,000 times with its own power and talent. With that, Ouyang Botu's gaze fell on Wu Chen on the screen. Those pitch-black pupils carried a hint of complexity. And at this moment, on the other side of the screen, Ergo's photo was placed on top, along with his information, but strangely, the name listed was not Wang Ergo. And in his information, there was a very eye-catching string. Sequence, 003, Ability, Lord of 10,000 Demons, Demon Emperor. Wu Chen's speed was extremely fast, and the sword energy instantly slashed in front of Duo Wen. Duo Wen's face was filled with horror. He used his last ability of spatial shuttle here, but Guanli clearly said he would come to support him. Bring him over. Suddenly, in the space nearby, the growing king also appeared, shouting loudly at Duo Wen. Seeing this, Duo Wen quickly threw Ergo in his hand towards the growing king, and then the pagoda in his hand reappeared, trying to block Wu Chen's attack. This time, the golden pagoda was shattered like fragile paper, and Duo Wen's pupils flashed with crimson swordlight, full of fear in his eyes. Pucci! Duo Wen, without a spatial transfer device, was unable to block this strike and was directly cut in half. I'll kill you! The growing king was completely enraged. It was one thing for Wu Chen to kill his youngest brother helplessly, but now another brother being killed made it unacceptable for him. Throwing Ergo into the dense forest behind him, he drew his long sword and stabbed towards Wu Chen. Boom! Suddenly, a golden dragon with thunder around it rushed towards him, but he, blinded by hatred and anger, didn't react at all and was hit hard. The strong thunder power completely paralyzed his body. Accompanied by high temperature, the growing king instantly fell to the ground. Everything happened too quickly. Wu Chen looked at the murderous intent skyrocketing in Ergo's eyes thrown into the dense forest. This child must not be left alive. 7 slashes of the demon sword, dismemberment. This time, Wu Chen's sword energy slashed straight towards Ergo. Killing intent filled the scene. Bang! Watching Guanli rushing out of the mountains, Wu Chen's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. What are you planning after all? As the smoke cleared, blood overflowed from Guanli's mouth, but a smile appeared on his face. Ask it. Guanli pointed behind Wu Chen. It was not known when, the one-eyed wolf had already rushed into the villagers and started a massacre, the previous battle masking the villagers' screams. And at this moment, when she, who noticed, also made a move instantly. Moon Goddess. Tidal wave. The silver moonlight struck the giant wolf's body, instantly sending it flying. At this moment, everyone also noticed a huge scar on the back of the giant wolf. The situation on the field changed instantly. Wu Chen stood in the middle like a demon with a long knife in hand. The villagers scattered and fled, full of panic in their eyes, while Xian Yuan Tianzhao and others guarded the startled tourists, watching Guanli vigilantly. What's going on? Wu Chen looked at Ernyo who had escaped to his side, his eyes full of killing intent. I don't know, please save us. Ernyo was still stubborn, unwilling to reveal the truth. Get lost. Wu Chen kicked him away, blood spurted from his mouth, showing how much force Wu Chen used. Cough, cough. Human, do you want to know the truth? The giant wolf, heavily injured nearby, spoke. At this moment, it looked triumphant. Speak. Wu Chen said coldly. Ha ha ha, then let me tell you. The giant wolf laughed heartily, as if everything was under control, and soon, everyone heard another story from the giant wolf. This village was originally a very barren village. Although it was backed by a big mountain, there were wolves in the mountains, and villagers could rarely find a few medicinal herbs because they dared not venture too deep into the mountains. The villagers always dreamed of getting rich overnight, so no one bothered to cultivate the land. With such a village, no girls would marry into it. So, the villagers came up with an idea. Since they couldn't marry in, they would kidnap. Thus, the villagers began selecting elderly people from the village to go out and sell young women. Because the pitiful old people in the mountains could arouse the sympathy of others the most. Of course, these people not only kidnapped women but also children. Innocent women were kidnapped into the village, and to prevent future troubles, after giving birth to a child, the women were killed. Some of the kidnapped children were clever and managed to escape into the mountains. But the villagers were not afraid because there were wolves in the mountains, and as long as they guarded the entrance to the mountain, no one could escape. Until 10 years ago, due to the development of the times, the act of kidnapping became increasingly strict, and the villagers were not as bold as before in mobilizing on a large scale. So, some people carried bows and arrows on their backs to secretly go up the mountain to collect herbs. However, when they entered the mountains, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. They saw the animals in the mountains kneeling before a child, a 6-year-old child. And the person who made this discovery was Ernyo. Ernyo was shocked. He originally wanted to go down the mountain and tell everyone about this horrifying scene, but he was discovered by the wolf pack. Just as his life was in imminent danger, he inadvertently aimed his bow and arrow at the half-grown child. When the animals sensed that the child was in danger, they miraculously retreated. They left a path for Ernyo, wanting him to leave. Ernyo had also thought the same, but as he walked, a sudden thought flashed in his mind. Since these animals are so afraid of that child being harmed, why not try using that child as a hostage? Humans are creatures who like to gamble, and Ernyo was no exception. He even thought about how much wealth he could gain if it worked, and the village would no longer need to kidnap women. After all, with the advancement of technology, more and more people were being caught. In the end, he shot the child's leg with the arrow. It must be said that Ernyo was indeed skilled. The arrow accurately pierced the child's leg, rendering him immobile. Immediately after, Ernyo used the bow and arrow to threaten the wolf pack and animals, ultimately taking the boy back down the mountain. The further down the mountain they went, the more excited Ernyo became. His guess was correct, his gamble paid off. He ran towards the foot of the mountain at a rapid pace, knowing that he had to keep the child unharmed, or else he would lose his value. He told the villagers about this incident. Initially, the villagers did not believe him, but Ernyo guaranteed it and had some young and strong men go up the mountain with bows and arrows. In this way, they used the child to threaten the wolves, killing them all, but they also found that even if they killed the wolves, these creatures would find ways to come and see the child. They even picked herbs and helped treat the child's legs. The villagers who noticed this scene began using the child to have the animals pick herbs for them, earning their first bucket of gold, as the meat of wild animals was also very valuable at that time. After the herbs were picked clean, the animals began to suffer from human hands. A farmhouse was built on a pile of bones, and the so-called nourishing soup was made from those animals that were about to become monsters. This is the truth of the whole matter. Are you satisfied? The one-eyed wolf's eyes were full of mockery. It wanted to see how Wu Chen would react, but unfortunately, there was no emotional fluctuation in Wu Chen's eyes. The thick fog in the mountains began to thin out. Apparently, the fox in the tortoise shell could not hold on any longer. The villagers' eyes dodged. Apparently, this incident was true. And not far away, the tourists, and when she stared at them angrily, fists clenched, veins bulging on their foreheads. Trafficking is despicable no matter where it happens. But Wu Chen's gaze was fixed on the one-eyed wolf, and he said coldly, "Your story may explain the villagers' strangeness, but it's too fake. First of all, since you have power, why didn't you kill these people in advance? And you could have cultivated this child to have cultivation, even if it's just one level, it would be enough to leave this place. What's the point of leaving? Where in the world is his home? What do you think we are waiting for?" The giant wolf said, and Wu Chen instantly understood. "You are waiting for the Yao clan. How did you know about this?" A hint of sadness flashed in the giant wolf's eyes. "Do you remember the turtle that you caught? What does it have to do with it? It is also a Yao, and it is the highest in cultivation and the oldest Yao here. It has an ability to predict 3 future events. After predicting, its cultivation returns to 0 and becomes an ordinary old turtle." Wu Chen frowned. He didn't expect such an ability. What did it predict? It predicted 3 times. The first time, it predicted its own fate. The second time, it predicted the fate of the Yao clan, and the third time it predicted the future of that child. Wu Chen looked at Ergo, who was being protected behind Guanli. The only ability that could manipulate these Yao like this, Wu Chen could only think of one supernatural ability. Sequence 003, Yao Emperor. In the distance, Xian Yuan Tianjiao said Ergo's ability word by word, and everyone was shocked to see the handsome young man behind Guanli. At this time, when she was puzzled, "You are predicting fate. How can you be sure that this plan will succeed? Is it difficult? I bet on your human selfishness and greed. I bet that they won't tell you the truth. I bet they will do everything to hide this. I bet your human race will never think of us ugly Yao until the end." The words of the giant wolf made everyone feel ashamed. It held the humanity of these villagers to the extreme, without any mistakes, even calculating that Wu Chen and the others would only try to find it out in the end. Unfortunately, we still found it in the end. Wen Jun said coldly. Now he was also very angry. He really wanted to burn those villagers to death. But now the most important thing was to snatch Ergo back. He was the root of everything. Lose? How could I lose? We have exhausted everything. How could we lose? My son, I will never let myself lose. When the giant wolf said this, everyone was instantly puzzled. But Wu Chen seemed to have figured something out and looked at Ergo. "You are its son?" Wu Chen's tone was full of uncertainty, and of course, some killing intent. "Yes. After I was abducted here, they raised me. I didn't lie, my mother was indeed killed by the villagers, but she was a wolf." Ergo did not deny. "Do you know what you are doing?" A terrifying red light flashed around Wu Chen. If Yin saw Wu Chen in this state, he would understand that he was about to fall into darkness. "I know, but my parents have been very good to me. They may be using me, but they have been good to me." When Ergo said this, Wu Chen knew that everything was irretrievable. The contrast was too strong. On one hand, they used him but risked their lives to protect him. On the other hand, they used him but might not even let him have a meal. "I sympathize with your experience, but today, you must die." Since it was possible to become an enemy, Wu Chen could not let the other party return to the Yao clan. Unseal the demonic soul. Wu Chen's left hand, a white long knife appeared out of thin air, and as the white knife appeared, the stones on the ground began to float lightly. Magic knife. Control objects. Wu Chen burst out, and at this moment, the thick fog completely dissipated, revealing a path leading to the outside world. "Send the travelers away." Wu Chen roared at Xian Yuan Tianjiao, then directly slashed towards Guanli with his twin knives. Boom! The twin knives struck the giant axe, accompanied by a huge force coming from the axe. Guanli's face changed drastically and he knelt down directly on the ground. Wu Chen had already used all his strength, and now the situation was no longer just about investigating the villagers and killing the wolf demon, but it involved the protection of the child that Guanli was guarding, and it had escalated to a matter of race. He clearly understood the huge difference between a race with a leader and one without a leader. Even if it meant being drained by the magic knife, he had to leave Ergo here. Guanli knelt on the ground at this moment, his palms split open, his eyes filled with shock. He thought that even if Wu Chen was stronger than him, it was definitely not in terms of strength, but now it seemed that he was wrong, very wrong. Wu Chen completely overwhelmed him in his area of expertise. He didn't expect that Wu Chen hadn't even used his full strength. He wanted to break free, use his last spatial ability to transfer ergo, but Wu Chen's knife was faster than him. Plap! The blade cut off his arm, blood gushing out. Guanli's idea of escaping was shattered in an instant. Get lost! Wu Chen kicked Guanli away and slashed at ergo behind him. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out of the deep mountains, a huge tortoise shell blocking in front of ergo. The one-eyed wolf roared at Guanli, "Throw the child up to the sky." Guanli gritted his teeth and rushed to ergo, forcefully throwing him into the sky. Crack! With the shattering of the tortoise shell, the blade directly cut Guanli in half, leaving behind a faint breath. At this moment, several huge black shadows arrived in the sky. Looking at the figures in the sky, Wu Chen's pupils contracted instantly. Above Wu Chen's head, several monsters were descending towards this place, and at this moment, the one-eyed wolf on the ground also showed a look of joy in its eyes. It opened its blood-stained mouth and muttered, "The plan for the past 10 years has succeeded." At this moment, the light in its eyes gradually dissipated, as if it saw its past self. "Old tortoise, why didn't you let me go down the mountain for revenge?" The one-eyed wolf roared angrily at the giant tortoise. "No, I calculated that after a period of time, only then can the child be taken away by the demon clan, only then can it be safe." "What exactly did you calculate?" The white monkey roared at the old tortoise in anger. "First, I calculated my own fate. My life has 2 nodes, the first one, to safely spend 1,000 years in this deep mountain, the second, to die in a few years. I calculated the future of the demon clan. One node is that after the alliance between the demon clan and the human clan, they will be suppressed by the human and sea clans, and the other is that the demon clan, human clan, and sea clan will stand in a 3-way balance. I calculated the future of ergo. He will stand above the 10,000 demons and unite the demon clan." The old tortoise's eyes were filled with longing. "What does that have to do with us?" The fox sneered, pointing to the villagers killed below the mountain. "It does. In the future, our descendants can have a place to settle down, no longer having to struggle for survival. Isn't that good?" After the old tortoise finished speaking, several demons fell silent instantly. "Then what about us? We will die." The old tortoise did not hide it from them, but directly told them. "Old tortoise, fox, monkey, we won. As long as they have a home in the future, it's fine." The lone wolf's remaining pupil began to dim, and it turned its head laboriously towards a certain spot in the jungle. A grave erected by wooden planks, underneath which lay a wolf bone. "Howl." Several words were carved on the wooden plank. "Grave of Yaomu." Wolves are monogamous creatures, and in the absence of their mate, they generally stay together for life. But if one dies, driven by instinct, they will quickly seek another mate, giving birth to rational wolves who should be able to suppress their instincts. Of course, it's also possible that it simply has no kin left. Wu Chen looked at the huge monster blocking ergo's path, his eyes filled with seriousness. The opponent's cultivation was too strong. He was no match. "Kid, we will take the wolf's body with us." A creature resembling a mythical dragon spoke, its entire body silver white, with a dragon's body but with a pair of flesh wings, resembling the legendary Ying Long, giving Wu Chen a strong sense of oppression. Of course, it wasn't just this one. There was also a giant red bird and a snow-white fox. At this moment, several people from Xianyuan Tianjiao also quickly stood by Wu Chen's side, looking at the 3 monsters with hostility on their faces. "All right, we'll exchange the child behind you." Wu Chen showed no fear, pointing his long knife straight at ergo. "You should understand why they died and why we appeared. Kid, are you delusional? Regardless, these monsters have killed, they cannot be allowed to leave. According to the alliance, you cannot harm us either." When she spoke calmly, showing no fear in her eyes. "That's right, you can't take away this wolf monster." Xianyuan Tianjiao stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination. "Kid, do you think we dare not kill you?" The giant bird spoke in a menacing tone, and after it finished speaking, the surrounding air seemed to heat up. "You can try." Wu Chen looked at the giant bird, his crimson eyes gathering to the extreme at this moment. For some reason, several giant beasts suddenly felt a bit creepy. After they felt this sensation, they looked at each other in shock. "This kid is not right." Ying Long transmitted a message in a special way. "Yeah, I feel it too, there's a very dangerous aura." The tone of the phoenix was also somewhat shocked. After all, the 3 of them were all beings above the stage of transformation. How could they sense a dangerous aura from a little demon in the evolutionary stage? TSK, don't bully my students, have they done anything wrong?" Suddenly, Shilong appeared not far away, with a slight smile on his face and a playful tone in his voice. Hand over the bodies, they are heroes of the Yao clan and must be taken away. Ying Long spoke after seeing Shilong. Shilong walked to Wu Chen's side, patted his shoulder and said, "Alright, your task is done, leave the rest to the adults, you can go now." Wu Chen also withdrew his divine blade upon hearing this, took a look at Ergo, and turned to leave. "Wait, what's your name?" Suddenly, Ergo, who had been hiding behind Ying Long, spoke up and asked Wu Chen. "Wu Chen." Wu Chen turned his head and answered, "I remember you, one day, I will definitely kill you." The youth's tone carried a hint of resentment. Wu Chen stopped in his tracks, his crimson pupils staring at the other party. The youth looked at Wu Chen's eyes staring at him intently, and unconsciously took a step back. "Protecting you is not your strength, but the rules and these few monsters," Wu Chen said, then turned and left. "I'm not called Ergo, I'm called Yao, I will definitely kill you in the future." Yao roared loudly, unable to remain calm at this moment. The years of restraint, the years of anger erupted completely at this moment. At this moment, Wu Chen didn't want to pay attention to the other party, but the voice of the executioner in his mind spoke. "Let me out, I can't stand it anymore. If someone wasn't protecting him, I would have scattered his ashes and exposed him for what he is. Let me out." The executioner shouted, and Wu Chen, feeling annoyed, summoned the executioner. A crimson long knife rose out of thin air with crimson mist towards Yao, and Ying Long and others instantly shielded Yao behind them. At this moment, the executioner's knife stopped in front of them, and the mist on the blade began to form a sentence. "A little kangaroo pretending to be a big kangaroo, pretending to be you, stupid." The monsters and Yao couldn't hold back when they saw the words formed by the executioner, veins bulging on their foreheads, as if they were about to punch the magic knife in the next moment. The executioner disappeared directly in the air, leaving only the words formed by the red mist to slowly dissipate. Poochie! When Jun and others couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. Shen Yuan Tianjiao patted Wu Chen on the shoulder and said loudly, "Huh, your magic knife is quite cultured." Wu Chen seemed to have a few black lines on his forehead. "Don't learn random things in the future." Wu Chen shouted loudly in his heart. "If you don't want to learn, then don't learn, why be so fierce?" The executioner sounded a bit aggrieved and then fell silent. When she smiled and approached Wu Chen, saying, "I didn't expect you to have this side to you." Wu Chen quickened his pace and walked towards the village. "Don't walk so fast, isn't this nice? Teach me when you have time." When she chuckled, covering her mouth, then caught up. This time, except for the villagers, the tourists were not injured, and the villagers themselves were not good people, so when she was not saddened by their deaths, everyone looked at each other and then followed behind Wu Chen with smiles on their faces. The sudden appearance of the executioner did indeed relax their mood a bit, but of course, it might also be that they no longer needed to intervene in this matter, and their tense nerves could finally rest for a while. On the other side, on the throne of the Heavenly Court Organization, the man seemed to sense something, a smile appeared on his lips. Only in a chaotic world can a new order be established. When the old laws are destroyed, a new king can rise above the corpses. After the man finished speaking, he reached out his hand, and in front of him, a few lambs wearing bracelets began to shuttle through space following the movement of his hands. Wu Chen returned to the inn, unaware of what had happened next, focusing on elevating his own realm. However, those damn villagers were all sent to prison, for murder and trafficking. The lowest of them wouldn't be coming out anytime soon. Because of the many people he had killed this time, he, who was already on the edge of a breakthrough, could advance once again. When she and the others returned to Anqing first, as there needed to be a follow-up settlement for this operation, Wu Chen also had no intention of letting those who neglected their tasks to go play off the hook. They would be punished, at the very least with a beating. However, it was said that not all of those people had gone to play. One person had reportedly encountered something on the way and got involved in another matter, ultimately failing to show up for the gathering. After a day and night, Wu Chen successfully advanced from Evolution Stage 8 to Evolution Stage 9. His realm was also very stable. After all, he had fought his way up, and because he had also killed 2 heavenly kings, his spiritual energy was also very abundant. According to his current calculations, he might be able to break through to the shedding stage after killing 2 Evolution Stage 9 beings. The cultivation speed is not too slow. Wu Chen skillfully opened his phone and saw the message sent by Inhu. "Inhu, come to the Zodiac Organization base in Anqing after returning, there is a new mission." Wu Chen, received. After that, Wu Chen began to reply to messages from others one by one, and then checked out of the hotel with his belongings. At this moment, a meeting was being held in the Zodiac Organization. Ouyang Bota stood at the front speaking. "Alright, this time's mission is to protect these children. The 12 Zodiac signs need to ensure that these children are not bullied by shameless adults." The 12 Zodiac signs nodded. Ouyang Bota then left the place as he had other matters to attend to. Another day passed, and the plane Wu Chen was on successfully arrived in Ansheng. He first went home to reassure his uncle, as the elders would worry if they didn't see him. Then he rode his bike towards the Zodiac organization. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Chen walked to Inhu's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Inhu's voice came, and Wu Chen pushed open the door to see Inhu's figure. Oh, your strength has improved, not bad. Inhu could tell that Wu Chen's cultivation had advanced and jokingly remarked. What is the mission this time? Wu Chen asked. You have to go to Goryeo. Ha? Wu Chen was taken aback, as he had never been abroad before. Why do I have to go abroad? Wu Chen curiously asked. Goryeo has been very unstable recently, with many markers appearing there. Because Goryeo itself doesn't have many strong individuals, the strongest is only at the first stage of the shell transformation realm. The markers were few in the past, so it wasn't a big deal, but this time the markers suddenly increased, and Goryeo has started seeking help from other countries. Wu Chen nodded, then asked, if that's the case, why not go together as a class? Why call me here separately? Because this time you have a secret mission. Wu Chen was surprised and asked curiously, what secret mission? Assassination. Inhu's tone suddenly turned cold, and a sense of killing intent filled the air. Who do I need to kill? Wu Chen narrowed his eyes, as it was the first time Inhu had asked him to kill someone. This time, Goryeo has sought help from many countries. Due to its weak strength, it is now like a piece of cake that everyone wants a piece of. According to intelligence, the main contested area where various countries are heading to in Goryeo is the battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom and the Beautiful Kingdom. Battlefield? You mean? Exactly, it's the battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom and the Beautiful Kingdom from the past. Wu Chen furrowed his brows. Why fight over that battlefield? The specific situation is unclear, but it is said to be to retrieve the souls of the dead soldiers of the Beautiful Kingdom on the battlefield. It is speculated here that the Beautiful Kingdom may have given birth to an evolver related to souls. Although the Dragon Kingdom has received many bodies and relics from the battlefield before, there are still some that cannot be found. If it is indeed the ability to control souls, the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers' dragon souls must not fall into the hands of other countries. Inhu's tone was very serious, and Wu Chen understood the importance of this mission. Your task this time is to retrieve the remaining relics of the Dragon Kingdom on the battlefield, and now we have this ability, so we must not let them remain outside. Your task this time is to eliminate all those who obstruct or covet these things. You can go all out this time, and we, the 12 zodiac signs, will mobilize most of our forces to escort you. People outside our generation will definitely not appear on the battlefield. Wu Chen nodded solemnly. Rest assured, this mission will definitely be completed. Well, this time because all of your classmates are just passing through, it will be recorded, and you need to hide your identity. After all, the current situation is chaotic. Although the human race is said to be allies on the surface, no one has been chosen as the leader. All countries are eyeing this position, so do not expose yourself unless absolutely necessary. We have arranged a new identity for you, so you can just take her place when the time comes. With that, Yin Hutiger took out a bag with a strange expression on his face. Wu Chen saw what was inside and took out the contents from it. However, soon after seeing the arranged identity, his mouth twitched. What is this all about? Yin Hutiger forced a smile and said, there's no other way. This guy looks too much like you, in terms of body shape, appearance, and even identity. Besides, he went missing a few days ago, and he's an orphan, so. Wu Chen looked at Yin Hutiger, who was trying to hold back his laughter, and felt that this guy was definitely doing it on purpose. At this moment, the god of slaughter in Wu Chen's mind burst into laughter. Ha ha, what is this? It's so funny, it's too similar. In Wu Chen's hand, a cold-looking woman with long hair was printed on the ID card. And Wu Chen's identity this time is a member of a third-rate girl group in South Korea, Kim Ju-soo. In other words, he needs to cross-dress as a woman to enter it, but fortunately, this mission will only last for a week. However, Wu Chen still found it hard to accept. The god of slaughter in his mind was about to burst into laughter. Wu Chen listened to the laughter of the god of slaughter, and his forehead veins bulged. Meanwhile, in a certain laboratory, Ouyang Botu was discussing something with someone. With the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, there is no need for him to hide his identity. Nowadays, even children like to be heroes. It's not good to keep hiding. Ouyang Botu smiled, it's always a process to go through. Although it seems peaceful now, once there is a freak who can crush other post-natural evolutionists at the same level, he will definitely become a target. When things settle down, what belongs to him will be his, and he won't run away. Moreover, if such large-scale killings are known to the public, there will be consequences. Let the young ones bear too much pressure. We old folks are not dead yet. The person next to Ouyang Bota nodded at his words, then looked at the confidential documents in his hand. A corner of the document was exposed. Protect the dragon's soul outside and return home. After receiving the task, Wu Chen returned to school as he had other things to do. The first thing he did when he returned to school was to communicate with Shilong. Shilong had no objections and let Wu Chen do as he pleased. Wu Chen nodded, then walked into the classroom and raised the platform. Walking onto the platform, Wu Chen looked down at the somewhat confused crowd below. Why didn't you come to carry out the mission when I called you, and why did you all run away? Wu Chen's words stunned the crowd, who then looked at each other. Finally, someone casually said, "You and Tianjiao big brother have gone over, what do we need to do? If your strength is not enough, it's useless for us to go over. We would just be sending food." The others also agreed. Wu Chen's expression became colder as he heard this. In that case, can I kill you all and plunder your spiritual energy and abilities? Since even we can't accomplish the task, there's no use for you. It's better to let me fulfill it. With that, Wu Chen drew out the god of slaughter, his eyes filled with killing intent. The person instantly dared not speak. He was not a fool. If even Xianyuan Tianjia was not Wu Chen's opponent, he stood no chance. Since you all think of yourselves as useless, why not leave the opportunity to become stronger to others? Are you worthy of the chance to become stronger? Are you relying on the strong to do everything for you? Are the evolvers here just to make you stronger? Or have you already started to feel indifferent towards ordinary people once you gain power? A group of useless freeloaders, only seeking benefits without taking responsibility. Why are you still here if that's the case? Just go home and sleep, a bunch of waste. The crowd fell silent, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In all honesty, they did have such thoughts, thinking that they didn't need to do anything if there were strong individuals to rely on. If the strong couldn't accomplish certain tasks, what use were they? This attitude made them reflect more on themselves. In simple terms, they had gained resources but had not yet taken on the corresponding responsibilities. Some useless waste, only interested in taking advantage without taking responsibility. Why are you still here? Just go home and sleep, a bunch of waste. The crowd murmured, some clenching their fists, looking displeased. Truth be told, they were able to enter to prove their talents. It was just a matter of awakening sooner or later. Although they had indeed not completed the current task, they didn't consider themselves waste. When she and others below were also surprised by Wu Chen's words. After all, they had spent quite some time with Wu Chen, especially when she, who was hearing him speak so much for the first time, and in such a loud voice. What gives you the right to call us waste? It's just one task we didn't go to, you weren't injured either, is it necessary to go this far? We can just follow along next time. Someone retorted, and Wu Chen instantly appeared in front of the person and kicked them. Bang! The person was instantly kicked away. Stop the nonsense, I came here this time to give you a beating. Whether you are waste or not, I don't care. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he drew his sword and charged into the crowd. The people reacted by resisting directly. After all, they were not fools, even if their strength was lacking, they couldn't just stand there and take a beating. Half an hour later, everyone present, including Wen Shi and others, were all pressed to the ground and rubbed over, including the girls. Wu Chen sheathed his magic sword and glanced at the fallen people, saying, a group of powerless and irresponsible waste. After speaking, Wu Chen nodded toward Shilong and left for other matters. Shilong smiled faintly and then turned to the students, saying, don't be so angry, he meant well. If you're not satisfied, feel free to challenge him anytime. Fighting here doesn't violate school rules, focus on training and reflection, it's time for dinner. Shilong left after speaking. These kids were currently untrainable, they probably needed to lie down for a while. Wu Chen was firm but not excessively harsh, it would hurt, but not for a long time. At this moment, Wu Chen was doing something important. He didn't have the mood to lecture these people with high principles. People can never be taught by others, they need to experience it themselves to understand some things. Beating them up was just a vent, without much other thought. In the following days, Wu Chen continued to teach on time, introducing some information about the foreign lands and the current distribution of power, occasional sparring, and assigning some small tasks. Over half a month passed, and as September approached, they finally received their second task. Going abroad? The crowd looked surprised at Shilong. Yes, go to Goryeo. It's been quite turbulent there recently, they say even zombies have appeared, it's really out of hand. Shilong shook his head in disbelief. Evolvers evolve based on their cultural heritage, the more powerful a person's psychic abilities, the more likely their thoughts will manifest. But the ability to turn people into zombies left Shilong speechless. He didn't know what to say, except that Goryeo was truly a genius. Of course, awakened individuals were exceptions. These beings were all based on choices. while Shilong was speaking, Wen Xi's gaze was fixed on Wu Chen. I don't know why, but she recently felt that Wu Chen was not right. During the day in class, he would often close his eyes and fall asleep. She quietly approached Wu Chen. Hey, what have you been up to lately? Why do you seem so out of it? When she reached out and touched Wu Chen with her finger. When Wu Chen heard Wen Xi's words, he also recalled the past half-month of his life, his expression instantly becoming unnatural, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Nothing's wrong. Really? How about you join my group when we go to Goryeo? When she smiled and spoke. No need, I was given a secret mission from above, so I won't be with you guys. Just follow Tian Zhao's orders. When she was stunned upon hearing this, and Tian Zhao, who was beside her, also looked at Wu Chen with some curiosity. What mission do you have? Tell me about it. Tian Zhao asked with a smile. If I have the chance to meet you in Goryeo, I will tell you. Wu Chen's eyes dodged. This made Wen Xi even more curious, staring straight at Wu Chen as if trying to guess his thoughts. Unfortunately, she couldn't read minds after all. I'm laughing to death. Shameful, Mo Dao, dismemberment, one by one, super invincible and fierce code names appearing above your head, and in the end, you have to cross-dress and dance in a girl group, ha. Jushin laughed mockingly at Wu Chen, who listened to his mockery, the veins on his forehead becoming more pronounced. However, soon, he seemed to think of something, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. After the class that day, Wu Chen did not return to the dormitory, but went to the Zodiac organization's base. Oh, you're here, the thing is here. Inhu smiled and handed him a necklace when he saw Wu Chen. This necklace can shield your cultivation, making you look like an ordinary person. Those who can see through the shell will know, but rest assured, Goryeo won't have anyone above the shell stage, at least you won't encounter them. Inhu sounded confident, and Wu Chen nodded in response. Meanwhile, Jushin in Wu Chen's mind mocked, does this have a gender-changing function? Wu Chen looked at Inhu and asked, can this change the appearance of weapons? Inhu nodded. Don't worry, Ouyang Botu has arranged everything. Speaking of which, this is also your capital for going to the exotic lands in the future. This is for trial, and there will be improvements in the future. Wu Chen nodded, and Jushin in his mind suddenly had a bad feeling. Wait, you're not thinking, Jushin tentatively said. Don't worry, you guessed right. Wu Chen smiled as he walked out of the office with the necklace. Later, when he appeared outside the base, he drew out Jushin. I think there are some things that can be discussed, Jushin said in a pleasing manner. Discuss my foot. Wu Chen put on the necklace, and a white light flashed. The crimson magic sword in Wu Chen's hand had completely changed its appearance. The pink sword body full of girlish hearts, paired with a handle like a big red flower, looked full of girlish hearts. Change back, quickly change back. I am Jushin, not a little fairy, change back. Jushin's tone was filled with despair. Don't worry, I'm the one holding the sword, not you. It's fine, it will only remember a pink long sword called Jushin, not you. Wu Chen smiled slightly, and in Jushin's mind, looking at his smile, at that moment he felt like Wu Chen was a demon. Really like one. After changing the appearance of the sword, Wu Chen rode his motorcycle towards the school. At that moment, Inhu, who was watching the surveillance video, smiled slightly. This is just like a child, sigh, I just didn't expect that something that can make you act like a child would be a magic knife. In Tiger sighed, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. What a pity. Back in the dormitory, Wu Chen began to pack his things, he had to leave tonight. He looked at the women's clothing on the bed and twitched his mouth. He really didn't want to wear it, but it was indeed a task, and the reasons were very sufficient. When Jin Jishio went missing after traveling abroad, Longbo found him, so they informed the management company over there. Wu Chen sighed and then put the clothes into the domain ring. Nothing, it's better not to let acquaintances know. Wu Chen could only comfort himself like this. He had to put on makeup, and during this time, he had to learn about women's knowledge when he came back at night, and also study Jin Jishio's personality, which is why he kept his eyes closed during the day. But he wasn't sleeping. He was avoiding reality. Wu Chen walked towards the location given by In Tiger. Finally, he arrived in a room. Oh, why are you here? Wensi looked at Wu Chen curiously. She received a notice from Shilong to come here and do makeup for someone, and she was very confused because any girl in the school could do makeup. Why did they have to find her? In the end, she came here with doubts, but she didn't expect it to be Wu Chen. And Wu Chen was completely stiff. He didn't expect In Tiger to arrange Wensi to do makeup for him. He must be doing this on purpose, I'm going to kill him. Wu Chen roared in his heart, and at that moment, In Tiger suddenly sneezed twice. Ah Cho, who's thinking about me? Rubbing his nose, In Tiger thought somewhat arrogantly. And the god of slaughter in Wu Chen's mind started laughing again. Am I supposed to do makeup for you? Wensi suddenly realized something and then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Wuchen stiffly nodded. You want to cross-dress? Shut up. It's a task. Wuchen's voice trembled slightly. Oh, it's a task. Wensi elongated her tone, her eyes full of teasing. She found Wuchen super cute like this. Can you imagine a boy nicknamed the Magic Rat, holding a magic knife, full of killing intent, blushing and asking a girl to do makeup for him and saying he wants to cross-dress? This was the scene Wensi was seeing now. Hurry up, I have to leave soon. Wuchen urged quietly. Okay, faster. Seeing Wuchen's appearance, Wensi didn't joke around but took out the special preparations given by Shilong to do makeup for Wuchen. Come and sit. Wensi patted the chair, signaling Wuchen to sit down. Wuchen followed suit. Come, let's take a picture first, record your handsome face now. Wensi took out her phone, then leaned her face close to Wuchen's, with a sweet smile on her lips. Smile, Wensi said. Wuchen didn't refuse, it wasn't a big deal. Wuchen's lips slightly curled up, the girl was very close, a faint fragrance entered Wuchen's nostrils, smelling the scent, his body also stiffened slightly. Not bad, very handsome, come on, I'll do your makeup. Saying that, Wensi put away her smile and became serious. Soon, the lines on Wuchen's face softened slightly, making him look like a cold goddess. Wensi looked at Wuchen's appearance and touched her smooth chin. Okay, that's it. Teacher Shilong said this can last a long time, it's okay to wash your face, and when you come back, you can use something special to remove it, there won't be any side effects. If you have to disguise yourself for your tasks, you must be careful, Wensi earnestly reminded. Okay, I'll be careful. Because Wensi didn't have a smile on her face, Wuchen also felt a bit more relaxed. Well, come on, we're also in Goryeo. If anything happens, give us a call and we'll come support you. When she said before packing up her cosmetics and leaving, she didn't want Wuchen to feel uncomfortable, it's better to pretend not to know at this time. Seeing when she leave, Wuchen also took out the women's clothing from the ring. He looked at the pink dress and his mouth twitched. Damn Goryeo, just wait. Wuchen blamed Goryeo's damn entertainment culture for the reason he had to cross-dress. Without any surprises, the enemies Wuchen would encounter next would be in for a tough time. After changing into the dress, Wuchen completely transformed into a cold and beautiful woman. Although he looked completely like a woman, his aura couldn't be changed. And maybe because of his bad mood, with a black face, even if makeup covered the masculine lines on his face, he still looked a bit fierce. Ha, this is hilarious. In his mind, the god of slaughter was still laughing wildly. Now that he had turned into that ghostly appearance, he laughed even more recklessly. Wuchen ignored him, adjusted his mood, and then rode his motorcycle towards the airport. Speaking of which, Ian, who was really something, not even arranging a car for Wuchen when he was in women's clothing. On the street, Wuchen, wearing a pink dress and showing off a lot of leg, rode his motorcycle like the wind. When waiting at a traffic light, a car next to Wuchen rolled down its window. The person in the car looked at Wuchen's slender but muscular legs and whistled. Miss, can I have your contact information? We can go out for a meal together in the future. Wuchen's calm face instantly turned dark again. He resisted the urge to draw his sword, and when the light turned green, he revved the throttle and sped off. At the airport, the person who came to pick up Wuchen led him onto the plane bound for Goryeo. Wishing you a safe return. When boarding the plane, the person who came to pick him up saluted Wuchen. Wuchen nodded, and then followed the plane as it left the land of Longwa for the first time. Goryeo was not far from Longwa, and a few hours later, Wuchen safely arrived at the airport. Just as he got off the plane and walked out of the airport, Wuchen saw several girls waving at him. Wuchen instantly recognized them as being from the same team as Jin Jishio. This third-rate girl group had only 3 members. Their names were quite similar. Jishio, Jia, Jimei, and the name of the girl group was also called triplets. They had no representative works and were not well received. Jimei and Jia were both beautiful, but their styles were different. Jimei looked like a girl next door, full of youthful vitality, wearing a JK uniform, like a schoolgirl. Jia looked more like an older sister, appearing much gentler. Being in a girl group in Goryeo, their looks must be passable, and both of them were not short, standing at 176 centimeters, but still a bit shorter than Wuchen. Well, now she should be called Jishio. Jimei opened her arms and ran towards Wuchen the moment she saw him, looking very excited. Wuchen also reached out and pressed her forehead. Oh, Jishio, where have you been? You know how worried I've been about you. Jimei said impatiently. Alright, Jimei, Jishio has just returned and must be tired, so don't bother her. Jia looked much gentler, like an older sister. Wuchen also nodded in agreement. That's right, Jishio, have you grown taller and your hands seem bigger? Jimei said strangely. Ahem, I've been through a lot in other countries during this time, received quite a bit of stimulation, so some changes are normal. Wu Chen used his psychic abilities to change his voice, giving it a neutral tone. Ah, you must have suffered a lot. Let's go back quickly, I miss you so much, he said. Jimei listened to Wu Chen's words, looking at him with a heartache expression, then grabbed his arm and headed towards the car. Jisho has really suffered a lot, his arms have become much stronger, not like before when they were soft, Jimei said, making Wu Chen's face stiffen. Yeah, during this time he often runs away. Wu Chen could only start making up stories. Fortunately, Jisho himself had a cold demeanor, so there weren't many flaws. Soon, the three of them arrived at a residential area. After parking the car, Jia put on a mask and led Wu Chen upstairs. Jisho, you should rest first. You must not have had a good night's sleep in these past few days. Rest well tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow we will start preparing for the competition, Jia said gently after opening the door. Wu Chen nodded and then headed towards the room with the information. Jia watched Wu Chen's departing figure with some concern. I wonder what Jisho has been through, he looks so worn out. Yes, and his body is so stiff, I don't know if he can dance the day after tomorrow, Jimei also expressed her worries. Let's take it step by step. Although we have signed up, there is so much competition, we probably won't be selected, Jia comforted. Jimei also agreed. At this moment, Wu Chen looked at the room filled with girlish decorations, his mouth involuntarily twitched. Although he was mentally prepared, this was too girly. Wu Chen sighed helplessly. Luckily, it's only for a week. At this moment, In Tiger sent another message. In Tiger, kid, have you arrived safely? Wu Chen, yes. In Tiger, I have sent you the location. When you have time, you can go and check it out. By the way, I forgot to mention the mission time earlier. Your mission will start after the students from the Evolution Academy arrive, which will be about a week. Wu Chen, what do you mean? In Tiger, it means that your classmates will only arrive next week, so you still have plenty of time. Enjoy it. Wu Chen, where do you live? In Tiger, looking at Wu Chen's last message, burst into laughter. Ha, this kid is quite quick. On the other side, Wu Chen, resisting the urge to smash his phone, reluctantly accepted this annoying message. At this moment, footsteps were heard at the door. Thud thud thud. Jisho, are you asleep? Do you want something to eat? Wu Chen didn't want to respond at first, but after some thought, since the mission was important, he decided to answer. Yes, I'll have a little. After speaking, Wu Chen changed into a more neutral outfit. He didn't want to keep wearing a skirt all the time. Opening the door, Wu Chen paused for a second, a hint of embarrassment flashing in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed this emotion. Because Jimei and Jia were dressed in revealing clothes, with hollowed-out pajamas, it was easy to see inside, but fortunately, both of them were wearing underwear, so Wu Chen treated it as if they were at the beach. Why are you still wearing clothes at home? Jimei looked at Wu Chen in casual attire with some curiosity. I'm not used to wearing pajamas anymore. Wu Chen said lightly, then found a place to sit. That's true, you probably haven't rested well during this time, so it's normal not to be used to wearing pajamas. Jimei nodded, her tone tinged with concern. The three of them sat around a small table, eating kimchi. Wu Chen's mind was not on the food, but on listening to the two of them chatting, occasionally responding. He is very confident in his makeup and emotional control, and it is almost impossible for two ordinary people to see any clues. They chatted for quite a long time, mostly gossip, nothing special. It's just about the competition on the day after tomorrow, which Wu Chen also knows about. It is said that the best female dance group will be selected in the audition to perform a dance. Wu Chen doesn't have much obstacles in dancing. Apart from possibly not being too graceful, he has learned almost everything under the ridicule of the god of slaughter. Most of the dances in Goryeo are mainly modern dances, not like the Dragon Kingdom dance that requires cultivating temperament from a young age. After dinner, the three of them each went back to their rooms to prepare for bed. Wu Chen did not go to explore the terrain. After all, he has everything he needs now, and he may just need to wait for the evolutionists from other countries to come and hunt on that battlefield. The next day, Wu Chen was awakened by Jimei and the other two, saying they were going to the talent agency to practice dancing for a while and asked Wu Chen to rest well. However, at noon, Wu Chen was unexpectedly visited by an uninvited guest. Jisho, are you home? A man's voice came from outside the door, causing Wu Chen to furrow his brow. Opening the door, a middle-aged man stood at the door, wearing a suit and looking somewhat displeased. Upon seeing Wu Chen, he was momentarily stunned, then immediately frowned. Jisho, what's the matter with you? Why didn't you tell me when you came back? Do you still have me, your agent, in your eyes? The man's tone was full of dissatisfaction, and he wore glasses with a condescending look. But this was normal. In Goryeo, unknown female groups are even inferior to ordinary people. Jia said I could rest at home today. Rest for what? Come with me. The boss's son heard that you're back and specifically asked for you. Come with me. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Wu Chen's hand. Bang! A hint of hostility flashed in Wu Chen's eyes as he extended his leg and kicked the man away. Watch your tone, if you don't want to die. Wu Chen's tone was extremely cold, his pitch-black pupils turning red at this moment. Even without using psychic abilities, his physical abilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. He was already in a bad mood to carry out this task, and now he was being asked to accompany someone else. They really treated him like a woman. Wu Chen had heard a lot about the talent agencies in Goryeo. Cough. How dare you? Dare to treat me like this? Do you want to compensate for breach of contract? Bang! Wu Chen grabbed the man with one hand and kicked him again. Repeat what you just said. Wu Chen's words were filled with a cold killing intent. The agent looked at Wu Chen, not knowing why, as there seemed to be no change in Wu Chen's eyes. With fair skin, black long hair, and a beautiful face, but the aura emanating from him made the agent extremely fearful. Trembling, the agent looked at Wu Chen, feeling as if he might be dismembered by Wu Chen in the next second. I'm just a messenger. The boss's son wants to see you. The agent's voice trembled, and upon hearing this, Wu Chen seemed to suddenly realize something, then a smile curved his lips. Alright, take me to see him. Since he was now a member of the Goryeo girl group, Wu Chen didn't need to worry too much. The agent looked at Wu Chen's smile, feeling that the usually charming smile now seemed sinister. He had a feeling that trouble would arise if he took Wu Chen there. But if he didn't, he might lose his life today. Okay. The agent nodded, wiped the blood from his mouth, and with a fearful expression, stood up and walked towards the door. Sitting in the agent's car, Wu Chen was taken to the company by the other party. After entering the company, the two passed through the lobby and headed towards the elevator. Ji Xiu, you might need to change your outfit. Wu Chen turned to look at him upon hearing this. What do you mean? The boss's son wants you to wear a maid outfit. Wu Chen raised an eyebrow, suppressing the displeasure in his heart. Then let's change. Hearing Wu Chen's words, the agent breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt that Wu Chen's agreement was too simple. Ji Xiu, why are you here at the company? As the elevator passed a certain floor, Ji Mei suddenly walked in, sweating profusely, looking like she had just finished dancing. Something came up, Wu Chen said lightly, then followed the agent out of the elevator. Ji Mei seemed to have realized something upon seeing the agent, her face instantly becoming somewhat frightened and sad. It seemed that she had also figured something out, but she had no choice. Soon, Wu Chen was dressed in a maid outfit and taken to the top floor. Speaking of which, Wu Chen's maid outfit was quite out of place. Even in women's clothing, he belonged to the cool and beautiful type, and due to his height, the inherent sense of oppression was quite strong, making the maid outfit feel somewhat awkward. But it also gave off a feeling of wanting to conquer. Soon, Wu Chen was brought to a large door. Pushing it open, a huge bed came into Wu Chen's view. On the bed was a man with an oily face, somewhat handsome, but his handsomeness seemed unnatural, and he looked greasy. He was accompanied by two well-proportioned beauties, with a lecherous look on their faces. Oh, little Ji Xiu is here, do you need a bath? The man's eyes flashed with a hint of perverse gloom upon seeing Ji Xiu, his mouth smiling teasingly, his tone full of provocation. The two women beside him were asked to leave. No need, do you want me to call your dad? Wu Chen's mouth curved into a wicked smile, his tone somewhat strange. Ha, wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? The man was taken aback and did not notice anything unusual about Wu Chen, but instead his face showed an even more perverse expression. It's okay, go ahead and call him, Wu Chen said with a smile. However, the agent behind Wu Chen swallowed hard. For some reason, he felt like the temperature around Wu Chen had dropped slightly. Since little Ji Xiu has this request, then of course I must fulfill it. The man's smile became even more twisted, and then he took out his phone and made a call. Soon, a chubby man entered the room, and the father and son looked nothing alike, but their expressions were exactly the same. With everyone present, a hint of red light flickered in Wu Chen's eyes. The two men ushered the agent out of the room, then approached Wu Chen with lecherous expressions. Wu Chen smiled wickedly at the corner of his mouth, followed by a loud noise. Bang! At this moment, everyone in the building suddenly looked up at the ceiling. Someone shook their head and said, "The boss is really something, the commotion today is too big." In the room on the top floor, the pink-colored Jusen sword handle was stained with a little blood, and the two men knelt on the ground, with some scars seemingly cut by toy-like long knives, their faces bruised and swollen, looking at Wu Chen with fear. The man couldn't understand why Ji Xiu, who used to be cold and resistant but powerless to resist, had become so terrifying. Wu Chen, dressed in a maid outfit, looked down at the two men. What is the winner of tomorrow's talent show going to do? Go dance for Lord Death. Perform. Wu Chen's eyes showed a hint of understanding upon hearing this. If he didn't guess wrong, this Reaper should be the main character of this beautiful country this time. Sequence 044, Supernatural Reaper. It is said to be a supernatural ability that can turn the dead into Earth soldiers, but this is compulsory and also requires a medium to summon. However, Wu Chen feels that he is not summoning souls, but more like using relics to create a monster similar to a soul. This should also be the reason why they came to this battlefield. There were too many people who died here in the past. Each one of them was an elite among ordinary people. Although this power does not pose a great threat to evolvers, it is equivalent to a nuclear bomb, as it can wipe out ordinary people in a city in a short period of time. Currently, evolvers make up less than half of the world's population, and the population is very important. Moreover, if this ability truly grows in the future, it will be very terrifying. After all, if the world really descends into chaos, the number of dead will be too many. Fortunately, this guy cannot summon someone stronger than himself, and besides having more monsters, he doesn't have any special abilities. It is a supernatural ability that is very lethal to ordinary evolvers, but it will not cause much trouble for true geniuses. After thinking for a while, Wu Chen tapped the blade of the Godslayer with his hand. The two men knelt on the ground and secretly glanced at Wu Chen. Although it was strange why Wu Chen would use such an ugly knife. Can we leave now? The man asked with a flattering smile. Bang! Wu Chen kicked him into the ceiling, embedding the man's head into it, his life or death unknown. The remaining man's son looked terrified, almost screaming out. But Wu Chen's blade tip was already close to his neck. As long as he dared to make a sound, Wu Chen dared to kill him. If he dies, will this company be yours? With these words, the man instantly froze, tremblingly raised his head to look at Wu Chen, his eyes filled with fear and a hint of expectation. Why yes. Looking at his expression, Wu Chen's face showed a slight smile. I'm not interested in your money. I'll give you a chance to live. I want to be the champion of tomorrow's selection, understand? When the man heard that Wu Chen was not interested in his money and wouldn't kill him, his eyes instantly lit up. He nodded frantically. Of course, you can consider calling the police on me, but... At this point, Wu Chen suddenly paused, then looked up at the man's head still embedded in the ceiling. Immediately, a dark red flame rose, the flame appearing for a very short time. 3 seconds later, the man on the ceiling turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. The remaining man's eyes were filled with even more fear. He had heard of this ability. Evolvers, he had wanted to hire an evolver as a bodyguard before. But all of Goryo's evolvers were controlled by the top conglomerates, and the strongest were only at the second stage of shell-shedding realm. However, he had also witnessed the power controlled by these people. With a casual punch, they could shatter a fake mountain over 3 meters high. He had seen this kind of flame ability that Wu Chen possessed, but they usually released fire from their hands or mouths, unlike Wu Chen who could silently raise a flame and instantly burn a person to ashes. I won't. The man's voice trembled. Wu Chen, expressionless, retracted the Godslayer and then turned and left. Seeing Wu Chen leave, the man first breathed a sigh of relief. Then his eyes were filled with excitement. He would take over the company as quickly as possible, and then rightfully marry his stepmother. Wu Chen was not very clear about what happened next. He watched the agent at the door and said, "Take me back." The agent nodded quickly. Although the soundproofing was very good, he still heard some things. At this moment, he was really on pins and needles, afraid that Wu Chen would punch him. After all, he had just seen it. There was only one person left in the room. As for calling the police, he never thought about it. He was just slightly better than the artists, and his position in the company was not that high. Otherwise, a third-rate girl group like Triplets would not have ended up in his hands. Soon, Wu Chen was taken back home. Back at home, Wu Chen turned on the TV and listened to the TV while scrolling through his phone. As for why he wanted to be the champion, his idea was that since it was a performance, there would probably be many people from beautiful country that day. Inhut said that high-end combat power would not appear on the battlefield, so he decided to approach and test the strength, mainly to see how many people the other side had brought. If there were not many people, it would be best to take them all out at once. If there were many people, he would have to figure out a way to kill them. Anyway, once he entered here, Wu Chen would not let this group of people leave alive. Not a single damn one could escape. But speaking of it, Wu Chen suddenly felt that it was quite refreshing to change identities like this. At least he could do things without feeling restricted. Of course, it would be even better if he didn't have to cross-dress. Clearing his mind of distractions, Wu Chen opened Wenxi's chat box. The other party had sent him many messages. How is it going, Wu Daebody, with the mission in Goryeo? Wu Chen, no problem, but don't call me beauty. When she quickly replied. Okay, won't call you that, we will be there next week, to provide support and help mark a point. Wu Chen, well, I observed it on my first day here, the intensity of the marked point is not high, just a large quantity, there won't be any danger, just a bit troublesome due to the wide distribution. I see, then is it possible for me to see you then, you dress up like a star, will you perform on stage? Wu Chen looked at the message when she sent, his expression stiffened. Wu Chen, don't worry about it. On the other side, when she looked at the message Wu Chen sent and burst out laughing, she felt that Wu Chen was really cute. I'm looking forward to meeting you in Goryeo more and more, little Wu Beauty, when she smiled to herself. At night, Jia and Jimei returned home. Seeing that Wu Chen's face was fine, they seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Jishio, are you okay? Jimei's tone carried a hint of concern, her eyes full of pity. Wu Chen didn't react to her appearance for a moment, shaking his head. I'm fine, what's wrong? But soon, Wu Chen suddenly thought of something, his eyes showing a hint of strangeness. These two don't think I was slept with, do they? Wu Chen thought this way, and then looked at the eyes of the two, becoming more certain of what he was thinking. I have nothing to do, you can rest assured. Wu Chen said lightly, then stood up and walked towards the room. It seems like there really is nothing wrong. Jia looked at Wu Chen's normal walking pace, and the worry in her eyes dissipated at this moment. Jimei also nodded, they didn't expect the company to treat people like this. Jimei had just come back and called him over. But it seemed like they had escaped a disaster. The two glanced at each other, then let go of their worries. In the room, Wu Chen sat on the bed and fell asleep early. He didn't want to have too much conversation with these two people, as the more they talked, the more likely problems would arise. Sleeping early was the way to go. And so, Wu Chen's second night passed very peacefully. In the morning, Jia knocked on his door. Jishio, are you awake? We are going to participate in the first round of auditions today. Wu Chen opened his eyes upon hearing the voice. Okay, let me change and freshen up. After Wu Chen replied, he changed into casual clothes. There was a dedicated wardrobe stylist there, so Wu Chen didn't need to worry too much. The three of them walked together towards the company. Later, they were taken to the audition venue by their agent. Upon arriving at the venue, the three of them, due to their lack of fame, were quickly sent to the backstage to wait for their turn. Jia and Jimei were a bit nervous, while Wu Chen remained calm. Soon, a girl came to the backstage to do their makeup and select outfits for them. Wu Chen twitched his mouth. Beside him, Jia looked at him enviously and said, Jishio, I noticed that you've become much more beautiful after going out. Look at those shoulders, those long legs, that skin, just a bit small in the chest, maybe due to lack of nutrition. Jimei also nodded frantically beside her, even wanting to reach out and pinch Wu Chen. But Wu Chen definitely wouldn't let her touch him. Alright, let's get ready to go on stage. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he walked straight out of the backstage. Wearing a dress, there was no other emotion in Wu Chen's eyes, as he had prepared himself mentally these days. If there was something uncomfortable, it was that the clothes were too tight. It made him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the style was neutral, not too revealing, just a short top and shorts. Wu Chen put it on. Quite plain, but his face was really well made up. Overall, he looked quite neutral. Their dance wasn't provocative, just a normal modern dance. Soon, the three of them went on stage. There were 3 judges in front, 2 women and 1 man. Because they had been taken care of, the 3 of them made eye contact with Wu Chen the moment they saw him. It's him! The 3 of them read each other's minds and prepared to praise even if Wu Chen danced poorly. Sometimes money power is just so unreasonable. Wu Chen looked at the audience in front of him, unconsciously swallowing his saliva. There was no longer calmness in his eyes, but a sense of nervousness and embarrassment. His previous mental preparation completely collapsed at this moment. He had indeed overestimated his sense of shame. With the sound of music, the other 2 had already started moving their bodies. Wu Chen was still dazed and slow. At this moment, the voice of the executioner in his mind shouted, "Dance, or you will be exposed. Imagine this is your room, lower your senses, let the executioner sing for you." The executioner's tone was full of excitement, and at this moment, he didn't know where he had pulled out a guitar in that red mist space, wearing sunglasses, long red hair matching Wu Chen's face, and an extremely flamboyant leather jacket, looking like a rock bassist. So passionate. The executioner's roar also brought Wu Chen back to his senses, and at this moment, he didn't think of anything else. Instead, he followed the executioner's words and proceeded accordingly. He blocked his senses and started moving his body. With the music playing in his mind, he seemed to be back in his room, and most of the nervousness in his heart disappeared. At this moment, the executioner in the red mist space stepped on a speaker, pointing his finger at the guitar and strumming it. "Oh, baby, let's get excited, music." With the sound of the guitar, Wu Chen on stage also began to move to the music. For a moment, the whole audience fell silent. Even the movements of the two people beside Wu Chen involuntarily became smaller. Everyone stared in astonishment at Wu Chen on stage, their eyes filled with bewilderment. It wasn't that Wu Chen's dancing was bad, but rather, the rhythm he danced to was clearly different from the music playing on stage. The two next to him wanted to remind him, but the audience below made it difficult for them to say anything. Although Wu Chen's movements were correct and well connected, they were too stiff, giving off a mechanical dance vibe without the smoothness of others. It seemed somewhat out of place. The sound engineer backstage was sweating profusely. He frantically adjusted the music, trying to match Wu Chen's rhythm. After nearly a minute of adjustments, he finally synced the rhythm with Wu Chen's. Jia and Jimei quickly followed Wu Chen's rhythm. There was a hint of embarrassment in their eyes. Wu Chen was immersed in the world of the god of slaughter and was unaware of the outside world's thoughts, believing his movements were flawless. It wasn't until the god of slaughter stopped the music that he opened his senses. Seeing the stunned faces of the judges in front, he furrowed his brows. "What's wrong?" Wu Chen asked curiously. Nothing." Jia thought it best not to tell Wu Chen, as she felt he was truly immersed just now. She hoped the judges' words would be tactful. Meanwhile, the judges recovered from their shock. The three exchanged glances, and the first judge pressed the pass button directly. "Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I've never seen such a wonderful dance. I declare, you're through." "Ha?" Jimei and Jia looked puzzled, their eyes filled with astonishment. The second judge then spoke, very rhythmic, full of vitality. "This is what young people need nowadays. Wonderful, you're through." The third judge was even more exaggerated, standing up and praising with the microphone. "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Dancing with such dynamic movements, you're the next international superstar. I declare, you're through." Wu Chen nodded, somewhat satisfied with the expected outcome. "You're still useful." Wu Chen thought to himself. Of course, I am the god of slaughter, I understand music too well." The god of slaughter laughed heartily with hands on hips. Wu Chen turned and left with the two stunned individuals. The backstage manager informed the boss of the situation. The boss rubbed his chin and said, "The last judge. Is there a problem?" The manager asked hurriedly. "More money. What's wrong?" Wu Chen frowned, looking at the two girls beside him. These two had been staring at him since they got on the car, making him uncomfortable. "Nothing. It's just that the change is so significant." Jimei's tone carried a hint of emotion, and when Wu Chen heard this, he furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you mean?" He thought his disguise had been exposed. "It just feels like your dancing is a bit different from before, so immersed on stage." Jia finally found the word immersed after searching for a while. Wu Chen was taken aback. Did he dance so well? "It's okay, maybe I had some insights during the escape process," Wu Chen said lightly before turning away. Seeing Wu Chen's calm demeanor, Jimei and Jia also became somewhat unsure. They exchanged glances and finally understood each other. "We can't tell her." They decided to keep this matter to themselves. As for the broadcast of the show, they trusted the editing capabilities in post-production. However, advancing to the next round was a good thing. They were still happy. Wu Chen touched his chin and then asked the driver, "Do we still have a competition?" The driver shook his head and said, "If we advance, we will automatically enter the dance performance next week. The order may be poor, but it is still a large stage performance." Wu Chen nodded. He wasn't concerned about the performance, but rather the audience. He wanted to see how many people had come. Soon, the three of them returned home. Wu Chen said he was tired and headed straight to his room. The other two didn't say much. The original Ji Xiu also had this personality, not fond of talking. After returning to his room, Wu Chen took out his phone and started watching videos. In the following days, Wu Chen didn't have much communication with Jia and Jimei. They only met in the morning or had meals together. Of course, they also practiced dancing together. Speaking of which, Wu Chen had been criticized many times for his stiffening bones. He had nothing to say and could only awkwardly cooperate with them. However, stiffness didn't mean that Wu Chen lacked flexibility. It was just that all his flexibility was used for fighting, so he would feel uncomfortable suddenly dancing. He didn't want to put effort into that aspect. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, a week had passed. Jia and Jimei trained late every day, while Wu Chen would practice for a while and then go home. Initially, the two were a bit dissatisfied, but in the end, the manager said, "If you're not willing, go accompany the boss and shut your mouth." They both knew very well what the consequences of accompanying the boss would be. Soon, the day of the performance arrived. On that day, people from the Evolution Academy also successfully arrived in Goryeo. Except for no one else knew Wu Chen's whereabouts. They only knew that Wu Chen had been on a mission elsewhere for a week and would meet up with them after the mission was over. After getting off the plane, Wen Shi chatted with the people around him. During the conversation, Wen Jun couldn't help but say, I have to say, there are indeed many beautiful women in Goryeo. It's a pity that kid Wu Chen is missing out on it, not enjoying the blessings. Brother, not everyone is like you, Wen Shi said somewhat reproachfully. On the side, Shangguan Qingrong also spoke up, my brother would never do those things. Shang Guanzhan nodded in agreement. In his impression, Wu Chen was a very rational, strong, and wise man. However, he might soon have to break that idea. They were taken away by the Goryeo delegation for hospitality, and Goryeo said they had invited their country's most outstanding male and female groups to perform. The emotions of the crowd varied, some were excited, some were down, and some expressed disdain. Using male and female groups for hospitality, truly worthy of Goryeo. After entering the seating area, everyone began to observe their surroundings. There were many people from various countries, but the most important ones were just a few countries. A group of muscular young men from the polar bear country, various types from the beautiful country, including muscular ones, those with dark features, and those fiddling with something. It was quite chaotic, but not all countries had sent representatives. Only 5 countries had come: Dragon Country, Polar Bear, Beautiful Country, Sakura Country, and the British Knights of the Earth. It seemed that all the visitors were unfriendly. When they saw Xian Yuan Tianjiao and others enter, they watched with interest, but deep in their eyes, there was an unerasable vigilance. In the backstage, Wu Chen frowned. He hadn't expected people from the Dragon Country to come as well. He thought only people from the Beautiful Country would be there. The number of people from the Beautiful Country was not much different from that of the Dragon Country, about 30 people, and the other countries were similar. People who come here are mostly secretive and probing. Since the appearance of the evolvers, the strength of various countries has already begun to change. Undoubtedly, in countries like Dragon Country and Beautiful Country, there are definitely powerful evolvers among the top nations. At least all 12 zodiac signs are. The number of evolvers in other major countries is also similar, with countries like Goryeo being emptied by Beautiful Country, which is normal. There are not many cherry blossoms, and while there are many evolvers among them, there are not many top-tier strong ones. Wu Chen, behind the scenes, is calculating the strength of both sides. The strongest among them is Xian Yuan Tianjiao, an 8th-order evolver, while the strongest in other countries are only 7th-order evolvers. Normally, Wu Chen could leave everyone here, but he doesn't plan to do so. Firstly, if everyone stays here, the chaos caused would be too great, and since the strength of the other side is already known, Wu Chen is confident in taking them all out. All that is needed now is time. As for Goryeo, it's none of his business. Alliances in peacetime are like waste paper at this time. If it weren't for the threats from foreign lands and other races, humans would have started fighting each other long ago. Now, except for the people from Dragon Country, everyone else is an enemy. Being identified as a person from Goryeo at this time, what else is there to wait for? And there is an even more important reason not to act now. There are too many acquaintances, and it's easier to recognize someone's face. Once the knives are drawn, it's no different from exposing oneself. Such a thing absolutely cannot happen to him. Soon, one after another, male and female groups went up to perform, and the audience was initially interested. After a while, it became boring. Soon it was Wu Chen's turn. As the few people went on stage, the people from Dragon Country were instantly shocked. When Shi's mouth couldn't help but curve up, her eyes shining brightly, she had taken out her phone at some point and quickly took a photo. Damn, what's going on? When Jun rubbed his eyes in shock as he looked at the woman on stage wearing hot pants who looked extremely similar to Wu Chen. Big brother? Shang Guanzhan unconsciously called out, while Wu Chen on stage remained calm. He knew that the more critical the situation, the less room for any flaws. Not even a little bit. Shangguan Qingrong also pinched her thigh, her eyes full of disbelief. This is too similar, right? When she watched with interest as Wu Chen danced below, while people around were discussing. Girl, this person looks too much like Wu Chen, right? If I didn't know that Wu Chen was on a mission and didn't sense any psychic energy from her, I would have thought she was Wu Chen in disguise. When Jun approached Wen Shi in surprise. When she nodded with a smile, indeed, I was also taken aback. But whether to say it or not, if it weren't for Wu Chen, this beauty does look good. While there was a lot of discussion going on, Wu Chen on stage had already finished his performance silently. Wu Chen walked off the stage calmly, while the two people beside him looked nervous. Obviously, they were still excited to go on stage this time. After all, They had never dreamed of being on such a big stage. The two of them discussed on the side, while Wu Chen had already called his agent over. "Take me back," Wu Chen said lightly. Since the audience was all here, he didn't need to stay with Jia and Ji Mei anymore. He was ready to change places and also investigate the battleground of the others. The agent hurriedly led the three of them outside. "Take me to the company," Wu Chen said lightly. The agent nodded quickly. Ji Mei and Jia looked puzzled. They had noticed a few days ago. The agent suddenly seemed particularly afraid of Jishio. The car quickly arrived downstairs at the company. Wu Chen opened the door and said, "Take them home, I have something to do." With that, Wu Chen walked into the company building and headed straight for the elevator. Ji Mei and Jia watched Wu Chen's back and started discussing. Could Jishio have caught the boss's son's eye? It's possible. However, their discussion was soon interrupted by the agent. Meanwhile, Wu Chen had already kicked open the door to the boss's office. Thud! The man knelt down on the ground, looking at Wu Chen with fear. Do you have any orders?" He was afraid that Wu Chen had come to kill him. After all, he had been very happy these days. After marrying Xiaoma, he had no interest in other women, mainly because Xiaoma was enough for him. It was really moist. With full control of the company, his power had reached the top of this company, and this kind of life was too intoxicating. He was truly afraid that Wu Chen would take it all away with one stroke. "Arrange a house for me, I want to live alone, any problem?" No problem, I'll arrange it right away." The man became excited the moment he realized Wu Chen wasn't there to kill him. He quickly made arrangements over the phone. "It's all set, you can move in, rest assured, this house will only be yours in the future." "No need, I will leave soon, you don't have to worry so much." After Wu Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. The man was also excited to hear Wu Chen's words. No one wants a sword hanging over their head, and he didn't either. To be honest, he had already started thinking about how to get rid of Wu Chen. He just hadn't figured it out yet, but if Wu Chen wanted to leave on his own, that would be great. Thinking of this, he instantly became happy and even wanted to go home to find Xiaoma. Wu Chen was unaware of his emotions at the moment, as he was being taken to a residential area. Looking at the new house, Wu Chen nodded, then dismissed the person who brought him there. Taking out his phone, Wu Chen sent a message to Yin Yutager. "Wu Chen, people from various countries have all appeared, is there anything to pay attention to?" Yin Yutager quickly replied. "Yin Yutager, kill the god first, he must die first. As for the others, do your best, kill as many as you can, but try not to leave too many flaws." "Wu Chen, no problem." Wu Chen put away his phone, a hint of red flashed in his eyes involuntarily. He didn't need to hide anything now, as he planned to invite Wen Shi out tonight. Since they were both there to deal with the marked points, Wu Chen believed Wen Shi should know where the marked points that other countries needed to deal with were located. By then, he could also go there in advance, directly kill that group of people. His cultivation level indeed needed to be raised. Otherwise, his current level of cultivation would not be enough to go to the exotic land later. They didn't know much about the specific situation in the exotic land. But one thing was certain. The strong in the exotic land must be far superior to the blue star. If it weren't for some kind of will-suppressing cultivation on the blue star, it would probably have been occupied by the other side long ago. Wu Chen sent a message to Wen Shi. "Wu Chen, can you come out tonight? I have something to discuss with you." At this moment, Wen Shi in the embassy looked at the message sent by Wu Chen on her phone, and couldn't help but smile. "Wen Shi, of course, what's up?" "Wu Chen, do you know where the marked points of other countries are? If you have specific locations, send me a list." When she saw this and her eyes flickered for a moment, then typed in response, "Then send me the address tonight, such important matters must be discussed in person." Wu Chen, okay. Wu Chen tidied up a bit, then changed his clothes. After all, there was no need to pay attention to others now. It didn't matter what he wore, as long as his face didn't return to its original state. As for the issue of the knife, he had already figured out a solution. Kong Li's ability would come in handy. Soon, Wu Chen walked down the street in casual clothes. The streets of Goryeo were not much different from Longwa, the only difference being that there were not too many people, mostly young people. Soon, Wu Chen saw Wen Shi sitting on a public bench. Wow, who is this, so beautiful? When she looked at Wu Chen, her tone slightly teasing. Wu Chen did not have any emotional fluctuations in response to Wen Shi's playful words. "I plan to go to the mark point assigned by beautiful country first. Where are they located?" Seeing Wu Chen's serious expression, Wen Shi also took out her phone and opened the map of Goryeo. This location, their border, is also near the battlefield of the past. While we have been completely assigned in the opposite direction, they may also be able to sense what we are up to. Wu Chen nodded, then curiously asked, "What are the means for us to search for relics here?" "Hushin. when she mentioned a familiar yet unfamiliar name. Him? I remember he's only evolved to the 5th rank? Because of his ability? Wu Chen asked curiously. He had quite an impression of this Hushan. During the time in Nanzhong, he had intended to come and help Wu Chen and the others, but was caught up in other matters midway. He had sent a message to Wu Chen before, but Wu Chen had a lot of messages on his phone, so he hadn't seen or replied at the time. I remember his sequence is 025, is it summoning spirits? When she nodded. Yes, a kind of technique similar to the legendary divine art, but it doesn't summon any so-called gods or ancestors. Wu Chen understood. You can go to that battlefield tomorrow morning, I plan to probe them tonight. Wu Chen said lightly. Will it be dangerous? And I feel like Sakura and beautiful country seem to be plotting something, when she asked with some concern. Although Wu Chen was very strong, she was still a little afraid that he might be ambushed. It's okay, their plot is nothing more than observing us, taking action, or colluding together, but such things have no effect in the face of absolute strength. Even if I can't beat them, I can still run. Wu Chen's tone was full of confidence. When she didn't say much more after seeing this. Well, you should go back early, coming out too late at night may arouse suspicion from others, I have to leave too. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he turned and left directly. When she smiled as she watched him leave, and after Wu Chen's figure disappeared into the crowd, when she covered her mouth and chuckled, what's this, just being shy, what a lame excuse. After that, when she also left with her hands behind her back. On the other side, Wu Chen had already taken a taxi in the direction when she had given. Fortunately, Goryo was small, and he arrived at his destination in less than an hour. After paying the money, Wu Chen flashed with his body as the car left, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. On the other side, a group of people were gathered in a space, chatting and eating chocolate. John, you should be close to breaking through soon, right? A man said to the slightly gloomy young man in front of him. Yes, after completing this mission, I can break through to the 8th rank. The man nodded, and his classmates around him also looked at John with admiration after hearing his words. Even the young ladies have started to throw flirtatious glances at him. John's eyes were filled with pride, but soon, a terrifying red mist suddenly spread around them. What's going on? An evolver reached out to touch the mist, and the moment his hand touched the red mist, he felt a sharp pain. For some reason, these red mists seemed to be like knives, piercing through his body, but after the pain, his body was unharmed. There are enemies. Someone in the crowd shouted, and a huge figure descended from the sky. Bang! This monster? The crowd looked at the figure approaching 3 meters high in shock and fear. As the smoke cleared, a long-haired and beautiful woman with a fierce look on her face was staring at them. And the so-called monster they mentioned was the girl who suddenly appeared in front of them. And this person was Wu Chen. At this moment, his appearance had not changed much, but his body was full of muscles. His size had also grown to nearly 3 meters tall. In his right hand, he held a pink machete close to 2 meters long, with a huge red flower embedded on it, resembling the face of a fairy, with a body like a diamond. If one word had to be used to describe it, diamond fairy would be extremely fitting. The people of the beautiful country swallowed hard, their eyes filled with shock and fear. Who are you? Wu Chen also knew the language of the beautiful country, so he spoke fluently in Sakura language, saying, enough talk, who's the Grim Reaper, come and face death. Everyone present was instantly stunned, their eyes fixed on John. Wu Chen also locked eyes with John, with his golden hair and blue eyes, a handsome but sinister face, now looking at Wu Chen with fear. Mainly because Wu Chen's oppressive aura was too strong now. The face of an angel, the body of a diamond, even a man would be afraid. At this moment, the god of slaughter in Wu Chen's mind, holding a comic book, shouted, got it, shout this move next. Cherry Blossom Snow Slash. After receiving the signal from the god of slaughter, Wu Chen shouted, Cherry Blossom Snow Slash. The terrifying blade energy slashed straight ahead, accompanied by a huge blue barrier rising in front of the Grim Reaper, blocking the attack. Wu Chen looked puzzled, as he did not sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from the opponent. Technology? Wu Chen muttered, then slashed out again. In order not to reveal his identity, he had spared no expense. He didn't even dare to shout dismemberment directly using the moves from the Sakura Country manga. Run, it's coming for us. John roared, then a silver whiteboard suddenly appeared in his hand. As he stepped on it, flames also spewed out from the board, and then he flew 3 meters high and quickly flew away. John was not stupid, the aura on the opponent was obviously much higher than theirs, staying here at this time was useless except to die. Wu Chen frowned, the situation was more tricky than he had imagined. At this speed, unless the opponent used his own ability to run, he couldn't catch up with other people's abilities. Kill the people around you first, advance to the second level of the shell-shedding realm, and you can use it. That guy will definitely die as long as he can't leave here. The god of slaughter shouted, pulling Wu Chen's thoughts back. Wu Chen looked at the people fleeing in all directions, a hint of red light flashing in his eyes. It seems that your country doesn't care much about you, you are just some cannon fodder. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he picked up a machete over 2 meters long and began to wildly swing the blade energy. Some people tried to resist, but their attacks on Wu Chen were completely ineffective. At this moment, his muscles were like the toughest barrier, blocking all attacks from the crowd. The terrifying machete was like a meat grinder, one slash at a time, anyone caught by him would be killed instantly. Soon, the place turned into a mess, surrounded by bones. 10 ran away. Out of a total of 30 people, 10 ran away. There was no way. This giant spirit leaned towards strength and defense, but was still too slow in speed. Wu Chen sent a message to Wen Shi on his phone. Let 20 of our people leave, hide, and if people from other countries ask, say they died, killed by A. Wu Chen hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to send it or not. But in the end, he gritted his teeth for the mission. A diamond fairy. After sending the message, Wu Chen didn't even look at his phone, but took advantage of the lingering effect of the giant spirit's power and flew towards the direction where people from other countries were. On the other side, when she looked at the message sent by Wu Chen with a smile on her face, but she didn't just laugh. She told everyone about this matter. What? Other countries were attacked? And most of them are dead or injured? Someone said in surprise. When she nodded, then said, it is said that a guy named Diamond Fairy made a move, very terrifying, extremely powerful, only 10 people left from the beautiful country, and we can only leave 10 people here too. Hearing Wen Shi's words, Xian Yuan Tianjiao also understood something. He turned to the crowd and said seriously, listen to Wen Shi, since it was arranged from above, let's not ask too much. Next, I will call out the names of those who will stay. After that, Xian Yuan Tianjiao called out a total of 10 people, including himself and Wen Shi. The rest of the people were then dispersed. No matter where they went, they couldn't appear here in the next few days. There was no objection from the crowd to Xian Yuan Tianjiao's words. After a sarcastic remark, they all left one after another. As they left, someone spoke to Xian Yuan Tianjiao, Brother Tianjiao, if Brother Sheng comes here asking where we went, you can't deceive us. We left according to the mission. Xian Yuan Tianjiao smiled at the words, don't worry, I won't lie, but don't be too happy too soon. The mark point guarded by the beautiful country has been directly broken up. There will probably be many intruders coming out. Try to kill them all, and if asked, try to mention the cherry blossom language. The 19 people who left nodded, indicating they understood. On the other side, Wu Chen had already begun his slaughter. He was like a bulldozer, leaving no grass behind. The White Bear Country, the Cherry Blossom Country, and even the people of Great Britain were killed by more than half. And Wu Chen targeted the key figures. Although not the top geniuses of each country, it was enough to make them suffer. And this was not the end. After crushing the people of the Cherry Blossom Country under his feet, Wu Chen looked at the increasingly terrifying space ahead, his eyes filled with contemplation. Forget it, the foreign lands are also common enemies of the human race, let's consider this as a way to advance. After thinking for a moment, Wu Chen took a deep breath in place. He condensed half of the remaining spiritual energy in his body onto the executioner's blade. Crimson mist began to emanate from his body, as if his killing intent, surrounding him, looked extremely fierce. Soon, huge monsters walked out from the front space, and what awaited them was not a new world, but Wu Chen's full force strike. The first move of the demon blade 7 slashes, dismemberment. The several meter high blade energy slashed towards the many intruders in front. A group of intruders were directly killed in half before they could react, and Wu Chen's figure completely disappeared from the spot. He was ready to break through. Soon, the checkpoints arranged by other countries were all lost, followed by hundreds of foreigners rushing into the streets to start killing. The people from countries like Beautiful Country were all killed and huddled in their respective embassies, too afraid to go out. On the other side, Wu Chen had already returned to the room. As long as he broke through the cocoon realm, this mission would be no problem. At this moment, as he broke through, the god of execution seemed to be asleep, lying silently in the space. The red mist around seemed to have a certain intelligence, slowly spreading and preparing to cover the place where the god of execution was. However, they could never get close to that small area. The entire room fell silent. On the other side, when she and the others began to deal with the checkpoints they were guarding, the people looked at the low cultivation creatures in front of them with a hint of disgust in their eyes. The battle did not last long, and within just half an hour, no intruders entered the checkpoints. After feeling the disappearance of the checkpoints, the people did not intend to go outside to help the ordinary people, because they were probably unaware at the moment, and if they went out to help, it would be hard not to associate the people from other countries being killed by them. At this moment, in the sea area near Goryeo, the tiger-headed tiger wearing a tiger mask was confronting a beautiful woman holding a golden spear and wearing golden armor. She had snow-white skin and a heroic look. Sequence 030, the wise goddess Athena, one of the 12 main gods of beautiful country. Tiger, are you sure you want to stop me? Athena pointed her long sword at the tiger in front of her, her beautiful face speaking words of great gloom. No, I'm just standing here. You can go past, this is not your country's territory. The tiger shrugged innocently. Athena's face darkened when she heard the tiger's words. Her task this time was to protect the god of death, but the appearance of the tiger made it impossible for her to break free. Wherever she went, the tiger followed, tirelessly. And she had already received the latest news. The evolutionists of their country were attacked by people suspected to be from Sakura country in Goryeo, resulting in the loss of 20 people. Fortunately, the god of death was able to escape with her blessing. But her blessing could only be used 3 times in total, and once used up, it needed to be re-empowered. Get out of the way. The situation was urgent, and Athena had no intention of entangling with the tiger, directly lifting her spear and attacking the other party. Oomph, close combat, I've never lost. The tiger snorted coldly, accompanied by 9 tiger tails appearing behind him. His body also began to rapidly expand, his hands turning into tiger claws and directly attacking forward. The spear and claws collided, accompanied by a huge thunderous sound, creating an incredibly huge wave in the sea area under their feet. At the moment of the collision, Athena suddenly smiled mysteriously. Her golden armor began to disassemble and transform, finally turning into several small floating cannons bombarding the tiger. Boom! Athena burst out of the black smoke, a blue barrier suddenly appearing around her. The Athena in the barrier became extremely exposed, with her armor appearing like a bikini, only covering the essential parts. She looked at the black smoke ahead with a smug smile and said, "Do you know why I am called the goddess of wisdom? The times have changed long ago." With that, she was ready to turn and leave. Suddenly, a huge figure rushed out of the smoke, a 9-tailed tiger nearly 10 meters tall pouncing towards Athena. The huge claws were like swatting a fly, directly knocking the previously triumphant Athena into the sea. A hint of disdain appeared on the tiger's face. "TCH, do you think I'm stupid? Would I come to fight without intelligence? If you don't give me any loopholes, do you really think you're smart?" Having said that, the tiger transformed back into a human form and stood in the air. Athena, who flew out from the sea, also had a smile on her face. Not bad figure. How about joining me for a drink? Too much fighting isn't good. We can do something beneficial for human progress. Athena's hair was dripping with water at this moment, looking very disheveled. Hearing the tiger's teasing, she instantly became angry. She pointed her spear, and the floating cannons beside her began to unleash countless lasers and cannonballs, each strike powerful enough to kill a transcendent realm expert. The gunfire and lasers began to output frantically. Her spear also began to transform into a weapon resembling a Gatling gun. Bullets and lasers crazily shot towards the tiger. Countless waves and steam rose from the sea. The tiger also put away his smiling expression, looking very serious. The opponent was going all out, so he couldn't play around. "Girl, don't be too hot-headed, watch out for irregular menstruation." After saying that, the tiger roared to the sky, and a giant tiger shadow manifested behind him. 9 tigers defeat heaven. The 2 transcendent realm experts engaged in intense battle here. And this kind of scene was also happening elsewhere. The common people were unaware of the battles of the top experts. After the night passed, they seemed to have regained courage during the day. Of course, it was also because the higher-ups of Goryeo began seeking their help. People had to come to the streets to hunt down the intruders. On the street, John, who wielded a sickle to kill an intruder, observed people from other countries. He noticed that people from all countries were missing. Initially, he suspected it was a conspiracy from the Dragon Country, but his doubts were dispelled when their people reappeared. After all, the Dragon Country also had fewer people, but it couldn't be ruled out as the other party's conspiracy. As for the Sakura Country, to be honest, he didn't believe they had the guts to make a move against them. They were just a vassal state, and even with the appearance of evolvers, it couldn't change their inherent fear. This was John's confidence in his own country. However, he didn't know that after the appearance of evolvers, some countries' higher-ups had long lost control of power. Xian Yuan Tianjiao also knew that people from other countries were observing them. He shouted towards Hushin not far away, "Hushin, you and Wenjun go to that battlefield, we will follow later." Hushin was a slender young man with long hair, lifeless eyes, and drooping eyelids, looking extremely listless. Wearing a black tracksuit, he held a large knife with a red ribbon floating on it. After hearing Xian Yuan Tianjiao's words, he nodded and then left the battlefield with Wen Jun. And a few people were missing from the beautiful country. At this moment, on the former battlefield, John looked excitedly at the ground. As long as he collected all the souls here and transformed them into his Earth soldiers, he would undoubtedly be the deserved genius when he returned to the beautiful country. He put away his sickle and pressed his hand on the land full of historical traces and bloodstains. Fallen souls of war, in the name of the Grim Reaper, I command you to serve me, become my Earth soldiers. As soon as he said this, green particles suddenly appeared around him, slowly drifting towards John. These green particles also contained some red particles. They flew very slowly, as if a little lost. Emperor Yen Yu. Suddenly, a golden flame turned into an arrow feather and shot towards John, who was gathering the dead souls. John also noticed the attack and gave up collecting the souls, leaping towards the rear to dodge the attack. The red particles seemed to suddenly lose their target at this moment and fell to the ground. Above the sky, with a pair of golden eyes, Wen Jun held the witch demon sword and looked at John, saying, I have no objection to you collecting the souls of those beautiful soldiers of your country, but there are still many dragon soldiers' bones and relics on this battlefield. Wait until we have taken them away before you take action. Humph, I am here for these soldiers. I don't care which country you are from. Whoever blocks me, I will kill them. The opportunity to become the first genius was within reach, and John would not give up. The sickle in his hand turned into a monster appearing in this place. The monster was equivalent to his cultivation level, with a handsome human face and wearing a military uniform, but with a vacant expression, like a soul, holding his sickle. Hushin, I will stop him, you collect the souls first. Hushin nodded, then placed one hand on the ground. Summoning. No way, stop him. John shouted to the people beside him, and the people around him also reacted at this moment, rushing towards Hushin directly. Hushin looked at the fifth-order evolutionists charging towards him, his face darkening. Seeking death. Summoning, Marshal St. Guan Yu. With his words, it seemed as if a man rushed into his body from above his head. However, that man didn't look like Guan Yu from history. Soon, Hushin opened his eyes, glaring angrily, and conjured a large knife with red fabric floating around it in his hand. Hey! The foreigner dares to harm my dragon descendants, this big knife will cut off his neck. A majestic male voice emanated from Hushin's throat, as he directly swung the large knife towards the evolutionist charging towards him. The heavy knife carried an extremely powerful force as it slashed towards the man's neck, and the two began a life and death struggle. At the moment when Hushin used his abilities, the land seemed to undergo some changes. Did you hear that? I heard it. That is. Yes, that's right, it's the dragon's roar, They are coming to take us away. While everyone was immersed in the battle, no one listened to that voice. Hushin wielded the large knife without any rules, full of killing intent, and the evolutionist from the beautiful country was suppressed by the big knife, suffering greatly and covered in wounds. On the other side, John and Wen Jun were evenly matched. John's seventh-order cultivation combined with the demon formed by the sickle, two seventh-order beings fought against Wen Jun. Although they had no special abilities, their strength was enough to give them a slight advantage. Wen Jun swung the witch demon sword towards John, and the battle between the two sides fell into a stalemate. At this moment, accompanied by a dragon's roar, John was directly blasted out. Wen Jun turned his head and saw Xian Yuan Tianjiao looking at John with a serious expression, his black pupils filled with dissatisfaction. Emperor! John had naturally heard of Xian Yuan Tianjiao's name, his eyes full of unwillingness. This guy, like the others on their side, was one of the country's most outstanding geniuses and the most eye-catching. This time, he had finally obtained this opportunity, and as long as he succeeded, he could also stand at the top of the world in the future. On the other side, Hushin injured the opponent's arm, then returned to Xian Yuan Tianjiao's side. What's going on? Xian Yuan Tianjiao pretended to ask innocently. We came here to find the relics of our ancestors, and this Reaper wants to turn them into undead for his use. Wen Jun's tone was filled with anger. Reaper, is this your personal choice, or is someone behind you instructing you? The Reaper's face darkened. Of course, he wouldn't say someone was instructing him. It's my own idea. So, do you want to take action against me? You know the answer. Xian Yuan Tianjiao waved his hand, and a thunderbolt struck towards the Reaper in front of him. Boom! The Grim Reaper was unable to dodge in time, and a faint blue barrier appeared by his side once again, helping to block the attack. The Grim Reaper looked up at Xian Yuan Tianjiao with a look of unwillingness and anger in his eyes. This attack is a warning. We have no right to manage your own soldiers, but the ancestors of my Dragon Kingdom can only be taken away by us, the Dragon Kingdom. Whoever dares to touch them, I will kill them right here. Xian Yuan Tianjiao's tone was cold, and the elements around him began to manifest, with the golden dragon roaring as if expressing the anger of its master. The Grim Reaper looked grimly at Xian Yuan Tianjiao in front of him. Their overall strength was simply no match for the opponent, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. When will Lady Athena come? The Grim Reaper roared in his heart. The opportunity that was within his grasp was slipping away. In fact, his main goal was the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, on the battlefield back then, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers suffered the most casualties. Although the casualties in the main battlefield of Gaoli Kingdom were even more terrifying, their combat power simply could not be compared to that of the Dragon Kingdom and the Beautiful Kingdom. He had never intended to collect those weak undead. Just as John was about to leave, suddenly people from other countries also came over. John's eyes lit up when he saw the people from Great Britain and the Sakura Kingdom. Great Britain and his country were both from the west, so it was definitely no problem to help block the Dragon Kingdom. As for the Sakura Kingdom, they were originally dogs of the Beautiful Kingdom. People of the Sakura Kingdom, come and help me. John shouted towards the people of the Sakura Kingdom. Those people were a bit stunned after hearing John's words. Gong Dao, the people of the Beautiful Kingdom are calling us, what should we do? The people of the Sakura Kingdom were led by a man wearing a kimono with a katana at his waist. Let's go see what's going on. It's not time to tear our faces apart yet. Gong Dao pondered for a moment before speaking. The group of people walked towards John's direction. The people from Great Britain were also approaching. John told them everything, and both sides were stunned. However, they quickly decided to help John. They were willing to make the Dragon Kingdom uncomfortable. I think the Dragon Kingdom is a bit selfish. Since we are all humans, the most important issue for us now should be the foreign lands. Any power that can enhance human strength is good power. Since the Dragon Kingdom cannot transform these undead into power, why not let the Grim Reaper take them away? This would be a good thing for us humans, Gong Dao said with a smile. The little knight of Great Britain beside him also nodded with a smile. John also looked pleased. With the numerical advantage on their side and the moral high ground, he believed that even if they couldn't reclaim the undead today, it would still be no problem in a few days. The people of the Dragon Kingdom remained silent, their gaze fixed on Xian Yuan Tianjiao. Hearing the words of the people from the Sakura Kingdom in front of him, a murderous intent flashed in Xian Yuan Tianjiao's eyes. Humph, call your little emperor over. As for you, emperor's order. With the appearance of the golden token in front of Xian Yuan Tianjiao, Wenxi, Shang Wanzhan, and others also displayed their abilities one after another. Talking nonsense, we are strong, that's the reason. When Jun said, then rose into the air, surrounded by endless golden flames. A terrifying flame formed a three-legged golden crow behind him, clearly indicating that he was about to go all out. Prepare to die. Xian Yuan Tianjiao snorted coldly, the golden dragon roared, the ground trembled, and a giant made of yellow soil tens of meters tall rose from the ground. Seal the god. Earth Spirit, obey. Legend has it that the Emperor of the human world possesses the power to command everything in the world. As the Emperor of the human race, disrespecting heaven and earth, he himself is the heaven and earth of the human race. The faces of John and the others in front instantly turned ugly. Emperor, what do you want? According to the alliance, we should be allies. Do you want to attack us? John's words made Xian Yuan Tianjiao sneer. What alliance? I don't hear it. I only see a group of beasts who seem to want to taint the souls of my dragon country ancestors. As the words fell, the earth spirit in front of Xian Yuan Tianjiao leaped up and threw a punch towards the crowd in front. John and the others' faces changed drastically, quickly dodging the earth spirit's attacks. They understood that in terms of strength, they were no match for Xian Yuan Tianjiao. After all, there can only be one Wu Chen in the world. Fighting beyond one's level is a privilege for only a few. And Death God, an ordinary genius, obviously does not belong to this category. John resorted to his old tricks, took out the flying device given to him by Athena, and left the place directly. Damn it, Xian Yuan Tianjiao, I will never let you go. John planned to wait a few days for the people of Dragon Country to finish collecting before coming back to take away the other soldiers. There was no way, they were no match in strength, and Lady Athena did not show up. John was filled with regret, as the only opportunity for promotion slipped away from his fingertips. And the Lady Athena he longed for was currently fighting with a tiger on an unknown island. The sound of the battle between the two sides was intense, with occasional violent explosions on the island, as if it would sink at any moment. Although the battle between the two sides was fierce, their injuries were not severe. Because neither of them was foolish, one was trying to break free, and the other was trying to entangle, so they did not use their full strength. After all, if a top powerhouse gets injured, the resources needed for recovery are enormous. Seeing that the group of people had all left, Xian Yuan Tianjiao shifted his gaze to Hu Shen. You can collect at ease, we have enough time. Hu Shen nodded, then closed his eyes. The spiritual energy on his body began to spread outwards, and soon he heard extremely ancient and ethereal voices. Are you from Dragon Country? Hu Shen's face lit up when he heard the voices. Yes, we are from Dragon Country. Descendant Hu Shen is here to take all the heroes back home. Great, going home is great, we've been here for so long. With the voices ringing out one after another, Hu Shen also opened his eyes. His pupils became somewhat transparent, and in his sight, he saw people in military uniforms smiling and walking towards him, their faces filled with joy. Good children, all good children, look how good-looking and tall they are. Dragon Country must be getting better and better now. Yes, it seems that the battles we fought back then were worth it. Ha, yes, look at these children, they are much better looking than we were back then. They praised these young people, and this scene was only visible to Hu Shen. At this moment, he didn't know what to say, he just felt a little sad. These were all heroes wandering outside. The first thing they thought of when they revived was to go home. As the soul slowly approached, the spiritual energy inside Hu Shen's body began to deplete rapidly. In Xian Yuan Tianjiao's eyes, they were looking around in shock. They couldn't see the souls, but they could see what the souls were attached to. They saw the broken national treasures, the rusty big knives, and the white bones floating in the air, moving towards them. Occasionally, something gently touched their heads, as if a warm hand. Quick, bring all of these back into the domain ring, Hu Shen can't hold on much longer. At this moment, when she suddenly noticed that Hu Shen's face was pale, covered in sweat, as if he had just been through a great battle. Yes, quickly. The crowd immediately realized and began to shuttle rapidly across this vast battlefield using their abilities. With so many relics, it would definitely be impossible to collect them all in one day. The group continued to collect for several days in a row, only taking breaks when their spiritual energy needed to recover. They worked tirelessly day and night. However, not a single person complained or felt tired, as this was what they should do. On the other side, Wu Chen's breakthrough was also coming to an end. The shedding shell realm, in simple terms, meant shedding the human body and obtaining a new, stronger and more resilient body. At this level, one could be considered completely beyond the realm of ordinary humans. Without activating their spiritual energy, ordinary bullets hitting them felt no different than scratching an itch. Armor-piercing bullets might cause some damage, but the strongest aspect of these evolved beings at this level was not their defense. Not only was Wu Chen undergoing changes, but within his body, the god of slaughter was also dormant, and even the spatial red mist began to change towards a certain shape. As time passed, with the recovery of the final relic, smiles appeared on the faces of Xian Yuan Tianjiao and the others. Let's go home. We can't keep them waiting too long. I'm sure they are anxious too. Xian Yuan Tianjiao looked at his companions and spoke with a smile. Yes, we can't keep them waiting too long. At that moment, everyone's minds were free of other distractions. They had only one common thought. Set off immediately, return to the Dragon Kingdom, and bring these lost heroes back home. The mission was successfully completed without any obstacles. The 29 members of the Evolution Academy returned to the Dragon Kingdom that day, solemnly handing over the domain rings in their hands to the military officers who came to meet them, with serious expressions. The officer received the small domain rings with solemnity and shouted to the many soldiers behind him, "Welcome, heroes back home." Tens of thousands of Dragon Kingdom soldiers shouted in unison at the place where the plane landed. In Hu Shen's sight, he saw souls walking out of the domain rings one by one. Their faces were full of excitement and joy. They were souls, unable to shed tears, but they listened to the dragon's roar and looked at the prosperous Dragon Kingdom with relief. They're back, it's great, our efforts were not in vain, our brothers can rest in peace under the 9 springs. These persistent souls passed through the gaps one by one, wanting to see the great mountains and rivers of their homeland, the land they had protected with their lives. Young brother, can you see us? Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked up to Hu Shen and asked. Yes, do you have any wishes? Hu Shen asked. Yes. Can you tell the higher-ups to arrange our graves in a more crowded and lively place? The man's words stunned Hu Shen. It will disturb you, and... Haha, how could it? Bullets can't disturb us, how could the voices of our compatriots disturb us? Besides, we also want to continue protecting our home. The man's words instantly stunned Hu Shen. He looked at the man in front of him, his eyes already filled with tears. Even when they return home, they still want to continue protecting it. In life, they built the strongest walls with their flesh and blood, and in death, they will also become dragon souls to protect their beloved homeland. Hu Shen nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I will tell them. The man, upon hearing Hu Shen's promise, also showed an extremely joyful smile. Thank you. With that, he turned and left. Can you tell me your name? Hu Shen suddenly shouted. We are collectively known as the Dragon Kingdom Volunteers. After the man finished speaking, he slowly dissipated into the land. He will not disappear, he will coexist with the Dragon Kingdom forever. On the other side, Wu Chen has completely broken through the shell realm. He opened his eyes, and the killing intent in his eyes became more terrifying and intense. A strange red mist lingered around him. Is this the shedding of the shell? Wu Chen looked at his hands, which had turned as white as jade at this moment, extremely beautiful, but possessed extremely powerful strength. He stood up and walked to the mirror. The previous makeup had long disappeared, and his own face was reflected in the mirror, extremely handsome. His pupils looked incredibly deep. At this moment, in the space filled with red mist, the god of execution also awakened. There was a hint of confusion in the god of execution's eyes. After he woke up, the red mist in the space dispersed towards all directions, leaving behind a larger space than before. In the red mist, it seemed like there was something. The god of execution looked at his hands and murmured to himself, "My name is Xu Xin?" Wu Chen took a bath and then opened his phone. There were many unread messages on the phone, most of them from Wen Shi. When she told Wu Chen everything that had happened to them, and reminded Wu Chen every day of how many days had passed since he started sleeping. Wen Shi, today, our dragon soul has all returned home. The mission is successfully completed. It is the 4th day. This was the last message. Wu Chen replied, I know, everything is going smoothly on my end, and if nothing unexpected happens, I will return tomorrow. After sending the message, Wu Chen put away his phone. Since the people of the Dragon Kingdom had already left, there should still be people on the battlefield today. He planned to go and take a look. According to his calculations, Shen Yuan Tianjiao could definitely crush those people, and the guys from the beautiful country would probably not give up on the souls on the battlefield. After all, there were also many soldiers from the beautiful country. After Wu Chen walked out of the house, he disappeared in place like a ghost and rushed towards the battlefield. As Wu Chen expected, after the people of the Dragon Kingdom left, John from the beautiful country did come here, but he also ran into trouble. Because he had exposed his information to the Sakura country and the Great Britain country, the guys from these two countries, along with the Polar Bear country, joined forces to stop John from collecting the undead on the battlefield. John was now having a hard time defending himself. He thought he could relax after the guys from the Dragon Kingdom left, but he didn't expect to be betrayed by his former allies. You guys from Sakura country, how dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid that I will hold you accountable when I return to Sakura country? The palace knife wielded the katana with disdain. Who will know if you die, and do you think our Sakura country is still the same as before? The world's situation has long changed. Do you still think your beautiful country is the former hegemon? The British cavalryman held a long spear and thrust it towards John. Bang! Just as John blocked the attack on one side, another person from the Polar Bear country punched him. The palace knife on the other side also slashed at him. The blue barrier appeared again, blocking this fatal blow. But after this last chance was used, it also meant that if he did not leave now, he would definitely perish here. Retreat! John shouted, then repeated his previous actions, stepping on the flying chess piece under his feet and fleeing into the distance. We can't let him go, otherwise we'll all be in trouble. The palace knife shouted, then quickly followed. Others also understood that if this matter was exposed, it would be bad luck for them all. After all, sacrificing a few ordinary geniuses for the greater good was a trivial matter. John looked back at the people chasing him on the flying device, his eyes filled with hatred. I will definitely avenge this grudge. When he turned his head to look ahead, there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Who is that? Several miles ahead, a figure was standing there. Holding something in both hands above his chest, the whole person was facing him in a bow stance. This person was Wu Chen. Wu Chen had seen their battle early on and had been waiting here for quite some time. He wore a black mask, with crimson long hair fluttering in the wind, holding the handle of the Godslayer sword horizontally above his chest, the tip of the sword pointing forward. Wu Chen exhaled, the spiritual energy in his body began to condense towards the Godslayer sword. Crimson mist began to spread and slowly gather on the sword. Dissection is not possible, but to slay the heart, block the mind, crush the spirit, gather killing intent into a sword, focus the tip of the sword in form. Meanwhile, John and others who were close to Wu Chen saw a different scene at this moment. In front of them was filled with red mist, as if there were monsters roaring in the mist. After hearing the roar, they were scared stiff in place, as if they were locked in place and unable to move, with no other thoughts in their minds at the moment. Only fear. Unparalleled and pure fear. Ahead, as if someone was standing on endless piles of bones looking down on them, like a higher being looking down on lower beings, it was a pressure from the level of life. And the source of this pressure was Wu Chen. At this moment, his whole body was filled with crimson mist, all poured into the Godslayer. Endless negative emotions erupted from it, firmly suppressing the enemies in front. 7 cuts of the demon blade. Second form. Heartslayer. With Wu Chen's words, his body instantly disappeared from the spot, stabbing forward at an incredible speed. From a distance, a bloodline over a meter long instantly crossed hundreds of meters, passing through the crowd. In less than 3 seconds, Wu Chen appeared behind the evolutionists of various countries. There was no blood on his sword, it was even clean to an unbelievable extent. The evolutionists behind him stood dumbfounded in place, as if nothing had happened. Wu Chen put away the Godslayer and left the place directly. After Wu Chen left, a clear light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Their fear faded away, because the extremely strong killing intent from before had disappeared, and the mist ahead also disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. So cold, someone said, and the others instantly felt a chill. John suddenly felt itchy in his chest. He looked down and suddenly widened his eyes, filled with fear and disbelief. My heart? In John's chest, a fist-sized hole appeared, piercing through his body, and his heart was already gone. Not just John, the hearts in the chests of everyone disappeared, and blood slowly flowed out at that moment. The eyes of the crowd began to blur, and their bodies became colder and colder. In a daze, they seemed to see their hearts jumping in front of them, as if a mischievous child was playing hide and seek with them. However, in this game of hide and seek, the loser would lose their life. Come back. I don't want to die. John reached out. As the Grim Reaper, he was afraid of death. He wanted to grab that heart, but in the end, he collapsed weakly on the ground. With the sound of each landing, except for a few people from various countries who did not come here, everyone present died. The scene was the same, with fearful faces, disappeared hearts. One cut to the heart, crushing the spirit and taking lives. After Wu Chen killed John, Athena above a certain sea seemed to suddenly realize something, her face darkening. Athena glared fiercely at Inhu, then turned and flew towards her own country. Seeing this, Inhu did not pursue, but smiled and said, it looks like things have come to an end. After speaking, Inhu also returned the way he came. On the other side, Wu Chen also set out on the journey back to his country. Since those people had all been killed, he had no reason to stay here. Early the next morning, Wu Chen returned to the airport in Ancheng. First, he went home to report his safety to his uncle, then he went to the base of the Zodiac organization. Oh, you're here, long time no see, how did the mission go? Ian, who was sitting in the office, looking at something, and when he saw Wu Chen come in, he smiled and spoke. They're all dead, but judging by the numbers, some of them should have returned to their countries. Ian, who waved his hand and chuckled, it's not a big deal, as long as that little death god is dead. By the way, remember to visit Ouyang Botu, he has something to discuss with you. Wu Chen was taken aback. Ouyang Botu? Looking for me? Ian, who nodded. I'm not sure what the situation is, but he specifically asked for you by name. Go to the base and check it out. Okay. Wu Chen suppressed his doubts and then left. Ouyang Botu was located in the special small house near the ancient palace in Ancheng. Wu Chen remembered the place and went there directly. Half an hour later, Wu Chen arrived at the location. At the entrance, a white-haired man in a white coat was standing as if waiting for someone. Upon seeing Wu Chen, the man smiled slightly and walked over. You're Mo Shu, right? Follow me. Wu Chen nodded. This man was Ouyang Botu, his striking white hair making him very noticeable. It was said that he was actually quite old, but suddenly awakened on the day of the marking, becoming an evolver, ultimately rejuvenating, and Wu Chen was not sure what his ability was, but it was said to be very strong. Do you feel any discomfort after shedding your shell? In a bright corridor, Ouyang Botu suddenly asked. Wu Chen was taken aback, then shook his head and said, there's no discomfort, just that my strength has increased. Ouyang Botu nodded, then fell silent. Wu Chen didn't speak either. The two of them walked one after the other and soon arrived at the entrance of a small room. As an infrared beam scanned Ouyang Botu's body, the door opened automatically, revealing a pitch-black interior, indicating it was an independent space inside. Let's go, you should be familiar with this kind of technology, it's just a simple creation of a space by cutting. Wu Chen nodded, realizing that a domain was created in a similar manner, utilizing a space node as a medium during a moment of spatial vulnerability, then cutting to create a new spatial connection point. Wu Chen followed Ouyang Botu into it, and as the scene flashed before his eyes, a pristine white room appeared in front of them. What is this? Wu Chen looked at the completely enclosed space, feeling puzzled. Test your strength in a normal state, attack at will, it will be your opponent. Saying this, Ouyang Botu clapped his hands. Suddenly, a humanoid creature condensed from the white wall in front of them. It gradually emerged from the wall and transformed into a creature resembling a model. The creature wielded a long knife, exuding a powerful aura. "Go ahead and attack, I'll be fine," Ouyang Bota said with a smile as Wu Chen looked at him. Wu Chen nodded in response, then drew out the Godslayer. Dismember. After shedding his shell, Wu Chen's spiritual energy became more abundant, and the range and power of dismemberment became even more terrifying. The blood-colored knife energy, approaching within tens of meters, slashed towards the white dummy with an incredibly powerful force. The knife energy passed through the white figure without any hindrance, then smashed into the white wall, slowly dissipating. The white wall seemed to absorb Wu Chen's attack like mud. "Well done. Under normal circumstances, your strength already far exceeds that of an ordinary evolver in the shell transformation stage. Very impressive," Ouyang Bota applauded, not hiding his praise. "It's nothing," Wu Chen modestly replied, while Ouyang Bota waved his hand. "Alright, come with me, we need to check your various physical values." After speaking, something resembling an elevator appeared in front of Ouyang Bota, and he led Wu Chen into it. The two of them descended straight towards the ground. Ouyang Bota checked Wu Chen's body and then let him leave. As Wu Chen was leaving, Ouyang Bota said a few words to him. "Take care of your emotions, don't be too closed off. You finally fought for a good life. There will be many opportunities for battles in the future. This year should be the last beautiful time for you. It won't be easy for you once you enter the foreign domain." Wu Chen understood the latter part of his words, but the former part was a bit unclear to him. Ouyang Bota didn't elaborate and just smiled as he saw Wu Chen off. After Wu Chen left, Ouyang Bota returned to the laboratory. Looking at Wu Chen's various values on the large screen in front of him, he nodded in satisfaction. Strength, speed, defense are all top-notch choices, and the mentality is also excellent, especially the soul. Ouyang Bota looked at the awakening in the soul, his smile deepening. On the other side, Wu Chen returned to the Evolution Academy. As he returned to the classroom, Wu Chen immediately saw When Shi waved at him, and Wu Chen walked over. "How did the mission go?" When Shi asked curiously. "It went smoothly," Wu Chen nodded. "Smoothly, but why did you change back? You were so beautiful before." Wu Chen sensed the teasing tone in When Shi's words and twitched his mouth. "Let's not talk about it anymore, let's pretend that it never happened," When Shi chuckled at his words. "All right." At that moment, When June suddenly approached with curiosity. "What are you two chatting about, so happy?" "Nothing," Wu Chen quickly interjected, fearing that When Shi might let something slip. Seeing his reaction, When Shi laughed even more. When June, hearing that there was nothing interesting, lost interest. "By the way, Wu Chen, my parents want me to take you home when I have time because you saved us. They want to thank you in person," When June suddenly remembered and said. Wu Chen was taken aback, then nodded. "Sure, just let me know when you're free." Wu Chen did not refuse. Some things must be responded to, or else the other party will feel uneasy. It's like when someone gives a gift, some people's first thought is to reciprocate. In such situations, it's best not to refuse, as it will help both parties get along better and prevent the other person from feeling uncomfortable. "Okay, let's go to my place this weekend," When June nodded. When she, on the side, looked at Wu Chen's profile and seemed to think of something, her cheeks blushing. A few days later, When June called Wu Chen. "Hello? Come over, it's the weekend. My parents have prepared a table of dishes to entertain you." When June sounded excited. "Alright, I'm free." Wu Chen calculated his time after hearing the invitation and found that he had enough time, so he agreed. "Uncle, I'm going out for a bit," Wu Chen informed his uncle before leaving. "It's time to eat, we'll talk after the meal," Aunt Debo said. "I have something to do, you guys go ahead and eat. I'll be back in the evening," Wu Chen said before leaving. Aunt Debo didn't insist, knowing that Wu Chen had a lot on his plate. After a while, Wu Chen arrived at the address given by Wen Jun, who was already waiting for him. When Wen Jun saw Wu Chen, his eyes lit up. "Hey, you're here, come on, my parents have been waiting for you for a long time." Wen Jun sounded excited, though he wasn't sure why. Wu Chen parked his car and followed Wen Jun. "By the way, I've been wanting to ask you, where did you go when we were in Gaoli last time? You came back with much stronger energy," Wen Jun said enviously. "Oh, I was on a secret mission somewhere, killed quite a few people, and my cultivation naturally improved," Wu Chen said casually. "Impressive, it reminds me of something. There was a girl in a girl group in Gaoli who looked a lot like you. Unfortunately, I forgot to take a picture, otherwise I would have shown you," When June reminisced about their experience in Gaoli. Wu Chen's mouth twitched upon hearing this. "Really?" When June didn't notice Wu Chen's discomfort and continued, "Yes, it was the first time I saw a girl and a guy look so alike in real life. I've only seen that online before. That's quite a coincidence." "Indeed, I think so too. Come on, this is my home." The two of them walked to Wen Jun's house. In the villa, the maid greeted Wen Jun. "Young master, you're back. Is this the young master Wu Chen who saved you before? Wu Chen felt uneasy being called young master. Just call me Wu Chen, not young master, he said. The maid nodded in response. When June added, somewhat helplessly, Zhang Ma, I've said not to call me young master anywhere. The Qing dynasty has already fallen. The maid, known as Zhang Ma, smiled and said, but in front of others, some etiquette is still necessary. With that, she left. Curious, Wu Chen asked, is this how you address the second generation of the wealthy here? When June denied, not really, we don't usually call them that within the family. But sometimes when there are guests at home, to show respect and strict upbringing, we address them that way. Wu Chen nodded, realizing that in the capital city of Anchang, there were certain traditions to uphold, especially among the wealthy. At that moment, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Wen Jun, especially in her gentle demeanor, stepped out of the villa. You must be Wu Chen. Thank you for saving Xiao Jun and the others before. I've always wanted to thank you, but never had the time. Since you're free today, June brought you here. When Jun's mother spoke softly, exuding grace and charm. Wu Chen nodded politely, saying, we are all from the Dragon Kingdom, it's only natural. Let's go, dinner is ready and waiting for you, she said, leading Wu Chen inside. Wu Chen silently followed behind. In non-combat situations, he usually stayed in the background. Soon, the three of them arrived in the living room. A long table was set with various high-end dishes made from premium ingredients. There were several people at the main table, four elderly individuals, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 middle-aged woman. When June spoke, these are my grandparents and great-grandparents, and over there is my aunt, my uncle, and of course, my father. This is the child who saved little June and the others before, you should have heard of him. Wen's mother spoke to the people seated. Wu Chen, the magic rat? The old man immediately identified Wu Chen. Wu Chen was momentarily stunned, then looked warily at the old man in front of him. Who are you? Don't be nervous, it's not strange that my position allows me to know your identity. That old man Ouyang has told us a lot about you. The old man chuckled, trying to put Wu Chen at ease. Hearing Ouyang Boto's name, Wu Chen also relaxed instantly. Sorry. Wu Chen apologized for his earlier rudeness. It's okay, it's just that I didn't expect you to be such a young child. Find a place to sit first. The old man seemed to know something, his tone somewhat nostalgic. Thank you. Wu Chen thanked him and then found a secluded spot to sit. First of all, thank you for saving Xiaoxi. As a father, you saved a family, please let me thank you. Wen's father stood up, raising his glass with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Wu Chen also quickly stood up and said, it's what I should do, it's my duty, there's no need to be so polite. It's different, even though it's your duty, my child was saved by you after all. As a father, not thanking you is definitely not acceptable. If you need any help in Anqing in the future, find me, I will help without hesitation. Wen's father was talking to Wu Chen as an equal. When she kept her eyes on her grandfather. Grandpa, do you know a lot about Wu Chen? When she asked her grandfather softly. Stop prying into me, there are some things that can't be told to you, experience them slowly by yourselves. The old man shook his head, not intending to say more, looking at his mischievous granddaughter. When she pouted, looking a bit unhappy. It seems that when she's personality is much more lively at home. Wu Chen was polite to Wen's father in various ways. Wen's father offered to send him to the company or give him money. But Wu Chen refused all of it, mainly because he didn't lack money, there was no need for it. After the meal, nothing embarrassing happened, and Wu Chen bid farewell to everyone after finishing his meal. The whole process was very harmonious. Since Wu Chen returned from the Wen family, nothing eventful had happened. Everyone was peaceful, time passed slowly, and the people in the Evolution Academy occasionally had small tasks, but most of the time they were together, chatting, practicing, and building relationships. And Wu Chen remained the same. Familiar yet unfamiliar. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had quietly passed. One day, Shilong came to the classroom as usual and said to the people in the class, hasn't this month been particularly boring? Teacher, you know it's boring. Practicing every day without any actual combat is meaningless. Someone said feeling bored. Don't worry, the real battle is coming. Shilong smiled mysteriously and then began to introduce a new task to everyone. This event is significant. It may even affect the world's situation. Shilong's words stunned everyone, even Wu Chen furrowed his brows. If what Shilong said was true, how could such an important task not have been mentioned to him by Yinhu in advance? Teacher, don't be so mysterious. What exactly is going on? Wen Jun asked anxiously. When Shilong saw everyone so expectant, he smiled and said, this time is very special. The little emperor of the Sakura country is going to take over the position of the old emperor and hold a handover ceremony. They have invited powerful countries to witness it. Upon hearing Shilong's words, everyone instantly felt less interested. Teacher, seriously? What kind of real combat is this? How does it affect the world's situation? People started to complain. Just a handover ceremony, making it seem like the end of the world. Of course, the handover ceremony is not the main thing. The main thing is that Sakura country has announced to all countries that from today, they will no longer be a vassal state of the beautiful country. They will break away, form their own army, and issue a notice for the beautiful country to withdraw all their forces from their territory. Otherwise, after the handover ceremony, they will be destroyed. As Shilong's voice fell, everyone fell silent. Xian Yuan Tianjiao was somewhat incredulous. Has Sakura country gone crazy? How dare they make a global declaration about such matters, feeling emboldened? Aren't they afraid that their beautiful father will send them gifts? I guess their imperial family is too chaotic. I heard they have been practicing incest. Maybe this time they produced a lunatic, when June speculated. Wu Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Yin Hu. What's going on in Sakura country? Yin Hu did not reply to his message. At this time, Shilong on the stage spoke. We don't know what Sakura country is thinking, but this time many countries will attend. We are also preparing to send a group of people there. The most important thing is that Sakura country indicates that their little emperor is extremely powerful and may become one of the future leaders of the human race to resist foreign territories. Him? A useless fellow. When he was 8, I pinned him to the ground and rubbed his face in the dirt. What's he going to do? Grow up and lose his memory? Xian Yuan Tianjiao sneered. He had fought with that little emperor when they were young, and even though they were both young, he still managed to pin the other down and give him a beating. Not sure, but it is said that their little emperor has broken through evolution and entered the shedding realm, and they seem to have produced a yin-yang goddess who can control the monstrous beast from their ancient mythology, the eight-forked serpent. Shilong's words stunned everyone, and Xian Yuan Tianjiao furrowed his brow. Although he had been practicing diligently these days, he had only advanced one level. If that little emperor had truly broken through the evolution stage, he couldn't be sure of winning against him. After all, that little emperor seemed to be a postnatal evolutionist. Shilong continued, your task this time is simple yet dangerous. Go to Sakura country. If it's just a simple handover ceremony, you can treat it as a tour. But if there are some unusual things happening there, a sly smile appeared on Shilong's face. Students, you can unleash your power. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. To be honest, the most fun they had was when they went to Goryo. Full firepower, as long as they didn't harm the innocent, they didn't care about anything else, just fight. Wu Chen was looking at his phone at the moment, and Yin Hu still hadn't replied to him. He decided to go see him after school. Soon after dividing the details of the mission, Shilong asked everyone to go back and prepare. Wu Chen walked out of the school and rode his bike towards the Zodiac organization's base. Upon arrival, Wu Chen went straight to Yin Hu's office. Is anyone there? Wu Chen asked. Come in. Yin Hu's voice came from inside, and Wu Chen pushed the door open. What are you here for? Inquisitively, Yin Hu looked at Wu Chen and asked, what's the deal with that mission in Sakura country? Are there no special tasks this time? Wu Chen asked directly. Your teacher should have told you, there are no other tasks for you this time. A special individual will be chosen to carry it out. Yin Hu paused for a moment, then curiously asked, who? With a mysterious smile, Yin Hu replied, the disciple of your principal, also your future comrade in arms. When the opportunity arises in Sakura country, you will meet him. He will also become a member of the Zodiac organization. Upon hearing this, Wu Chen became even more puzzled. What's going on in Sakura country? Do you remember the most primitive way of cultivation for revolvers? Yin Hu's expression turned unusually serious. You mean plundering? Sakura country wants to plunder abilities? From us? Wu Chen guessed. Not exactly, mainly because the promotion path of their little emperor in Sakura country is a bit twisted. What do you mean? Wu Chen asked curiously. Sakura country has a small population, and due to their proximity to the sea, they have been struggling since the emergence of the Sea Clan. Although their little emperor's talent is decent, there will always be bottlenecks for people. Resources cannot support his cultivation, so their higher-ups came up with a solution, which is plundering. They found many local evolvers, had the little emperor kill them one by one, inheriting their spiritual abilities, even wanting to inherit their abilities. Many of Sakura country's evolvers have been killed. In this situation, the little emperor's cultivation has rapidly increased, and his body has also gained many miscellaneous abilities. Wu Chen still didn't quite understand. In this situation, calling evolvers from other countries clearly meant they wanted to plunder, but Yin Hu said otherwise. Meanwhile, as Wu Chen and Yin Hu conversed, in the principal's office of the Evolution Academy, Chen Long spoke to a figure. This is your first mission. If you have any questions, you can ask him Oshu. You should know what he looks like. Okay. The voice was young and male. Wu Chen walked out of Inhu's office, still feeling confused, his eyes full of incomprehension. What Inhu had just told him was a bit far-fetched. We are not very clear about the specifics on the Sakura side, but we have a speculation. They may want to gather powerful evolvers from around the world, then use their Sakura girls to entertain them, and hopefully establish relationships, leaving offspring behind. After all, Sakura values bloodlines. They may believe that the children of evolvers are likely to be evolvers. This was what Inhu said. Inhu also mentioned that the reason Sakura wanted to do this was to cultivate their little emperor. By nurturing new evolvers and having them killed by their little emperor, they could potentially seize more abilities, making their little emperor's talent and strength even more formidable. This made Wu Chen completely unable to understand the thought process of Sakura country. They have strong native men, even if they don't have top-notch ones, they should have quite a few first-class ones. So why do they have to collect from other countries? Wu Chen couldn't quite figure it out. In the end, he could only come to one conclusion, that perhaps Sakura felt that the bloodlines born with other countries were not pure Sakura people, so killing them would not be a psychological burden. After all, Sakura country itself is a bit twisted. Inhu also told Wu Chen something important. By the way, from today onwards, whatever decisions you make, don't keep coming to ask me. You have been in the Zodiac organization for so many years, you can judge between good and evil yourself, you don't need to keep asking me. In the future, you will have to make decisions on your own. Inhu's words also left Wu Chen stunned. In theory, shouldn't it be the human emperor giving orders? His superpowers are also suitable for these tasks. Yin Yutager laughed immediately upon hearing Wu Chen's words. Both you and him are giving orders, but the areas you two take charge of are different. In the Zodiac, the rat comes first, and as the magic rat, you will likely lead the 12 Zodiac organization in the future. As for Xianyuan Tianjiao, he is more suitable for dealing with ordinary people. Yin Yutager said a lot to Wu Chen. Wu Chen didn't quite understand, but the general idea was that in the future, he should make decisions without consulting him, and he wouldn't respond anymore. Whether it's good or bad, the consequences will be his own responsibility. However, if he really does something he shouldn't do, Yin Yutager will still take responsibility. Anyway, Wu Chen was a bit confused, and Yin Yutager's words seemed to suggest that he was not far from making decisions on his own. Meanwhile, on Kunlun Mountain at this moment, Yao, who had been taken away by monsters like Yinglong before, was discussing something with many other Yao tribes. Yao Emperor, let me go with you. It's too dangerous for one person to go abroad, Yinglong said with some concern, but Yao waved his hand and said, no need. Let Xianqi go with me. With its speed, it is enough to keep me safe anywhere. And the main purpose this time is to find the Yamata no Orochi, so try to gather all the Yao tribes from other places. Yao's face at this moment was not as thin as before, looking fuller and more spirited, with a pair of clear yellow pupils showing a hint of majesty. Even though the Yao tribes around him far surpassed him in cultivation, he remained steadfast, issuing his orders with great authority. At this moment, not far away, a creature resembling a tiger with long golden dragon horns on its forehead, a beak like an eagle, and a pair of black wings behind it walked out. Yinglong, I will protect the Yao Emperor. Nothing will happen, Xianqi said confidently, controlling storms and possessing extremely fast speed in the sky. With white fur, it looked heroic. Seeing this, Yinglong nodded and said, in that case, I won't stop you. I and a few other colleagues will go see if there are any Yao tribes scattered outside. Xianqi must protect the Yao Emperor. If that Yamata no Orochi doesn't know what's good for it, then kill it to make up for the Yao Emperor. With a strong killing intent in his eyes, Yinglong said, no problem, with me here, no one can harm the Yao Emperor in the slightest. Xianqi said confidently, his confidence stemming from his strength. As one of the first creatures born in the Yao tribe, his talent was comparable to top geniuses, and most importantly, he had possessed the cultivation of shedding his shell since birth, and now he had broken through the shell and reached the stage of transformation. His entire body and demeanor were increasingly transforming into the ancient records of fierce beasts. It's unclear what's going on. These creatures have appeared for a relatively short time compared to humans, but they possess strength that can rival humans. And this kind of thing is also happening in the ocean. In the deep sea at this moment, a young man stood within it. His figure and appearance looked like a human no matter how you looked at it. But he stood in the deep sea, seemingly unaffected by the immense water pressure, with endless deep sea creatures before him. Various sea creatures that had once been hidden in the oceans beyond human exploration were now appearing before him, like the most loyal subjects. Incredibly large octopuses, crabs, lobsters, and even mythical creatures like merfolk. They looked at the young man fanatically, as if they were looking at a deity who could lead them to prosperity. A young man with light blue pupils gazed at numerous marine creatures and smiled, saying, "Everyone, the country of Sakura has caused quite a stir. They once killed many of our kind. This time, we need to teach them a lesson and show the world that the sea tribe also has strong individuals." The marine creatures in front of him responded eagerly. Although they lacked human form, the most powerful among them shed their shells, much like the demon race, possessing immense strength from birth. With the innate ability to manipulate seawater, they held boundless power in the ocean. However, something strange occurred. In their early days, they had intended to submerge the entire continent in seawater, but something seemed to hinder them. They were unable to flood the land with seawater. They attempted to submerge a small island but failed. There was another method, gaining the approval of the island's inhabitants, making them submit to the sea tribe and transforming them into sea creatures, known as merfolk, to completely submerge the island. Following this rule, they began negotiating with other countries, but these nations had long studied their abilities. The transformation into merfolk, possessing powers akin to those of the evolved, had an alarmingly low success rate. Only 1 out of 100 individuals could be successfully transformed. With tens of thousands of people on the island, only a little over 100 were transformed into fish people. In such cases, they could only deceive those who were unaware of this information. The young man at the forefront had recently joined them, or rather, taken command. He had a Western appearance and an interesting background, having been forced into the sea by humans. He named himself Haishi, a homonym for sea snake, as he believed snakes were the most feared creatures by humans, and sea snakes with neurotoxins were even more terrifying. The young man, named Haishi, also known as Sequence 002, possessed the ability to control the oceans, known as the Sea God. This was the only superpower exposed among all humans. Despite the extremely low probability of successfully transforming ordinary humans into fish people, with death as a consequence of failed transformations, it still attracted many desperate individuals. Wu Chen was unaware of the events occurring between the ocean and Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, he shared the information he had received with Xian Yuan Tian Zhao. Some information was better known to everyone, and Xian Yuan Tian Zhao's command made it easier for the people in the class. Wu Chen's words were only truly listened to by Wenjun siblings, Shangwan siblings, Xian Yuan Tian Zhao, and Hu Shen. After talking with Xian Yuan Tian Zhao, he shifted his focus to the voice of the god of slaughter in his mind. "What do you want?" Wu Chen's tone was somewhat helpless, as the god of slaughter had been pestering him to eat chili, despite his dislike for it. "You go eat hot pot and spicy snacks, I want to eat." The god of slaughter remained as stubborn as before, behaving like a child. "I don't eat spicy food." Wu Chen decisively refused, as there was no room for negotiation on this matter. "I hate you." The god of slaughter shouted loudly, but Wu Chen pretended not to hear, engrossed in his phone. After a while, the god of slaughter's voice gradually faded. Wu Chen thought he had given up the struggle, but he suddenly said, "Did you kill a death god before?" "Yes." "What's the matter?" Wu Chen asked, puzzled. "How about this, give me the residual soul in the death god's blade, so I can come out for a while." Wu Chen was taken aback. "Ha! His superpower is summoning spirits. I am a spirit, and his supernatural power cannot control me. It's just right for me to manifest for a while. Take me out to play." Wu Chen heard this and rubbed his chin. He felt a bit cheated that the god of death had revealed this as his trump card. "What do you mean? I've been following you for so many years, and you can't even give me a bit of your power. Are you even human? Have you forgotten who was with you through thick and thin, who gave you your powers when you were in your most difficult times? Who?" The tone of the god of slaughter was extremely aggrieved, like a bullied little wife. All right, I'll let you out, I'll let you out." Wu Chen also felt a headache coming on. He felt that if he didn't agree, the god of slaughter could shout for a day and night. "How long do you want to come out for? With that bit of supernatural power, at most an hour. Take me to a hot pot restaurant first, find the most delicious one. I want to eat to my heart's content." The god of slaughter's tone was full of anticipation, and you could even hear the sound of him swallowing saliva. Wu Chen twitched his mouth. He really had no way with this knife spirit. Helplessly shaking his head, he got up, changed his clothes, and then took out his phone to search for the best hot pot restaurant in the city, which one had the most authentic chili. After more than an hour, Wu Chen finally found a hot pot restaurant with overwhelming good reviews, of course, recommended by Wenxi and others. Speaking of which, Wenxi even asked Wu Chen who he was going to eat with. Wu Chen evasively passed by. He didn't want other people to know that the god of slaughter could sometimes turn into a human. It was just too embarrassing. The last time the god of slaughter cursed someone was already embarrassing enough. His character being accompanied by a knife spirit like a clown was really out of place. On the other hand, when she looked at the vague response from Wu Chen on her phone and pursed her lips. She had just made it clear to Wu Chen that she wanted to go together, but Wu Chen actually rejected her. Bro, if a guy suddenly asks you which restaurant is good and doesn't tell you who he's going with, and refuses to eat with you, what do you think he's thinking? When she looked at Wen Jun curiously, Wen Jun, without thinking, said, "Are you talking about Wu Chen?" "I'm talking about a guy, not Wu Chen." When she reacted quickly, speaking off the mark. "Ha?" Wen Jun wrinkled his face in confusion. "Well, based on your thoughts, guess the reason for this situation." When she pushed her older brother and interrupted his thoughts. "In my opinion, if I don't want to tell others what I'm doing, most likely I'm going out to have fun with beautiful girls." Wen Jun, recalling his past experiences, said unabashedly. "Then what about you saying before that you needed to pay various fees at school?" "Oh, that was just fooling mom and dad. They control my pocket money so strictly, and all those girls say I'm a fake rich second generation. I can't stand it. Don't you know about this? Why are you asking about this?" Wen Jun answered the question without much thought, then looked up at Wen Shi in front of him, but there was no sign of Wen Shi in front of him, and he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Trembling, he turned his head, only to see his parents standing behind him. His mother was smiling at him, while his father had already pulled out his belt. "I'll go get the red flower oil for you. Don't hurt him, he still has a mission to carry out in a few days." "Okay." Wen's father nasalized, then approached Wen Jun step by step. Dad, I was just joking. Let's talk about it, okay?" Wen Jun swallowed hard, then stood up instantly, stuttering. "Come here first, let me give you a beating. And don't you dare use your psychic powers to block me, or I'll hang you up and beat you. Trying to trick me for money to pick up girls? You're living quite carefreely, huh? You don't even look at all the young ladies I've introduced to you. You dare to fool around outside, huh? Good job, kid. You're even better at playing than your old man. Mister." Wen's tone became increasingly cold, and the fear in Wen Jun's eyes grew stronger. Wen Jun forced a smile and said, "Hee hee. Dad, if you want to go next time, I'll take you with me. Old one, put some effort into it." At this moment, Mrs. Wen also walked out of the room. After hearing Wen Jun's words, she threw the bottle of red flower oil into the trash can. The once gentle expression on her face disappeared, replaced by a cold indifference. Mom, don't throw it away, it's useful." Wen Jun instantly felt even worse, how to deal with offending both of them. "It's okay, I'll go get you some alcohol. Oh, I heard that salt also has disinfectant properties." Although Mrs. Wen's tone remained gentle, Wen Jun felt very strange. He stared at his once gentle mother with eyes full of disbelief. That day, cries and howls echoed from the Wen family villa. It was truly heart-wrenching and sorrowful to hear. At this moment, when she was peeking at the restaurant she recommended to Wu Chen, soon, she saw Wu Chen having a meal with a guy with long red hair. When she frowned at the sight, then pretended not to have seen anything and walked into the restaurant. She wore a mask and a hat, looking like a private detective, mysterious. Wu Chen also noticed her, and at the first sight of Wen Shi, he knew it was her, but he was a bit puzzled. "Why are you dressed like a thief?" Wu Chen asked curiously. You can recognize me like this?" When she responded without hesitation when she saw Wu Chen talking to her. Wu Chen looked puzzled. "I could sense your psychic energy from several meters away." When she was stunned, then embarrassedly scratched her head. "Oh, I forgot. What are you doing?" At this moment, a teasing voice sounded, "Hey, what a lousy way to change the subject." When she then shifted her gaze to the guy with long red hair she had just seen, seeing the other person's eyes widen in an instant. This is? It turned out that the guy with long red hair was a man, and he looked exactly like Wu Chen, although their temperaments were quite different. "This, blade spirit of the god of slaughter," Wu Chen said somewhat helplessly, as if introducing something very embarrassing. "Hey, what's with your tone? I've been with you for the first half of your life. What's the meaning of introducing your wife at home in such a way that it's not presentable? Are you tired of the old and in love with the new?" The god of slaughter was a bit dissatisfied, but of course, he didn't forget to eat the crayfish, hot pot, various snacks, and milk tea that Wu Chen bought. There were so many varieties. There was no way, this guy said he wanted to eat his fill, so Wu Chen could only buy a lot and leave them in the domain to eat one after another. Anyway, just 1 hour. It's embarrassing, but it's embarrassing. When she looked at the god of slaughter's busy hands, then at the gloves in Wu Chen's hands, and instantly understood what was going on. "So, you brought him here just to eat?" Wu Chen nodded. "I don't like spicy food, let him eat by himself. Anyway, he's a blade spirit, no matter how much he eats, he won't be full, he won't be hungry, he's just tasting the flavor. Hey, can you respect me a bit? What's wrong with Dao Ling? Dao Ling is also a person, show some respect." "What do you mean by tasting? I'm here to taste food. Jushin protested when he heard Wu Chen describe himself like that, but Wu Chen completely ignored him and chatted with Wen Shi. So that's how it is, so the death god's abilities can be used like this. Wen Shi nodded in understanding, then looked at Jushin with curiosity. Wow, it's really like a person. I am originally a person, do you still want to pursue Wu Chen? I live in his body, believe me, I can badmouth you and make him stop playing with you in the future. Jushin threatened Wen Shi fiercely. Wen Shi blushed when she heard this, then muttered softly, it's none of my business. Wu Chen didn't hesitate to walk up and slap Jushin on the head. Eat your food, stop talking. I'll eat. After saying that, Jushin continued to eat his food, while Wu Chen curiously asked Wen Shi, why are you here? To eat? Dressed like this? He also looked strangely at her hat and mask. Ah, yes. I'm here to eat. Hot pot is messy, easy to get on hair and clothes, so I thought I'd dress more warmly. Wen Shi mumbled, while Jushin clicked his tongue as if he saw through everything. Wu Chen nodded understandingly. Oh, I see, do you want to eat together? Since the other party had come, Wu Chen invited. No need, I suddenly don't feel like eating hot pot, I'll go outside to take a look. When she wished she could find a hole to hide in now, because although she appeared bold in front of Wu Chen, she was just a little girl. With Jushin, the super awkward third wheel, there, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Wu Chen nodded, alright, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After quickly saying this, when she ran towards the door as if she were being chased by a flood or a beast, Wu Chen looked puzzled. Jushin continued to eat hot pot, smiling as he watched Wen Shi flee, occasionally making a clicking sound. Wu Chen noticed Jushin's sound and frowned at him. Don't smack your lips while eating. Oh. Jushin fell silent at Wu Chen's words and obediently enjoyed the food in front of him. By the way, can you come out later? Wu Chen suddenly asked with curiosity, since Jushin could use the death god's abilities to come out, maybe he could come out in the future too. Sure, I remember. I think I can come out when you reach the summoning god realm. After Jushin finished speaking, Wu Chen furrowed his brow. The summoning god realm is the 5th realm, and there are no creatures from the 5th realm on Blue Star yet, not even the 4th realm, so it's probably too early for him to reach the summoning god realm. Practice well, or see if you can defeat someone with the ability to summon souls next time and get me out. As the time approached, Jushin stretched and said to Wu Chen, let's talk about it later, once you've had enough to eat, hurry back, behave yourself, don't cause any trouble. Jushin nodded when he heard this, then disappeared on the spot. The time from his appearance to departure was only 50 minutes. Wu Chen collected all the milk teacups that Jushin had drunk from and threw them all into the trash can outside. Fortunately, the trash can was big enough, otherwise it wouldn't have fit. He quickly left the place. Although evolvers are common now, people like Wu Chen still attract attention. Just now, many people were watching him. Those people were watching like monkeys, occasionally taking photos with their phones. However, Wu Chen was not worried that they would post it online, as it would never pass the review. The day passed quietly. The god of slaughter in Wu Chen's body returned to the red mist space after dinner. He looked thoughtful at the red mist around him, then touched his chin as if he had something on his mind. While Wu Chen was eating with the god of slaughter, there was another place observing them. Ouyang Boda looked at the image of the god of slaughter on the screen, with a slight smile on his lips. They seem to have a good relationship, that's nice. There was also someone standing beside Ouyang Botu. Zishu looked at the god of slaughter and Wu Chen on the screen and asked, can he control it? Ouyang Botu nodded. Of course, all the chips are on him, whether he can control it or not, the bet has been placed. Zishu also felt a bit emotional looking at Wu Chen. Is it not too good? After all, he is just a child. The pressure is high, but there is no other way, not everyone can become a hero. After Ouyang Botu finished speaking, Zishu fell silent. It's about time, the first plan can begin. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Botu said another sentence and then left. Zishu was left alone, standing there, lost in thought. The plan was called the gods. A few days later, Wu Chen and the others were sent to the Sakura country again. They boarded the plane and arrived in Tokyo, Sakura country, after a few hours. Looking at the festive Tokyo city, the group was a bit stunned. They were not the only ones at the airport. There were people from other countries, all looking proud, especially the evolved individuals from the beautiful country, who arrogantly said as soon as they got off the plane, it seems that Sakura country is a bit too proud, today let us teach them a lesson. Wu Chen and the others ignored them. Instead, they looked puzzled at the many beautiful women from Sakura country wearing kimonos. Xian Yuan Tianzhou approached Wu Chen and said with a smile, it seems our guess was right, these guys seem to really have a taste for us. Of course, there were not only beautiful women, but also many men with heavy makeup, who, after seeing girls from other countries, started to act in a disgusting manner. Please follow us. the receptionist led the group towards the hotel. Wu Chen observed the surroundings, thinking about how to act reasonably, but after observing for a while, he suddenly frowned. The group was soon taken to a very luxurious hotel, but although the hotel was luxurious, it felt like it had just been built recently. The location was quite unusual. It was built in a place similar to a bar street, showing that Sakura Country was serious about it. After arranging rooms for everyone, the receptionist said, "During this time, all your activities are free, just use our VIP card, call me if you need anything. Tomorrow at noon, we will hold a banquet for everyone to communicate and admire the grace of our young emperor." After saying that, the person left. Xian Yuan Tianjiao sneered, "It's a joke. If that young emperor were placed in ancient times, what's the difference from a cult?" Wu Chen didn't say anything. He looked around, then walked towards the door. "Where are you going?" when she asked as she saw Wu Chen leaving, quickly following up. The others also turned their gaze to Wu Chen upon hearing when she's questioned. "I have something to do, don't follow me." With that, Wu Chen disappeared on the spot. He just felt a strange breath and decided to take a look around. Someone in the hotel also saw Wu Chen leaving. They glanced at each other, and then left the hotel. "What should we do? Should we go help?" Wen Jun asked Xian Yuan Tianjiao. "No, he should have his own arrangements. Let's put away our luggage first, and then go to other places later to see what's going on. Keep a low profile on causing trouble." Everyone nodded at the words. When Shi and Shangguan's siblings looked worriedly at Wu Chen's departing figure, but did not follow. After all, they were too weak now, and if they really encountered something they couldn't handle, they would definitely be a burden. After Wu Chen went out, he frowned and leaped to the highest point. For some reason, he had been feeling like he was being spied on just now, very strongly, and could even sense a little breath. Soon, the space around Wu Chen suddenly shattered, and the surrounding space began to flip like a mirror, and Wu Chen suddenly appeared in a white jade palace. Wu Chen took out the Divine Slayer and looked at the man at the top with hostility in his eyes. "Who are you?" The man smiled slightly and instantly appeared behind Wu Chen. "Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Emperor of Heaven, hello, Demon Rat." Hearing the other party's title and that eerie teleportation ability, Wu Chen's hair stood on end instantly. He suddenly felt an immensely powerful pressure. "Do you have something to find me for?" Wu Chen looked at the man and put away his Divine Slayer. "Oh, you seem nervous, why put away the knife?" The man known as the Emperor of Heaven did not answer Wu Chen's question, but instead asked, "With your speed just now, it would have been easy to kill me, but you didn't make a move. Since you know my name, you should also understand that was your only chance to kill me, so what do you want from me?" Wu Chen's words made the Emperor of Heaven burst into laughter. "Ha! What an interesting person, no wonder that old Ouyang chose you." Wu Chen frowned in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Nothing, just want to chat with you, how about it, interested?" After the man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a table with 2 chairs appeared in front of Wu Chen, along with 2 cups of tea with white mist floating above them. The Emperor of Heaven sat down first and took a sip. "If you don't want to chat, you can leave directly, I won't object." With that, the Emperor of Heaven waved his hand, and a door appeared next to Wu Chen. Wu Chen's eyes were uncertain, but after thinking for a while, he also sat down. "Speak, what do you want to chat about?" The Emperor of Heaven smiled, then waved his hand, and something resembling a television appeared in front of Wu Chen, playing a scene of a little boy being bullied by a group of people. "Familiar with this?" the Emperor of Heaven asked with a smile. Familiar, so what? Are you here to recruit me?" Wu Chen said lightly, as if he never took these things to heart. The Emperor of Heaven smiled and said, "Of course not, actually what I want to tell you is, I have been paying attention to you since a long time ago. You could say that you were someone that both I and that old Ouyang have watched grow up." The Emperor of Heaven's tone was somewhat nostalgic, as if reminiscing about something. Wu Chen also frowned at his words. "I know about this." The Emperor of Heaven smiled mysteriously upon hearing this. "Do you know why we have been observing you?" With this statement, Wu Chen fell silent. He had actually thought of many reasons, among which he felt the most likely reason was his extremely high talent. "Because of your identity." Wu Chen was stunned, then somewhat puzzled, said, "What do you mean? Do I have some hidden identity?" "Not really," the Emperor of Heaven said casually, and Wu Chen rolled his eyes. "Because your identity is that of a criminal's son." As soon as this was said, Wu Chen didn't say anything, but instead turned his gaze to the Heavenly Emperor, wanting to see what he would say. The Heavenly Emperor took another sip of tea and then smiled. "As the son of a criminal, you have experienced things that ordinary people cannot. You are very mature, have the ability to empathize, and can control your emotions, which is very important." Hearing this, Wu Chen still didn't quite understand. "What are you trying to say? Do you know that many important figures in Anqing show great respect for you? Do you know why they sympathize with you?" With these words, Wu Chen became even more confused. He hadn't seen many important figures, and he didn't feel that others showed any particular respect towards him. Do you like this girl? Suddenly, the Heavenly Emperor placed a photo of Wenxi in the air. Wu Chen looked at the photo of Wenxi, slightly stunned, and then said, I'm not sure, I don't know what I feel. What do you think of her family? What do you think of her parents? The Heavenly Emperor asked again. Wu Chen recalled his experience at the Wen family before nodding and saying, they are nice, very understanding. Let's not talk about your criminal father, let's talk about you, about everything you have now. You are the future leader of the Zodiac organization, the strongest fighter among the post-evolutionists, with exceptional talent, both in looks and abilities, emotionally stable. Do you think you are worthy of this girl? Listening to the Heavenly Emperor's words, Wu Chen analyzed seriously and then nodded, more than enough. Do you think her father will agree to marry her to you? Wu Chen thought for a moment and then nodded. If we don't talk about my father, I think he will. The Heavenly Emperor smiled slightly and said to Wu Chen, how about a bet? What are we betting on? Let's bet that after you return to the country, you will propose to her father and see if he will refuse you. Wu Chen replied without hesitation, no need to bet, he will definitely refuse. I know he will refuse, let's bet on something else. The Heavenly Emperor's words puzzled Wu Chen even more. What are we betting on? What reason do you think he will use to refuse you? The Heavenly Emperor asked. Because of my father's identity. No, that's too simple. Just by putting your and your father's household registrations in 2 different household registers, this matter won't be a hindrance. Besides, you haven't done anything wrong. Deceiving the public is easy. I bet he will say his daughter is already engaged, and after you speak, he will quickly arrange an engagement for his daughter. Wu Chen pondered for a few seconds. What's the stake? There is no stake, but if I lose, I will take all the people of the Heavenly Court to the Dragon Kingdom to surrender. How about that? The Heavenly Emperor's words left Wu Chen even more confused, starting to doubt the mental state of this Heavenly Court master. This kind of bet, like playing with a child, was of no benefit to him at all. Alright, let's leave it at that. An old man has come to see me. Whether to bet or not is up to you. With that, the Heavenly Emperor disappeared on the spot, along with the White Jade Heavenly Palace, while Wu Chen's figure reappeared on top of a building in Jingdong. Standing on the rooftop, Wu Chen, full of doubts, headed towards the hotel. He needed to figure out what all this meant. On the other side, another figure appeared in the Heavenly Palace of the Heavenly Emperor. Ouyang Botu, with white hair, looked at the man on the high platform and smiled helplessly. What did you say to him? Nothing much, just made a bet with him, the Heavenly Emperor said in a very relaxed tone, recounting the entire conversation with Wu Chen to Ouyang Botu. Hearing this, Ouyang Botu also felt somewhat helpless. Is there any meaning in what you are doing? It doesn't make sense, but it's still better than sneaking around and doing shady things behind his back. Ouyang Kong, you've gone too far. Ouyang Botu heard the seriousness in the Heavenly Emperor's tone. Ouyang Ji, stop acting like the big brother, we are enemies now. The two stood facing each other, one tall and one short. Upon closer inspection, there was a slight resemblance between them and their facial features, as they glared at each other with anger. I said, this is not shady business, this is the best outcome, this is the result of calculation. Ouyang Botu suddenly became agitated, shouting loudly at his defected younger brother. Outcome? What outcome? Your result is using a child who grew up in tragedy from a young age? The Heavenly Emperor also became agitated, his face full of anger. If it weren't for us, do you think he could have survived and grown up to this age? Mo Dao, the ancient times, do you not understand what happened? If we follow the previous development, he would be alone. Do you think that's good for him? What's wrong with that? It's done according to his own thoughts. Regardless of whether he will regret it in the future, it's his will. What right do you have to meddle in other people's lives? When have we intervened in his life? Is guiding him onto the right path also wrong? Is letting him experience everything he should experience also wrong? What's the use? In the end, he will still be deprived. This kind of experience will only deepen his future pain. What we say is useless. When he grows up and has control over his own power, I will tell him everything. It's up to him to decide. Now, telling him, what can he do with his current strength? After saying the last sentence, Ouyang Botu left directly. The Heavenly Emperor also looked blankly at the empty White Jade Celestial Palace. In the end, I am not that kind and rational. After muttering to himself, the Heavenly Emperor fell silent. At this moment, Ouyang Botu was also somewhat silent, with a hint of reminiscence in his eyes. Brother, why are they attacking us? Because our father did something wrong. What does it have to do with us if Dad did something wrong? It's not like we did it. Don't you want Dad anymore? I do. Then this matter is related to us. In his memory, the older child led the younger child towards home amidst the disdainful gazes of the crowd. On the other side, Wu Chen returned to the hotel. After following a beautiful kimono-clad beauty back to his room, he refused her illegal services and lay on the bed thinking about something. Soon, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wenxi. Want to go out for a walk? Soon, Wenxi replied. Sure. Seeing the response, Wu Chen stood up and walked towards the mirror in the bathroom. For some reason, he felt a bit nervous. He looked at himself in the mirror, finding nothing strange on his hair or face, then walked towards the hotel door. How long have you been waiting? Wenxi smiled slightly when she saw Wu Chen standing at the hotel door, then ran up and patted his shoulder. Not long. Seeing Wenxi approaching, Wu Chen also spoke. He was a bit stunned looking at Wenxi. She had obviously put on some light makeup, making her already stunning appearance even more radiant. Why? Why are you staring at me? Wenxi felt a bit shy when she noticed Wu Chen staring at her. Nothing, let's go. I have something to tell you. Okay. Wenxi nodded, then walked to Wu Chen's side. The two of them walked through the night in Tokyo like this. The city lights of various colors flickered around, while Wenxi occasionally looked around to see if she could find something interesting. I want to ask, do you hate me? After walking for a while, Wu Chen suddenly spoke to Wenxi. No, why would you ask that? Wenxi was first stunned, then shook her head and said, Can you marry me? Wu Chen sorted out the nervousness in his heart, then directly asked. Well, what? What did you say? March. Marry? It's too early. Wenxi didn't respond at first, then suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Wu Chen, her face instantly turning red. Seeing the other party so reserved, Wu Chen realized he might have been too direct with his words, and quickly explained, It's not a big deal, I just want to ask your father for permission, to see if you dislike me. If you don't want to, I won't mention it again. Wenxi blushed and remained silent with her head down. Wu Chen, feeling awkward, stood still. It was the first time he had dealt with such a situation, and it was originally just a bet. He had planned to tell Wenxi directly, but for some reason, he suddenly didn't want to say it. Then, you can try. Wenxi suddenly spoke softly. Wu Chen didn't hear clearly. I said, you can try. After Wenxi finished speaking, she raised her head to look at Wu Chen, a smile on her face, her blushing cheeks revealing the emotions of a young girl at that moment, surpassing 1,000 words. Wu Chen was suddenly stunned by Wenxi's smile. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Wenxi was very beautiful. He had felt this way before, but this time it was particularly strong. He could clearly feel his heart starting to beat faster. Then, let me go back to ask. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to return to the hotel. Wenxi, seeing this, also lowered her head and followed beside Wu Chen. The two remained silent, but the corners of their mouths inexplicably curved upwards. At this moment, a figure suddenly blocked their way. Is it the Dragon Kingdom's magic sword? A female voice sounded, and in front of them, a girl in a kimono appeared. The girl was extremely beautiful, slender, with long and captivating eyes, like a seductive beauty snake. Wu Chen was stunned at the sight of the woman in front of him, then asked, Do you know me? Of course. What's your name? The girl's eyes were full of desire as if she wanted to devour Wu Chen. When she noticed this, walked out, and stood in front of Wu Chen. It's none of your business, move aside, we're going back to the hotel to rest. The girl ignored Wenxi and stared straight at Wu Chen. Find out for yourself. Wu Chen responded, then left with Wenxi. The girl did not stop them but stepped aside. Watching the two getting further away, the girl licked her lips and muttered to herself, What a fascinating guy, with such powerful strength and terrifying aura, I really want to devour you. After speaking, the girl turned and left. She moved with a grace and figure that contradicted her appearance, like a courtesan in a brothel. Back at the hotel, Wenxi and Wu Chen didn't pay much attention to the sudden appearance of the girl. After bidding farewell, they returned to their rooms. In the room, Wenxi could no longer suppress her shyness and quickly lay down on the bed, covering her face with a blanket. Why did he suddenly say that? Why did I agree? This is too indiscreet. The girl was talking to herself in the room, while Wu Chen on the other side was also a bit at a loss. It was his first time experiencing such a thing, and he thought he wouldn't be nervous. But for some reason, there was a sudden sense of tension in his heart. At this moment, a conflict that could happen at any time was also unfolding on a coast in the Sakura country. A man wearing a dragon-shaped mask stood in front of Haishur. Who are you? Are you from the Sakura country? Haishur asked, not daring to act rashly, as the person in front of him had a strong aura, not weaker than his. I am not from the Sakura country. I am not here to stop you, just to give you a warning. Oh, what warning? The man with the dragon-shaped mask said, "Now that you come ashore, you may encounter countless people's attacks. My advice is to observe for a few days first, and then make a move when the Sakura country is in chaos." Haishir smiled slightly at the other's words. "Why should I believe you? You don't have to believe me, I'm just here to give you a warning." I think you might be more interesting, take this." Haishir snorted lightly, then smiled, holding a trident and thrusting it towards the man in front of him. With a thunder illuminating the entire coast, the man with the dragon-shaped mask held a war spear to block Haishi's attack. "Do you want to fight? If you don't call out the old monsters of your sea clan, I don't mind having a seafood feast here." The man's tone was full of teasing. Haishi's expression changed, then he turned and jumped into the sea. "Who are you?" "Zodiac Organization, codenamed Azure Dragon," the man said, and a flash of blue thunder shimmered in the sky, like the roar of a dragon, illuminating the entire coast. "I'll remember you. If you lie to me, I won't let you go," Haishir threatened before returning to the sea. The Azure Dragon also turned and left. Early the next morning, Wu Chen and others were awakened by someone calling out. Looking at the beautiful woman in a cool kimono, Wu Chen's mouth twitched. "Please leave, I don't need anyone to serve me here." The kimono beauty didn't say much, bowed to Wu Chen, and left. If she wasn't needed by Wu Chen, she could find someone who needed her. After all, these people came to try to conceive children of the evolvers. There were many evolvers in this hotel, and the target was not important at all. It has to be said that the Sakura country is simply unmatched in this regard. After having breakfast prepared by the kimono woman, Wu Chen received a message from Xian Yuan Tianjiao. "Xian Yuan Tianjiao, do we need any action here?" Wu Chen looked at the message sent by the other party and pondered for a moment. Let's wait and see what they plan to do after the noon banquet. Those who act first are easy targets for encirclement. After sending the message to Xian Yuan Tianjiao, a person appeared in Wu Chen's room. "Zodiac Organization?" Wu Chen looked at the dragon-headed masked man who suddenly broke into his room and asked. "Yes, one of the Zodiacs, Azure Dragon, here to report to Lord Mouse." The blue dragon-headed mask carried a hint of ferocity and majesty, and the blue pupils under the mask flickered with thunder. Wu Chen was a little dazed by the other's address, feeling a bit uncomfortable being called that way suddenly. "Please have a seat." Wu Chen fetched a chair for the other person, and after the person sat down, he said solemnly, "Speak, what information have you gathered?" The Azure Dragon cleared his throat and said, "Currently, besides the forces of various countries on the island, there are also the Yao clan and the Sea clan. The Sea clan may be retaliating because the Sakura country often hunts marine animals, while the Yao clan is after the Yamata no Orochi under the Sakura Divine Mountain." Wu Chen nodded, then asked, "Revenge from the High clan may be secondary. They may want to use revenge as a way to strengthen the High clan. Currently, they are not our enemies. Who are the main strong individuals in the Sakura country?" Qinglong replied, "Sakura country is slightly better than Goryeo, but only slightly. The strongest one is their current emperor, at the 9th realm of shell shedding. There are also some scattered veteran Inyan masters at the 1st to 5th realms of shell shedding. After all, those with talent have mostly been assassinated by them due to being constrained by the beautiful country." Wu Chen nodded. No wonder these people from Sakura country were eager to become independent after finding a new rapid promotion method. Their inherent confidence may have made their minds a bit dull. However, it is true that the little emperor is said to be a product of close relatives, with the relationship between his old man and old lady being extremely messy. Is there any important intelligence? And when do you plan to take action? I will wait for your orders to act. In terms of importance, pay attention to the Inyan goddess of Sakura country this time. It seems like she has set her sights on you. As for their little emperor, at the 1st realm of shell shedding, he is very strong in power but also quite chaotic in abilities, lacking intelligence. He's like a bomb, easy to kill when not controlled. After informing Wu Chen of all the information, Qinglong left, indicating that he would continue to gather information near Sakura country during this period. If Wu Chen wanted to take any action, he could contact him through the domain ring. After Qinglong left, Wu Chen took a deep breath. The feeling of being a leader was a bit strange, but fortunately, Qinglong was not someone who wouldn't listen. Now, it was just waiting for the noon banquet to see what the little emperor was up to. Soon, it was noon, and the kimono beauty appeared again. However, her face clearly carried a hint of spring, and there was a strange smell emanating from her, indicating that she had done something special with a man. "Sir, this is the attire for the banquet. Please change." She reached out to take off Wu Chen's clothes. "I'll do it myself." Wu Chen pushed her hand away and walked into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. The woman didn't mind, as her task was already completed. Soon, Wu Chen appeared at the door in a black suit. The suit perfectly accentuated his figure, making him look very tall and handsome, although he felt a bit uncomfortable. The constriction of the clothes made him not very happy. He put his clothes into the domain ring so that he could change quickly in case of an emergency. On the other side, others were also arranged to wear formal attire. Sakura country seemed to be quite self-aware, not providing their traditional kimono for everyone, probably to avoid any awkward situations. Everyone walked out of the hotel and was taken by a private car to the venue of the banquet. The so-called banquet venue was the emperor's residence, where everyone was invited in, while Wu Chen stood at the back with Wen Shi and others. Wu Chen frowned as he looked at the empty arena, his eyes revealing his contemplation. On the other side, the girl who had confronted Wu Chen last night also noticed his arrival at this moment. She stood in the crowd, her gaze fixed on Wu Chen. Such a terrifying aura, but it seems like there's more than just that. The girl murmured, her eyes showing even more infatuation. Dressed in a gorgeous kimono, although her figure was not visible, her face alone attracted the attention of many. Wu Chen also noticed her gaze, and the god of slaughter inside him teased, "Is this woman interested in you? Be careful, I feel like something's off about her. Shut up and go read your comics." "TCH, I'll read them." Ignoring Wu Chen's scolding, the god of slaughter rolled his eyes and returned to that space once again. "Hey, Aishan, that girl is giving you a strange look, she's not bad looking, why don't you give it a try?" When Jun also noticed the girl's gaze, approached Wu Chen and teased, "My big brother would never be interested in that kind of person." Shangguan Qingron said unhappily on the side. Shangguan Zhan also nodded, "Indeed, that girl gives me a bad feeling. Isn't she that yin and yang goddess? What was her name again?" Xian Yuan Tianjiao recognized the other party, frowned and a hint of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. "I think her name is Abe's wife, but she's the wife of that little emperor." Xian Yuan Tianjiao remembered and then spoke with a strange expression. "Forget it, I haven't inherited the ambitions of the prime minister." When Jun instantly lost interest and shrugged. "She's not interested in you either, obviously she's looking at Wu Chen." Xian Yuan Tianjiao's sister Xian Yuan Rong rolled her eyes. "Hee, you never know." When Jun was very confident. Everyone rolled their eyes at him and then followed the crowd inside. A scheming banquet is about to begin at this moment. As the banquet is about to begin, Wu Chen and others stand in place observing their surroundings. There are more or less a few key figures from other countries, all of their gazes focused on a group of beautiful people, as if waiting for a good show. "Isn't that the successor of the king of the gods Zeus, the little Zeus? Quite interesting, he's here too." Xian Yuan Tianjiao looked at a blonde, blue-eyed man over there and chuckled. "The disciple of Zeus, one of the 12 main gods? I remember the one with blue hair is called Poseidon, right?" When Jun also looked at the blue-haired youth next to Zeus with some curiosity. "Yes, the funniest thing is him, claiming to be the second generation of Poseidon, and then the real sea god appeared. His position is extremely awkward now, his control of the sea technique is completely suppressed by the real sea god, including his status. He is now the funniest among the 12 main gods, and also the lowest in status, and I don't know where his saying came from. One of the 12 main gods, Poseidon, impersonating the sea god failed." Xian Yuan Tianjiao looked at the smile on the face of the blue-haired youth and couldn't stop laughing. Previously, they could still fight with the Dragon Kingdom. Poseidon was originally the head of the gods, because the beautiful country was the overlord of the sea, but after the appearance of the real sea god, Poseidon went from being the man who controlled the entire sea to the man who did not control the sea god's territory. Coincidentally, the leader of the sea tribe happened to be near their beautiful country. After this incident, Poseidon quickly went from the strongest to the weakest, extremely embarrassing. Wu Chen looked at Zeus and said, "I remember their god King Zeus is known as the god of magic, right?" Xian Yuan Tianjiao nodded. "That's right, he's a bit of everything, maybe not top-notch, but versatile. What about the abilities of this little Zeus?" Wu Chen asked curiously. "Not sure, but it seems to be similar to the abilities of that god King Zeus. Their Western abilities seem to be more about inheritance and succession, hard to understand." Wu Chen nodded at the words. "The post-evolutionists rely on inheritance, and there is indeed one thing that cannot be denied. The beautiful country was indeed stronger in technology than the Dragon Kingdom. After all, the Dragon Kingdom did not develop as early as they did. There was no arguing about this. Maybe after the emergence of abilities, they found some strange things. I remember his sequences? That's right, sequence 006, the god of magic Zeus." Xian Yuan Tianjiao guessed what Wu Chen wanted to say and directly continued with Wu Chen's words. Wu Chen looked at the little Zeus with a proud look in his eyes, then chuckled, "Let's just watch the show, reaching the 8th order is not a concern." Xian Yuan Tianjiao shrugged, indifferent, "It's up to you." Soon, after everyone had gathered, a young man with a crown appeared on the stage at the front. People were surprised when they saw his face. "Wow, this little emperor looks quite smart," when Jun couldn't help but curse. The little emperor above was really out of the ordinary. standing at 170 centimeters tall, slender, grinning foolishly, with a pair of very wise eyes, looking left and right, appearing extremely wise and valiant. Seeing this little emperor like this, I feel relieved, when June nodded seriously. Xianyuan Tianjiu was also a bit puzzled. He remembered that although this little emperor was unremarkable in his childhood, he wasn't smart to this extent. If you want to use me to chop him, I'll fight you. Use your own knife to chop. Wu Chen's mind went blank. After seeing this intelligent emperor, Jushin was also dumbfounded and refused to chop such a brainless person. Wu Chen didn't know what to say. It was hard to understand how the Sakura Kingdom could produce such a weird thing. The people on the scene were also dumbfounded, but soon, the people from the beautiful country were the first to laugh. They looked at the little emperor in front of them with disdain. At this moment, the yin and yang goddess Abe Chi walked to the side of the little emperor. She elegantly picked up the microphone and said, "Everyone, today we are gathered here not only for the enthronement ceremony of our little emperor but also for the title of the strongest." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly fell silent. Our little emperor is currently at the first stage of the shedding realm. In our Sakura Kingdom, he is currently the strongest among the younger generation. Of course, if anyone disagrees, they can come up and fight. Rest assured, there are rewards for the battle. The winner will be supported by our Sakura Kingdom, and may even receive me. Of course, the loser must admit that our little emperor is the strongest and cannot take action against our Sakura Kingdom. After these words were spoken, Wu Chen frowned. This kind of verbal agreement was too childish, and no one would actually abide by it. What do you think? Xianyuan Tianjiu also felt something was wrong and approached Wu Chen to ask. Something's not right. Let's not go up there, let's wait and see. I feel that this yin and yang goddess is not that simple. After Wu Chen and the others finished speaking, they found a corner to hide in, and no one in the audience was prepared to go up to the platform. At this moment, a dirt bridge suddenly rose under the feet of the little emperor. With a foolish smile on his face, he walked up to the platform and looked at the crowd with his wise eyes, laughing. "Ha, you bunch of trash, I am the strongest. I will rule the world in the future." No one could tolerate being laughed at by a fool, especially the arrogant Western countries. Zeus and the others were already looking for trouble, and now they couldn't bear being mocked. He glanced at Poseidon, who instantly understood and walked up to the platform directly on the water flow. "I'll fight you." With that, water began to gather around him, swirling and forming a water tornado over 3 meters high. Die! He swung the tornado towards the little emperor in front, wanting to drown him directly. The little emperor seemed to sense the danger and conjured up a pale blue flame around him. "Hee, I'll burn you to death." The blue flames condensed into a huge fireball, rushing towards the water tornado. The two sides collided instantly, filling the entire venue with a lot of mist, causing everyone to squint. Soon, after the mist cleared, everyone saw an incredibly unbelievable scene. The second generation was knocked off the platform. At this moment, his blue hair was slightly singed, and his eyes towards the emperor were filled with anger and astonishment. On the other side, Wu Chen watched the whole process clearly. Crushing, it's purely a crushing of spiritual power and realm. This guy seems to have too many different abilities in his body, and they are too diverse. It's possible that he overused his mental power when controlling these abilities before, causing damage to his brain. But he does have remarkable combat instincts. Wu Chen's words surprised everyone as they looked at the little emperor on the stage. Is this fool really that powerful? Wen Jun exclaimed in disbelief. Not powerful, at least not stronger than others at the same realm. But his abilities are too versatile, which could be troublesome. It's like a hedgehog, he can easily kill those weaker than him, but he could be a bit of a nuisance to those stronger than him. Zeus also noticed this, looking at the foolish little emperor on the stage with a grim expression. To be honest, he was not the opponent, his magic was extensive but not stronger than pure abilities, and his realm was inferior to the other. The defeat of Poseidon also made people from other countries hesitant to act rashly. They also realized it. The Sakura Kingdom placed the so-called pure realm suppression. This little emperor might be the weakest at the same realm, but he has a strong suppression against those with weaker realms. It's like he's at the first stage of shedding, possessing 10 ninth stage evolved abilities, which makes him a troublesome opponent for those at the evolved realm. Fortunately, it seems that he lacks intelligence. As the crowd discussed, Abe's wife, not far away, had her eyes on Wu Chen. I've heard early on that there is a young generation's strongest magic rat in the Dragon Kingdom. Are you here? Although Abe's wife said so, her gaze remained on Wu Chen. The people on the scene followed Abe's wife's gaze and noticed Wu Chen and his group in the corner. Other countries had also heard of the title of the magic rat, but at that time, each country was developing, and no one paid attention to such titles, as there were plenty of them before. The handsome Poseidon of the beautiful country was once known as the god of the sea, but now even the weakest of the gods. At this moment, Wu Chen frowned, not knowing what the other party was up to. Mr. Magic Rat, would you like to come up and give it a try? Abe's wife shouted towards Wu Chen. He's strong. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he turned and left. He didn't want to bother with a fool, especially since this place might not even exist in a few days. Xian Yuan Tianjiu and others smiled and said nothing at Wu Chen's attitude. They didn't want to bother with a fool either. Meanwhile, the little emperor on the stage was ranting madly. He, trash, rat, a rat's son is also a rat, a whole family of rats, he, hate rats, kill them all, bang! Along with the smoke rising on the stage, Wu Chen's crimson eyes stared coldly at the little emperor pinned to the ground. Who did you say you want to kill? Say it again. At this moment, Wu Chen firmly held the little emperor's neck with one hand, his long crimson hair dancing in the wind. He pressed the opponent to the ground, making him unable to move. The little emperor struggled, wanting to use his abilities to attack Wu Chen, but Wu Chen's strength was immense. With his neck being squeezed and the pain all over his body, he couldn't gather his spiritual power, only able to scream and eventually burst into tears. Woo woo! As the sound of crying echoed through the entire venue, horror filled the eyes of the crowd. They couldn't even tell when Wu Chen made his move. This guy, shedding, and it's a very strong shedding. Zeus stared in shock at Wu Chen, who was crushing the little emperor. Lord Wu Chen, could you please spare my husband? At this moment, Abe's wife walked slowly towards him, with a smile on her face and no trace of worry in her eyes, but rather filled with obsession. Okay, if you insult someone, you have to pay the price. Let me give you a taste of my blade. Wu Chensheng was angry for no particular reason, just annoyed that people from this country of cherry blossoms were pointing fingers at him. Demon Sword 7 slashes, first form, dismemberment. Throwing the little emperor into the air, Wu Chen slashed with his sword. The blood-red blade energy, several meters high, slashed towards the sky. The little emperor's eyes were filled with fear as he gathered various elements to counter the blade energy, but he still took the hit solidly. Your Majesty, are you satisfied? Abe's wife smiled, completely unconcerned about the barely breathing little emperor. It's all right. Wu Chen said lightly, then sheathed his sword and walked out of the venue. Abe's wife watched Wu Chen leave, then clapped her hands. A green light emanated from her, and the injuries on the little emperor's body began to slowly heal. After Wu Chen left, when she walked to his side with a worried tone, "Are you okay?" Wu Chen glanced at her, then shook his head. It's very strange. I know, the little emperor was attacked like that and no one stepped in to protect him. The emperor and others from the country of cherry blossoms seemed to have disappeared. When she spoke, well, let's go back first. I'll investigate tonight. After saying that, Wu Chen led the others back to the hotel. On the other side, Abe's wife said she would take the little emperor down for treatment, let the others play on their own, and arranged for numerous cherry blossom beauties and handsome men to enter the venue, even arranging rooms thoughtfully. Abe's wife led the little emperor through room after room, finally pushing open a door at the deepest part. She looked at the many men inside with eyes full of satisfaction and excitement, then threw the little emperor at the door and walked in. The group of men surrounded her, their eyes full of desire. They looked at the girl standing among them with fascination, while Abe's wife watched the scene, laughing heartily until tears came to her eyes. Come on! She beckoned with her finger, and the group rushed towards her like hungry wolves. She still wore a smile on her face. The little emperor outside seemed to sense something and crawled over with a foolish smile. At night, after chatting with Xian Yuan Tianjiao and others, Wu Chen returned to his room. In his room, a girl was kneeling. Abe's wife looked at Wu Chen with a smile on her face. Your Majesty, you're here. The girl's eyes still carried a look of obsession, as if Wu Chen were some kind of delicacy. Wu Chen frowned, then walked into the room as usual. Speak, do you have something to say? He, don't be so boring. Your Majesty, what do you think of me? The girl looked at Wu Chen and giggled. You're very beautiful, but there are many people's auras on you. From my understanding of the national situation in the country of cherry blossoms, you have probably been forced by many people. Your ability should be related to charm, and you've probably controlled their higher-ups. As Wu Chen spoke, Abe's wife instantly froze. There was a hint of disbelief in her eyes, but she quickly calmed down. You guessed right. Do you want to try it? Abe's wife said, then took off her clothes, revealing her perfect body. You should know that this kind of thing is not very realistic. Since I know about your ability, I won't fall for your tricks. Tell me, what do you want? Wu Chen didn't stare or avoid her, as if he were looking at an ordinary person, his eyes showing no ripples. Seeing Wu Chen's demeanor, Abe's wife's smile on her face deepened. My lord, would you like to join me in burying all these evolvers on this island, or perhaps destroying the entire Sakura country? With the number of evolvers in the city, you could directly advance to the realm of transformation. By then, you will be among the top elite. I don't seek to be your queen, but I am willing to be your servant. Abe's wife's eyes were filled with excitement and madness. You should understand that from the moment you said those words, you could not walk out of this hotel. What gives you the confidence to think I would cooperate with you? Wu Chen's executioner was placed on the young girl's delicate neck, as if it could be severed in the next second. And what makes you think, my lord, that I would come in my true form? The girl regarded the executioner as nothing, slowly rising with a smile in her eyes. Chapter 101, The Attack of the Demons. After pondering for a moment upon hearing the other party's words, Wu Chen put away the executioner in his hand. What is your ultimate goal? No ultimate goal, just want to destroy this country, even this world. Abe's wife's eyes were filled with madness. Sorry, I have no intention of destroying this world. Our conversation ends, you may leave. Wu Chen stood up, opened the window, and gestured for the other party to leave. Really? As far as I know, my lord's living environment is also extremely dark. I remember, my lord's father was a rapist, with hands stained with blood, a child who grew up in darkness from a young age. Do you want to survive in a bright environment? With these words, Wu Chen instantly grabbed Abe's wife's neck, his pitch-black pupils beginning to turn red. If you want to die, I can grant your wish. You can't kill me, my lord. A rat is a creature that lives in the gutter, not fit to be a hero. His terrifying face will make people fear him. Abe's wife's eyes were filled with a smile, as if Wu Chen was not choking her neck. Crack! With a forceful grip from Wu Chen, a crisp sound rang out as the girl's neck was easily snapped, and in the moment of her death, Abe's wife's body transformed into the figure of another person. A stranger. My lord, you can act at any time. Even if you don't cooperate with me, you can still destroy Sakura. There are no more strong ones in this country. The girl's mocking voice echoed in the empty room, while Wu Chen remained silent, his face dark and unreadable. Meanwhile, in the emperor's house, Abe's wife wore a smile on her face, her beautiful face filled with madness and obsession. Fantastic, my lord. You were born in darkness, you can only be with me, we are the most compatible. The girl's voice carried a hint of madness, surrounded by a group of men lying on the ground, laughing foolishly. At this moment, a figure tens of meters tall appeared in the sky above Sakura country, with a person standing on its head. Yao looked at the sacred mountain below and said, Is the Yamata no Orochi inside? Yes, your majesty. Well, then let's get started. With Yao's words, the Cheonchi also roared to the sky. As tornadoes appeared out of thin air, the world seemed to be in a natural disaster. The citizens of Sakura country looked on in horror at the tornado on the sacred mountain, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Tornado! Tornado! Run! Run! Help, Emperor! Your Majesty, according to the alliance agreement, I cannot attack the human race without reason, so this is as far as I can go. Well, scaring them is enough. Yao nodded, then turned his gaze to the mountain below. There, a presence was slowly awakening. On the other side, Wu Chen and others also saw the tornado above the sacred mountain. What the hell? How come there's suddenly a tornado? Wen Jun said in confusion. It's not a natural occurrence. I've calculated that a tornado shouldn't appear recently. It should be. Shang Guanzhan's face turned serious, but he was interrupted by Wu Chen before he could finish. The Demon Clan. After Wu Chen said this with a serious expression, he turned around and said sternly, Notify everyone from the Evolution Academy. Groups of 5-6th rank stick together, those above 7th rank can take action, the looting begins. Yes. Xian Yuan Tianjiao and others quickly nodded in agreement with Wu Chen's seriousness. Just as Wu Chen was about to leave, a pair of hands suddenly grabbed his clothes. What's wrong? Wu Chen looked at Wen Shi in confusion. Be safe. When she looked at him, her beautiful face showing a hint of worry and determination. You two, this battle is unavoidable, if there's danger, let me know. Wu Chen didn't let Wen Shi hide, he knew that once they embarked on the path of evolution, peace would be a thing of the past. Okay. Wen Shi nodded, then turned and left. In the moment she turned around, her black hair turned silver. Azure Dragon, where are you? Wu Chen contacted the Azure Dragon. Near the coast, the Sea Clan also saw the tornado and is preparing to take action. Don't mind the Sea Clan, come to me. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he leaped up, standing at the highest point in the dark night, and took out the old mouse mask. Soon, the Azure Dragon appeared at the location. Lord Mouse, should we take action? Azure Dragon, what's your cultivation level? Wu Chen asked. Evolution 9th rank, Sequence 013, Azure Thunder Divine Dragon. Good, follow me to that mountain, we'll meet the Demon Emperor. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he put on the mouse mask. The two of them disappeared in an instant, flying towards the sacred mountain. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, Abe's wife was also filled with a mad laughter. Fight, let this cherry blossom island sink into the depths of the sea today. With that, the girl stood up, covered in blood, with a strong aura, and around her, the young emperor was already dead. The girl disappeared in an instant, leaving behind a pile of corpses. On the other side, Wen Jun and others also began hunting down evolutionists from other countries. In such a situation, it was impossible for anyone to survive alone. In the chaos, only the strong could survive. This was a test, a battle, where the weak would be completely eliminated. Even for self-preservation, one must kill. Because if you don't kill, they will come for you. At this moment on the coast, the sea roared, huge waves swept over the entire coastal city, and whales rammed into the fools trying to escape by boat, venting their anger. High she stood on top of a water pillar, transforming the people who fell into the water into fish people. Success was rewarded, failure meant becoming bait. Everything happened so suddenly, a battle without warning erupted instantly. At this moment, Wu Chen arrived with the Azure Dragon under the sacred mountain. Inside the sacred mountain at this moment, a Cheongqi was hammering an 8-headed snake. The Yamata no Orochi was also confused. He had just broken through the shell to reach the transformation realm, thinking he was invincible, but unexpectedly, a winged tiger came from somewhere and pinned him to the ground to rub him. Yao Yi watched coldly from the side. He had just given this snake a chance, but it was disrespectful, so he felt he had to teach him a lesson. At this moment, he seemed to suddenly sense something and turned to look. Not far from him, two figures were appearing in front of him. One wearing an old mouse mask, the other wearing a dragon mask. Long time no see, Wu Chen. Yao recognized Wu Chen's identity at a glance, gritting his teeth. In a sense, I didn't really want to meet you, but I still have to ask, what are you guys up to? Wu Chen curiously asked. However, Yao did not answer Wu Chen's question, only to see his hand turn into a dragon claw and directly attack Wu Chen. Bang! Accompanied by a flash of lightning, the Azure Dragon held a war spear in front of Wu Chen. The demon emperor of the Yao clan is quite rude, evolving to the 6th rank, and you want to fight? With that, thunder flashed around the Azure Dragon, accompanied by a loud roar. Yao was directly blasted away. However, there were no visible injuries on him. TSK, the demon emperor is indeed the demon emperor, with amazing defense and resistance to elements. The Azure Dragon's tone carried a hint of playfulness, then retreated behind Wu Chen. Yamata no Orochi? Are you here for it? Looking at the Yamata no Orochi being crushed in the distance, Wu Chen couldn't help but feel something strange about it. So what if I am? Are you, this little mouse, trying to stop me? Xiongqi had long been displeased with Wu Chen and spoke before Yao. Looking at the appearance of the Yamata no Orochi, Wu Chen frowned. None of my business, just a piece of trash. With that, Wu Chen turned and walked towards the mountain. He thought he might find something interesting, but it turned out to be this guy, Yao. To be honest, he currently had no interest in Yao. If that Xiongqi wasn't there, he might have killed him, but he couldn't guarantee a win against Xiongqi at the moment, so he couldn't act recklessly. Don't run, fight me. Yao became somewhat excited after seeing Wu Chen, perhaps remembering that Wu Chen had killed his father, or recalling the humiliation during their time in the southern frontier. Wu Chen frowned at him, then took out the Divine Slayer pointing towards him. Fight? Don't you find what you're saying ridiculous? Why should we fight? Just let your big guy behind you not interfere. Life and death are fated. If you can withstand one of my strikes, I'll admit defeat. How about that? With that, a hint of red mist floated around Wu Chen, and with the appearance of the red mist, the temperature in the space seemed to drop a few degrees. Yao looked at Wu Chen, wanting to agree, but the fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed. As the demon emperor, his instinct told him that this battle couldn't be fought, he would die. The instinct for survival made him dare not agree. At this moment, Xiongqi also noticed something wrong with Yao, and with a gust of wind, he swept Yao and Yamata no Orochi up, flying directly into the air. Kid, we'll meet again. Xiongqi disappeared instantly, leaving Wu Chen and the Azure Dragon stunned. They had thought there would be a big battle, but they didn't expect Xiongqi to just slip away. What? Now? The Azure Dragon looked at Wu Chen and asked, do you want to kill or protect people? Wu Chen asked, protect. After all, the students of the Evolution Academy are all geniuses, losing one is not a good thing. Alright, you go protect them, I'll go deal with the others. After saying that, Wu Chen rushed down the mountain. He planned to first deal with that little emperor. 10 minutes after they split up, Wu Chen encountered his first opponent, or rather, not really an enemy. What do you want? Looking at Abe no Tsuma in front of him, Wu Chen frowned. For some reason, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. My lord, what are you planning to do? To kill or to protect? Abe Notsuma appeared next to Wu Chen in an instant, then disappeared again. At this moment, she seemed like a ghost, exuding a strong sense of allure and terrifying energy. None of your business, get lost. Wu Chen pointed his long knife at her and rebuked. For some reason, the unease in his heart grew stronger. The strength of this Abe Notsuma seemed a bit strange. Too indifferent. Shang Jun, I really like you a lot. Let's fall into darkness together. We are born to be the same kind of people. With the words of Abe's wife, behind her, a pink giant snake with 8 heads appeared, and her pupils and hair also began to converge towards pink. Sequence 015, Soul-Stealing Enchantress Snake. However, the Enchantress Snake in Wu Chen's memory did not look like this. It seems that Abe's wife's ability has undergone some changes. Accompanied by a pink mist rising, Wu Chen appeared in another scene. He watched as a delicate little girl in front of him stood still. The little girl seemed not to see him, just playing with her own things. The girl slowly grew up, awakened her ability after the marking day, possessing unparalleled beauty and charm, and was chosen as the Yin and Yang goddess. However, this title did not bring her honor, but instead brought disaster. At the age of 15, the girl was told to marry the young emperor, but she already had someone she loved at that time. That person was her childhood sweetheart. But in the Sakura Kingdom, the emperor's power is supreme, and she could not refuse. She wanted to give her first time to her loved one before the wedding, wanted to elope with him, but the emperor found out about it. In the end, she was insulted by the emperor in front of her loved one. Yes, it was the young emperor's father, the emperor. That day, she saw her loved one go mad and die in front of her own eyes. She was in immense pain, but helpless, and eventually married the young emperor. Although she married the young emperor himself had intellectual issues, and the imperial family was already a dark place. She said she was the young emperor's wife, but she was more like a plaything of the entire imperial family. She went mad, filled with intense hatred, and came to the foot of the sacred mountain. She made a deal with her body and the Yamata no Orochi, eventually seizing energy and some special abilities from the Yamata no Orochi. With cultivation, she began to manipulate the entire imperial family using her body and her unique abilities. The Enchantress Snake, Soul-Stealing Enchantress, this ability was not originally so powerful, but her intense hatred allowed her soul to devour something, and with her powerful hatred, she managed to survive and gain the power to control souls. She began to reform, to kill the evolvers, to slowly manipulate the people of the imperial palace, and finally, to completely control everything. Wu Chen looked at Abe's wife's experience and said, "What is the meaning of showing me this? Do you want my sympathy? I admit, you are pitiful, but it has nothing to do with me. I don't want to cooperate with you, nor do I intend to help you." Shang Jun, do you know how excited I was when I found out that there was a man living in the darkness in the Dragon Kingdom just like me? I gathered many talented evolvers in the world here, just to let you kill them all. Let's fall into darkness together, isn't that good? Abe's wife's eyes were filled with hatred and a hint of sadness. Do whatever you want, I won't stop you. Your experience is very sympathetic. If I were not your enemy, I would let you go. Now you have a chance, let me go. I will take my teammates with me. Who you want to kill, who you want to destroy, has nothing to do with me. Wu Chen's tone was trembling. According to Wu Chen's character, he wouldn't have said so much to this guy. But for some reason, the seal loosened. Abe's wife seemed to have sensed something. She ignored Wu Chen and said to herself, "Shang Jun, destroy this place with me. How long do you need to seal the energy inside you?" Wu Chen looked at the woman in front of him and drew out the god-slaying sword. Get lost. Wu Chen was a bit anxious at this moment. The terrifying sword energy directly threatened Abe's wife. Shang Jun, don't waste your effort. You should know that you are no match for me now. Abe's wife's face was filled with a smile and madness, and Wu Chen understood that Abe's wife probably killed all the people in the imperial palace. This surge of cultivation energy caused her cultivation to skyrocket. Wu Chen was now in a state of confusion and could not perceive the limit of that spiritual power, but it would definitely be stronger than him. Meanwhile, on the other side, when she, who was in battle, suddenly felt a panic in her heart. Of course, there were also Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Qingrong. The three of them looked towards the direction of the divine mountain at the same time, as if they had sensed something, when she also decisively flew towards that direction. In the space where the god-slaying existed, the red mist was drifting wildly, as if a hurricane wanted to take them out of this space. The god-slaying also showed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Outside, Abe's wife was still provoking Wu Chen madly. Wu Chen's pupils became increasingly red, as if to fill his entire eye sockets. Abe's wife's voice in front of him sounded like a demon whisper, making him involuntarily recall his past life. Watching the past experiences flash before his eyes like a TV drama, Wu Chen felt a splitting headache. Let me go, and I will spare your life." Wu Chen gasped for breath, his tone becoming extremely suppressed, as if something was blocking his throat. Abe's wife smiled and walked up to Wu Chen. "You can kill me anytime, as long as you become like me." The girl's pink pupils were filled with madness, as if something extraordinary would happen once Wu Chen transformed. "Shangjun, I know what you were sealing. Why do you seal your negative emotions? Why only let out killing intent? Clearly pain and sadness are the most intense emotions in you, why suppress them?" Abe's wife approached Wu Chen's ear, whispering like a demon. "Look at your past, and then look at your present. You have been suffering since birth. You think you are very mature, you consider everyone, but who considers you? What is the meaning of your existence? Your father died, your mother has a new family, your grandparents have passed away, you can't even hold a decent funeral." Wu Chen seemed to be controlled, and a slight red mist began to emanate from him, carrying a sense of killing intent, like a long knife. "That's my business, it has nothing to do with you. But it's very pitiful, clearly you have done so many good things, you are so outstanding, but you hide in the dark like a mouse, calling yourself a mouse, yet you have qualities far superior to those people, always thinking for others, who thinks for you." Abe's wife took off Wu Chen's mask, then reached out and touched his face. "Follow me into the darkness, stop suppressing yourself, if you want to be a mouse, then do what a mouse should do. Let him go." Suddenly, a silver-white moonlight struck Abe's wife. "Brother, are you okay?" Shangguan Zhan waved his hand, and the ground under Wu Chen's feet began to wriggle, instantly pulling Wu Chen to his side. "Brother, wake up!" Shangguan Xingrong began to shake Wu Chen's shoulders, while Wen Shi and Shangguan Zhan stood in front of Wu Chen, looking ahead at Abe's wife with vigilance. "Looks like the party pooper has arrived." Abe's wife watched the scene without any worry. She had already found a loophole in Wu Chen, sealing this kind of thing once it goes wrong, unless completely unsealed and resealed. And at this moment, Wu Chen was also forcing himself to clear his mind. Go! Go! Everyone, go first!" Wu Chen's voice was like a beast growling low, his eyes becoming even more crimson, as if he would turn into a beast in the next moment. "What did you do to him?" When she looked at Wu Chen's appearance, angrily shouting at Abe's wife. "I didn't do anything, just helped him release some suppressed emotions. Haven't you rarely seen him lose his rationality, anger, and pain?" Abe's wife's words stunned everyone. Indeed, Wu Chen seemed to rarely show such emotions. He is just an 18-year-old child, how could he have no desires? He is not a god, he is human and will have emotions. He has endured more than 10 years of pain, how could he not have sadness? Abe's wife's words stunned everyone. They looked at Wu Chen behind them with a pained expression, eyes filled with astonishment. Suddenly, with Wu Chen's roar, a crimson mist spread for tens of miles. This mist was strange. People in the mist unconsciously felt a sense of desolation, and also felt an extremely pure killing intent. Abe's wife took a deep breath, enjoying it. That's right, so much pain experienced over more than 10 years, so pure, Shangjun, so pitiful. Besides father, grandfather, grandmother, and a few relatives, no one has ever been good to you, so pitiful. A person actually has to rely on sealing his emotions to get through the rest of his life. Who are you afraid of hurting? Who is hurting you? When she and the others also sensed a heavy sense of sadness at this moment, tears unconsciously flowing from their eyes, they looked at Wu Chen, who was now half kneeling on the ground, crying. Wu Chen's face was wet with tears. He seemed like an ordinary person, with extreme killing intent on the outside, pure anger in the middle, and only the mist closest to him was sadness. Sigh. I've always said that sealing this thing has never worked, saying it's used as a trump card. The combat power brought by negative emotions is very strong, but it's also the easiest to go berserk. Forget it. You haven't been happy enough to seal away the good emotions. Suddenly, a voice sounded. The executioner's blade appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Chen, its tone full of helplessness and sadness. When she and the others looked at the long knife that appeared in front of Wu Chen, their eyes filled with tears and a hint of astonishment. And not far away, Abe's wife also became instantly alert after the executioner's blade appeared. Who are you? Abe's wife shouted loudly at the executioner's blade. At this moment, she had lost her calm control over everything, and instead felt a bit uneasy about the sudden appearance of the long knife. None of your business. The executioner's words made Abe's wife's face instantly ugly. Wu Chen's younger siblings, right, you guys retreat first, inform your dragon country people, evacuate from within this red mist range, the upcoming battle may affect many people. When you stay. The executioner seemed to be giving orders like a leader. And Shangguan Xingrong wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shangguan Zhan. Are you my brother's blade spirit? He will be fine, right? Shangguan Zhan asked with concern. Don't worry, I know him best, come pick him up in 10 minutes. Shangguan Zhan nodded upon hearing this, then decisively left with Shangguan Xingrong. It's not that he's not worried about Wu Chen, but he has limited ability, and it will probably affect the executioner. Meanwhile, when she walked to Wu Chen's side and reached out to touch him. Can I ask you a question? Jushin looked at Wen Shi and asked. What is it? When she stopped her hand and turned to look at Jushin. You've seen it too, he's like this, most likely won't change in the future. If one day he goes berserk, what will you do? Of course. When she was about to say she would stop Wu Chen, but Jushin interrupted her. I'm not asking for a solution, I'm asking if you will stand by him after it's all over. You need to think about this carefully, because you have parents, so for me, you are not suitable for him. Even that Sakura girl may be more suitable for him than you. I don't need you to choose between your parents and him, I need to know if you will have the courage to stand by him when the time comes. With these words, Wen Shi was instantly stunned. To be honest, she couldn't concentrate on thinking clearly because of the influence of the red mist. She looked at Jushin in confusion, seemingly pondering its meaning. At this moment, not far away, Abe's wife smiled and said, Saimai belongs only to me. Those who fall into darkness cannot climb out of it. Human nature will not allow a tainted person to appear. He is only suitable for me. And at this moment, the red mist began to rapidly converge towards Wu Chen. The unsealing of the demon's soul. Whose soul will be unsealed in the end? Jushin muttered to himself, then transformed into human form. I originally intended for you to come out and vent a bit, but I didn't expect it to escalate to this extent. But it's fine, after all, it's not your home. Jushin held a long knife and stood in front of Wu Chen. Alright, take your time to think. I need to have a thrilling battle with my partner now. Jushin shrugged, then slashed a blade of qi towards Wen Shi. The blade of qi was not sharp, more like a gust of wind, sending Wen Shi flying but not harming her. At this moment, Wu Chen slowly stood up. The mist around him condensed into his right hand, and a black and red blade embryo appeared in his hand. The blade embryo has appeared, quite fast indeed. Jushin smiled and looked at Wu Chen. After being suppressed for so long, let's have a fight, it will only take a few minutes anyway. As if in response to Jushin's words, Wu Chen disappeared in an instant and raised his long knife to strike at him. Dismemberment! Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Abe's wife was directly lifted by the terrifying force. As she was lifted, she gazed at Wu Chen's eyes covered in red light, looking at him with excitement. Yes, Saimai, that's how it is, you can only be mine. Jushin, who was grappling with Wu Chen, sneered. What a joke, I don't agree to this marriage. The two separated again, using the same sword technique and equal strength to clash everywhere. The two turned into two red lights and fought from the top of the divine mountain to the city. In the city, two red shadows crisscrossed, sword chi swept around, smashing houses, and some evolved beings caught in the attack were directly cut in half, unable to even speak. 7 cuts of the demon blade, dismemberment. Wu Chen seemed to act on instinct and directly transformed into a tens of meters high blade of chi slashing towards Jushin. 7 cuts of the demon blade, dismemberment. Bang! The two collided again, a huge explosion erupted on the spot. Obviously, the strength displayed by the two far exceeded the shedding realm. Wu Chen's body was gradually drained, becoming thinner and weaker. Damn, one last strike, if he keeps absorbing, he'll die. Jushin looked at Wu Chen's emaciated body and shouted loudly. And Wu Chen seemed to understand his words, his body slightly bent. 7 cuts of the demon blade, heartbreak. Do I even have a heart in this state? The god of execution looked at Wu Chen rushing towards him, thinking seriously about the situation. As Wu Chen was about to approach, he used the same move. The collision of the blades sent shockwaves that blew away the surrounding shattered buildings, creating a space of tens of meters. The two men looked alike, but one had red eyes while the other had red pupils. It seemed like one was rational, and the other was insane. Boom! This time, both of them flew backward again, and as Wu Chen's knife fell to the ground, he completely passed out. The long sword condensed from red mist also disappeared instantly, reappearing as red mist in another space. The god of execution looked at Wu Chen lying on the ground in the distance and smiled. It seems much better to vent, but it feels strange, this drained feeling. The god of execution sneered and casually swung his sword towards a certain direction. What an idiot, treating me like a fool. Somewhere, Anbi's body was split in half, her eyes filled with disbelief, not knowing if it was because she was cut by a sword or because she was discovered. The figure of the god of execution also disappeared on the spot, and in the ruins, Wu Chen's hair turned from red to black. At this moment, a figure appeared here. The Azure Dragon quickly picked up Wu Chen lying on the ground and flew towards the Dragon Kingdom's residence. He had just received orders from above to come here to assist Wu Chen. Initially, he thought some powerful being was fighting here, causing such a terrifying disturbance, but he never expected it to be Wu Chen. Of course, many people were paying attention to the battle here, but they were not sure who was involved, only knowing that a powerful being had erupted in an extremely terrifying battle. On the coast, Tsunamis began to rush into the city, and many people fled to the emperor's residence, but only corpses remained there. At this moment, as the god of execution looked at the red mist within Wu Chen's body, he murmured, Jushin, Wu Chen. God of execution, Wuxing. All gods, Wuxing. Subsequently, all the evolved individuals from various countries were taken away, and the Sakura Island was also invaded by the Sea Tribe. Many people from the Sakura Kingdom began to emigrate and flee to other countries. The Sakura Kingdom began to disintegrate. On the other side near Mount Kunlun, the Porchi and others who had returned with the eight-forked serpent had just encountered an attack. Yao looked at the body of the eight-forked serpent with a hint of anger in his eyes. Beside him, a nine-tailed white fox spoke. The soul of the eight-forked serpent has long been decayed, but it hasn't realized it. This time, due to the attack weakening its body, the parasitic soul inside it found an opportunity. Speaking of which, that parasitic soul carries a hint of temptation, probably aiming to harm the demon emperor. With a hint of disdain in her eyes, the nine-tailed fox continued, I have never succumbed to the power of temptation. The Porchi beside her also spat, Bah, what a joke, wasting my time. After speaking, he found a place to lie down. On the other side, Wu Chen also woke up. Looking at the white ceiling, Wu Chen knew what had happened. Raising his hand, he felt helpless seeing his right hand, which now resembled a withered branch. When the spiritual power was insufficient, the seal was released, and he could only draw out other things from his body, such as blood, or even directly extract his lifespan. Originally, it was used to protect Wu Chen, like the body's immune system, automatically protecting the host from anything threatening. What to do when Wu Chen's spiritual power was not enough? Extract blood, essence, lifespan, just eliminate the threats first, and deal with the consequences later. In simple terms, ensure Wu Chen's survival and release everything to the maximum extent possible. After waking up, Wu Chen observed his surroundings and realized that he had returned to the Dragon Kingdom. He tried to get up but found that something was weighing down his blanket. Lowering his head, Wu Chen saw Wenxi lying on his bed, pressing down on his blanket. It seemed like she had been sleeping for quite a while. Wu Chen reached out and gently patted her head. Wake up. Wenxi rubbed her eyes sleepily, then lifted her head to see Wu Chen looking at her calmly. Surprised, Wenxi suddenly sat up, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and then reached out to pinch Wu Chen's cheek. Does it hurt? Wu Chen rolled his eyes and swatted her hand away. Pinch yourself and you'll know. Perhaps due to just waking up, when she actually pinched her own thigh. Feeling the sharp pain, her eyes instantly filled with joy. You're awake. Are you okay? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Excited, when she bombarded him with questions. I'm fine. How long have I been asleep? Curious, Wu Chen asked. You've been sleeping for a total of 3 days since returning from the Sakura Kingdom. I didn't tell uncle to avoid worrying them. Wu Chen nodded in response. Thank you. Wu Chen sincerely thanked Wenxi. You're welcome. Wenxi felt a bit shy under Wu Chen's gaze and then asked, Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat? Wu Chen nodded. Let's check out of the hospital first. I'm fine, just lacking some nutrition. I'll rest for a few days, and then I need to report to the Zodiac organization. Wenxi nodded. This time, she didn't persuade Wu Chen to stay longer. After all, once awakened, the self-healing ability of an evolver was much stronger than that of ordinary medical facilities. Soon after completing the discharge procedures, Wu Chen and Wenxi went to a buffet restaurant for a meal. Leaving the owner with a tearful look, Wu Chen burped and headed towards the Evolution Academy. Walking down the street, Wenxi smiled and said, Look at the expression on that owner's face. You might end up on his blacklist in the future. Wu Chen paused, then calmly said, Then I'll just go to a different place in the future. Wenxi chuckled upon hearing this. By the way, what happened to you in the Sakura Kingdom? Well, it was just that the negative emotions accumulated since childhood were sealed. My concept of good and evil wasn't firmly established in childhood. Once these negative emotions appeared, they were very pure. After gaining abilities, they were directly sealed, which also serves as a trump card. Wu Chen didn't hide anything and told Wenxi directly. It wasn't something worth concealing, as the sealing was to maintain rationality, and Abe's words didn't affect him much. And now, will you still seal them? Wenxi suddenly asked. The killing intent may rise, but there won't be many negative emotions. As people grow older, emotions become more complex, without pure anger or joy. Have you already released those negative emotions? Wenxi asked again. Not sure, maybe they've been released, maybe not. But essentially, they are a form of energy. Killing intent and negative emotions can enhance combat power as the energy of the god of slaughter. These energies are strong but can also cloud the mind. It's complicated to explain, and I'm not entirely sure, but you can understand it as the blade controlling me at that time. Wu Chen explained, leaving Wenxi somewhat puzzled. However, she didn't delve too deeply into the matter and instead asked, "Do you know that your god of slaughter has turned into a human again?" Yes, those negative emotions exist to target him, but they are usually sealed. The two chatted as they walked towards the Evolution Academy. "You go back first, I'll go to the base of the Chinese Zodiac organization." Wu Chen sent Wenxi to the school gate and then took out his motorcycle, heading towards the Chinese Zodiac organization base. Upon entering the base, Wu Chen went straight to the office of Tiger, but this time he missed him. Tiger was not in the office. Instead, another person with a smile on his face was looking at him as if he knew he would come. "Ouyang Botu, what are you doing here?" Wu Chen was a bit stunned, then spoke with some confusion. Ouyang Botu smiled, "I was waiting for you, come in and have a seat, Tiger is out." "Waiting for me?" Wu Chen closed the door casually, then found a seat and sat down, looking puzzled. "Yes, I have something to discuss with you. Before that, tell me, what business do you have with Tiger?" Upon hearing the question, Wu Chen replied seriously, "I met the leader of the Celestial Organization in the Sakura country, he is called the Celestial Emperor." Wu Chen told Ouyang Botu everything that happened in Sakura country in great detail, even mentioning his own rampage. Ouyang Botu listened with a smile as Wu Chen finished, then handed him a cup of tea. "Have some water." Wu Chen quickly took the water glass and thanked him. After drinking the water, Wu Chen looked at Ouyang Botu curiously and asked, "Botu, what do you want from me?" Ouyang Botu smiled slightly and said, "I just wanted to ask, what do you think of the Celestial Emperor's bet?" Wu Chen was taken aback, then asked tentatively, "Botu, do you know about these things?" Ouyang Botu nodded, then said, "That Celestial Emperor is an old acquaintance of mine. After you left, I found him and had a chat with him." "An old acquaintance? I see." Wu Chen nodded. "He used to be an evolver in our dragon country, a person with extraordinary talent. However, due to differences in ideology, he eventually chose to defect." "Differences in ideology?" Wu Chen asked curiously. "Yes, his ideology was too extreme. I'll tell you more about it later. How about you, have you thought about trying his bet?" Ouyang Botu changed the subject and asked with a smile. "I want to try." Wu Chen nodded without hesitation. Wu Chen is a human, not a god. To be honest, after Wu Jianjun's death, he had thought about giving his grandparents a grand funeral, but due to his own identity issues, he was afraid of causing trouble. In short, after Wu Jianjun's death, Wu Chen had started to become more like a normal person, leaning towards someone with desires and emotions. "Do you want to lose or win?" Ouyang Botu asked with a smile. "I want to win." "Then let's go." After hearing Wu Chen's answer, Ouyang Botu stood up directly. Wu Chen was also stunned. "Go where?" "To propose marriage." Ouyang Botu smiled slightly, and after a while, Wu Chen was brought to the entrance of the Wen family's villa. At this moment, Wu Chen was a bit confused, as Ouyang Botu had brought him here directly. Ding dong! Along with the sound of the doorbell, Wu Chen's heart suddenly raced. For some reason, he felt nervous. Beside him, Ouyang Botu looked at his appearance, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. "Here he comes." With the sound from inside, the maid opened the door. The maid was also surprised to see the figure outside the door. "Botu, why are you here? Is Mr. One at home? I have something to discuss with him." Ouyang Botu smiled and said. The maid nodded and said, "Yes, the master is at home, I'll go call him." Soon, Wu Chen appeared in the living room of the Wen family with Ouyang Botu. Wen Fu poured a few cups of tea and handed them to Ouyang Botu and Wu Chen, then smiled and said, "Ouyang Botu, is there something you came for today? And you brought the magic rat. You can say it yourself." Ouyang Botu looked at Wu Chen, indicating for him to speak. Wu Chen was taken aback, while Wen Fu and Wen Mu also looked at Wu Chen with curiosity. Being stared at by three pairs of eyes, Wu Chen felt extremely nervous for some reason. He stammered, I want to propose to you, I want to marry your daughter." After speaking, Wu Chen lowered his head, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. His heart was pounding, experiencing this kind of nervousness for the first time. The smiles on Wen Fu and Wen Mu's faces slowly faded away. The two exchanged a glance, and instead of answering Wu Chen's question, they shifted their gaze to Ouyang Botu. "Ouyang Ji, are you here to force a marriage?" Wen Fu's tone changed instantly, his expression cold as if Wu Chen had said something particularly strange. However, Ouyang Ji smiled and said, "Not at all. You can refuse. I just brought him here. The child is still young, and his uncle is not quite suitable to come here." Wen Mu's expression also turned unpleasant as she looked at Wu Chen and then walked up to him. "Your name is Wu Chen, right?" "Yes." Wu Chen was a bit confused at this moment. He was mentally prepared for rejection, but the situation was obviously not right. The other party's eyes were no longer kind but filled with indifference. "Give up. I will not marry my daughter to you." There's no room for negotiation in this matter. Wu Chen was stunned. He stood up, looked at the Wen family, his eyes showing some confusion and incomprehension. May I ask why? Wu Chen asked. My daughter is already engaged. It's not suitable for her to be engaged to another man. This matter ends here. You once saved them, and I will find a way to repay you. Wen Fu said lightly, then looked at the nanny not far away. See the guest out. With that, he prepared to leave with Wen Mu. However, Wu Chen was puzzled. He grabbed Wen Fu's arm. Because I know that when she doesn't have an engagement, so I want to know the real reason. Wen Fu was taken aback. He turned around and looked at the young man behind him with a complicated expression in his eyes, showing sympathy and determination. Think about what you have done. My daughter, I don't ask her to marry a wealthy man, but the other party must meet one condition at least. Wu Chen was puzzled. What condition? At least, that person can live openly among the crowd, not hiding like a mouse. With these words, Wu Chen was instantly stunned. His eyes showed some confusion and resignation. He let go of Wen Fu's arm, then slightly smiled and said, I apologize for the disturbance. At that moment, he seemed to understand something, yet also appeared puzzled. Ouyang Botu saw his expression and stood up, patting his shoulder. Let's go back. Okay. The two of them left the Wen family side by side. After the two left, Wen Fu and Wen Mu exchanged a glance. Is this right? Wen Mu said with some reluctance. There's nothing wrong. Our family lacks nothing, and we don't seek any achievements for Xiaoxi's other half. At least, they should be able to live openly in the sun with her. His identity and experiences are destined not to live well in this era of technological advancement and evolution. Wen Fu said lightly. Did he make a mistake in this matter? There is nothing wrong. As a father, what he needs to consider is his daughter's future and happiness. No one wants to entrust their child to someone who may face public criticism in the future. In this chaotic world, what heroes need more is protection, not slaughter. After all, the majority in this world are the weak. Ouyang Botu led Wu Chen to a park. Wu Chen's face was calm, as if he didn't take what just happened to heart. How do you feel? Ouyang Botu suddenly asked. I'm fine, I don't feel much, just suddenly feel a bit lost. Wu Chen's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, seeming somewhat puzzled. Do you want to be a hero? Ouyang Botu suddenly asked. I guess so. At least I feel a bit lost. Wu Chen didn't hide his emotions, but rather said somewhat confusedly. Ouyang Botu found a place to sit down. Looking up at the sky, he smiled and said, Do you know what the philosophy of the Heavenly Emperor is? Wu Chen was stunned, then shook his head. His philosophy is to follow one's heart. He believes that human emotions are the root of suffering. If you have never had emotions, you will not suffer. Don't suppress desires, don't overly rely on reason, do whatever you want, morality collapses, order disappears, the strong rule. That is his philosophy. Ouyang Botu's words made Wu Chen focus on him. Botu, you seem to be very familiar with the Heavenly Emperor? Yes, he is my younger brother, my own brother. Wu Chen nodded, murmuring, so that's how it is. A hint of reminiscence flashed in Ouyang Botu's eyes. He murmured, our experiences are actually quite similar to yours. Then, Ouyang Botu began to tell his story. Our father, the father of my brother and me, was also a criminal. We grew up in contempt, but both of us were very intelligent. We got into university and had a strong interest in scientific research, which was what changed our destiny. Both of us were extraordinarily gifted. We invented some things in university, even discovered psychic material, but at that time, because we didn't understand how to use it, we only knew it was an extremely powerful force, and this power was found on a stone tablet. Our discovery was known to the higher-ups. Because of our strong talents, we were exceptions and joined the Research Institute, specializing in studying this material. However, even so, our identities as the sons of criminals were still known to others. Genius, sons of criminals, these two identities put a lot of pressure on us, because the Research Institute itself was not a kind place. There were also people who entered through the back door. They started targeting us, publicizing our identities. It was at this time that our philosophies diverged. He believed that since the law had already punished our fathers for what they did, why should they be blamed? While I felt that this was also a form of punishment, after all, the victims were also innocent. They suffered unparalleled pain. It was not unreasonable for us to bear some, until the appearance of the marking day. We both awakened at the same time, and with our extremely high talents, our cultivation progressed rapidly. He began to retaliate against those who had hurt him, while I was immersed in scientific research at the time and did not notice. Wu Chen listened quietly to Ouyang Botu's words, then spoke. Botu must have hidden a lot, right? Ouyang Botu nodded, then said, the first outbreak of our conflict was because of your appearance. Wu Chen was stunned. Me? Ouyang Boto nodded and said with a smile, "My plan is to cultivate you into a god with independent thinking ability, one who can distinguish right from wrong, possess emotions and desires. He, on the other hand, wants to cultivate you into a person without morals, without constraints, someone who acts based on emotions. In fact, there is no difference between these two. In terms of the end result, they are both the strongest, but the process will be different. I always believe that those who act based on emotions will ultimately be called beasts. These creatures will have no place to belong, no matter how strong or terrifying they may be. There will always come a day when they will tire of it, and at that time, they will be the loneliest." Ouyang Boto said with a smile. Wu Chen fell into contemplation upon hearing this, unsure of what to say. "I am not sure of the future outcome, but at least you can experience everything as a human. You may lack some things, but you can also gain some things. People are never perfect." After saying this, Ouyang Boto suddenly turned his head to look at him. "Do you feel it's not worth it?" Wu Chen nodded, then shook his head. "Whether this path is right or wrong, it's up to you to choose. You are suffering now because you lack strength. When you surpass me in strength, what kind of person you want to become is entirely up to you. Whether you want to kill me or destroy the world, it's your own judgment. But for now, just be honest, you are too weak." Ouyang Boto patted Wu Chen's shoulder with a smile. He could see the past and predict the future. He had never calculated the future because the outcome for humans is always predetermined. The starting point is birth, the end point is death, the process is the true life. Pain and joy always coexist. Ouyang Boto stood up and continued, "What you want to do, what you want to be, it's all up to the future you to decide. For now, just listen to my arrangements." Wu Chen also stood up and spoke. Bo 2. At night, Wu Chen returned home. Wu Jiangwo and Zhang Hua were surprised to see Wu Chen return, and Wu Jiangwo happily walked to Wu Chen's side. "It's good that you're back, you've lost weight, come and eat." However, Wu Chen remained unmoved. "What's wrong?" Wu Jiangwo frowned as he looked at Wu Chen's dazed expression. In his memory, Wu Chen had never been like this. "Uncle, I want to go home." As soon as these words were spoken, Wu Jiangwo was instantly stunned in place. He looked at his nephew in disbelief, and after a moment, Wu Jiangwo's eyes turned slightly red. "All right, Uncle will take you home. Tomorrow we will return to Sichuan and Shu. We won't stay in this place." Zhang Hua watched this scene without saying a word. She knew that Wu Chen must have been greatly wronged. The next day, Wu Chen and Wu Jiangwo boarded the plane back to Sichuan and Shu. Zhang Hua had wanted to go back as well, but was stopped by Wu Chen. Wu Chen felt that Jiang Wei would be better off here, so he lied about having a task to return. Zhang Hua didn't say much after hearing this. She would respect Wu Chen's decision. Moreover, constantly moving back and forth would not be good for Jiang Wei. Making friends here and then leaving would have a negative impact on the child. It would be better to study here and return to Sichuan and Shu during the holidays. Wu Chen returned to Sichuan and Shu, and Ouyang Boto had already informed the school about his withdrawal. Wu Chen followed Wu Jiangwo back to their original residence. Looking at the tablet on the spiritual altar, Wu Chen silently lit the candles again, paid his respects, and then tidied up his room as before. He has talked to Yin Tiger, who did not refuse and expressed that he would guard the area of the ancient city of Chuanshu. He did not refuse either, and that place in Anqing may not be suitable for him. When they returned here, many people also recognized Wu Chen, but they didn't say much when they saw him, just greeted him. Wu Chen didn't care about what they were thinking. Since the last large-scale invasion on the marking day, there have been no more marking points appearing in Chuanshu. Wu Jiangwo moved into the room where Wu Jianjun used to live and opened a new store. In his words, Chuanshu is indeed much more comfortable than Anqing. At least he will have a few acquaintances and won't be so idle running a store. On the first day back, the two of them restored everything to its original state, and then Wu Chen began to practice cultivation. Since the last rampage during the cherry blossom season where he killed many evolvers, his spiritual energy is still relatively abundant, and he wants to see if he can break through again. Since the last incident, the Sakura country has completely lost its national sovereignty, and people across the country have started to flee. Those who cannot escape can only gamble and see if they can become a member of the high tribe. While Wu Chen was practicing here, on the other side, Wenxi from Anqing was called out by Ouyang Boto for a private chat. "Hello, Wenxi, right?" Ouyang Boto smiled at the little girl in front of him. "Who are you?" Wenxi looked at the white-haired man in front of her with some confusion. He looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. "I am Ouyang Ji, you can call me Boto. I am here to talk to you about Wu Chen." When she was taken aback, thinking that something had happened to Wu Chen again, and quickly asked, "What happened to Wu Chen?" Ouyang Ji smiled and recounted everything that happened yesterday to Wenxi. After finishing, Ouyang Ji said, "From today, Wu Chen will no longer appear at the Evolution Academy, and he has officially been included in the 12 zodiacs. After Ouyangji finished speaking, he left, leaving when she feeling confused. The first thing she heard about Wu Chen proposing to her was joy, but after hearing her parents' refusal, she instinctively thought that her parents found Wu Chen too abrupt. However, Ouyangji told her about the matter of the Heavenly Emperor, and now she is feeling confused. Blame her parents? She didn't want to because she knew her parents were doing it for her own good. No matter what others think, she at least didn't have the right to blame her parents. She took out her phone and looked at the message she sent to Wu Chen. For some reason, she felt a bit uncomfortable, and Wu Chen did not fail to reply, with his latest message being sent today. Busy, no worries, rest assured. She returned to the classroom feeling a bit dazed, then asked for leave. She felt that there were some things she needed to confirm with her parents. When she returned home, when Wen's mother saw her return, she was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "Why are you back? I remember today is not a holiday. Is my dad here?" When she forced a smile and asked, Wen's mother was taken aback, knowing her daughter better than anyone else. She looked at her daughter and understood something, showing a hint of affection in her eyes. "Your dad is not at home. Let's wait for him to come back later." "Who told you? Ouyang Botu? Or Wu Chen?" Wen's mother sat down beside Wen Shi and said softly, "Ouyang Botu told me." When she leaned into her mother's arms, sounding a bit low. "It's good that you said it. Mom was actually planning to tell you when you came back, but Mom is very relieved." Wen's mother's face showed a gentle smile. "Relieved about what?" When she raised her head and asked her mother, "You didn't come back and argue with us, you understood us. It seems like you have really grown up." Wenmu gently stroked her daughter's hair, not knowing when the child who could only hold onto her legs could no longer be lifted. The two of them sat on the sofa enjoying the warmth between mother and daughter. After some time, Wenfu also returned home. When he saw his daughter, he was also stunned for a moment. He looked at his wife and got the answer from her eyes. "Dad." Wensi wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Wenfu took a sip of water and then said, "Just say whatever you want to say, it's okay." Wensi nodded, and then expressed her doubts. Wenfu looked at his daughter and said, "Xiaoxi, do you know what kind of environment Wu Chen grew up in?" "I know a little. His childhood was very difficult." Wenfu shook his head, a hint of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. "It's not just difficult, besides his grandparents, he actually received very little love. His father is a rapist, who has been working since he came out of prison, so he didn't care much about Wu Chen at that time. Verbal abuse, bullying, these things were basically everywhere in his childhood." "Then shouldn't we care more about him?" Wensi quickly interjected. "I have no objection to you caring for him, treating him well, or even dating him, but you are not suitable for marriage." Wenfu's words stunned Wensi. She was not shy about the mention of dating and marriage, but asked in confusion, "Why?" "Because you grew up in completely different environments, which means either you adapt to him in the future, or he adapts to you, but he is someone who prioritizes the bigger picture, so you will be very tired in the future." With these words, Wensi also understood. "But I haven't seen him have such thoughts during this time?" Wensi asked in confusion. "That's because you have experienced few things together. As you experience more in the future, conflicts will inevitably escalate. But remember, love is about emotions and reason. Only rational love is not love, and emotional love alone is destined not to last long." After finishing speaking, Wenfu remained silent, letting Wensi think for herself. And so, Wensi returned to her room, lying on the bed lost in thought. On the other side, Wu Chen was also practicing in his room. Ouyang Botu returned to his laboratory, preparing for the next invasion from the alien realm. Without any surprises, the next invasion was estimated to be a major one, and they needed to prepare to send Wu Chen and others into the alien realm. After returning home, Wu Chen's presence only caused a stir among a few people, without causing any major disruptions. Wu Chen continued to stay in the ancient city area, where the Zodiac organization was basically retired. The creatures from the alien realm were basically dealt with easily, without any reasoning. Shangguan Zhan and Shangguan Xingrong asked Wu Chen what was going on, and he simply told them he had a new mission and would see them again in the future. Shangguan Zi also asked Wu Chen. Wu Chen gave the same reply. Wensi, on the other hand, seemed unaware of this matter. Whenever she had free time, she would chat with Wu Chen, as he had slowed down his training since he was no longer on a mission. And so, a month passed. On this day, Yin Tiger called Wu Chen again. "Hey, how's your rest going?" Yin Tiger first exchanged pleasantries. "It's okay, is there something you need?" Wu Chen asked casually. On the other side, the tiger in the Yin position also felt somewhat helpless hearing Wu Chen's tone. He had originally planned to call Wu Chen back to the School of Chemistry, but now it seemed unlikely. There is a new mission. It's time for you to lead your future team to take the initiative. Wu Chen was taken aback. What mission? Go to the exotic land. That day, Wu Chen said goodbye to Wu Jiangmo and left. Because this was a trial run, Wu Chen didn't know when he would return. That day, Wu Chen was taken to Anqing and then to Ouyang Bota's laboratory. At this moment, there were 4 people standing in the laboratory, 2 of whom Wu Chen knew, and the other 2 he did not. Ouyang Bota smiled when he saw Wu Chen come in and said, "Here you are, how was your month of rest?" Wu Chen nodded, "No problem." Ouyang Bota nodded and then began to introduce, "These 3 are your teammates, Xinglong, Yutu, Baihu. Their cultivation levels are different. Xinglong and Baihu are about to break through their shells. Yutu is at the 7th stage of evolution. She is a healer and also a strategist." Wu Chen then looked at the 3 people. 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The girl had short hair, a cold complexion, and an ordinary appearance. Xinglong and Baihu were 2 young men about the same age as Wu Chen. Baihu had a crew cut, his eyes filled with a fierce aura, while Xinglong was a handsome young man. "Hello, I didn't get a chance to introduce myself last time. My code name is Xinglong. My name is Longyu." Longyu stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand. Wu Chen. Wu Chen reached out and shook hands with him. Baihu and Yutu on the other side also introduced themselves. "My name is Cui Sha. Wu Yu." Wu Chen was surprised. He looked at Wu Yu with some curiosity. "What's wrong?" Wu Yu felt a bit uncomfortable being looked at by him. "Nothing, just didn't expect to meet someone with the same name." Wu Chen's words made Wu Yu breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Ouyang Bota smiled and said, "Alright, let me explain the task this time." Wu Chen and the other 3 turned to look at him, their eyes filled with curiosity and seriousness. "Your task this time is to go to the exotic land to find out when they are planning to attack Blue Star. Of course, it is also to test whether this device can deceive the people of the exotic land. You will be equipped with the space teleportation system we made. You need to find a relatively hidden place to set up a teleportation point, preferably near a spatial channel to ensure your safety." Ouyang Bota's words made the 4 nod, understanding the situation of this task. Overall, it was not very dangerous, but there was still a certain level of risk. "By the way, Wu Chen, it's best not to bring out your Godslayer sword this time." Wu Chen was puzzled. "Why?" Ouyang Bota smiled and didn't say anything. Then he looked at everyone and said, "This time your task is not for fighting, but for investigation and cultivation. Because the spiritual energy concentration in the exotic land is much stronger than ours, your cultivation speed will be much faster. Also, if possible, you can try to establish your own base there, which will be useful in the future." Wu Chen looked puzzled, and in his mind he called out to the Godslayer sword, "Godslayer, do you know why?" The Godslayer inside him was indifferent. "How would I know? If they don't want you to use it, then don't use it, just use your own sword. I'll hide for a few days." Wu Chen frowned. Using his own sword was extremely prone to going berserk. It could be said that the sword formed by the red mist was like a possessive entity. As long as someone showed hostility towards Wu Chen, it might just rush forward and strike. And with Wu Chen's current strength, coupled with the situation of the red mist blade draining his lifespan and energy, he is invincible in the shedding realm, but the duration won't be long. By the way, remember to give your own blade a name. After Zushin finished speaking, he disappeared. At this moment, Ouyang Bota pressed a button. Along with a slow tearing of space, a tunnel appeared in front of everyone. This tunnel leads to a forest, where there are not many people inside, but there are many strange monsters, the strongest being at the 9th evolutionary stage. However, it is unknown if they possess any strange abilities. Be careful, as we are not very clear about the situation over there. Stay safe. The 4 individuals looked at each other, then put on their own masks. A black rat, a blue dragon head, a black and white tiger, and a silver-white rabbit. Remember, your mission this time is very dangerous, yet safe. It all depends on your own performance. We will maintain the spatial tunnel for a month, and you must ensure to return within a month. Remember this. Ouyang Bota's rare serious expression made the others nod after hearing his words. Yes. As the words fell, the 4 figures walked directly into the unknown spatial passage ahead. After the 4 figures disappeared, the space completely vanished. Ouyang Bota looked at the disappearing figures with no expression on his face. After a few seconds of staring, he left. Tisk, evolutionists these days. He sighed, then left. He seemed to know everything, yet said nothing. On the other side, Wu Chen and the others passed through a pitch-black space, and a bright light appeared, leading them towards it. The scene changed, and a primitive forest appeared before them, extremely lush to the point of being unbelievable. Is this the exotic realm? Wu Chen murmured as he looked at the sturdy trees. At that moment, several tall shadows appeared behind them. Wu Chen and the others turned around, only to be stunned in place. Behind them, giant humanoid creatures emerged. Standing over 3 meters tall, with pig heads and clear eyes, as if they were looking at prey, Wu Chen was certain that these guys had their own thoughts. Oink oink oink. The lead pig-headed creature let out a few grunts, and the other pig-headed creatures rushed towards them. They pulled out huge bone clubs from somewhere and swung them towards Wu Chen and the others. Retreat! Wu Chen shouted, and the 4 of them immediately stepped back. You two, hide at the back. Xinglong, Baihu, and I will take the front. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he wielded the Zushin blade and struck directly. Whether it was an illusion or not, after Zushin appeared, strong fear flickered in the eyes of the pigs. On the other side, Xinglong and Baihu also displayed their abilities. Xinglong wielded the Fantiango halberd, surrounded by blue thunder, looking extremely magnificent. Baihu held a tiger head broadsword with 2 blood grooves on it. Around him, a terrifying magnetic force and killing intent began to emanate. Dissection. Thunder flash. Star shatter. 3 terrifying attacks struck towards the pig-headed creatures, who were only at the 5th evolutionary stage. With one strike, they were all killed. This was the first time Wu Chen and the others had appeared here, so they went all out, fearing any potential problems. As they looked at the numerous dismembered bodies, before they could catch their breath, the surrounding trees began to move. With branches twisting and turning, the tree branches of the big trees pierced through the bodies on the ground like arrows. In the shocked eyes of the group, the bodies were instantly sucked dry and turned into dried corpses, falling to the ground. The trees gradually calmed down after absorbing the bodies, as if nothing had happened. Is this a foreign land? You two stammered. Wu Chen looked around and then came up with a solution. He approached the big tree step by step with the Divine Slayer in his hand, and the trees did not attack them. They looked like ordinary trees. Wu Chen reached out his hand and touched the trunk. Hey, be careful, you two reminded from a distance. Wu Chen nodded, then pressed his hand against the tree. Seeing that the trees remained still, Wu Chen looked at everyone and said, these trees seem to have evolved like this. Maybe the spatial device is placed on the trees. It seems like no one would touch it. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this, and one person selected a large tree and installed their spatial positioning device on it. The so-called spatial positioning device was a silver-white metal disc, which automatically adhered to the tree branch after being placed on it, then disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Alright, let's discuss and decide which direction to go. Wu Chen said, looking at the others. Do you have any ideas? Xinglong and Baihu shook their heads. Not many ideas, you decide. Wu Chen then looked at you two. Yu pondered for a moment and said, according to the habits of animals, those monsters should be here for hunting. Generally, hunters tend to avoid places where strong beings exist. I suggest we continue in the direction where they appeared, it might be less dangerous. Wu Chen nodded upon hearing this. I think it's feasible, it's just a guess anyway. Let's go according to your suggestion. Everyone agreed, and then continued walking towards the direction of the pig-headed people. The 4 of them remained vigilant as they looked around, but fortunately, apart from a few creatures resembling rats appearing along the way, there were no other strange creatures. After walking for about 2 hours, the 4 finally saw not a dense forest, but a huge lake, with a vast open space near the lake. The 4 approached the lake, and Wu Chen squatted down to look at the clear water, his eyes filled with some doubt. This water is too clear. Wu Chen's words were echoed by the others. Long Yu picked up a handful of water and sniffed it. It doesn't smell strange, it's really clean. Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared on the water's surface. What is that? Cui Sha shouted, and as the shadow grew larger, a huge crocodile emerged from the water. It was more like an ancient creature, covered in scales, nearly 10 meters long, with a slightly shorter mouth than a typical crocodile, powerful and muscular limbs, looking extremely fierce. Its copper bell-like pupils stared at Wu Chen and the others, filled with greed and suspicion. Humans, it's neither hunting nor drinking time now, what are you doing here? The crocodile spoke, its voice deep but without any intention of attack. Wu Chen and the others were stunned, then Wu Chen and a few others exchanged glances and tentatively asked, we were attacked in this forest, so we couldn't find our way out. Can you tell us how to get out? The crocodile was surprised, then crawled out of the water, making Wu Chen and the others instantly alert. The crocodile stood up on its 4 limbs, casting a shadow that seemed to cover the sky, exuding a sense of oppression like a dinosaur. Wu Chen sensed it was at the 9th evolutionary stage, not particularly strong. Who attacked you? Wu Chen didn't know the name of the pig-headed man, his eyes turned cold, preparing to use violence since the other party could speak. It doesn't matter who attacked us, just tell us how to get out. Otherwise, if we go missing, you'll be in trouble. Suddenly, Wu Yu stepped forward and reprimanded. The crocodile was stunned after hearing Wu Yu's words, then looked at the four people and finally pointed in a direction with its mouth open, saying, "Just keep going that way to get out. Next time, don't appear here during the non-hunting season." With that, it crawled back into the water, and Wu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. In this place without intelligence, he really didn't want to act recklessly, especially since Ouyang Botu had instructed him not to use the magic sword. The four turned and walked in the direction the crocodile indicated. After the four left, the crocodile resurfaced, its eyes fixed on them. "Strange. Thanks to you," the crowd said to Wu Yu. "We are teammates, no need to be so polite," Wu Yu said lightly. The others nodded. At this time, Cui Sha asked, "How did you know that speaking to that monster would tell us how to get out?" The other two also looked curiously at Wu Yu. Wu Yu explained, "It said that hunting is allowed here, which means that at least in the struggle with humans, they are the ones being hunted and killed, and they may also hunt humans, but they should be at a disadvantage. It knows that it dares not directly attack us when we are lost, which means it should fear humans. So I think a tougher attitude might work better." Wu Chen nodded, looking at Wu Yu with a different perspective. This Wu Yu's reaction was indeed quick. It seemed that Ouyang Botu had not chosen the wrong person. The group walked in the direction the monster pointed, and soon they saw a small town. Looking at the buildings ahead, everyone was stunned. The buildings ahead were somewhat ancient, not like the steel cities of Blue Star, but filled with an atmosphere similar to ancient architecture. However, strangely, these buildings had very modern cars driving through them, and even the people inside did not look ancient but modern. It was like a tourist attraction in an ancient city, full of a discordant atmosphere. "Not strong. Why do they all seem like ordinary people?" Long Yu said in confusion. Wu Chen and the others nodded. The people inside didn't have the aura of evolved beings at all, but rather seemed like ordinary people, their faces looking normal with nothing particularly different. However, they were stunned when they saw Wu Chen and the others. They approached Wu Chen and the others step by step, and the four unconsciously took a few steps back. "What should we do?" Cui Sha asked Wu Chen. "Let's see what's going on first. I don't sense any hostility," Wu Chen said, but he walked to the front. "Hey, whose kids are you? How can you run out at this time? Go back quickly, it's hunting time." The people grabbed Wu Chen and the others' hands and pulled them towards their homes. The four were a bit confused but didn't say much because they didn't sense any hostility, and the other party's strength was not strong. The four looked at each other and decided to wait and see. The four were thus pulled into a house, but after entering the house, they were visibly stunned because there were many children inside. Boys and girls, some the same age as Wu Chen and others, and some around 10 years old. Some eyes were filled with fear, some with unwillingness, various emotions that piqued the curiosity of Wu Chen and the others. Soon, accompanied by roars, wild beasts rushed out of the forest. Wu Chen looked at the people outside, his eyes widened in disbelief. Long Yu and others also looked shocked at the outside. Outside, people spontaneously walked into the streets, many people, too many to count, with smiles on their faces, and then, blood splattered, countless people were devoured by wild beasts, and after each beast finished eating, they turned and left. This group of wild beasts was very orderly, they did not destroy anything, nor did they do anything strange. Eat and leave, without any attachment. The entire street, the city at this moment turned into a purgatory on earth, but strangely, these people did not scream in agony, they calmly met their deaths, without a trace of fear. In the room, Wu Chen and others glanced at each other, wanting to say something, but in the end, they said nothing. At this moment, a little boy in the room looked angry. He looked at the tragic scene outside, not with sadness, but with anger. "Bastards, I will definitely kill you." As soon as the boy said this, the people behind him quickly covered his mouth. Wu Chen and the others were somewhat surprised as they looked at the teenager. The slaughter continued for about an hour, as the beasts slowly faded away, leaving only blood on the streets. At this moment, several red lights appeared in the sky, and with the red lights growing larger, several silver-white robots arrived. The red light was bursting from their eyes. The robots landed smoothly on the ground, and then a large black hole appeared in their chests, accompanied by a strong suction force that took away all the blood, leaving the streets clean as if nothing had happened. Wu Chen and the others frowned, and at this moment, a small figure rushed out. The little boy, holding a broom, directly smashed it towards the head of the metal robot, and as the stick broke, the robot stared at the boy with crimson eyes. The crimson light carried an unknown scent, and it slowly reached out its silver-white arm towards the boy's head. At this moment, a black shadow next to Wu Chen instantly rushed outside. With a flying kick from Wu Yu, the robot's head was instantly kicked off, and the little boy looked at the big sister in front of him, his eyes full of shock. After Wu Yu displayed her power, the people around also focused their attention on her. "Evolver, why are there evolvers here? They are not from the containment facility, could it be that they are poachers?" Quick, report to the research institute and the containment facility, there are intruders. With the loud shouts of the people around, Wu Chen frowned. Take the child and retreat first. With that, Wu Chen took Wu Yu and rushed towards the forest. The people here were really not right, and that little boy seemed to know something. The four of them disappeared in an instant like ghosts, and after Wu Chen and the others left, several figures descended from the sky. Under their feet, a white cloud lifted them up, looking extremely magical. Where are the people? There were 3 people in total, all women. They were beautiful and slender, but they were holding weapons resembling sniper rifles in their hands. They ran into the jungle, 4 people, and took Shaolin with them. A young man spoke anxiously. He wasn't so urgent when so many people were eaten, but he was extremely anxious after discovering Wu Chen and the others. There are poachers at this time, let's go, check inside the forest. The 3 looked at each other, then flew towards the jungle. Activate the rainy day mode, there are poachers. After one of them spoke to the wristband, the sky, which should have been cloudless, suddenly filled with countless dark clouds. Wu Chen, who was fleeing in the forest, looked up at the sky, his eyes showing a hint of unease. At this moment, the child rescued by Wu Yu shouted loudly, "Quick, hide! If you get hit by raindrops, your position will be exposed." Wu Chen was taken aback, then looked around but didn't find any shelter from the rain. Just then, Cui Sha somehow produced a huge piece of metal and, under his control, transformed it into a rectangular house that enveloped the 4 of them. Let's hide for now. If we are discovered, we'll take him back, Cui Sha said, focusing his gaze on the little boy in Wu Yu's hands. The boy, at this moment, looked at Wu Chen and the others with admiration, his eyes filled with excitement. This puzzled Wu Chen and the others. It was indeed strange here. The concentration of psychic energy was definitely higher than on Blue Star, but there were no evolvers. Instead, there were ordinary people, pig-headed individuals, large beasts, and humans heading towards death. There were too many questions in their minds that needed answers. Are you evolvers? Are you from outside? Before Wu Chen and the others could ask, the young man spoke first, his dark eyes full of admiration as he looked at Wu Chen. We are evolvers from outside. Where is this place? Wu Chen asked. I can't believe I can actually meet evolvers from outside. Can you take me out, or teach me? The young man didn't answer Wu Chen's question but instead spoke excitedly, as if Wu Chen and the others were saviors. Answer my question first, Wu Chen said sternly. The rain outside was getting heavier, and this metal shelter wouldn't hold for long. After all, if the rain could really reveal humans, a metal house suddenly appearing in the forest wouldn't last long. The young man wasn't intimidated by Wu Chen's serious expression but instead said excitedly, this is Rainforest Zone 2. Wu Chen frowned upon hearing the description but didn't show any confusion about the term. What's the situation in the city just now? Suddenly, a sonic boom came from the sky, and Wu Chen and the others instantly became alert. Someone's coming, Long Yu said. Long Yu, Cui Sha, come with me. Wu Yu, keep an eye on him. After Wu Chen finished speaking, he put on his mask, as it would be better in case of a fight. The other 2 also put on their masks. Outside, 3 captors looked at the metal house not far away with a hint of anger in their eyes. All poachers must die. The 3 raised their weapons, and the dark muzzles began to absorb psychic energy from the air, a terrifying aura gathering at the gun barrels. Swish! Suddenly, an arrow shot towards the 3 at high speed. Boom! One of the 3 turned the gun, and with a pull of the trigger, a nearly half-meter diameter silver-white laser shot out. The laser collided with the arrow, instantly melting it into molten iron. Terrifying power. On the ground, Cui Sha, holding a bow and arrow, watched the laser streaking across the sky like a meteor and muttered to herself. At this moment, a blue thunderbolt appeared out of thin air, transforming into a dragon head over 3 meters high and struck towards the 3 people above the white clouds in front. Magic rat, attack. While the attention of the 3 was drawn by the thunderbolt, above their heads, a figure holding a long knife suddenly appeared. Dissect. A crimson blade beam shot out, slashing towards the 3. At this moment, the white clouds under the feet of the 3 instantly turned into a white protective shield, tightly protecting them. Wu Chen frowned. The hardness of this shield was not low. Let's attack together. Wu Chen roared, then raised his psychic energy again. The killing intent began to spread. The azure dragon and white tiger leaped up in an instant, accompanied by thunder, killing intent, and magnetic force spreading. 3 attacks directly hit the protective shield. As the white spherical ball was blasted into the ground, Wu Chen and others followed suit. The 3 surrounded the huge ball, their eyes full of vigilance. With the sound of electric currents, the spherical protective shield instantly disintegrated, and the 3 women had fainted. Wu Chen and the others glanced at each other, feeling relieved. The cultivation base of the 3 was not strong, only at the 7th stage of evolution, but Wu Chen might not be able to withstand the attack power unleashed by their weapons, and the strength of this protective shield was not low. At least Wu Chen and the others had used all their strength. Take them away. In the rainy night, 3 people stared at the 3 beautiful women like assassins, and then dragged them away. Of course, the round spherical ball was also taken into the domain ring by Long Yu. This thing looks pretty awesome, bring it back for Botu to study. Long Yu thought to himself, then followed Wu Chen towards the front. Back in the metallic house, Wu Chen and the others injected the 3 evolvers with the medicine developed by Botu, sealing off all their cultivation bases. Botu had given them quite a lot of this stuff. The little boy, seeing Wu Chen and the others bringing 3 women, looked even more admiring. Who are these 3 people? Wu Chen asked the curious little boy. They are from the captive facility, said to be here to protect us, but actually to monitor us and prevent us from leaving. The teenager's tone was full of anger and resentment. These people were bastards who deprived them of their freedom. Wu Chen and the others frowned, listening to him. It seemed that this place was not entirely an alien land. At this moment, the 3 women also slowly woke up. The moment they opened their eyes, they wanted to reach for their weapons, but Wu Chen's long knife was already at their necks. Behave if you don't want to die. The crimson blade was only a few centimeters away from their throats. With just a gentle push, the 3 would instantly perish. Initially showing strong anger in their eyes, the 3 suddenly looked fearful upon seeing Wu Chen's long knife. This knife. The 3 looked at Wu Chen's Jusen speechlessly, and Wu Chen also furrowed his brows. What's wrong with the knife? Wu Chen asked curiously. All crimson. The disaster blade, who are you? The woman said fearfully and then questioned Wu Chen. Shut up, you think I am who I am, now answer my question, and I can let you go. Wu Chen's words made the 3 look at each other. A hint of determination flashed in their eyes, followed by an electric current passing through them. A very dangerous aura suddenly appeared. Go! Wu Chen's pupils dilated, then shouted at the others. The others were not fools. They felt something was wrong as soon as the electric current appeared. Wu Chen grabbed the little boy and rushed out of the metal house in an instant, and after everyone came out, Cui Sha clenched his hand, sealing the house instantly, followed by a huge explosion. The 4 were directly blown away by the impact. At this moment, in the sky, a house floating in the air sounded an alarm, and as the house opened, dozens of people rushed out, their strength not strong, but all carrying the weapons from before. Most importantly, their appearances were exactly the same. A group of identical people rushed towards the site of the explosion, looking extremely terrifying. Inside the floating house at this moment, a figure was operating an extremely sophisticated device. Behind him were numerous things resembling nutrient tanks. Mutants detected, prepare for expulsion. On the other side, Wu Chen climbed up from the ground, leaving behind a huge empty space where the explosion had occurred, but there was no smoke, only a terrifying impact. The area at the center of the explosion seemed as if a piece had been forcibly removed. Wow! So powerful! Beside Wu Chen, the young boy looked at him with admiration, his desire to leave growing stronger. What on earth is this? Wu Chen looked at the humans in the sky, his eyes filled with shock. All the humans in the sky looked exactly the same, just like the 3 individuals from before, identical in height, physique, and appearance, as if they were all cut from the same mold. Their headquarters are in the sky. If we don't go up there and take out what's inside, these people will keep coming like flies. The young boy shared all his intelligence with Wu Chen. In the sky? Wu Chen was a bit puzzled, while the young boy pointed in a direction above the sky. That one. Following the boy's finger, Wu Chen indeed saw a tiny black dot in the sky, resembling a bird flying in the sky. Wu Chen instantly understood who the target was. Xinglong, Baihu, can you hold off these guys? Wu Chen shouted towards Xinglong and the others. You do what you need to do, we can't win, but we can run. Just take care of yourself. After Xinglong finished speaking, wielding the Fangtian halberd and with green hair flowing, he leaped onto a big tree. On the other side, Baihu also leaped from the jungle with a tiger-headed broadsword, directly attacking the humans above. Wu Chen didn't hesitate either, drawing out the Divine Slayer sword and pointing it upwards. Slay the heart. With one hand holding the sword and the other grabbing the young boy, he shot towards the sky like an arrow. After killing the 3 individuals, Wu Chen stood on the white clouds. Can you use this thing? Wu Chen asked the young boy as he looked at him. I can. The young boy replied confidently and began to explore on the white clouds. Soon, he seemed to have found something, and the white clouds instantly flew towards the sky. Others had intended to attack Wu Chen, but they were intercepted by Xinglong and Baihu. As a result, Xinglong and Baihu were forced to flee from the laser cannon. The power of this thing was too terrifying, and the 2 dared not confront it head-on, only dodging back and forth in the jungle to avoid being targeted. On the other side, Wu Chen followed the young boy all the way up and arrived in front of the floating house in the sky. Wu Chen looked at the tower-like building with curiosity. "Charge in," Wu Chen said to the young man, who then rushed in. The two drove the white clouds into the open tower entrance. After passing through a dark passage, they arrived in a spacious area where the white cloud aircraft seemed to be placed. Ahead was a very bright corridor, surrounded by silver-white color, giving a somewhat oppressive feeling. Wu Chen jumped off the white cloud, and the ground was no different from a regular cement road. He stored the white cloud aircraft in his domain ring and walked towards the corridor. The young boy looked a bit scared, following behind Wu Chen step by step, occasionally looking around vigilantly. After walking along the corridor for a while, they soon reached the end. As they approached the door, it opened, revealing a scene that left Wu Chen and the young boy stunned in place. Ahead was an extremely vast square, with objects resembling space pods neatly arranged, extending endlessly on both sides, and a huge screen at the front. At the forefront, a figure stood with red eyes reflected on the black screen. Robots? Wu Chen was a little stunned. Everything here looked so magical. The research institute has been invaded. Activate defense mode. With the sound of the robot, the space capsules suddenly disappeared, and then, one by one, robots appeared in the square, holding weapons pointing at Wu Chen. At this moment, the little boy behind Wu Chen suddenly screamed and hugged Wu Chen's thigh. Forest area human, mutant, not allowed to attack. Before its command was issued, Wu Chen had already appeared in front of it in an instant, and the long knife in his hand severed its mechanical head, accompanied by sparks flashing. The surrounding robots also instantly stopped their movements. Wu Chen looked around, then walked to the huge blue screen. There were many options on it, but Wu Chen focused on 3. Cloning. Energy detection. Introduction. After checking the introduction, a long paragraph of text appeared on the screen, and as more and more content appeared, Wu Chen became more and more shocked. When he saw the end, he widened his eyes in disbelief. "Big brother, what's wrong?" The little boy looked at Wu Chen curiously, but the words were too compact and he was too short to see clearly. Wu Chen looked down at the little boy in front of him, paused for a few seconds, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. After a while, Wu Chen checked the cloning option again, and then, a dense list of human names and professions appeared on the screen, each with an introduction. There were a total of 10,000 people, each with different ages, professions, and genders, but each person had an option next to them. Cloning quantity. Everyone was like this, and Wu Chen finally understood why those who attacked them all looked exactly the same. They were all clones. These clones could also implant personalities, programs, knowledge, just like robots. The only difference was that they could think for themselves, have emotions, and reproduce. After looking at a few more options, Wu Chen had a better understanding of the place. He looked at the humans lying in the space capsules around him, pondered for a while, and then turned and left. As Wu Chen turned around, a body lay in place. He widened his eyes, seeming puzzled. On the other side, Xinglong and others were still fighting the clones, looking extremely embarrassed, but not seriously injured. These guys were not as agile as the initial 3, their movements were quite stiff, and their attacks were synchronized, making them easier to dodge. Although the attacks were scary, they were mostly single-target attacks, and for some reason, these clones were also avoiding harming the large trees. Their attacks were directed towards the open space. Apart from the previous explosions, there were no large-scale attacks. The 3 pondered countermeasures, but at this moment, Xinglong also noticed that the frequency of attacks suddenly decreased. Xinglong cautiously peeked out and saw that the red blood mist in the sky was spreading, and sword energy was reaping the lives of these clones. "Baihu, take action!" Xinglong shouted to Baihu, then leaped up with thunder. Baihu also noticed the blood mist in the sky at this moment, reacted quickly, and followed suit. With the cover of the blood mist and the fact that the clones were only armed with weapons, the battle situation became one-sided. Yu Tu was observing the battle from below. Her abilities were not suitable for combat at the moment, so she couldn't help. Soon, as people in the sky fell to the ground like raindrops, Wu Chen and the others also returned to the ground. Only white clouds remained in the sky, and the clone people above had all died. The 3 landed on the ground, and Yu Tu quickly ran over. "Are you all okay?" Wu Chen and the others shook their heads. "No injuries, these guys are not strong, just their weapons are intimidating." "That's good." Wu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The dark clouds in the sky also disappeared at this moment, turning into a clear sky without a cloud. "How are you? Did you find out any information? What about the child?" Long Yu looked at Wu Chen curiously and asked. "I found out. How should I put it? This place is like a different realm, but not a different realm." Wu Chen's words were vague, leaving Long Yu and the others puzzled. "What do you mean by a different realm, but not a different realm?" Wu Chen looked up at the heavenly palace in the sky and said, "This place is a new world created by a different realm, imitating the season of the rainforest. There are many such worlds created by a different realm. The crowd was stunned to hear this, and Shui Sha asked in confusion, "What's the point of creating this? Protection, or you could say containment. What do you mean?" Wu Chen continued, "It's like a zoo, imitating the season of the rainforest. The people here are all clone people. The clone people produce offspring here and gradually develop. When the people here reach a certain age, they will be implanted with a chip that informs them of everything and erases their sense of pain. Isn't that cruel?" Wu Yu said with some anger. "No, on the contrary, it's not cruel, it's actually kind." Wu Chen looked at Wu Yu and said lightly, "How can that be kind? What's the difference between treating people as animals?" Wu Yu said in confusion, "The clone people here are animals. Let me put it this way, because the technology in the different realm is too advanced, there are no ordinary creatures there, only evolved creatures with intelligence. These creatures have been fighting for resources and land for a long time, until one day, they found that the concentration of spiritual energy was getting higher, and the edible plants and animals were getting fewer. Can't they eat those mutated creatures?" Shui Sha asked in confusion. "They can, but they will perish." "Why?" The crowd was puzzled. "Because if they eat each other, it will only bring hatred and war. Without peace, one side will eventually be completely wiped out, because their strengths are equal, and no new creatures will emerge from the stones. When all creatures are at the same level of intelligence, there will be either absolute chaos or absolute order." "So you mean, this area is a habitat they created, where humans and ordinary wild animals are contained, they consume each other, develop, and then gradually grow stronger?" After listening to Wu Yu's words, Wu Chen nodded. "Exactly." At this moment, Long Yu on the side was puzzled again. If that's the case, why do they need to invade the Blue Star? They have land, they have resources, what's the invasion for? "I'm not sure about that. The computer over there doesn't show the reason. We can only wait to explore when we go to the different realm in the future." "The future? Aren't we going now?" Long Yu asked curiously. "We can't go now. I'm not sure how to activate the spatial channel on that machine, or whether it can be activated. I don't know if we can cross two spaces and return here after going there." Wu Chen shook his head and expressed his concerns. After this statement, the others fell silent. "Indeed, all of this is a problem. What about that child?" "Killed," Wu Chen said lightly. "Ha? Why kill him? Isn't he just an ordinary clone?" Wu Yu's tone became somewhat agitated, and the other two also looked at Wu Chen in confusion. If the other party was an evolver, it would be fine, but from Wu Chen's description, it was obviously just an ordinary child. Although all the people here are clones, clones can also reproduce among themselves. Sometimes, under genetic mutations, evolvers may be born. That's the reason why the child is different. The concentration of psychic energy in his body is very high, so he can control his brain. Such children who can become evolvers will be sent back to the exotic domain for cultivation. But, even if he is an evolver. At this moment, Long Yu wanted to say something, but Wu Chen looked at him. If such a high intensity of psychic energy can be produced in this place, it probably means that this child is likely to be a talented individual. I don't care how talented he is, I only know that if we send him back to the exotic domain, he will turn against us Blue Star people. I don't have the time to cultivate him. We can't even properly cultivate the people on our own planet." Wu Chen's words stunned the others, who then lowered their heads. "Pay attention to your position. If you show mercy in such matters, don't appear in this organization, or don't follow my team." With that, Wu Chen walked off in a certain direction. "Where are you going?" Seeing Wu Chen leave, everyone quickly followed and asked. "Apart from humans, that 9th level crocodile needs to be killed, as well as those pig-headed people. They are the ones protecting the beasts in this place and need to be eliminated together. This place can temporarily serve as our base." Upon hearing Wu Chen's words, Long Yu and the others exchanged glances before following. In any case, they now needed to obey Wu Chen's orders and deal with everything after the tasks were completed. Later, Wu Chen led the three to a huge pool of water. Along the way, perhaps because of Wu Chen's previous words, the four did not communicate much, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Wu Yu stared blankly at Wu Chen's back, lost in thought. The four returned to the edge of the huge pool of water, where Wu Chen looked at the bottomless pool and stroked his chin. He was thinking about how to lure out the crocodile. Soon, he turned his gaze to Long Yu. "Xinglong, can your thunder cover this pool of water?" Xinglong was taken aback, then nodded. "No problem. Come on, give that crocodile in the water an electric therapy session." Long Yu nodded at the words, then walked to the edge of the pool, his hands flashing with lightning as he reached into the water. Accompanied by the spread of electric arcs, soon, the entire surface of the pool was covered with blue lightning, crackling like an electric net. Soon, huge bubbles began to emerge from the water, and with a familiar figure emerging from the surface, Wu Chen took out his divine slayer directly. Dissect. The crocodile was almost confused at this moment. The temperature in the water suddenly rose, and it felt numb, making his body ache faintly. Just as he emerged from the water to see what was happening, he was met with a several meters high blade chi coming towards him. The crimson blade chi cut across the water's surface, directly splitting the crocodile in half. Blood dyed the entire lake red, and Wu Chen sheathed his long knife. Go to the pig-headed people's territory. Wu Chen recorded the territorial boundaries of the entire space on the screen over there. In the rainforest, crocodiles and pig-headed people guarded, while the human area was monitored by several robots. This was to prevent people from the exotic domain from sneaking in to hunt secretly. Because the meat from the exotic domain was mostly cloned, they rarely ate the native animals living in the ecosystem. These animals could only reproduce slowly, while people outside could just eat cloned animals. But no matter what kind of creature, once one desire is satisfied, they will want something at a higher level. So there are also many poachers who want to capture native animals and sell them at high prices. The exotic land looks no different from the Blue Star. Perhaps the only difference is that their technological level and overall strength are stronger, but this kind of strength is ineffective on the Blue Star. Wu Chen and the other three headed towards the tribe of pig-headed people. After arriving at the tribe of pig-headed people, a red mist began to spread, and a slaughter scene unfolded once again. There were not many pig-headed people in the tribe, not even 100. One of them, who had reached the evolution realm, was cut down by Wu Chen with a single knife. Soon, their flesh and blood were devoured by the surrounding trees, leaving only pieces of pigskin. Wu Chen looked at the time. They didn't know how long they had been here since the time was controlled by that robot. Both day and night were the same, so he didn't know how long had passed. What should we do next? Should we go back? Long Yu asked. Aren't you about to break through? Why not take the opportunity to cultivate with the potion of Bo Tu here for a while, and I will help protect you, Wu Chen suggested. His words stunned the three of them, and then they asked, aren't you going to cultivate? My way of cultivation is different from yours. You cultivate yours, Wu Chen replied. The three nodded in agreement and sat down to cultivate on the spot. Wu Chen had them cultivate for a reason, as he planned to see if he could encounter any exotic hunters who had sneaked in. If he could catch one, he could gather a lot of information. And there wouldn't be any strong individuals in this space. Because the strong ones didn't lack such things, there was simply no need to do such things. The strongest poachers were only at the 9th evolutionary stage, and those at the shell-shedding realm sneaking in to steal things to eat would be too embarrassing if this news got out. Moreover, there were other ways for those at the shell-shedding realm to make money. This was Wu Chen's understanding. He could only guess that the poachers who came in here were at the evolutionary stage, as no strong individuals had appeared. And his guess was not wrong. Indeed, no matter where, those who usually did such things were relatively low-level individuals, because high-level individuals could use money to hire low-level individuals to do these things, except for a few people with special hobbies. As time passed bit by bit, Long Yu and the others also woke up from their cultivation. Where's Wu Chen? Long Yu looked around, but there was no sign of Wu Chen. The three of them had also made a breakthrough, with two of them successfully advancing to the shell-shedding realm, and Jade Rabbit reaching the 8th evolutionary stage, with high talent. The three were wondering where Wu Chen was when suddenly a loud explosion came from not far away. Boom! It's probably Wu Chen. Let's go check it out, Long Yu said, transforming into thunder and heading straight towards the explosion, with the other two following closely behind. On the other side, Wu Chen looked at the three poachers in front of him with a hint of doubt in his eyes. These three people were discovered by Wu Chen 10 minutes ago. It was quite interesting. Wu Chen had originally planned to see if there were any strange animals to hunt and taste. These three people suddenly appeared out of nowhere and, upon seeing Wu Chen, immediately attacked without hesitation. They were saying something. Aren't the captive people here female? What's with this male? He might be poaching like us. Let's kill him first. Alright. After the three finished speaking, they immediately attacked. However, the strongest of the three was only at the 8th evolutionary stage. Wu Chen easily subdued the three with a single strike, and when they saw the divine executioner in Wu Chen's hand, their faces changed drastically. A strong sense of fear suddenly spread in their eyes, which puzzled Wu Chen greatly. After subduing the three and injecting them with spirit suppressors, Wu Chen took out the divine executioner and curiously asked, "Do you recognize this knife? What are you pretending to be? Poaching is a minor offense. How dare you use a crimson long knife similar to the ancient demon blade? Wait to be judged." One person shouted loudly, as if the red long knife was something ominous. At this moment, Xinglong and others also arrived at the scene. Seeing the three people tied up, Wu Yu curiously asked, What's going on? Poaching, caught by me. I want to ask some questions, but I'm not good at torture. Can any of you do it? Wu Yu and the others looked at each other, then shook their heads one after another. Then just take them back. There is no way to go to the foreign land, and there are no so-called keepers in this space. Come back next time. As for the information, let Ouyang Bo to call the professionals. I think that's fine. Long Yu and the others nodded, indicating no problem. The poachers also sensed the other intentions of Wu Chen and the others, with a look of shock in their eyes. Are you people from the Blue Star? Wu Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to them at all, gestured to Long Yu, and Long Yu understood, giving the three people an electric shock, instantly stunning them.